Chapter 67. He was tired, his head was full of questions, and he was thirsty for sleep, but unable to sleep because of the excitement. This was the most unbearable feeling. Sulu rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and looked at the alloy mech at the end of the spacious room that was connected by countless cables. Suddenly, he no longer felt the mental torment from before. His eyes lit up as well. It was really beautiful. The surface of the pure black mech reflected a faint matte light, and the cables behind it that were connected to the various ports in the wall were painted in various colors according to the data or energy transmission. Some were white, some were red, some were blue. It was like a black ancient warrior with countless ribbons tied behind it, fluttering in the wind of the wasteland. Sula looked at this scene in admiration. He suddenly felt that there was no place in the world that was not beautiful. Even such cold metal and technology could still be pleasing to the eyes. After being stunned by the beauty of the mech, Sulu gradually regained his senses and fell into a pleasant surprise. After all, this was the second time in his life that he had seen a real mech. Previously, the worn-out M02 on the ancient bell looked like trash. However, the mech hanging on the platform not far from him was so lively, as if it would come alive in the next moment. He carefully moved closer to the wall. Although he had already obtained permission to enter, he still could not suppress the nervousness and excitement in his heart when he suddenly saw a rarely seen mech appear in front of him. This was the prototype of the M-series mech. All weapon systems and cockpit doors were removed. Sulu walked to the bottom of the mech and looked up at the mech that was glowing with a metallic light in midair. It was very easy for him to identify its model. In this spacious room, he found a terminal screen. He looked at it carefully and finally understood what this room was for. It turned out to be a mech control simulation room. Virtual training technology had been developed hundreds of years ago, but the problem was that it had not been fully developed. Today, it had not been promoted in the Federation. Sulu looked curiously at the instructions on the screen and found that this set of technology was the set of military technology that Sulu had been speculated on in the electronic magazine. Sulu's interest in operating mecha in battle was far less than his interest in repairing and designing mecha. However, he was even more aware that an excellent mecha repair engineer would need to have an absolute understanding of the object they were researching. Furthermore, they would need to go through a long period of hands-on work to be able to make the fastest and most accurate judgments on those minute details. Lihua University provided such excellent training conditions for its students. It just so happened that he had a lot of doubts about the mysterious power in his body and the relationship between mecha operation. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Rubbing his somewhat cold hands and rubbing his somewhat red eyes, Sulu calmed the excitement in his heart. Following the M-series prototype mech's mechanical legs that were slightly thicker than two people, the designer had cleverly constructed a ladder-like armor around the legs to make this sort of climb not too difficult. Sulu sat in the control cabin and looked at the spacious space before him. A strange feeling grew in his heart. His hands trembled slightly as he placed them on the ergonomic touchscreen on either side of his body. This type of touchscreen was definitely different from the real mecha systems of the military. However, it should be more than enough to test and familiarize himself with the mech. The Black M-series prototype mech let out a sizzling sound the moment his hand were placed on it. An extremely thin screen slowly descended from the originally empty cockpit door, taking up all of Sulu's line of sight. It looked just like the kind one would see when wearing the helmet of reality. Please select your overall operation ability test level. Without hesitation, Sulu chose the lowest level test environment, level 6. Although Uncle Feng Yu and Li Wei had both praised him as a genius, and he sometimes also felt that he was a genius himself, that kind of talent seemed to be reflected in the level of mecha operation. He would not be so arrogant as to think that he would be able to emit the power of the stars and become the strongest mecha warrior in the Human Federation the first time he actually operated a mecha. There had never been anyone in this world who was born with knowledge, and Sulu admitted that he was not one of them. The Level 6 Mecha Operation Training Test was indeed very simple. On the screen that took up all of his line of sight, all sorts of color patches and light rays constantly appeared. According to the instructions in the terminal, as long as it was a green color patch, he would need to perform a jump, while the black color patches would need to be destroyed. As for those light rays, they represented the energy emitted by the opponent's weapon. The only thing that was slightly more complicated was the control of the weapon system. This was because some color patches had a halo added to them, which meant that 2 to 5 consecutive hits would be required to destroy the target. The speed of the system test was very slow at the start, but as the number of targets the mecha could dodge or destroy increased, those color patches and light rays moving straight from the screen would gradually increase in speed. What made Su Li's head hurt even more was that there was no pattern to the appearance of those color patches and light rays. He could only rely on his own concentration and that pair of exceptionally calm eyes that had been immersed in the microscopic world for many years to judge. Sula had never actually operated a mecha before. The instructions on the touch screen required him to experiment several times before he could remember the instructions for each operation. For such a novice, he only thought that being able to make the mecha move was already a very impressive feat, however. When he was struck by the light rays for the 34th time and heard the synthetic mechanical voice report that the mecha had been destroyed, he still could not help but feel endlessly gloomy. He held on for the first time. 1 second. The mecha's left mechanical leg tripped over the right mechanical leg, and the mecha successfully fell to the ground and self-destructed. He held on for the second time. 2 seconds. The mecha on the virtual screen struggled to lift its left leg, and was then pierced by a light ray. The transmission device on its left leg malfunctioned, and it was judged to have failed. He held on for the third time. 3 seconds. If this continued, and he could hold on for 1 more second each time, perhaps Sulu, who was as tough as a rock, would not feel any sense of defeat. This was because he was like a blank piece of paper in this aspect to begin with. The problem was when he finally managed to familiarize himself with all the commands and inputs, and was able to make this mecha hovering in mid-air move nimbly, he found that he was completely unable to avoid those obstacles and lights coming at him from the holographic screen. Those programmed obstacles and weapons came at him too quickly. He tried a total of 34 times, but the longest he could last was just a mere 5 seconds. Too crazy. Su Li's personality made it so that he would not find this sort of color-filled and light-filled test to be too boring. The Federation's virtual technology was already extremely rudimentary to begin with, so it was impossible for it to show him lifelike 3D images of city streets, alleys, buildings, or forests on the screen. However, he really could not stand this kind of continuous failure and the feeling of being unable to see any hope of improvement. This was only the lowest level test, and it was already so difficult. Su Lu wiped away the sweat on his forehead, and in his heart he could not help but feel endless admiration for those mecha warriors of the Federation military. As for that uncle who had successfully seized the mecha and walked around the mountainside like a demon, he felt that the other was like a tall mountain that he could not approach no matter how hard he tried. Motherfucker, motherfucker. Su Lu would basically only swear in front of those closest to him. Most of the time, it was only when he felt defeated by being alone that he would say the words motherfucker. Moreover, every time he said the words motherfucker, it just so happened to be so proper and solemn. His words were articulate and powerful, as if he was saying, "I love you, the Federation." The sweat on his forehead flowed out again after he wiped it away. He stared at the incomparably large failure on the screen, panting heavily, and let out a long, stuffy sigh. How could he increase his reaction speed and operation speed? There seemed to be a jargon in mecha operation called hand speed. Su Lu stared blankly at his own 2 hands, having no intention of giving up. This was because the reason he had come to Area H today was to find out the relationship between the strength in his body and his mecha operation. Although he had experimented many times before, he had only lasted 8 seconds each time. However, he had still not actually tried out what he really needed to test. Closing his eyes, he thought back to those 10 postures. A faint warmth began to accumulate at the back of Su Li's waist. He carefully felt that warmth turn into a scorching heat, which then turned into a series of shivers on his skin. However, it was hidden under his clothes, so it did not show. Level 6 test begins. Those already incomparably familiar colored blocks and rays of light surged in from all directions on the screen, leaving very little reaction time and space for the mecha, which appeared in the virtual world from a first-person perspective. Su Li's hands moved rapidly across the screen, entering command after command. Only he knew that the current situation had already undergone some very subtle changes compared to before. When those colored blocks and rays of light entered his eyes, his brain reacted in the shortest amount of time. However, the commands his brain sent to his fingertips no longer seemed to be transmitted through the nerve bundles in his body. Instead, the right to bear the weight of the commands was subconsciously snatched away by that warm current and trembling in his body. Improvement 11. 7 seconds. Su Li leaned limply against his seat in the cockpit, his entire body drenched in sweat. In his full concentration, he had not even noticed the abnormality in his body earlier. To be honest, those microscopic changes were indeed not something that could be observed by humans themselves. They could only be seen in the results. His stomach growled, and an irrepressible feeling of hunger appeared. Su Li licked his dry lips. He was already used to this phenomenon. Every time that familiar trembling appeared, he would feel incomparably tired and hungry. He did not leave, continuing to attempt what only one person in the history of the Federation had ever done. However, he did not improve after that. His best result was still stuck at the extremely pitiful figure of 11. 7 seconds. Finally, one time, in his intense depression, Su Li could not control that trace of trembling from his fingertips. With a cracking sound, the two intricate and expensive touch control screens shattered into countless components and screen fragments. He stared blankly at these fragments under his hands. Suddenly, he came to his senses. Who knew how many credits would be deducted for destroying such intricate equipment in the school? Suppressing his fatigue and hunger, he climbed down from the M prototype and cleaned up the fragments inside. Then, like a thief, he quietly slipped out of the room. Leaving the room, Su Li was somewhat surprised to find a cup of steaming hot coffee and a few plates of snacks on the coffee table in Area H1's lounge. He swallowed. It was already late at night, and there was no place to eat. He really could not suppress the hunger in his stomach. He carefully looked around to confirm that there was no one around, and then walked over. Chapter 68. Library Area H was the most secluded and secretive building in Lihua University. Behind this building, surrounded by the lake and the dense forest, there was an exceptionally quiet little villa. Without the permission of the school and the owner of the villa, perhaps no one would be able to see this little villa. Young master, the coffee and your favorite caviar are ready. Uncle Jean, who was wearing a butler's uniform, bowed slightly and said calmly to the young man on the sofa, "However, I still strongly recommend that you adjust your daily schedule. Although the outside world vaguely knows that you live in University Town, there is no need to hide your identity and go out at night. It's not good for your health." The young man on the sofa put down the documents in his hands and fell silent for a moment. Butler Jean was one of the most trusted people in the family. He had only met this butler after he graduated from the Capital University. After a few attempts, he knew that he couldn't make the butler give up the title of young master, so he gave up. However, there was no way around it. Tai Ziyuan didn't have anyone in the Federation that he was afraid of. He was just habitually suffering from insomnia. This bad habit started when he was 11 years old, and there was no way to cure it. He knew very well that insomnia was due to pressure, the endless pressure that had surrounded him since he was a child. The young man's face was slightly pale. He stood up from the sofa and said to Butler Jean, "I'm used to it." Butler Jean bowed respectfully to the young man walking out of the villa, but he was thinking about his young master's pale face. After a few months of working together, he of course knew about his young master's insomnia problem. However, he couldn't solve it because, as the most loyal servant of the Tai family, he knew that his young master would have to bear the pressure in his life in the future. Every citizen of the Federation knew that there were 7 families in the Federation, but they seemed to have forgotten that a long time ago, there was only one family in the Federation that stood proudly above the masses, the Tai family. 37 constitutional years ago, the last emperor of the Tai family ended his family's rule with a smile and then began to retreat into the shadows of history. No matter how history was written, the citizens of the Federation were grateful to the faraway Tai family. They made the greatest sacrifice and the wisest choice for the Federation to develop towards democracy and freedom. No one knew what kind of power the Tai family, who had once controlled the wealth and power of the entire human society, still had after so many years. This was something that even the other 6 of the 7 great families were not fully aware of. However, no one had ever dared to show disrespect to the Tai family. As the sole heir of the Tai family for 7 generations, the young master was only a 17-year-old boy. How could he bear such a huge burden? When Butler Jean thought of his wife's prediction of the future development of the Federation, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of heartache for the pale-faced young man. However, he immediately knew that he shouldn't reveal such a feeling of closeness, as it would be disrespectful to his master. He walked to the side of the sofa and began to organize the documents that the young master had finished reading today. Then, he put the paper documents into the furnace and burned them, leaving no trace behind. The flames swallowed up the documents that Tai Ziyuan had read earlier. On the white papers, it was recorded that the anti-government leader had secretly arrived at the capital city on a special plane and had begun his campaign for the Federation's parliament. The entire Federation would only know about this news tomorrow night. There was also a white paper that recorded that Senator Pabre, who was born in the Donglin district, had solemnly expressed at a small gathering of his close friends that he had some thoughts about the next year's presidential election. Most 17-year-old boys read comics or novels. Only the descendants of the Tai family would read such things. With such a life, it was difficult not to lose sleep. There was a secret passageway by the lakeside that led directly to the mysterious H1 area behind the H section of Yue University's library. Tai Ziyuan stood silently in the middle of the corridor. After passing through the scanning of the light blue light and entering through the alloy door, he habitually chose the room on the right and pushed open the door to enter. This descendant of the mysterious Tai family, who was constantly sought out by various forces and was known as the Crown Prince, did not need to worry about his safety. This was because only he and Butler Jean had access to this area. Even the principal did not have access. There were no surveillance cameras here, and the Special Task Force agents did not need to follow him in. His status naturally did not require him to work hard like a successful mecha warrior or mechanic. However, he still entered H1 on time every night to carry out those boring exercises. This was because the previous head of the Tai family, the young boy's father, had relayed a certain person's words more than once when he was still alive. Mechas are basically a type of flashy but useless waste, except for special operations. However, the process of trying to use the human body to control a huge machine could temper a person's will and change a person's temperament. For Tai Ziyuan, who had an incomparably noble status, there was another reason why he came to H1 every night. Every time he was tired and sweaty in the laboratory, he always felt a kind of carefree feeling. After drinking a cup of hot coffee and eating 2 pieces of snacks, he was barely able to fall into an extremely poor sleep. The passageway from H1 to the lakeside villa and the passageway from H section of the library were 2 completely opposite directions. Tai Ziyuan turned right. Sulu, who came in first, also turned right. The 2 of them happened to enter 2 rooms that were opposite each other. After a while, the door of the other room opened. Sulu walked out and stared blankly at the hot coffee on the thermostat in the lounge. His stomach growled twice. Sulu left. H1 was still quiet. After a while, Tai Ziyuan, who looked even more tired but whose face had a few traces of red, walked out of the room. He had a sweat-soaked shirt on his elbow. The young man's facial features were distinct. Although he could not be said to be heroic, a trace of satisfaction flashed across his face that left a deep impression. He had finally passed level 3 today. Although it took him a whole half a month, the sense of accomplishment did not seem to be weaker than every success he had had in the past few years. There were no surveillance cameras here, nor were there any family servants. After being stunned for a while, Tai Ziyuan suddenly shouted at the empty building, as if he was venting something. However, it was obvious that he rarely did such things. The shouting stopped abruptly. After a slight embarrassment, his face returned to its usual indifference and calmness. Tai Yuan habitually walked to the lounge and sat on a chair. He habitually reached out his right hand, picked up the cup of hot coffee, and took a sip. There was nothing in the cup. Tai Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Only then did he feel that the cup was much lighter than usual. From the corner of his eye, he saw that a few pieces of the caviar on the plate were missing, and there were some food remnants on the table. Vigilantly, he stood up and scanned the entire H1 area as quickly as he could. He then pressed a button on the pager. As long as he pressed the button, Butler Jean would bring the Special Task Force's special agents over to ensure his safety. However, Tai Yuan did not press the pager because he noticed a piece of paper on the table beside him. Usually, he would leave notes for Butler Jean here, so he prepared a pen and a stack of white paper. However, the handwriting on the paper today was obviously not his, nor was it Butler Jean's. Tai Yuan frowned. He picked up the clothes that had been thrown at his feet and wrapped his fingers. He picked up the paper. "I'm very sorry. I was too hungry after the practice and took your food without asking. Although I don't know who you are and whether you still want to eat, I'm really sorry. By the way, that plate of pastries seems to be spoiled. They taste weird. I'll bring you something good to eat tomorrow night as an apology. I hope you won't be angry." Tai Yuan put down the paper and suddenly turned to walk to another room. He pushed open the door and walked to the terminal screen. He found a bag of trash behind the screen, which seemed to be a fragment of the screen. He was even more confused about what had happened. He turned on the terminal screen curiously to see what the person who had entered before had done. Level 6? 11. 7 seconds? What an idiot. Tai Yuan gave a fair evaluation without holding back. Looking at the input speed of the computer, this person was obviously a newbie. Why would he want to challenge level 6, which was the most difficult level? It seemed that this person really didn't know anything. Although Tai Yuan could hold on for half a minute if he challenged level 6, he definitely wouldn't try a second time. This was because the level 6 test time was 20 minutes long, and the speed would increase with each passing minute. Only the best of the best in the Federation or the Empire would be able to pass. No, even the strongest mecha warrior in the Federation or the Empire wouldn't be able to pass level 6. Tai Yuan's expression darkened as he turned off the terminal screen. He was filled with endless anger towards that idiot intruder. Drinking his favorite Gata coffee, eating his favorite Caspian caviar, and saying that his biscuits were spoiled, Tai Yuan quickly walked back to the lounge. After a moment of silence, he picked up the pen and habitually wrote his reply at the bottom of the white paper. "Read, young master, I didn't know that the principal was attending a meeting at the Ministry of Education. It seems that the first military academy is preparing to visit Linhai University Town. I'll definitely make him give an explanation." Butler Jean lowered his head to hide his nervousness. He felt a lingering fear whenever he thought about how the young master had actually spent tens of minutes alone with an intruder in H1. The test results for the coffee cup and caviar are out. There's no poison. There's also no problem with the pen and paper. Have you found out the identity of the intruder? Under the afternoon sun, Tai Yuan, who had just woken up, seemed to be in better spirits than usual. He tried to ask as calmly as possible. Chapter 69. H1's central control computer strangely gave the answer that the information was confidential. However, after accessing the school's surveillance equipment, the Special Task Force found out that this person was called Su Lu. Butler Jean continued, and according to the results of the family investigation, this person entered UA University last year because Professor Jean recommended him. Professor Jean, the designer of H1? Tai Yuan was slightly taken aback and asked, "So it was him? No wonder that student could enter H1. Does that student know my identity?" He didn't know that the principal was a cautious person. This kind of problem shouldn't have occurred. When mentioning the principal of UA University, there was not much respect in Butler Jin's tone. Tai Yuan was silent for a moment. He thought about the intruder who had eaten his caviar last night. He thought about the trespasser's extremely lackluster taste, and especially about that empty coffee cup. He had indirectly touched that person's mouth. Tai Yuan felt extremely angry in his heart, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He calmly mocked, cautious, "I don't see it." Tai Yuan did not care about the principal of Yue University. He did not even respect the designer of H1. It was only because his parents used to know each other in this university, and because his parents had a good relationship with the principal and Professor Jean, that he did not show too much indifference in front of Butler Jean. He did not know that the principal had gone to the special regional capital to participate in an impromptu meeting with the Ministry of Education. The problem of the intruder could not be dealt with properly for the time being. Tai Yuan suddenly remembered what Butler Jean had just said. The first military academy was visiting Yue University? He frowned. He smelled a hint of flattery that he did not like. The Tai family had been at the top of human society for too long. It was so long that Tai Yuan sometimes could not remember the history of the family clearly. 37 constitutional years ago, the Tai family had ended their rule over human society. Since then, no matter how the political system changed, until the Federation was established 600 years ago, they had always maintained certain very important traditions. Similar to the traditions of these great families, the major military academies of the Federation had actually appeared before the recent Federation system. Since ancient times, the descendants of the Tai family had all studied at the first military academy. This was a tradition that was recognized by both sides. The only exception was the previous Tai family head 20 years ago. Unexpectedly, he chose Yue University. Because the previous head of the Tai family, Tai Yuan's father, was a person with a strong literary background and had no interest in political, military, and economic matters. He had been very little in his life when he was alive, so the first was shocked and disappointed, but also reluctantly accepted this reality. The problem was, now that the future head of the Tai family had once again started to study and experience human society, he had once again given up on the first military academy and chose Yue University. This made the elders of the first military academy feel humiliated. They did not understand what the high and mighty Tai family was thinking. Presumably, the upcoming visit had something to do with Tai Yuan, who was hiding in Yue University. Butler Jean saw that the young master was deep in thought, and very keenly guessed what he was thinking. He softly explained, "We haven't found out where the first military academy got the news from yet. It's possible that they guessed it. After all, there are many powerful people in the first military academy. Back then, they watched with their own eyes as their father chose Yue University. How could they not remember this kind of humiliation?" Tai Yuan calmly said, "Since Zhou Yu and Yuzi know that I'm in Yue University, there shouldn't be many people in the Federation who don't know. Zhou Yingxing is too much. That pair of siblings came to Linhai a few months ago, and it's said that they caused some trouble in the city. Young master, do you think we should warn the Ministry of National Defense?" Butler Jean was only a butler of the Tai family, but other than in front of the madam and the young master, he would act like a noble in a novel, no matter who it was in front of in the Federation government. Warning sounded like a gentle word, but if this word came from the Tai family, it represented an extremely strong pressure in action. It was possible that many people would lose their future because of this, or even lose their lives. Tai Yuan quietly looked at Butler Jean, his calm eyes hiding a deep sense of pressure. He said word by word, "Don't forget, the era of imperial power has already passed 37,000 years ago. The Federation today is a society ruled by law. I'm only a descendant of the Tai family, and I can't really be the crown prince. I don't want to warn you again, but the glory of the past can't come back, and you shouldn't think like that. Besides, in my opinion, that glory is nothing but shame and sin. History can't be reversed, at least not in my hands." Tai Yuan put down the information about the intruder called Su Lu and narrowed his eyes to warn his butler. The reason why he gave such a serious warning was because he knew that if he expressed his opinion about certain things or people, the Tai family's terrifying influence throughout the Federation would come into play, and he didn't want that to happen. This was especially true for the Zhou family siblings. Although he didn't consider them as friends, they had accompanied him when he was young, and they had always treated him with respect. He didn't want them to attract any trouble just because they wanted to get close to him. Moreover, his mother seemed to have casually said after dinner that Zhou looked like a girl with a buttocks and should be easy to bear. Although Tai Ziyuan was very uncomfortable with his mother's tone, he also knew that if Yuzi had become one of the possible targets in his mother's eyes, then there would be a lot of trouble if Butler Jean secretly did something for him. Keep what happened last night a secret. Tai Ziyuan tapped the information about Su Lu lightly with his fingertips and said in a serious tone, "Don't let my family know. I don't want my mother to worry about such trivial matters." Butler Jean hesitated for a moment before agreeing, then said, "Young master, you can't enter Area H1 before you revoke the access rights of that student called Sulu. You don't have to worry about me. Since he's a student recommended by Professor Jean, I don't think my mother will be worried, even if she knows." Tai Ziyuan said, "Tell those special task force agents to stay away as well. I'm having trouble breathing if they keep following me around. I'm a prisoner in this villa anyway, but I can't always be watched by the guards. The special task force agents are Mr. President's goodwill to Madam." Before Butler Jean could finish, Tai Ziyuan frowned. "Kufu, that idiot, is definitely going to step down next year. Does he expect my mother to help him stay in office? President Kufu isn't that ambitious. He only hopes to enter the Golden Foundation after he steps down." Butler Jean took over the topic naturally and said seriously, "Madam will meet with Councilman Pabre tomorrow to discuss matters regarding next year's election. Pabre is someone that both my mother and I admire very much." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment before saying, "But the more you admire him, the more disappointed my mother will be. How could an upright and outstanding politician be willing to be influenced by those families and tycoons? Perhaps Madam will offer a very attractive price. Then both parties can only reach some kind of compromise at most." Tai Ziyuan didn't want to think about these troublesome things that a 17-year-old teenager shouldn't be thinking about, so he walked up to the bedroom on the second floor. The sky outside was gradually darkening. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter H1 as usual. He didn't want his mother to know about this matter. Firstly, he needed some privacy and freedom of his own. Secondly, he subconsciously didn't want his mother to know that Professor Jean was still alive. As for Sulu, he didn't care about him at all. In the eyes of this noble young master, that intruder was just an extremely lucky retired soldier who had an extremely disgusting taste in life. Perhaps he was a little interesting? Tai Ziyuan, who was going upstairs, had a mischievous smile on his face. The most expensive food Su Lu had ever eaten in his life was probably the buffalo he had slaughtered with his own hands. Of course, he couldn't say that he had high taste in life. The precious Caspian Sea caviar on his tongue was just a very disgusting taste, like the taste of rotten salted egg yolks. Moreover, the size of the caviar made it even more disgusting. His taste buds were completely unable to adapt to those small explosions, which was why he had reminded that classmate on the paper. The biscuits seemed to have gone bad. That night, Sulu still couldn't sleep. His experiment in H1 had ended in failure. When he used the mysterious power in his body to operate the mecha, he didn't show the same level of strength as the uncle. He wasn't sure if it was because of his own ability or if he had taken a wrong path. However, that small possibility still kept him thinking and excited. He kept thinking, if it weren't for the fact that his fingertips were trembling so violently that they destroyed the two control screens, would he really have discovered something wonderful? Besides that, what he thought about the most was that he had secretly eaten someone else's supper last night. He felt very ashamed, because taking without asking was considered stealing. Although he had brought Li Wei to steal from the cafe owner before, he had returned it that very night. Su Lu decided to bring some supper to that classmate today as compensation. He just didn't know if the other party would still be staying up late tonight. What he wanted to experiment was the relationship between mecha control and the power in his body. That mysterious trembling in his body definitely couldn't be known to anyone else. For safety reasons, Su Lu might enter H1 during the day and wait in the gatehouse until late at night when no one spoke. Only then would he carry that slightly whitened backpack and head to a remote area of Pear Blossom University in the dark. Before entering the room on the right, Su Lu first walked into the lounge. Seeing the large study character on the paper, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself that this classmate was quite an interesting person. Seeing that the table was still filled with hot coffee and biscuits, Su Lu quickly averted his gaze. He was really choking on these biscuits. Putting down the bag of soy milk and deep-fried dough cake, Su Lu glanced at the tightly shut door and then walked into his own room. Chapter 70. His backpack was stuffed full of small self-powered repair tools, a large number of components, and standard high-intensity holographic screen chips. All of these things have been ordered online, costing Su Lu more than 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, the logistics industry of the Federation was exceptionally developed nowadays, and these things were not control goods. Without wasting any time, he prepared to fix the 2 holographic screens he had broken last night. However, when he walked behind the holographic screen terminals, he found that the holographic screen fragments he had carefully piled up were already gone. Putting down the heavy backpack in surprise, Su Lu scratched his head and climbed up the gangway ladder to the M-prototype mecha's operation cabin. He was rather happy to find the 2 holographic screens beside his hands. Currently in an extremely good mood, he could not help but feel even more grateful towards Yue University. But what he did not know was that these 2 holographic screens had been replaced by Butler Jean, who was in charge of the cleanup of Area H1. Although Butler Jean was always the only person by the side of the young master of the Tai family, in reality, this personal butler led 5 small teams, numbering as many as 60 professionals, to provide comprehensive service to Tai Ziyuan alone. Replacing 2 holographic screens within a single day was truly too easy a task. Su Lu naturally could not have guessed that he was basking in the glory of an important person, enjoying the highest level of logistics service of the Federation. At this time, he was already seated in the operation cabin, beginning his level 6 training. However, tonight, he was exceptionally careful, consciously controlling the intensity of the trembling or heat flow in his body. Very strange, truly very strange. Faced with the increasing speed of light and color on the holographic screens, Su Li's eyes did not blink, engraving all of it into his mind. Then, with a single thought, a channel seemed to suddenly appear in the muscles and nerves of his body, and the trembling or heat flow would follow that channel, faithfully and rapidly transmitting his thoughts to his fingertips. From there, they would move rapidly across the holographic screens, entering command after command. However, it was still embarrassing. His best time of 11.8 seconds was 0. 1 second better than last night's. Could this even be considered improvement? Drenched in sweat, Su Lu sat limply in his seat, sweat dripping down from his wet black hair. His fingers were trembling uncontrollably from overexertion. This trembling was purely a side effect of exhaustion, and there was nothing strange about it at all. Su Lu sat thoughtfully in the belly of the mecha's operation cabin, recalling the uncle's every move in the valley, his fingers imitating those movements he had seen before. Suddenly, he stood up and looked from the side of the mecha's compartment, and could not help but whistle. It looked like there were indeed some differences between the blueprints and reality. Although those data wiring and sensor devices were indeed under the mecha's protection, they were not isolated from the alloy mecha's controls. Vaguely, Su Lu had a general understanding of how Uncle Feng's used pair of magical hands had been able to control the mecha's movements just from the surface of the mecha. It was probably the trembling in the body that could leave the human body to form some sort of electrical current or data flow, passing through the surface of the alloy mecha to enter the mecha's data transmission lines. This was a whimsical idea. The human body was not a generator, nor was it a sensor. How could it possibly use electrical current or data flow to communicate with a machine? But other than that, Su Lu really had no way of explaining the ability the uncle had once displayed. Su Lu sat back down in his chair, once again sinking into a long period of thought. If he wanted to prove his conjecture, prove that the trembling in the body could be converted into a fixed frequency wave under certain circumstances, and even be able to control mecha, then he would need to enter the Federation's top laboratories. A year had already passed. The trembling in Su Li's body that could suddenly erupt with tremendous power had already seeped under his skin, no longer attracting attention. Instead, it had become some sort of slightly numbing heat flow, circulating endlessly along a certain channel in his body. But this had little to do with him operating the touchscreen, unless he could get his hands on a mecha full body sensor control console that had long since been phased out. Sulu wiped away the sweat on his forehead, enjoying the clean breeze that continuously flowed in from around the control console. It was said that the current M52 series was even more comfortable to control, but he was already very satisfied. In the cool breeze, he stared blankly at his slightly trembling hands. He did not know how to release that heat flow from his body beyond his skin, much less use this power to control the three major systems of his mecha. But no matter how slow a person was, at this time, he would know that the 10 movements that Uncle Boss had taught him back then were a kind of mysterious and powerful ability. He stared blankly at his hands and suddenly felt afraid. He felt that if this continued, he was afraid that he would no longer be himself, but would become a machine. But he didn't know whether it was a killing machine or something else. But so what if he was afraid? That intense curiosity and thirst for the unknown continued to spur him on. He continued to fumble around on this path without a teacher, completely forgetting his original intention of only wanting to repair mecha. More and more, he sank deeper and deeper into the endless boundaries of mecha and his own body. What did the Uncle Boss mean when he said the number one machine back then? Exhausted but energized, Sulu walked out of the room. A whole new world had already opened up before him. His mind was filled with an excitement that did not match the fatigue of his body at all. Faced with this kind of mysterious and unknown world, perhaps some people would be afraid and some would avoid it. But for Sulu, he only excitedly waited for what might happen in the future. The door of the opposite room was still tightly shut. The excellent soundproofing of Area H1 was silent. Only the green light beside the door indicated that there was someone inside. From the hot coffee and spoiled biscuits in the lounge, Sulu knew that this unknown companion was the same person from last night. He looked curiously at the door, thinking to himself that it was already so late. Other than himself, there was actually someone else who could not sleep for 2 consecutive nights. It was because his mind was always occupied by those strange and incomprehensible things. Where was the person inside? His growling stomach reminded him that he was in a state of extreme hunger. Sulu walked into the lounge with a bitter face, wolfing down his soy milk and youtiao. Then he began to look at the soy milk and youtiao that he originally brought for that person with green eyes. At this time, Sulu had already confirmed that every time he used the trembling power in his body, he would fall into a state of hunger. It was like this when he broke the plastic rope to escape in Donglin District, and it was also like this when he practiced in the gatehouse every night, especially after 2 nights of repetitive and boring high-intensity training in Area H1. His spirit was stretched to the extreme, and his hunger had reached an unprecedented level. This little bit of soy milk and youtiao was really not enough to fill his stomach. He muttered a few words in a low voice, as if he was apologizing to the air. Then he picked up a piece of youtiao cake and swallowed it quickly. But he was still not satisfied. He stared at the little food on the table, pursed his lips, and smiled embarrassedly. He quietly picked up the cup of coffee. The coffee was gone, but the caviar was still there. That tasteless person really came. Tai Yuan, who was sweating all over, stared at the table in the lounge unhappily. He saw the soy milk and a piece of greasy paste in the paper bag that gave him a headache. He picked up the paper and saw that there was handwriting on it again. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough food today. I'm really hungry, so I only left you a piece of deep-fried dough cake and drank your coffee. But it seems that you have been suffering from insomnia recently. It's better to drink less coffee," Tai Yuan looked at the last 2 words on the note, and a smirking face seemed to flash in front of his eyes. He should have been angry, but he didn't know why he smiled bitterly instead. Tai Yuan took out the soy milk and the youtiao cake from the paper bag. Suddenly, he was lost in thought. If it was someone who wanted to harm him, they could put ordinary food for more than 20 days and randomly choose a day to put poison. As long as they could make him lose his vigilance, what couldn't they do? He silently looked at the soy milk and the thing called the youtiao cake in his hand. Suddenly, a fierce expression flashed across his face, as if he had decided to take the most dangerous gamble in his life. He frowned and drank the soy milk as if he was drinking poison. Then, he ate the deep-fried dough cake and sat on the chair in the lounge. He was in a daze for a long time. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "Deep-fried dough cake? It seems to taste okay." Suddenly, Tai Ziwan lost interest in his favorite caviar cake. His eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote his reply on the paper. Stingy. After finishing this action, which even he felt was incomparably childish, Tai Ziwan subconsciously walked to the room and began to look at Su Li's training data. Even he didn't know why he was so interested in this intruder. As expected, the duration of level 6 was still around 11 seconds. Tai Ziwan thought sarcastically that this guy was really an idiot. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyebrows furrowed. He had a feeling that the rows of data didn't seem to match up. "Young master, the results of Hospital 1 are out." Butler Jean looked at Tai Ziwan with some concern. He was in charge of cleaning up Area H1, so he naturally knew the handwriting left on the white paper. However, without the young master's permission, he didn't dare to touch it. He lowered his head and reported, "After the laboratory there identified these data, they believe that these data were fabricated." Fabricated? Tai Ziwan turned off the TV on the wall and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously that idiot's training data. So why did the experts of 1st Military Academy come to the conclusion that it was fabricated? Chapter 71. Young Master, the 1st Military Academy did not know that it was your test data. Housekeeper Jean did not understand the situation. He subconsciously thought that the young master had tampered with his data, but he could not guess the young master's intentions. Could it be that the young master was unhappy with the 1st Military Academy, sending a representative team to visit Yua University, disturbing his peace? Maybe there was a problem with the sampling. Tai Ziwan naturally would not admit his childish actions to his subordinates and servants. He lowered his head to look at the analysis report on Su Li's test data, treating it as a way to relax under the heavy pressure he was under every day. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. The experts of the 1st Military Academy naturally would not make a mistake in their judgment. Those densely packed data were indeed a little strange, but it was consistent with his intuition from that night. In Su Li's test data, the effective command input speed, excluding the redundant data, was 76 seconds on average, with the highest peak being 139 seconds. In other words, within each standard period of time, Su Li could only input around 100 effective commands into the mecha. Even if these effective commands were all correct countermeasures at such a low speed, it was still impossible for the mecha to last 7 seconds in the level 6 test. At most, it would fail after 7 seconds. There was indeed a problem with the data indicated on the paper. Tai Ziwan curiously looked through it carefully. His own command input speed was about 4 times that of the other party, and the other party was indeed a beginner. Using the analysis of the 1st Military Academy to complete the dodging and attacking movements of the mecha with this kind of input speed, the experimenter's neural reaction speed must be unbelievably high. 0.0012. Seeing this calculated number, Tai Ziwan could not help but doubt the reliability of Su Li's test data. The most important thing in operating a mecha was the reaction speed of the operator. The mecha's own detection equipment would scan the terrain and environment, and any hostile targets or obstacles would appear on the operator's visual display. Those light icons and data were read by the human eye and entered into the brain for analysis. Then, the brain would send out instructions, which would be transmitted to the hands via nerve bundles. Then, the operation instructions would be inputted into the touch screen, and the mecha would perform the corresponding actions according to the instructions. This was a complete process, and no one would be able to omit every step of the process. After training, the reaction speed of the human body might become much faster than that of the average person, such as those top-notch special mecha operators of the Federation or the Empire. However, due to the limitations of one's physiological foundation, it was impossible for one to reach such an inconceivable level. This reaction speed was practically zero, And from the analysis of data and the various aspects of mecha combat, the only aspect that could reduce one's reaction time was the time between the brain issuing the command and the hands inputting the command. Science had long since proven that the human brain's neural processing and reaction speed was about 300 meters per second. The response speed was about 126th of a second, and the transmission speed of information in the bundle of nerves was 120 meters per second. However, Su Li's neural reaction speed, or the transmission speed within the nerve bundle, was far beyond this value. No wonder the experts in the first military academy's laboratory had thought that there was a problem with this data. If information could be transmitted so quickly in the human body, then that could only mean that the person was not human. Tai Ziyuan shook his head and set the data aside. Since there was a problem with the data, he had no interest in paying any more attention to that idiot. He was also not worried about whether some expert from some faction had disguised himself as a novice to get close to him. This was because an impersonator could only pretend to have a slower reaction speed, not create such a ridiculous neural reaction speed out of thin air. Right, Uncle Gene tonight? Prepare a pot of coffee? Tai Ziyuan suddenly thought of something very important. Frowning, he said, 2 cups. Sulu did indeed have nerves that were much stronger than the average person's. If it had been someone else, when they were young and found out that their boss was a fugitive from the military, they would have definitely fled the control room or the repair shop long ago and reported it to the government, trembling all over. However, Sulu did not. If it had been someone else, if they were caught by the military special forces and had several black muzzles pointed at them, they would definitely be scared to the point of peeing their pants and telling the government about Uncle Jin's whereabouts. However, Sulu did not do so. If it had been someone else, when they found out that the glory of the charter throughout the Federation couldn't shine on them, and when they found out that they could implant a new chip into the back of their neck, they would definitely be scared witless. However, Sulu still did not do so. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many strange things in his short 18 years of life. So when he found out that the mysterious power in his body seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined, he did not panic or feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement and desire. It was not a desire for power, but a desire for the unknown. He only knew all of this, accepted all of this, and bravely faced all of this. Furthermore, he faced all of this with such optimism. Even though he was still a fugitive from society, he was still happily and healthily working, studying, and living in UA University. He had friends, female friends, a study partner that he never saw every night, and something that he was most interested in, something that he was willing to sacrifice his sweat and time for. Of course, this was to describe Su Li's personality. It had nothing to do with the conclusion that the first military academy came up with after reviewing the data from Area H1. Su Li knew that in this world, there were already people who had studied his nerves and thought that the data was very crazy. If he were to examine the data himself, he could easily come up with the most realistic conclusion. In this world, there was no one whose nerve reaction and transmission speed was fast enough to catch up with the sun. Su Li could, and Feng Yu could not. The reason why his pathetically slow hand speed could exceed the speed of the screen was because when the light and color on the screen entered his eyes and was calculated in his brain, they were not transmitted to his hands through the nerve bundles of the spinal column and the nerve cells. After the brain made the calculation, the reaction should be following the path of the strange tremors and heat flow in his body. If the nerve bundles in the human body were the widest 12-lane highway in the outskirts of the Capital Special District, then the path in Su Li's body that could not be found in an autopsy was like the established space path between galaxies. There was no end, only direction, no speed limit, only vastness. In the following few nights of learning and experimentation, Su Li also gradually experienced the beauty of this strange control method. He was so engrossed in it that he could not extricate himself. At level 6, his endurance time also grew longer and longer from 11.8 seconds to 17 seconds. Other than the constant battle with the M prototype mecha, Su Li also had one more thing on his mind these past few days. He found that the classmate next door seemed to have the same insomnia problem as himself. Although they had not met yet, the two of them seemed to be separated by a corridor, communicating through the supper. Later on, Su Lu prepared ample portions of food, such as scallion pancakes and roasted sweet potatoes. These natural food were actually not easy to find these days, and they were not cheap either. However, Su Lu had been having extra meals every night for the past 6 months. He never got tired of looking for supper and was very familiar with it. So there was not a single night where he had the same meal. Tonight, he had brought over roasted lamb chops. Of course, it was synthetic mutton. Looking at the pot of coffee and the pitifully small plate of biscuits in the lounge, he could not help but smile. He thought to himself, that person called me a stingy person, but in fact, I am the stingy one. How can I have enough biscuits with so little? Later on, he finally discovered the strangeness of those caviar biscuits, and also knew how expensive they were, but he still did not like them. Su Lu very naturally poured himself a cup of hot coffee, and then hummed the theme song of Channel 23's longevity drama as he sashayed into his room. He and Tai Ziwan, whose name he did not know, seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. After the two of them entered Area H1, they would always turn right, never left, and never disturb each other. Sulu was already used to this kind of night. He sat on the M-Series prototype and began to concentrate on his practice. Occasionally, in between practice, he would lift his feet up and rest on the alloy frame by the cockpit door. He would drink his hot coffee while looking at the high ceiling and thinking about random things. For example, he was thinking today, if he could find a complete simulation system and connect the sensors directly to the surface of his skin, would it allow the mech to operate faster? This was just a thought. Those systems that were judged to have no future had been eliminated decades ago. Su Lu was quite lucky to have seen one in the garbage hold of the ancient clock, but where could he find one in this university? A sudden voice in the cockpit woke Su Lu from his thoughts. The cup of coffee in his hand almost fell to the ground a few meters away. Is the coffee good? An emotionless voice came from a speaker in the cockpit. Su Lu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He had been in H1 for many nights and had not heard or seen anyone other than himself. He had not heard any other voice. He looked at the light screen prompt and confirmed that it was an internal call from H1. He immediately guessed who the voice belonged to. He subconsciously raised his coffee cup towards the speaker and said with a smile, "Are the onion pancakes good? I saw that you didn't leave any for me yesterday." The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if not used to this kind of conversation. After a while, the voice said softly, "Is it too boring to practice alone? Do you want to try it online?" Su Lu was stunned and scratched his wet hair. He had never seen the person in the other room before, so he was naturally curious. Although he didn't take the initiative to try to open the door in order to keep his secret, after several days of coffee and supper, he felt that he wasn't unfamiliar with the other party. More importantly, these days of practice made him realize that he seemed to be getting more and more interested in piloting mecha. He also felt that his level was improving a little too quickly. It was just that he lacked a real comparison, so he was not sure how good he was. Looking for a beating? Come on then. Sulu put the coffee cup beside him and clenched his fist. The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if it did not expect Su Lu to say such ridiculous words. There was a hint of seriousness in the voice. There are not many people who dare to speak to me like this. Chapter 72. Reality proved that the one who was looking for trouble was Su Lu, and he was being tortured very badly. In the virtual scenario that took 4 minutes to construct, he only lasted 1 minute before being judged as the loser. A complete failure, and both the human and the machine were destroyed. Looking at the fireworks that represented victory and the small white flags that represented the losers on the screen in front of him, Su Lu couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. He was also angry at the designer of this virtual system. He didn't notice that although the designer of H1's virtual combat system was very rough, it used a three-dimensional combat simulation that the federal military had not yet successfully experimented with. Taking the towel beside him and wiping the sweat off his face, Su Lu calmed himself down. He broke away from the joy of discovering a treasure trove a few nights ago and repositioned himself as a beginner and a country bumpkin. Smiling, he said to his familiar yet unfamiliar companion on the other side of the communicator. Again, the outcome did not change much. In the next few practice matches, no matter what kind of terrain was chosen, Su Lu was still beaten to a pulp by the mecha on the other side of the screen. Although he had stronger nerves than anyone else, his mecha combat experience was close to zero. Of course, he was no match for the person on the other side of the screen. Tai Ziwan did not want to get to know that young student doorman. His identity and position were too sensitive. He should not have had any relationship with someone of Su Li's level. If it were not for some vague reason, Tai Ziwan would not have even allowed Su Lu to enter H1. Even if he was a student recommended by Professor Jean, even if Professor Jean was the designer of H1. He did not know if it was because the sleepless nights were too boring, or because of the steaming hot soy milk, or the oily supper that he could not name, but which had an indescribably delicious taste, or because the young master of the Tai family had not seen anyone close to his age by his side for a long time. He allowed Su Lu to enter District H1 every night, but even so, he was not prepared to meet Su Lu. On this point, he somewhat admired this young man for his understanding of the situation. He had never tried to knock on his door. Just because we don't see each other doesn't mean we can't talk, Tai Ziwan told himself in his heart. He was a little curious as to why this seemingly ordinary student would suffer from insomnia every night. Could it be that the other party was also bearing the same kind of pressure as him? Thinking of this, Tai Ziwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this world, there was no one else of the same age who could have the same pressure as him. Bored to death, he casually started a sentence and couldn't stop himself. Since he had already spoken, could he fight with the other party in the virtual environment to vent? Tai Ziwan said to himself in his heart. Coincidentally, he was also a little curious about the other party's training progress. Because he had tried level 6 before, he knew how difficult it was. The other party had been able to go from being completely clueless at the beginning to being able to persist for 17 seconds in just 10 short days. This was really an impressive result. Tai Ziwan himself had only lasted 30 seconds when he had tried level 6. Even if he had improved now, the improvement would not be too big. The successor of the Tai family, a long time ago, should be the identity of the Crown Prince. Even in today's Federation, the head of the 7 great families, the Tai family, still hid its enormous body in the shadows, like a mythical creature whose head and tail would never appear in the clouds at the same time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this family the emperor of another level of the Federation. With this kind of identity, Tai Ziwan didn't have any real friends since he was young. When he hid his identity and studied in a primary school directly affiliated to the Federation in the capital, he got to know the Zhou family siblings. However, when the Zhou family guessed his identity, everything changed. No matter how noble Tai Ziwan's identity was, no matter how prominent his family background was, he was still a 17-year-old youth. He was currently suffering through the torment of adolescence, suppressing his rebellious impulses under pressure, using impeccable appearance and dignity to bury his hot-blooded impulses. Everyone who had experienced youth knew that hot-bloodedness was the hardest to suppress. That was why Tai Ziwan had chosen to roar to the heavens in the empty H1 district, even though his roar was a little choppy and unaccustomed to it. He had never fought before, and no one had dared to hit him. He wanted to find the feeling of a real human, and today he seemed to have found a little bit of it because that fallen mecha always stood up once again. That stubborn, but also that smiling face like a roly-poly toy that always had its lips curled up. It was very interesting to hit it. Picking up the packed lamb chop in the resting room, Tai Ziwan smiled as he drank a cup of coffee, stuffed the caviar into his mouth, and added a new line on the piece of white paper that was already filled with many lines. He walked back to his villa from H1 district. He didn't know if it was because he had used up too much energy, but he slept exceptionally well that night. When Su Lu walked out of the room, he noticed that more than half of the supper on the table was gone. He raised his knife-like eyebrows. After so many days, this was the first time that person left before him. He walked to the table and picked up the piece of white paper, only to see a line written on it. "The lamb chop tastes good. This is the first time that kid praised me for the supper I worked so hard to get, right?" Su Lu rubbed his head a little angrily, thinking that even if he beat me, he doesn't have to be so smug. But for some reason, looking at the line of "tastes good," Su Lu felt a little happy. He picked up the pen and wrote his reply on the piece of paper. "What's so good about synthetic lamb chop? I'll find a chance to get you some wild lamb." When Su Lu wrote this sentence, he suddenly remembered that a year ago on the spaceship, he had made a similar promise to that little girl. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A year had passed. How much did that smart and cute little girl grow up? Would she still hate eating like before? The next day, when Tai Yuan saw the words on the piece of paper, he couldn't help but slightly curl his lips into a smile. The wildlife protection law was indeed very strict, and it wasn't that easy to eat it. But for him, it was nothing. However, Tai Yuan was very self-disciplined in life and never touched it. He replied on the piece of paper, "I don't like it. Give me 2 of those pancakes on the night of the 17th. It's deep-fried pancakes." Sulu looked at the piece of paper and shook his head, replying, "No problem. Since you are a tasteless person who doesn't know how to eat caviar pancakes, why did you eat all of them?" Tai Yuan angrily left a message. "I just found out that it's such an expensive thing. Of course I have to eat more. I brought you so many days of food. I can't lose out, right? Besides, this kind of thing always needs to be cultivated. If I eat a few more, maybe I won't think that it's bad food. A man shouldn't be so stingy. I'll bring you some roasted red potatoes tomorrow. I want 3. I originally wanted to wait for you to come out today, but I didn't expect you to leave so early. I'm not interested in meeting you." Time passed as the lines of words on the piece of white paper extended downwards. Occasionally, at night, these 2 young men would speak a few words through the communication device and arrange for the mock battle. As for the type and quantity of supper, as well as the childish behavior of haggling over every ounce, it was still recorded on the piece of white paper. They probably both thought that it was very interesting. They still hadn't met. Sulu had once made this request, but since the other party wasn't willing, he let it go. "That piece of paper is almost full now. I'm really curious. Why is that kid's insomnia so bad?" In the cafeteria at noon, Sulu ate with a spoon while talking to the girl opposite him. Recently, he had gotten used to this kind of work and rest schedule, and he rarely went to H area during the day, so the time to eat and talk with Zhang Xiaoming had returned to the beginning. There were fewer strange looks coming from all around, because the separation of young men and women was a common occurrence in this school. Sulu, a poor student, had a miraculous performance in Professor Zhou's class, which gave him a lot of points, so there were fewer people who felt indignant for Zhang Xiaoming. Sulu knew what kind of relationship he had with Zhang Xiaoming. He just subconsciously liked sitting across from this girl who was as pure as water. It felt like clear spring water that refreshed his heart. But when he was facing Zhang Xiaoming, he felt very nervous, and this kind of nervousness made him feel very uneasy. Could it be the legendary thing? However, at this time, Zhang Xiaoming was in a daze. Her clear eyes had a touch of melancholy, and she looked at the autumn scene outside the cafeteria through the lens of her black-rimmed glasses. She didn't pay attention to what Su Lu said, and it was the information she missed that she would regret very much in the near future. The tips of the trees on campus were slightly yellow, and the autumn wind kept swaying them. The sky through the black-rimmed glasses on Zhang Xiaoming's nose swayed gently, and the people who looked at her couldn't help but want to fall into the sky. Sulu stared at her in a daze, feeling empty in his heart, but also full, sour, and sweet. He didn't understand why there was an indescribable feeling under Xiaoming's calm appearance, as if she could disappear at any time. Sulu liked the idea that the opposite side of the cafeteria table could become empty at any time. "The dance is starting next week." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly turned her head, smiled, and said to him, "You've been busy recently, and I don't know what you've been busy with. There's no class tomorrow, so let's go out and buy clothes." Sulu nodded and was about to say something when Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and said softly, "Of course we'll use your money. Don't worry about anything." Chapter 73. The university town was located in the north of the capital planet. Other than the harsh winter weather, most of the time, the sun would rise too early, making it difficult for people to adapt. At 6 in the morning, Zhang Xiaoming woke up from her sleep. She fumbled around to put on the black-framed glasses that never left her side. She stretched her body and looked at the beautiful Rose River outside the window. The clear river water and the slightly yellow trees in the autumn made her fall into deep thought. Although she had returned to S1, her heart was still in S2. She served Senator Macklin and had her own missions and responsibilities. When she returned to UA University last year, her most important mission was to get close to the mysterious young man with the codename Prince. She also wanted to try to establish a good relationship between Senator Macklin and the head of the 7 families, the Tai family. The wireless network that was spread throughout the Federation allowed her to receive the senator's orders at any time. However, she had been back at UA University for more than half a year, and the black frame glasses had never been activated. Her life was so peaceful that she almost forgot her true identity. Until the day before yesterday, a message appeared on the black frame glasses. The senator informed her that they had confirmed that the target was indeed studying at UA University, but they were unable to find out where he lived. However, according to the intelligence, the target would definitely attend the Double Moon Festival Ball next week. Senator Macklin directly gave her a sincere order through his subordinates. She had to find a way to get close to the prince at the ball and create a positive atmosphere before the other forces. The autumn scenery outside the window was so beautiful, and Zhang Xiaoming's mood was so cold. The information about the prince was not detailed, but the most important point had already pointed her in the right direction. A young man who could tolerate the temper of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. A young man who had been disciplined since young would definitely have a rebellious impulse. He was especially curious about love. Love? Then what about my love? Zhang Xiaoming was just a young girl under the age of 20. She had also fantasized about her future countless times about her own love. However, the autumn scenery outside the window gradually turned into a face that was always squinting, filled with sincerity, kindness, and tolerance. Zhang Xiaoming laughed self-deprecatingly. Sulu was too honest. Bruce Scholar, a staunch supporter of George Carlin's theories and the best interpreters in society, believed that love in this world was just like a fist. It was also divided into sizes. The love between a man and a woman, as well as the love of family, was very beautiful, but none of these could compare to the deepest and most lasting love for the entire human race, for the Federation. For the great love of the world, he had to sacrifice his little love. Zhang Xiaoming stood in front of the window and gradually clenched her fists. The world she saw through the glass was always different. Perhaps it was more realistic, or perhaps it was more fake. Zhang Xiaoming seemed to see those comrades who persisted in resisting the Federation in Mountain S2 in order to seek a fair future. She seemed to see those citizens who constantly struggled at the bottom of society and wasted their lives. She also saw those politicians who held most of the power and shamelessly manipulated elections, as well as the tycoons and families behind those politicians. There were too many injustices in the world. Getting in touch with the Tai family that imposed the injustices on the world was just a means. Zhang Xiaoming's pure heart floated in the pure sky. She was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of eradicating the unfairness of this world under the leadership of Senator Macklin, including the love that hadn't even had the chance to sprout. However, before the love that hadn't had time to start turned into ashes, she should still have time to enjoy it to her heart's content one last time. She should give a warm response to the young man and leave behind a memory, although the ending of this memory would definitely be sad. Zhang Xiaoming's fists gradually loosened. She resolutely took off the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and put them into a password-locked metal drawer. Then, she spread her black hair and carefully began to dress herself up. In the early morning at the back entrance of UA University, in the cold autumn wind, Sulu looked at the girl in front of him wearing a sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Xiaoming would wear so little in such cold weather. Instead, it was the first time he realized that Zhang Xiaoming could actually be so beautiful. Whether it was on the bus, at the airport, at the dining table in the cafeteria, or on the track in the sports field, Sulu saw that Zhang Xiaoming always wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her nose. The other students were probably the same. It seemed that no one knew what Zhang Xiaoming looked like without her glasses. Zhang Xiaoming, who wore glasses, was quiet and innocent. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaoming, who took off her glasses, was like a different person. Her bright eyes had a charming smile. Her eyes, which were not filtered by the glasses, were very moving, as if they could speak. She had no makeup on her face, picturesque eyebrows, cute lips, and a sky-blue spaghetti strap dress that exposed her slender white neck and a small piece of skin in front of her chest, exuding a youthful aura. It was very attractive and mesmerizing. Do I look good? Zhang Xiaoming tilted her head slightly and blinked her eyes cutely. She stared at Su Li's slightly embarrassed face and playfully tugged at the hem of her sky-blue dress. It was obvious that she was preparing to give herself one last day of freedom and recklessness. She was preparing to give a relatively beautiful ending to those hidden feelings that had yet to be revealed. Zhang Xiaoming, who had let go of her feelings, was no longer the same as before. Instead, she looked a lot cuter, a lot more cheerful, and a lot more adorable. She was more like the girl who was resentful and angry because someone stole her puppy biscuit. Sulu also felt that Zhang Xiaoming's mood today was different from usual, but this difference was what he liked. In order to cover up the awkwardness of his silence, he coughed twice and walked up to her. He said sincerely, "Very beautiful." Although he said it was very beautiful, Su Li's hands acted as if they did not listen to his command. He took the short windbreaker from Zhang Xiaoming's elbow and mechanically draped it over her body. He said, "It's cold, or more." This had nothing to do with the cold or heat. It was purely the youth's nature causing trouble. Although Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming had not had anything to do with each other until now, that vague feeling had been slowly and sweetly fermenting. Out of instinct, Su Lu did not want other men to see Zhang Xiaoming's exposed shoulders. Zhang Xiaoming also sensed something and whispered, "Stingy." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoming very naturally hooked her arm around Su Li's elbow. Half of Su Li's body suddenly turned to stone. He moved his feet a little uncoordinated. The autumn wind suddenly had a hint of spring charm, making his face feel a little hot. The shopping trip ended quickly. At least Su Lu, who was considered a middle-class person, did not get the supercilious looks of the shop assistants. Although Zhang Xiaoming also bought a few sets of clothes, she was not as picky as the average girl. She chose to pay for them and pack them up. After doing all this, the young couple began to shop in the busiest area of Linhai. They walked and walked like this, hand in hand, like a couple in love. We didn't hold hands. Sulu accurately judged what he should do now. Could this be a date? Things seemed to be developing a little too quickly. However, the soft body beside him and the light fragrance made his heart a little flustered. After walking for about 7 kilometers on the streets of Linhai, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming's arms dropped by 7 centimeters. The two of them looked straight ahead, pretending not to notice this difficult and long 7-centimeter drop. At this time, Zhang Xiaoming's hand was already holding Su Li's forearm, as if they were not touching. Her eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, thinking that Su Lu was really an honest guy. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat." After walking along the stone path of the Rose River for another half an hour, Su Lu suddenly said something very seriously. Then, his right hand held Zhang Xiaoming's soft and slightly cold hand as if it was a matter of course, and he pulled her towards a restaurant by the street. His hand was sweaty. There should be a lot of rumors about me in school. Zhang Xiaoming sat across from him at the table, carefully cutting the black pepper steak. She lowered her head and asked, "Do you have any thoughts? Are you asking me to praise you and then confess?" At this time, Su Lu also lowered his head, carefully cutting the synthetic beef that was too uniform in terms of meat fiber. He thought to himself, but what he said was another sentence. "I don't think you care much about what other people think." Zhang Xiaoming raised her head slightly in surprise. A trace of a lonely smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "A lot of people think that I'm a childish, unrealistic, naive, and ridiculous woman. They think that I would actually give up my studies and run to District S2 for my so-called ideals." Su Lu was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Xiaoming to talk about this matter. He had heard about her past on campus, but from the time they met, Su Lu saw Zhang Xiaoming as a little girl who was quiet and calm in front of others, but who was a little mischievous in private. He could not associate her with that image at all. He thought about it and said with a smile, "You're back, aren't you? Besides, as long as it's an ideal, it should always be respected." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him and was silent for a moment. She asked seriously, "What do you think of George Carlin?" Sula did not have any opinions about politics or George Carlin. He thought that Zhang Xiaoming had returned to District S1 to seek some kind of spiritual support. He said hesitantly, "Theory may be good, but to use it to guide behavior, maybe, well, to be honest, I think what he said makes sense." Zhang Xiaoming smiled with relief. She looked at him and said, "Although I've returned to university, actually, I've always missed the time in District S2. Actually, I've always been a believer of George Carlin." Sulu was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, "Then why did you come back?" Zhang Xiaoming did not continue the question. She looked at Sulu and thought with some jealousy in her heart. If it were not for those things, and she had a natural development with this honest and cute boy in front of her, perhaps it would have been a wonderful thing. Zhang Xiaoming habitually looked out the window and said quietly, "Do you believe in love?" "Yes. I don't know what love is." Zhang Xiaoming looked at the pedestrians outside the window. "Even if I understand what love is in the future, what is forever?" Sula looked at her face as she looked out the window at the pedestrians. He smiled and thought to himself, Zhang Xiaoming is really a neurotic girl. In his heart, love was something that only needed to be believed. It did not need to be understood. But today, such a beautiful girl was about to make him believe. Chapter 74. This was Su Li's first time treating someone of the opposite sex to a meal in a formal restaurant, so he was a little nervous. Once he was nervous, his eyes would subconsciously not look anywhere else but at the only girl he was familiar with. However, when he glanced over, he saw her chest that was not covered by the sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress. His heart fluttered when he saw her fair breasts that were half covered by the dress. He quickly shifted his gaze up, only to see Zhang Xiaoming's lowered face. Her slightly curled eyelashes and her red lips and white teeth were gently biting on the fork. His heart was even more flustered. The temperature in the restaurant was maintained at 26 degrees, and the black pepper steak was slightly spicy. A cute bead of sweat seeped out of the tip of Zhang Xiaoming's nose. She had already taken off the short windbreaker that she was wearing, and her entire person was unintentionally releasing a pure charm. Perhaps it was because of the food, or because she had noticed Su Li's glance just now. Zhang Xiaoming's sideburns had turned slightly red. However, she did not deliberately hide the view in front of her chest. She maintained this seductive posture, awkwardly displaying her charm. Su Li knew where his eyes should be looking, but Zhang Xiaoming did not know where he was looking. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds, and they fell into an awkward silence. "I like you." Su Li's extremely serious and firm words broke the silence. Zhang Xiaoming raised her head in surprise and looked at the honest boy in front of her. She never would have thought that he would confess to her so directly. For a moment, her language skills were a little lacking. She stammered, What did you say?" "I said, I like you very much." Su Lu repeated that sentence again. Because it was the second time, he said it much more naturally than before. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming's delicate face and thought to himself, "When you look out the window, I always want you to look at me. This should be called like, right?" "Why?" Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head, a little flustered. Today, she just wanted to have one last faint moment of youth and enjoy it to her heart's content. She did not expect Su Lu to suddenly ask her such a question. And this question came so quickly and firmly. You don't need a reason to like someone. Su Lu looked at the plate on the table. There was still steak and juice left on the plate. It was as if he was looking at an extremely difficult obstacle to overcome. He held the knife and fork tightly with both hands and said, "If we argue from a physiological and psychological point of view, we are releasing some kind of information to each other. We can feel it, so we like each other." Zhang Xiaoming looked at him blankly. After all, She was just a girl who had never been in a relationship before. No matter how determined she was and how meticulous she was, she would never know that there were many kinds of love, and there were also many kinds of men. Some men were like Sulu, who would only choose the most direct way to attack and would not give her any time to quietly leave. Huh. Zhang Xiaoming tried to hide her panic. I don't understand. Sulu raised his head and stared into her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he said seriously, I once had an elder tell me that if you meet a girl when you are young, and you don't want to peek at her body at all, and you don't dare to fantasize about things related to lust in your mind, then it proves that you like her, and it's a real kind of like. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him blankly and asked, what kind of theory is this? If you are not interested in my body. She wanted to say, if you're not interested in my body, why did you look at it just now, and why do you like me? However, halfway through, she realized that this kind of discussion was a little too naked and explicit. She quickly lowered her head and asked in a soft voice, How many people have you met like this? 2. Sulu answered quickly. This answer had actually been in his mind for a long time. Zhang Xiaoming raised her head and asked with interest, Who else is there besides me? She wanted to pretend to be indifferent and asked a question out of interest between friends, but her flashing eyes revealed that she actually really cared that Su Lu had other girls in his heart. Jian Shuier. Su Lu smiled in a seemingly simple and honest manner, which made Zhang Xiaoming roll her eyes. All the men in the Federation, from young to old, liked that little girl with purple hair. Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming's slightly blushing face, and his heart skipped a beat. The theory that he just relayed was actually something that Uncle Boss once said. However, he didn't tell Zhang Xiaoming everything. Back then, Uncle Feng Yu was sitting in the twilight with a glass of red wine in his left hand and a piece of beef in his right. He said to the young Su Lu, But the problem is that this kind of liking is only a little boy's liking after being influenced by too many romance novels. When you have 100 women, you will understand what love is all about. Eye to eye, in fact, is just for the friction between flesh, the exchange of bodily fluids. At that time, Su Lu, who was still a virgin, naturally believed in love and selectively forgot the last part of Uncle Feng's words. It was a long silence. The piano in the far corner of the restaurant was flowing with notes. Occasionally, there was the sound of silver knives and forks touching the surface of the porcelain. In this silence, Su Lu lowered his head and waited for the other person's answer. He didn't notice that after a long silence, Zhang Xiaoming was looking at him with a guilty and resentful gaze. She had her own life. Su Lu had Su Li's life, and these two lives were destined to never walk the same path. Her heart gave birth to endless pity for this honest boy in front of her, or perhaps this pity was projected onto her own heart. Looking at Su Li's quiet eyebrows, Zhang Xiaoming's heart trembled slightly. She knew that she shouldn't be greedy for this kind of feeling and let him sink into it. I'm sorry. When Su Lu heard these 3 words, he raised his head and looked directly into Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. Why? I know you like to be with me. He didn't have much experience or wisdom when it came to the human heart, but he was extremely sensitive to other people's thoughts. This was also the insight that Feng Yu admired the most. The sky blue halter top, the accompaniment on the sports field, and the different scenery in the cafeteria for so many days made it clear to him that Xiaoming was the same as him. They had both been poisoned by some kind of drug that had unknowingly started to take effect. As for when it started, perhaps these 2 young children didn't know, but at least they knew that it had already started. You said before that you don't need a reason to like me or not. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. And just because I like to be with you doesn't mean that I have to like you. I don't know why you rejected me. Su Lu was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, But I know you like me. It was such a simple, ordinary, and direct sentence from his heart, a seemingly unreasonable and childish judgment. But it struck Zhang Xiaoming's heart. She looked at the boy in front of her in shock. Her eyes gradually softened, but then there was a flash of pain. She finally understood that it wasn't because of the arrival of the mission that made her a little greedy for the last of her free youth, nor was it because she liked the feeling when she was with Su Lu. That was why she went on a date with him today. The so-called youth, the so-called feeling, was actually just as he said. Unknowingly, she had fallen in love with this boy. With a bang, Sulu quietly took out a vacuum-sealed bag and opened it amidst the sound of the piano. He took a piece of dog biscuit from the bag and placed it in Zhang Xiaoming's red lips, which were still slightly open due to her complicated emotions. Zhang Xiaoming finished the biscuit without tasting it. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "I'm a selfish person. I'll hurt you. You know that I was a soldier in Donglin. I'm like a rock in Donglin. I'm not afraid of wind or rain. Is there anyone as glib as you are a rock?" Zhang Xiaoming quietly looked at Su Li's face. Su Li's small eyes seemed to have made some kind of decision. He smiled, and the light blended into the sound of the piano, illuminating the hall. She took out a pair of small red devil horns from the bag beside her and put them on her head. She tilted her head slightly, and like lightning, her lips touched Su Li's lips. After she sat back in her chair, she narrowed her eyes and asked in a charming and sexy manner, "Do I look good?" On a certain night in the autumn of the 66th year of the constitutional era, at the back door of Pear Blossom University's quiet pear garden, there was a girl in thin pajamas. Her feet were bare. She quietly came to the small gatekeeper in the cold and knocked on the door. She wore a pair of small red devil horns on her head. She looked like a demon from the depths of the universe. The gatekeeper in the room was immersed in the emotions of the day. He was thinking about the future sweetly and worriedly. He had forgotten all the things he was supposed to do, and he was unable to sleep. Then he realized that he had a dream. The girl he was gently hugging in his dream had crawled into his bed and hugged him tightly. The girl's body was cold. Her nightgown draped over her thighs, appearing incomparably soft and smooth. His hands, which were usually incomparably steady on the chipset and components, moved up the nightgown and began to tremble. Touching the girl's smooth and slightly shivering skin, the cold of this autumn day had long turned into heat. "Isn't this too fast?" Sulu only had time to think of this sentence before he was once again immersed in that warm and gentle dreamland. His hands awkwardly pressed on the girl's delicate breasts. He felt that, at this moment, he had finally found the true meaning of life. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaoming, who was lying in Su Li's arms, cried. She cried very sadly. Hearing the crying, Su Lu nervously asked, "Does it hurt?" "A little. I can still bear it." "I can't bear it anymore. I'm sorry if I hurt you." The girl with her bare feet left with some difficulty. The elf with the red devil horns quietly disappeared in the morning fog, as if she had never appeared. The frustrated Su Lu opened his eyes wide, but he did not understand why she had to apologize when he should be the one apologizing. Chapter 75. Although it was already autumn in the university town, it was still early in the morning. It was only 5 in the morning, but the campus was already bright. It was the weekend, so many students from Lin Hai had gone home. The cold autumn wind made people lose interest in coming out for morning exercises. The female dormitories in the university town were all given elegant names, such as Osmanthus Garden, Plum Garden, Pear Garden. At this time, Plum Garden dormitory was empty. There were no cars, no male students lighting candles to show their love, and no girls going in and out chattering nonstop. There was only a boy holding a bouquet of flowers and a thermos flask. The flowers were wildflowers that had just been picked by the Rose River. There was still dew on them, just like the girl who had bloomed for the first time last night. The freshly cooked porridge in the thermos would not cool down no matter how long it was left in there, just like the boy's burning heart. In the cold wind, Su Lu rubbed his hands and looked up at a certain room on the 7th floor of Plum Garden. A happy smile appeared on his face. He didn't sleep the whole night until the sunlight of the university town shone through the window. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have done a lot of wrong things. How could he let Xiaoming go home alone last night? Until now, he still felt that everything that had happened last night was just a dream. It felt unreal. He also realized that he didn't give Xiaoming any flowers. This was an unforgivable mistake. If Shi Qinghai knew, he would definitely scold him. In order not to let the girl down, he immediately took remedial measures. He cooked porridge, picked flowers, and even carefully went to the 24-hour pharmacy to buy ointment and emergency contraceptive pills. If Xiaoming was injured, he could apply the ointment. If Xiaoming was afraid of accidents, he could take Tingting's emergency contraceptive pills. Of course, if Xiaoming didn't want to take them and got pregnant in the future, he could get married. With his skills, he could find a good job and work hard to support his family. After Xiaoming gave birth, he could come back to school, and then the little boy was immersed in his fantasy of happiness. He didn't know that his smile was very silly, and he didn't know that a fantasy was a fantasy after all. Sulu had already made up his mind. He would no longer run away because of his identity as a fugitive from the Federation. He wanted to take responsibility for this relationship and that girl. This kind of heavy feeling of growing up overnight did not make him feel strained. Instead, it gave him a sense of accomplishment that came from his bones. As time passed, more and more girls came out of the Plum Garden apartment. They looked at Sulu as if they were looking at a fool. However, Sulu did not care about the gazes of the crowd at all. He only felt slightly happy and slightly anxious as he waited for Zhang Xiaoming to appear. He began to feel nervous because he suddenly realized that if he saw Xiaoming later, he did not know what to say first. Could he ask her if she had eaten? Sulu, a slightly plump girl with a ponytail, was yawning at the entrance of the apartment. When she suddenly saw him, she couldn't help but laugh. She was Zhang Xiaoming's classmate, and their single dormitory was near each other. She didn't know how many times she had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaoming and the little concierge in the cafeteria, but this was the first time she saw Sulu come to the entrance of the Plum Garden apartment. You finally gave up that unrealistic sense of inferiority and came to chase after my Xiaoming. The slightly plump girl looked at Sulu and laughed, but she was a little surprised. Because he had always appeared so indifferently, not many people really thought that Zhang Xiaoming would be with his concierge. Sulu smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, he and Zhang Xiaoming had developed too quickly. It seemed that he had skipped a lot of necessary steps in between. Even if he followed those movies and chased after her again, what was there to be afraid of? Wouldn't that be a very happy feeling? Besides, he had already chased after her yesterday. He thought to himself, Don't wait, Xiaoming isn't in the room. I was just about to call her down to eat. The plump girl's words mercilessly shattered Su Li's entire morning's preparations. Xiaoming isn't here? Sulu asked in surprise. Yes. I heard that her family had some kind of gathering today. Maybe she went back yesterday. Sulu stood outside Plum Garden Apartments with flowers and a thermos flask in his hand. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Only then did he realize that he didn't even have Zhang Xiaoming's phone number. Only then did he realize that he was really bad at these things. As for Zhang Xiaoming's family, he had heard her mention them briefly. They seemed to be the upper class of the university town. As for the specific address, he didn't know, because it was obvious that Zhang Xiaoming didn't have a good impression of her family. Zhang Xiaoming was wearing a simple but elegant dress, and the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose were back on. She sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the boy opposite her with a smile. She listened as he kept apologizing to her, saying that he was really rude at the school gate that day and asking for her forgiveness. Today, the Zhang family had a small gathering, and the young student that was picked by the elders to meet her was also her classmate at Yue University. He was the son of the state senator who was angry on the first day of school. I'm really sorry. The son of the state senator said very sincerely, I thought about it later. As a follower of George Carlin, even if I work in the Federation, I can actually help the Federation improve the current situation of information imbalance and reduce the unfairness of society. Zhang Xiaoming pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and listened carefully. On the one hand, she really couldn't bear too much malice toward a follower of George Carlin. More importantly, the information clearly stated that the son of the state senator was related to the daughter of the Zhou family, and the daughter of the Zhou family was probably the only woman who could get close to the prince at the Double Moon Festival ball. If she wanted to get close to the prince at the ball, she needed a bridge. The sincere son of the state senator in front of her was undoubtedly the only bridge she could find. Xiaoming, are you willing to be my dance partner at the Double Moon Festival ball? The son of the state senator was named Hai-Ching Zhou. It was a very handsome name, and he had a face that wasn't annoying. He sincerely apologized to Zhang Xiaoming, and then even more sincerely extended an invitation. I'm willing, but you have to be clear that this doesn't mean that I'll submit to my parents' arrangements. When she said this, Zhang Xiaoming felt that she had played the role of a rebellious girl perfectly. She still hadn't been completely swallowed by the rules of the Federation's upper management, so she was somewhat satisfied. However, she didn't understand that she was a rebellious girl to begin with. She didn't need to perform at all. Perhaps the far-sighted Senator Macklin from S2 saw this trait of hers. Hai-Ching Zhou smiled and said, "Maybe you'll change your mind in the future." Thinking about her mission at the Double Moon Festival Ball, thinking about how she had personally invited Su Lu to be her dance partner, thinking about how they looked at each other in the restaurant yesterday, and the sweetness of that night, Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head, and her face was slightly pale. Hai-Ching Zhou asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Xiaoming forced a smile and shook her head to show that she was fine. However, the next moment, in the bathroom of the bedroom on the second floor, she began to cover her lower abdomen. Cold sweat dripped down her pale face. She gritted her teeth and looked at herself in the mirror and said hatefully, "Su Lu, you damn bastard." Su Lu was indeed a bastard in this matter, Zhang Xiaoming thought hatefully. Although I was about to dump you, how could you not call me and come see me? The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She felt that she had been too impulsive last night. She actually cried in the bathroom. "I have to forget him. I have to forget him. The Double Moon Festival Ball is about to begin. He was in my life, so I'll forget him and never think about him again." Zhang Xiaoming wiped her tears, tidied up her appearance, put on her black-rimmed glasses, and returned to being a quiet schoolgirl. She walked out. "I just want you to help me check a phone number. Is it that difficult?" Su Lu, who hadn't seen Zhang Xiaoming all day, began to feel uneasy. He was like an ant on a hot pan. At this time, he remembered that he was obsessed with District H1 and rarely saw Zhang Xiaoming. He felt that he was extremely stupid at that time. He had a faint, ominous feeling, which made his expression become even more serious and agitated. He stared at the rogue official opposite him and said in a low voice, "You're the section chief of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Checking a phone number is just a matter of a sentence." Sure, Qinghai didn't pay attention to his anger and just looked at him quietly. At this time, the two of them were in a deserted bar outside the back door of Pear Garden. There were no customers around. Sure, Qinghai frowned and asked, "I don't need to tell you how strict the First Charter's protection of a citizen's privacy is. As a government official, of course I can't knowingly break the law. But what I'm most concerned about right now is, why do you want to check the phone number of that girl named Zhang Xiaoming?" Su Lu was silent for a moment. He raised his head and said somewhat shyly, "She's my girlfriend. I haven't seen her for a day, so I'm a little worried." The cigarette ensured Qinghai's hand trembled. He looked seriously at Su Lu and said word by word, "Repeat that. I know this matter is a little strange. I still don't understand it. I also know that I'm a jerk. I don't even have my girlfriend's phone number. I'm too embarrassed to ask her classmate. This matter is too embarrassing." Su Lu laughed foolishly as he talked nonstop. On the capital planet of the Federation, he had too few friends. The rogue official in front of him happened to be the closest person to him. He had fallen into happiness, so of course he was willing to share his happiness with the other party. Sure, Qinghai took a puff of his cigarette and waved his hand to stop him from asking any more questions. He leaned back in his chair and sighed with a frown. "It's over. It's really over. What's wrong?" "Looking at your idiotic smile and the way you talk, I'm sure you're really in a relationship with that Zhang Xiaoming." Sure, Qinghai said with a gloomy face. "But the question is, don't you think this matter is a little strange?" Chapter 76. What's so strange about it? There's a song called "Bad People Love You," and you're the most honest person I've ever met in my life. I don't understand why Zhang Xiaoming would fall for you. Sure, Qinghai's expression was calm, but his heart was worried. Because of his dual identities, he knew better than anyone what Zhang Xiaoming did, and Su Lu was his brother. He couldn't just watch as Su Lu was dragged into a net of unknown colors. Su Lu said, "Not all girls like a hooligan like you." Zhang Xiaoming. There's something wrong with this person. After a moment of silence, Shi Qinghai violated the rules of the organization and said to Su Lu, she went to S2, and the timing of her return to Yue University is too strange. I don't really care about politics, and I know she's a follower of George Carlin. But don't forget, the most fanatical follower of George Carlin in Yue University is the son of that state senator. Why haven't I seen the Bureau of Investigation investigate him? Shi Qinghai wiped his wine-stained palm on his wrinkled suit and said, "Trust me, I know more than you. Even if she's still working for the people in S2, what does that have to do with me?" Su Lu said with a smile, "Senator Macklin has already come to the Federation to run for office. The Federation can't possibly start a civil war, right? He himself was a fugitive, so he didn't care about politics. And from an emotional point of view, he had a better impression of the opposition. After all, it was the Federation that killed the uncle and destroyed his original path of life. But he still didn't believe that a naive girl like Zhang Xiaoming would be a spy sent to the university by the opposition. Because after last night, he was sure that no one knew the girl better than he did. At least she won't have any intention of using me, right?" Looking at Shi Qinghai's gloomy face, Su Lun knew that he was worried about him. So he comforted him, "I'm just an ordinary student with a bank card." "That's true, but I still don't understand why she would have the leisure to date you at this time," Shi Qinghai said sarcastically. Su Lu did not understand the sentence. He stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and warned, "Try not to leave school in the future. Zhou has already returned to the 3rd military region, but the daughter of the Zhou family has entered your school. Something might happen." This was the first time Su Lu had heard this news, but he didn't care much. After all, too much time had passed, and he still missed Zhang Xiaoming. Shi Qinghai glanced at the restless teenager, sighed, and walked out of the bar. "I will be with her during the Double Moon Festival dance," Su Lu said to his back. "I wish she would kick you away. Also, I've got an invitation for the Double Moon Festival ball. See you then." Shi Qinghai waved his hand behind his head and walked out of the bar. Shi Qinghai, the head of Section 4 of the Federation Investigation Bureau's Linhai Field Office. Section 4 of the office was responsible for preventing anti-government infiltration and espionage activities within the Federation. However, other than his direct superiors, no one knew that his real identity was an intelligence agent sent by the anti-government army to Area S1 of the Federation, or rather a spy. Many years ago, Shi Qinghai's father, who was doing a rare job in the Federation, mysteriously died in an accident. The Shi family's small farm was assigned to a large company in the Federation. From that day on, Shi Qinghai, who was still a child, lost all respect and trust for the Federation. When he was studying at the 1st Military Academy, his psychology professor discovered him, recruited him, and educated him. He learned that there were people in the Federation who were working hard to eliminate the unfairness covered by the law. This psychology professor later became the director of the HTD Bureau in Linhai Field Office. Shi Qinghai, who joined the Federation Investigation Bureau, also became a spy. The head of Section 4 of the office, who was responsible for preventing anti-government infiltration, was actually a member of the anti-government army. This fact was ridiculous, but it also showed that the anti-government forces spared no effort in infiltrating the Federation. It was extremely rare for a spy to be able to sit in such a key position as Shi Qinghai, which also showed his cautiousness. It was precisely because of his dual identity and keen sense of smell that even though the FBI had already stopped monitoring Zhang Xiaoming, he was still sensitive enough to notice that the girl was different. It was a kind of temperament. Back when he secretly went to S2 for short-term training, Shi Qinghai didn't know how many young people like Zhang Xiaoming were willing to burn for their ideals. That kind of temperament couldn't be hidden no matter how hard he tried. Shi Qinghai didn't like these young people. He often thought that compared to him, these people were too unprofessional. The anti-government forces were now divided into 2 major factions. One was the moderate faction led by Senator Medellin, and the other was the radical faction based on the anti-government forces. Shi Qinghai belonged to the anti-government forces. In his opinion, the sanctimonious old man Senator Medellin was just a shameless politician who only knew how to use political resources to achieve his own goals. Of course, after all, everyone could be working for the anti-government forces. Sure, Qinghai didn't try to find out Zhang Xiaoming's true identity, but tonight he heard Su Lu say that his girlfriend was Zhang Xiaoming. This news immediately alerted Shi Qinghai because it was related to his friend. Su Li's words almost convinced him, but he still felt that something was wrong. How could Zhang Xiaoming have a reason to be in a romantic relationship when the Double Moon Festival ball was just around the corner? Zhou Yu had entered Yue University. In the eyes of people like Shi Qinghai, it was only natural that he had confirmed the position of Crown Prince. He judged that Senator Macklin would definitely not give up on this opportunity. Zhang Xiaoming was most likely here because of this matter, so he could not understand why Zhang Xiaoming would do such a thing at this time. In fact, this was because Mr. Shi had forgotten what he had always believed. These people were too unprofessional, and Zhang Xiaoming was obviously the most unprofessional and naive girl among them. Before getting into the car, Shi Qinghai subconsciously pressed his left breast pocket with his finger. Inside was the invitation card for the Double Moon Festival ball he had asked someone to get for Yue University. Of course, he had used the excuse that he was famous for loving young female students. He had already sent back the information that the target crown prince was in Yue University. However, there were too few people in the Federation, so it was impossible to continue investigating. He had to personally go to the ball to see what was going on. However, there was always a dark cloud floating in his heart. What were the people in the Federation going to do after receiving the information? Did they really just want to stop the influence of the Hawk faction in the Department of National Defense on the Crown Prince? Who was the Crown Prince? Why did other than the Zhou family siblings, Senator Medellin's people, and the anti-government army have to curry favor with him? If he was a decisive figure in a big family, why would the anti-government army, whose ultimate goal was to overthrow the 7 big families, want to establish a relationship with him? They should be assassinating him by hook or by crook. Shi Qinghai frowned beautifully. He felt that things were a little out of his expectations. He wasn't familiar with the leaders of the anti-government army, nor did he feel close to them. He was only willing to do something for the people who were against the Federation. However, if this matter involved him, he had to reconsider. Through the car window, Shi Qinghai glanced at Su Lu, who was still in a daze in the bar. He shook his head. As long as he didn't drag this guy into the mess, it was fine. Fortunately, he had nothing to do with this matter. That it was already late at night, but the room on the 7th floor of the Plum Garden Apartments was still dark. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoming would be sleeping at home tonight. He didn't know if she was still in pain, or if she had caught a cold from wearing so little last night. Su Lu stood on the sports field and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dark room through the autumn trees. He remembered that they were in the same place in the past. Zhang Xiaoming used her slender finger to point in the direction of the 7th floor, telling him that she stayed there every night. At that time, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming were just friends who could talk to each other. Now that he thought about those scenes, Su Lu felt that everything was already predestined. Immersed in his happy mood, he was thinking about which restaurant he should take Xiaoming to for a meal when she came back to school. There was still a lot of money in the Sanlin Joint Bank card. It was enough to buy a mid-sized house in Lin Hai, let alone a meal. Thinking of the meal, Su Lu suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Oh no!" Last night, he promised to bring that guy some deep-fried dough cakes, but he didn't go the whole night. He didn't know if the guy would wait the whole night. Carrying a bag of deep-fried dough cakes into the quiet H1 area, Su Lu saw a large pot of coffee and a few small pieces of caviar in the lounge. He shrugged and put the deep-fried dough cake to the side. He noticed that there was no new content on the piece of paper that was already full of words. He glanced at the closed door and knew that the guy who was also suffering from insomnia like him hadn't arrived yet. He entered the room himself and began practicing the level 6 20-second skill. After some time, the familiar but still cold voice came from the intercom. "Why didn't the deep-fried dough cake come with plain porridge today? It doesn't taste good." Su Lu took off his light-filtering goggles and replied with a smile, "I didn't come last night and forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. Plain porridge. I'm saving it for my girlfriend tomorrow." In the other room, Tai Ziyuan was slightly startled. From last night until now, he had been thinking about why Su Lu suddenly disappeared for an entire night. He was even a little angry, but his status and pride didn't allow him to open his mouth and express his dissatisfaction. At this time, when he heard Su Li's explanation, he finally understood what had happened. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. He thought that university life was really boring, and this interesting guy couldn't help but fall in love. Let's start. Tai Yuan sent out a battle invitation, his calm voice revealing his confidence. However, after just 5 minutes, he moved his hand away from the touchscreen, forcibly suppressing his anger and shock, and said into the intercom, "Did you take an aphrodisiac today?" Chapter 77. The young master of the Tai family had lost his composure and said something unbefitting of his status because of Su Li's sudden burst of lascivious mecha operation tonight. The first time Su Lu had defeated a classmate he had never seen before was on his first day as a man. If he had known the true identity of the person he had defeated, perhaps he would have been even more excited. However, in the short span of a day, he had fallen from the peak of happiness to the bottom of the valley. His face was bruised and swollen, his eyes dazed, and he was completely at a loss. Because Zhang Xiaoming had suddenly disappeared. This did not mean that Zhang Xiaoming had run away from home and gone to S2 like she had when she had just entered university, playing the faraway farce of disappearing. Rather, it meant that this girl who was used to having sex had suddenly disappeared from Su Li's life. Or rather, in her eyes, Su Lu did not even exist. That morning, Su Lu had nervously and excitedly carried the wildflowers and thermos flask to the outside of Plum Garden Apartments. Then he saw Zhang Xiaoming and a few other girls coming out of the apartment together. However, when he walked up to her with a face full of smiles, Zhang Xiaoming acted as if she did not see him. She brushed past him like a gust of wind, leaving him with a trail of yellow leaves and infinite shock. During the weekend, he had already come here once. Basically, most of the students in Yue University knew that the little gatekeeper had finally courageously launched an attack on Zhang Xiaoming. However, the scene today seemed to prove that this attack was a complete failure. The girls all cast scornful or sympathetic gazes at him. Unlike the people around him, Su Lun knew what had happened between him and Zhang Xiaoming that night, so he felt that it was particularly inconceivable. He stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoming's departing figure, baffled, and feeling that something bad was about to happen. Just as he had been worried, from that moment onwards, Zhang Xiaoming acted as if she could not see him at all. Whether it was in class, in the laboratory, or in the corridor, wherever the two of them might meet, Zhang Xiaoming would always walk away with a stubborn look on her face. Su Lu was vexed and puzzled, but he couldn't help but feel that the girl's appearance was really funny and cute. Finally, on the afternoon of the next day, Su Lu could no longer hold back his questions. He stopped Zhang Xiaoming, who was holding a book under the big pagoda tree outside the teaching building. He said nervously, "I know I performed badly that night. Ignoring me for 2 days is a very serious punishment." No matter how he thought about it, he could only come to this conclusion. The girl who had just blossomed was exceptionally sensitive psychologically. She was resentful that he was not gentle enough that night, especially when he did not send her back to the apartment. That was why she had ignored him for the past 2 days. Su didn't want to fall into a cold war right from the start of his first love, so he sincerely apologized. Zhang Xiaoming was inexplicably nervous. She pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose, cleared her throat, and said seriously, "You've misunderstood. I also want to find time to make it clear to you that the two of us are not suitable for each other. I don't want you to continue to misunderstand. Don't make this kind of joke," Su Lu said with a smile, but his smile was a bit forced. Why did this sound so much like those romantic dramas that were shown on the Federation's Arts channel? At the same time, he also heard the imperceptible tremor in Zhang Xiaoming's seemingly cold voice. He asked seriously, "What happened?" "Nothing. I'm just calmly thinking about our relationship and future possibilities. I feel that there is no possibility of continuing to develop." Zhang Xiaoming forcibly suppressed the nervousness and loneliness in her heart and said lightly, "Please forget everything that happened that day. Su Lu felt like a hammer had fallen from the sky and hit his heart. He was stunned, but he still maintained the style of Donglin Shi. He stared at Zhang Xiaoming and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Or did you wear too little that night and have a cold or fever?" Zhang Xiaoming sighed in her heart, but her indifference were obvious in her words. "It's already the 37th constitutional calendar. Do you think it's still the era of the Tide dynasty? It's normal for you to be willing to spend a warm night with each other. You're just a poor student. Even if you can work in Nutshell in the future, can you satisfy my material and spiritual needs and spend the rest of my life with me? Wake up. If I said that I was greedy and caused you to misunderstand, I apologize to you. But please keep a distance from me in the future." Hearing the word sorry, Su Lu suddenly remembered that night in the restaurant. Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have said it more than once. He stood there a bit numbly, looking at the girl in front of him whose charm was mostly covered by the black-rimmed glasses. He lowered his voice and said with extra force, "Sorry? Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and then we'll be strangers forever? Is this very difficult for you?" Zhang Xiaoming said as indifferently as possible, but she held the book in her arms tighter. Su Lu felt a bit angry, but he didn't show it on his face. He stared into Zhang Xiaoming's eyes and said, "Of course it's difficult. I'm a virgin. I was cheated by you for the first time, and you don't want to take responsibility?" Zhang Xiaoming's pretense of arrogance suddenly turned into a collapsed mountain rock. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Lu in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that the honest and simple man would say such a strange thing. Su Li's voice was a bit loud, and the students studying under the trees in the distance looked over curiously, but no one should have heard it. Zhang Xiaoming's face was still red, and she stared at Su Lu angrily and protested, "Lower your voice. Isn't this my first time?" Su Li's next sentence was very fast, and he calmly replied, "So I have to be responsible for you, and you have to be responsible for me." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly realized that she really wasn't good enough to complete the task that the senator had carefully entrusted to her. She found that it was too difficult to play the role of a girl who dumped her first boyfriend because of vanity. The main reason was that the boy she was supposed to dump, Su Lu, really didn't play by the rules. He didn't hit the tree in anger, nor did he seem to have the impulse to cut her wrist with a blade, nor did he scold her for being shameless. This made her unable to say many of the sarcastic lines she had planned. Perhaps, deep down in her heart, she couldn't bear to hurt him with those words. She looked helplessly at Su Lu, who refused to back down, and softly begged, "Just let me go. I don't need you to be responsible for me. You don't expect a girl like me to be responsible for you, right? Why not?" Su Li's mood had actually fallen to the bottom of the valley, because he had long seen that Zhang Xiaoming wasn't joking. However, at this moment of crisis in his life, that sense of crisis made his thoughts exceptionally clear. He reacted extremely quickly and said very seriously, "That night, you raped me." Zhang Xiaoming's face was already completely red because she was afraid that the discussion would be heard by her classmates. At this time, she was so angry that her face turned white. She looked at Su Li's serious face in disbelief, as if she had seen a savage on S2's De Chi Peak. She angrily stammered and said, You're shameless." Su Lu was a shameless person. Even if he had been influenced by Shi Qinghai for so long, it was impossible for him to say anything too outrageous to a girl. He was just a little confused by Zhang Xiaoming's sudden change in attitude. He was purely subconsciously looking for an excuse to benefit himself. He sadly found that Zhang Xiaoming seemed to be serious. "Xiaoming, is there a problem?" The state senator's son, Hai Qingzhou, suddenly appeared beside the two of them, as if he wanted to be the flower's protector. He looked at the gloomy Su Lu warily and protected Zhang Xiaoming behind him. Zhang Xiaoming poked her head out from behind Hai Qingzhou's arm and said, "Thank you, it's nothing." She then angrily said to Su Lu, "Don't bother me again." Su Lu acted as if he didn't hear her at all. He directly extended his hand to the senator's son and asked very elegantly, "We've met before. My name is Su Lu. I'm an auditing student in the mechanical department. Did you ask for guidance?" Zhang Xiaoming and Hai Qingzhou were a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect Su Li's attitude to change so quickly. Hai Qingzhou gently smiled and said, Hai Qingzhou, the person who was deducted 4 credits by you last time was me. The two of them shook hands. Su Lu smiled and said, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Zhang Xiaoming sighed and said to Su Lu, Qingzhou will be my dance partner for the Double Moon Festival dance. Why are you calling Qingzhou so quickly? I cooked porridge for you, but you didn't even look at it. If I had known earlier, I would have given it to that brat to eat. These words didn't come out of Su Li's mouth. He still had a sincere smile on his face, but in his heart, he thought bitterly that these words were too feminine. He would rather die than allow himself to say them out loud. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Xiaoming saw the sadness that flashed through Su Li's eyes. Suddenly, her heart ached. She said in a low voice, I'm not suitable for you. This has nothing to do with Qingzhou. He and I are just normal friends. The sour words in Su Li's heart came out again. He thought to himself that before that day, they were also normal friends. He held it in and smiled gently at Hai Qingzhou. He nodded at Zhang Xiaoming and said, Let's talk about it another time. I'm leaving first. Under these circumstances, if he wanted to suppress his emotions, Su Lu could only turn around and leave. He was a 19-year-old youth. When he saw Zhang Xiaoming with someone of the opposite sex, he felt very uncomfortable. However, he wasn't so tasteless as to fight with someone of the same sex for the sake of stealing the opposite sex. That was something that only bulls would do. Looking at Su Li's back as he walked away, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly felt that she was really a bad woman. She wasn't acting as a bad woman because that back looked so pitiful. She didn't know why, but she had the urge to call him back. However, when she thought of the Double Moon Festival dance that was just around the corner, she forcefully swallowed those words back. She swallowed them down and felt bitter. Su Lu is a good person. At least he has a good demeanor. Zhang Xiaoming didn't want Hai Qingzhou, who was beside her, to have too many bad feelings toward Su Lu. This was because she knew that Hai Qingzhou also had a good impression of her. He was the son of a senator. If he wanted to take advantage of Su Lu, what would Su Lu, who was a poor student without parents, do? After being rejected by you, he still smiled and shook hands with me. His demeanor is really not bad. Hai Qingzhou put his right hand behind his back and secretly rubbed it twice. His knuckles were already red and swollen from being pinched by Su Lu. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself that this brat was really angry. When he thought of the scene of the nightclub, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Chapter 78. When faced with such a situation, even a clay figurine would get angry. Even if Su Lu was a rock, he had the word resentment engraved on it. What angered him the most was that he didn't even know what went wrong. How did the trees in the pear garden become covered with snow in one night? How did the two moons in the sky collide? How did day become night? How did the two people who were on good terms just a moment ago become strangers? Su Lu was a wild bull that he despised, but this was his first love. In the words that he never forgot to remind Zhang Xiaoming, this was also his first night. It was impossible for his emotions to immediately brighten up. So when he shook hands with Hai Qingzhou, he subconsciously used more strength. Of course, his facial expression was still very good. Congratulations, congratulations. Shi Qinghai raised a large glass of beer and laughed at the unhappy Su Lu. He sincerely congratulated him. I've seen a lot of one-night stands, but a one-day boyfriend like you is really rare. His congratulations were sincere because he no longer had to worry about any problems between Zhang Xiaoming and Su Lu. However, these words sounded like vicious mockery to Su Li's ears. He took a big gulp of beer and frowned. This situation is a little strange. I can't accept it. Did you and Zhang Xiaoming sleep together? Shi Qinghai lit a cigarette and threw the cigarette box over. The problem was that this guy was really too handsome. No matter how sneaky he looked, it was impossible to dislike him. Su Lu was stunned. He immediately thought of that night when he saw the elf wearing the devil's horns. That beautiful and unforgettable time. However, from the perspective of a girl, he couldn't tell the truth to this bad friend in front of him. He shook his head. Shi Qinghai leaned back and sighed. I can't accept it. You know how I look at beautiful girls. If Zhang Xiaoming didn't wear those black-rimmed glasses in bed, she would definitely be a beautiful little girl. What a pity, what a pity. When Sulu heard this, he was a little annoyed. He glared at him angrily and took out a cigarette from the pack and lit it up. Shi Qinghai frowned and said, "It seems that you are serious. But she only kissed you in the restaurant. That doesn't mean anything. Women are fickle. Maybe she will realize that you have no future after staying at home for 2 days. A sensitive woman will think that a man is riding a white horse when she sees him. But a rational woman will analyze whether the white horse is rented or bought, and whether the horse is pure or not. Regarding the matters between men and women, young Master Shi, as always, hit the nail on the head and was incomparably sharp. However, Sulu did not listen to these words at all. He was carefully reflecting on his relationship with Zhang Xiaoming in the past few days and why such a change had happened. Suddenly, he looked up and said, "Xiaoming likes me." Shi Qinghai was stunned for a moment and shook his head. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "This is the first time I see you being narcissistic. It's just like how you used to smile obscenely. It's quite like me." Sulu ignored him. He continued to frown and analyze while smoking. "Since she likes me, but doesn't want to admit our relationship, then it must be because of our relationship, which is a huge obstacle to something. Matters between men and women will only affect matters between men and women. Recently, she has the son of a senator around her. According to my sources, they got to know each other at a family gathering in the Zhang family." "You have sources?" Shi Qinghai looked at him in surprise. Sulu said calmly, "I used a pearl necklace to bribe the girl next to Xiaoming." "Continue." "Xiao Ming is not a vain person. Even if she wants to be with that plain porridge and side dish, she would not be so stupid to choose such a method and such a time to end our relationship. If I make a scene," Sulu did not mention what happened that night. "If they were to really make things too unpleasant for both parties, this kind of thing would spread. It would be extremely harmful to the development of Zhang Xiaoming and Hai Qingzhou's relationship. More importantly, I've only just started with her. Any normal woman would be an emotional woman at this time. In your words, she won't even notice what kind of white horse I'm riding." "Continue." Shi Qinghai was obviously interested because he realized that Su Li's analysis was indeed reasonable. "So she wants to be closer to Hai Qingzhou, not because she likes him, but because she needs to be closer to him during this period of time." Su Li's words were a bit awkward, but the logic was becoming clearer. His knife-like eyebrows raised, and his calm eyes looked past Shi Qinghai's face to look outside the bar. "As for the reason, I'm not very clear. Of course, you won't help me investigate. All right, the Federation Investigation Bureau does not care about breakups." Sulu suddenly frowned and said, "Last time at the entrance of the nightclub, Hai Qingzhou was with the Zhou family siblings. You once told me that Zhou Yu had already entered Yue University. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoming wants to get close to Zhou Yu through Hai Qingzhou? But why does she want to get close to Zhou Yu? You said that Zhou Yu's father is a high-ranking official in the Ministry of National Defense. Oh my God, could it be that Xiaoming is really working for the anti-government forces?" Shi Qinghai's heart trembled. He did not expect Su Lu to be able to deduce so many things randomly, but his expression did not change. He said mockingly, "Don't find so many strange reasons for yourself. This is too complicated. It's a pity that you don't work for the Federation Investigation Bureau. Those intelligence analysts only know how to analyze the blueprints of battleships, main cannons from the trash. They're all idiots." Sulu smiled bitterly. He knew that his analysis was too ridiculous. It was all to make himself understand and to make himself feel better. How could a girl like Xiaoming, who would eat the wrong biscuit, be a spy? But at this time, he did not know that his analysis was infinitely close to the truth. Not only are there no deep-fried pancakes today, there's no supper at all. Tai Ziyuan said into the intercom with a sullen expression. He had just decided not to let Butler Jean prepare supper, but he did not expect that the guy on the other side would dare to forget to bring supper. Su Li's feeble reply came from the intercom. "I'm in a bad mood today, so I forgot about it. You won't die even if you miss out on a meal." Hearing the rude words, Child C subconsciously prepared to get angry, but he suddenly understood that the guy on the other side, who was always cheerful, actually said that he was in a bad mood. He was instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of curiosity. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" Su Li's monotonous voice sounded particularly dejected. "I think I just fell in love, but then I mysteriously fell out of love." For some reason, Tai Zuan, who looked at those files every day, was suddenly interested in the gossip of the guy in the room. He asked, "Tell me about it." Su Lu, who was sitting in the mecha's operating cabin with his legs crossed and staring blankly at the high ceiling, suddenly had a thought when he heard the voice coming from the intercom. He thought that perhaps this mysterious fellow could really help him see some problems. That rogue official, Shi Qinghai, was full of hormones. He was really not a good candidate for studying relationship problems. Moreover, this mysterious fellow did not know who he was, so there were many things that were inconvenient for him to say. Lihua University would not be able to spread rumors about Zhang Xiaoming anyway. After making up his mind, Su Lu very seriously recounted everything that had happened between him and Zhang Xiaoming. He did not even avoid the events of that night. Of course, he did not mention the details, and he also left out some parts that might expose his and Zhang Xiaoming's identities. The intercom was silent for a while, and then the other side suddenly asked, "How long did you last?" A drop of cold sweat trickled down Su Li's temple. He naturally knew that the other side was definitely not asking about how long he had lasted in the lowest level 6 test. After struggling for a long time, he lowered his voice and gave an approximate time in shame. The other side of the intercom was silent for an even longer time, and then came a burst of exaggerated laughter and a sentence that easily pierced Su Li's strong heart. "Actually didn't last as long as you did for level 6. No wonder that woman doesn't want you," Su Lu said resentfully. "Isn't it like this the first time?" Suddenly, he stared at the intercom and said mockingly, "You don't even know this? You're probably still a virgin." Tai Zuan, who had been laughing loudly, stopped abruptly. He stared at the intercom, and after a long while, he pretended to be calm and changed the topic. "A woman's heart is like a needle that has sunk to the bottom of the sea. You'll never find it." He didn't want to pay any more attention to Su Li's childish and boring emotional twists and turns, so he said coldly, "Begin." Last night, the outwardly gentle but innately proud young master of the Tai family had been defeated by Su Lu for the first time. Tai Zuan had thought that this was a coincidence, or perhaps it was because Su Lu had not brought porridge to eat last night, causing him to perform less well. And today, he had adjusted all his emotions, preparing to give Su Lu a painful and unforgettable mecha education. However, 5 minutes later, Tai Zuan's forcefully suppressed voice rang out once more from the intercom. "You just had sex yesterday, so let's say you took an aphrodisiac. Then what medicine did you take today?" Sweating profusely, Su Lu stared at the numbers on the screen with lingering fear. Immersed in a violent thrill of beating up the opponent's mecha, he said, "I just broke up today. Of course what I took was gunpowder." The taste of breaking up was not a good feeling, especially when you couldn't find the reason and couldn't make heads or tails of it. Regardless of whether he was a rock or she was a shrew, every man and woman in puberty had the most delicate and sensitive nerves in their life. Sighs and groans were all caused by the sadness and joy of separation and reunion. Even the slightest change in emotion would be magnified countless times by the young people in the midst of it. 10 years later, they might be able to laugh off their past stubbornness, but 10 years ago, no one would be able to escape this hurdle. In the classroom filled with holographic diagrams, Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the girl sitting in the front row with Hai Qing Zhou. He thought to himself, what is love? Love is not a thing. Chapter 79. A warship is made up of 3 major systems: the structural system, the control system, and the propulsion system. Some of you might be thinking about the weapon system, the observation system. I think that students who look at the structure of a warship this way are basically all boys. Professor Zhou, who was sitting on the podium, was so loud that the tiny speaker clipped to his shirt pocket made a noise of protest. He stared at the male students in the classroom and said disdainfully, "Only little boys who like to read magazines would look at problems and recognize problems so simply. Don't forget, these 3 major systems are the foundation of everything. Let's take the Feather Series warship as an example. What are the three main laser cannons on it made of? A superalloy base and a crystal converter. Transmission, control, calibration. Energy, activation. Professor Zhou raised his thumb, and a beam of light appeared on the large screen. He enlarged the blueprint of the Feather 1 warship's main cannon base and pointed to three different parts. And these three most important components are the structural system, the control system, and the propulsion system. The energy output from the weapons is ultimately still part of the propulsion system. Of course, if you're talking about artillery shells used by the Army, then pretend I didn't say anything. The three major systems don't just exist in the macroscopic scope. They're also the detailed components of every part of the warship. Only when these three major systems can perfectly coordinate and cooperate can, of course, the Feather Series warships have been retired a long time ago. Now that the Federation's crystal resources have dried up, I reckon that you won't have many chances to sit on a warship. Oh, the most important point is that our UA University is not like the three major military academies or the Westwoods Military Academy. We don't have a warship command department, so it's useless to talk about this to you. The male students in the classroom laughed and booed, but Professor Zhou didn't care at all and continued to speak excitedly. Then why do I have to spend time talking about this? That's because no matter if it's the mecha you may come into contact with in the future, or those self-propelled armored vehicles, or self-propelled cannons, in the end, they're all small warships or miniature warships. What determines their performance and combat power are the three major systems of structure, control, and propulsion. Motherfucker, I suddenly remember that all of you are going to develop civilian warships in the future. I guess this class was wasted. The classroom was filled with laughter again. Only Su Le didn't laugh. He also didn't stare blankly at Zhang Xiaoming's back. His current mood was indeed somewhat complicated and low, but he would not allow his entire life to be trapped in this inexplicable melancholy. He listened very carefully to Professor Zhou's lecture and faintly felt that he had gained something. A mecha is a small warship. Su Le repeated Professor Zhou's words in his mind. He recalled the first time he repaired the ancient clock, the large number of M-type mecha blueprints he had read in Area H, and then connected it to his own work in Area H1 these past few nights. He had a deeper understanding of Professor Zhou's theory and connected it to an even stranger direction. This was because Uncle had once told him that the human body was the #1 machine. If a mecha was a small battleship, then wouldn't the human body be a small mecha? The human body was also composed of a control system, a structural system, and a power system. The structure naturally referred to the bones, muscles, organs, hair, blood, and skin. The control system naturally referred to the human brain and the transmission of nerves. Only through the transmission of nerve bundles could the consciousness of the brain control the contraction of the muscles, the movement of the joints, the breathing of the lungs, and the operation of these structural systems. Then, what was the propulsion system? Naturally, the food consumed by the human body was converted into energy by the organs through digestion and absorption. The energy was stored in the human body as fat, blood sugar, and oxygen into the bloodstream. Then, the body would burn them to provide the human body with an endless supply of energy. Su Lu thought about it silently. His body seemed to be different from the average person in terms of the last two systems. For example, when he operated the mecha, the consciousness of his brain seemed to be transmitted to his limbs through a completely new channel, and the mysterious trembling power in his body was obviously not something that could be activated through normal means. Every time he tried it, he would become so hungry. It should have something to do with the special characteristics of this energy, right? Su Lu was satisfied with this speculation. He raised his head to look at the girl's back and began to feel dissatisfied again. The three major systems of his body were developing in the direction of becoming stronger, but unfortunately, the mysterious things like the heart and emotions could not become more numb. That little gatekeeper has been waiting outside the plum garden for 5 hours already. You really don't want to go down and take a look? Outside the door came the sounds of jeering and teasing from the girls. Perhaps some of them were really Zhang Xiaoming's friends, but most of them were just here to watch the show. Zhang Xiaoming had always been quiet and reserved in front of everyone, distant and cold. In addition to her past, she was actually not very popular among the girls of Yue University. Zhang Xiaoming ignored the noise outside. Without her permission, the electronic door would not allow anyone to barge in. She also did not care much about other people's opinions or teasing. Other than in front of that young boy, she felt that she rarely lost her cool. Walking to the window, in the distance was the reflection of the Rose River under the night sky. Nearby was the lawn below the plum garden. On the edge of the lawn was a boy standing there like a rock. He had been standing there since class ended until night. Not only his body, even his expression did not seem to have changed. Zhang Xiaoming stared at the boy in a daze. She picked up a cute little dog biscuit from the table and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, her eyes became moist. She was extremely distressed. The reason she was distressed was because she felt that she was very stupid. Since she knew that this would happen, she should not have acted that way that day. She should not have provoked him. Now that he was like this, and she was also this upset, she still had to pretend to be disgusting. It had to be admitted that Zhang Xiaoming was a very kind person. Otherwise, she would not have given up on her beautiful family background and thrown herself into the business of seeking benefits for the lower class of the Federation. However, even though she had received training in S2, and the black-rimmed glasses made her look mature, she was still incomparably naive and childish when it came to matters between men and women. She was a complete mess. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhang Xiaoming put it to her ear and heard Su Li's voice. Su Lu was a love-struck fool, and he was not the kind of man who would cry and shout about hanging himself. He was just very stubborn as a rock. He had to figure out the reason for Zhang Xiaoming's sudden change in attitude, so he waited in the plum garden for half a night before finally getting through. He stopped Zhang Xiaoming from questioning him about how he got the phone number and said calmly, "Don't be so cold. You're not Jian Shuai, and your acting isn't that good. Give up. I don't know what you're hiding, but I just want to tell you that this trick won't work on me. I'm guessing that you're looking at me from the window in the dark right now, and you're sincerely moved? Maybe you're even crying." After standing for a long time, Su Lu finally used the ruthlessness of the Clock Tower Street orphan gang. He raised his head to look at the 7th floor and said each word to the point, "Don't you think this is very childish?" Zhang Xiaoming was originally looking at Su Lu downstairs with tears in her eyes, but the 2 sentences that came out of the phone made her feel very conflicted. She hung up the phone and crawled into bed. The phone call ended, but Su Lu didn't leave the plum garden. He felt that his heart was empty, and if he didn't get the girl's warmth or words to fill it, it seemed like it would be empty forever. This was his first love, or at least it was her first night. He thought that both of them should cherish it. So he acted like he cherished it and worked hard, and so he stood in the plum garden and waited. It was late autumn, and Su Lu was an impulsive person. He was already prepared. He put on his thermal underwear and put on the green military windbreaker he got at the airport. It was the same one he wore when he first met Zhang Xiaoming. First, it was warm, and second, it made her think of him. This was the most comprehensive arrangement that Su Lu, who was new to love, could think of. However, he miscalculated how much the heavens hated this kind of thing. A cold autumn rain came out of nowhere and drenched him. He wiped the rain off his face and looked at the sky with some annoyance. The plum garden was silent. Even the girls who came to watch the show had fallen asleep. Only the rain accompanied his figure, making him look very lonely. Later in the night, a girl who woke up in the middle of the night found the man in the rain and let out a low cry. In the deepest part of the night, the autumn rain suddenly turned into the first snow in the north of the planet. The floating snowflakes fell just like that, landing on Su Li's body and gradually cooling his body and his heart. In the early morning, Su Lu brushed the snow off his body and left the plum garden silently. He felt that it was too cold. He could ask more about it during the ball. Zhang Xiaoming's face appeared in the window on the 7th floor of the plum garden. She looked at Su Li's footprints in the thin snow with some loneliness. She thought to herself that he had probably lost all hope in her. Su Li didn't go back to take a hot shower and go to sleep. Firstly, there wasn't much time left. Secondly, his incomparably strong body over the years had never seemed to have any problems with colds. Thirdly, there was a fire in his heart. There was no bright fire, which made him very depressed. He needed to find a way to vent. He silently walked into the still, empty H1 area. He thought that the mysterious kid should have already gone to sleep by now. He could only roar at the light and color blocks in the 6th level. To his surprise, the small table in the lounge was already empty. However, the green indicator light for the door was still on. Could that guy still be inside? According to the usual practice, it was already 4 in the morning. Both he and that person should have gotten rid of the trouble of insomnia. Sulu, who was drenched all over, felt a trace of worry. He suddenly forgot that he was actually in the darkest moment of his youth and walked toward that room. Chapter 80. He gently knocked on the door, but there was no response. Sulu glanced at the green indicator beside the door in confusion. After confirming that the kid was still in the room, he knocked even harder, but there was still no response. Sulu couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that something happened to that kid and he fainted? He suddenly remembered that the soundproofing materials in the H1 area were extremely high quality. Could it be that even the sound of knocking on the door couldn't be heard? He frowned and went straight back to his room. He took out the backpack that he had hidden in the deepest part of the storage box and walked back to the door of the other room. The contents of the backpack were randomly dumped on the ground. The metal tools and components collided with the elastic ground and made a strange sound. Sulu didn't stop at all. He began to pick up the tools and began to dismantle the lock. Every time he practiced in the room, he would habitually lock the door from the inside. He knew that the lock of this door was an antique structure. It wasn't the sensor door that was commonly seen in the Federation. If the person inside didn't open it, it would be difficult for the person outside to open it. Fortunately, Sulu had been hanging around with Li Wei and the others since he was young. Although he didn't do too many illegal things, he still did a lot of searching for empty rooms in the Clock Tower Street. He had his own way of unlocking things. After learning from Uncle Fengyu for a full 4 years, anything related to metal structures didn't seem to be difficult for him. In this aspect, he was born with a certain kind of sharp judgment and solving ability. The sound of springs and motors continuously rang and stopped. The self-powered tools continued to dismantle the lock, making bursts of noise. These sounds echoed in the quiet H1 area and were particularly harsh to the ears. Suli's forehead was already breaking out in cold sweat. The tools in his hands were constantly changing, destroying those complicated structures. The worry in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Because even such a big commotion didn't cause the kid in the room to react at all, it seemed that something had really happened to him. With a hiss, the chip's Y-group line was connected. The last 3 metal parts of the lock sprang open. The door of the room retracted into the alloy wall, revealing a spacious space that was extremely similar to the room Sulu stayed in every night. On the far wall was a platform. On the platform hung a black M-Series prototype mecha. More than 10 data and current transmission belts of various colors connected it to the exit in the wall. Sulu did not linger on this very familiar scene for long. He casually tossed his tools to the ground and rushed in the direction of the mecha. This was because he immediately saw a person with a full head of black hair leaning against the mecha's cockpit. From that posture, it was clear that his body was completely devoid of energy. He should have already fallen unconscious. The seemingly long distance was covered in a flash by Suli's running. Just like when he had scaled the Federation's electronic wall back then, he nimbly climbed up the gap between the metal parts of the mecha's mechanical legs like an ape, not taking the proper route at all. Using his fastest speed to climb into the cockpit, Sulu carefully helped the skinny youth to sit upright. He brought his face close to the youth's nose and mouth, pressing his fingers lightly against the youth's carotid artery. Only after confirming that the person's heartbeat and breathing were still normal did he relax slightly. Panting heavily, he thought to himself that the youth was probably just unconscious and should be easy to deal with. He just didn't understand why this guy had suddenly fainted. Using his palm to lightly pat the youth's face, Sulu shouted anxiously, "Wake up, wake up." The skinny youth's face was very pale. Being lightly patted twice by Sulu actually caused an unhealthy flush to appear on his cheeks. Sulu frowned, thinking that it was probably too late to call the school's hospital. Besides, those doctors probably did not have the authority to enter Area H and Area H1. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the fastening strap of the mecha's cockpit. Without even thinking, his right hand tugged at the middle of the strap. With a muffled grunt, he followed his will and felt a sudden heat at the back of his waist. That strange force traveled along with the slight tremors under his skin to his palm, and he pulled hard. With a crisp snap, the super-elastic fiber fastening strap that could hold the pilot's body in place under the high intensity of the mecha's movements snapped into two under Su Li's normal hand. Using the fastening strap to tie the skinny youth to his back, Su Lu cautiously but quickly climbed down from the tall mecha and landed on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, he rushed out of the door. He did not know what kind of illness this fellow had to have caused him to faint here for no reason. He did not dare to be careless. He needed to send the other to the hospital as quickly as possible. Carrying the skinny youth on his back, Sulu passed through the room door and ran past the waiting room. One of the two alloy doors leading from Area H1 to Area H opened. Extremely worried and anxious, he suddenly heard a weak voice ring out from behind him. It was somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. "Where are you taking me?" "To the hospital." Sulu did not turn around, replying instinctively. Only then did he realize that the person on his back had already woken up. Pleasantly surprised, he stopped in his tracks. "Put me down." The voice of the youth on his back was still weak, but it still sounded like an order, not allowing for rejection. Sulu was taken aback for a moment. He unfastened the straps on his body and put the person down. Seeing that the other's face was still pale and somewhat abnormal, he quickly carried him into the waiting room and placed him on the sofa. Only then did Su Lu have the time to take a closer look at this face. He found that this was a rather delicate-looking young male student. His eyes were still tightly shut, and his thin lips were tightly pressed together, as if in pain. Below his eye sockets were two patches of unhealthy light green. This was the first time Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan had met. At that time, Tai Ziyuan's eyes were tightly shut in pain. Thus, from then on, in Su Li's impression of Tai Ziyuan, he was a sickly youth who was even younger than himself, looking very pitiful. This impression had been maintained for many years. No matter what kind of identity Tai Ziyuan later became, Su Lu had always stubbornly thought of him this way. "Let's go to the hospital first," suggested Su Lu with concern as he looked at the youth with his eyes tightly shut. Tai Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes. Su Li's words came to an abrupt halt. He had never thought that a youth's eyes could be so calm that they were like those of an old man who had already experienced countless years of vicissitudes. Although they still retained the youthful clarity, when Sulu looked into his eyes, he always subconsciously thought that the other's eyes might never tremble in the slightest. This was the gaze that came naturally from one's status, experience, and mentality when looking down on the Federation. This was the calmness that came from growing up in the Federation's largest and most ancient clan. This was a pair of eyes that only a truly important figure could have. However, Sulu didn't understand this at all. He only felt that the other's eyes were calm and gentle, yet without a trace of warmth. They exuded an absolutely perfect sense of reserve and pride amidst kindness. Sulu scratched his head. He didn't want to think about why this kid's eyes were so gentle, yet also made people feel fear. He said, "What happened?" Tai Yuan didn't expect that the first person he saw when he woke up would actually be that kid. He remained silent and didn't answer. His body had always been weak. His blood sugar was too low, and that problem had never shown any signs of improvement. Especially in recent years, he had been suffering from insomnia, which made him feel more and more tired by the day. Every night, he had to eat the supper that Butler Jean meticulously prepared to replenish his energy. He had instructed Butler Jean not to prepare supper because he was already used to the kid in that room bringing him food every day. However, he hadn't expected that for the next 4 days, other than the bag of deep-fried dough cakes that Su Lu brought him on the second day, he hadn't eaten anything else. Tai Ziyuan thought to himself with a headache. He seemed to have become a well-fed stray cat, used to certain things. Tai Yuan didn't want to interact too much with this young man in front of him, so much so that he didn't even want to see his face. However, now that they had finally met, he thought to himself angrily, if he hadn't lost to this novice in mecha operation and lost track of time, he wouldn't have fainted due to low blood sugar. It was precisely because of these thoughts that a crack appeared in the poise that he usually maintained perfectly in front of his subordinates and retainers. He stared at the young student who was looking at him with concern and said word by word, "I didn't faint, I just fell asleep." Sulu obviously didn't believe this explanation. He laughed out loud and said, "You didn't wake up even after trying to pry open the door for so long? Unless you're a pig." Tai Yuan's expression darkened slightly. For someone of his status, to be called a pig was truly unbearable. After a moment of silence, he said, "My blood sugar is a little low." Then he frowned and said, "You haven't prepared supper for several days in a row. That's the reason." Sulu had no responsibility or obligation to prepare supper for the other. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely have retorted sarcastically, but Sulu felt that this really seemed to be his own fault. He had always been this kind of person, so he apologized somewhat guiltily. Although they had in fact already communicated with each other through pen and paper for a long time, and had even spoken through the intercom and fought in the virtual world before, this was actually only the first time Sulu and Tai Yuan had met. They were two strangers with extremely different statuses, so at the beginning, the atmosphere between them had been somewhat awkward and strange. Until Tai Yuan mentioned the two words supper, the atmosphere instantly became familiar and comfortable. It was as if the H1 building had suddenly become a blank piece of paper, and these two young people had become two sentences on the blank piece of paper. Sulu stood up and found a bottle of water and a pack of compressed high-calorie biscuits in the large pile of scattered things by the door. After a piece of biscuit and a sip of water, Tai Yuan's spirit was clearly much better. He smiled at Sulu, then glanced at the high-calorie biscuits in his hand and said mockingly, "You seem to be able to find food by your side no matter when or where. You really are like a mouse." Sulu moved a chair to sit beside the sofa. Seeing that this kid was much more spirited, his mood also relaxed a lot. He sighed and replied, "Can't help it. I'm always hungry easily. If I don't carry some snacks by my side, there's no way I can survive." "Right, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name." He very sincerely extended his hand and said, "My name is Sulu." Of course, Tai Yuan knew that he was called Sulu. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly extended his hand and said, "Tai Yuan." Chapter 81. In the Federation, Yu was a very rare surname, but Sulu felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He thought for a while, but couldn't remember where, so he threw it to the back of his mind. He looked at Tai Yuan's slightly pale face and said seriously, "Since you're not feeling well, why are you still staying up late every night? If you're suffering from insomnia, then you shouldn't drink coffee." At this point, Tai Yuan's body had basically returned to normal. He didn't want to interact with Sulu, but just as he was about to leave, he heard such a sincere sentence, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In Tai Yuan's opinion, scribbling on a piece of white paper with Sulu every night and eating deep-fried soy milk and porridge was just an insignificant interlude in his life. He hadn't had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, so he allowed himself to be childish once in a while. But after all, these were still childish things. He had ordered Butler Jean, the only person who had the authority to enter District H1, to forbid him from entering while he was still in District H1. This was because he didn't want his loyal subordinates, who treated him like an emperor, to discover that he actually had a mischievous side to him. It was precisely because of this reason that, even though he returned to the small villa much later than usual, Butler Jean could only obediently wait in the passageway and didn't dare to enter. After all, Butler Jean would never have guessed that young master would be in a coma. Even he didn't know that Tai Yuan's body had a very troublesome illness other than hypoglycemia. Tai Yuan knew that he owed Sulu a favor, and he could easily see from the other's eyes that he was really sincere. Thus, he smiled and sat on the sofa, no longer in a hurry to leave. Sulu was also extremely sensitive to the fact that the calm gaze of this thin, and weak youth seemed to have become gentler. However, this gentleness was still condescending and unruffled. It gave off a feeling of being thousands of miles away, and Sulu wasn't used to it. He frowned and said, "Since you don't want to go to the hospital, do you want me to send you home?" At this time, Sulu had already guessed that the other party must be a young master from a wealthy family. After all, not everyone could eat Caspian caviar as a normal snack. And after so many days, Sulu found that except for himself and this guy called Tai Ziwan, there was no third person who could enter the H1 area. Sulu could analyze that his ability to enter H1 was definitely due to the disguised chip that the boss left for him. What about the other party? Tai Ziwan did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he looked at him with interest, as if he wanted to see what kind of person Sulu was. The worthless supper was not a problem, but after only eating a few of his biscuits and drinking a cup of coffee, he was determined to make up for it. Moreover, he did not tire of it and persisted for so many days. This was not easy, not to mention that the other party's earlier anxiousness about his coma was not fake. He grew up under the education of political history, conspiracies, and so on. It was really hard to imagine that there really was a person in the world like Sulu who was completely willing to help others from the bottom of his heart without asking for anything in return. Even if there was such a person, it shouldn't be a young man under the age of 20. This kind of calm and unhurried gaze made Sulu feel a great deal of pressure. He secretly felt strange in his heart. This guy looked so pitiful and harmless with his eyes closed, but when he opened them, he was so overbearing. It was really strange. Since there was no problem with the other party's body, he was not as nervous as before. The exhaustion of a sleepless night and the hard work of guarding under the plum garden all poured into his body. He could not help but gently exhale, slumped into the chair, and looked at the other party with slightly narrowed eyes. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Rest for a while before you go out. After a long time, Tai Yuan seemed to react. He said very slowly and gently, "Thank you. I can leave by myself." Suli's pair of knife-like eyebrows trembled slightly. Only then did he realize that the other party's voice was somewhat different from the voice on the intercom. It was not a difference in the quality of the voice, but the change in the speed of the voice, which actually made this thin and weak youth feel a little more dignified. Sulu suspected that he was hearing things. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at him. "You're that virgin, right?" Tai Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not show the anger in his heart. He said indifferently, "Premature ejaculation guy. Do you have any questions?" Sulu was embarrassed, but he immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Not bad. It's just that you're such a vicious guy. I'm not used to seeing you speak like a president giving a war speech." Tai Yuan's eyes swept over his shoulder without leaving a trace. He was not used to people showing their closeness to him, especially patting his body so casually. For many years, no one had dared to do this. The only one who had dared to do this was Zhou, but ever since she found out about his identity, she had also become a quail in front of him. Sulu did not notice the emotions on Tai Yuan's face, or maybe he was just too lazy to care. He sighed and said, "I come to H1 every day for my own reasons. What about you? Is it really just insomnia and boredom?" "Insomnia is because of stress." Tai Yuan looked at Sulu calmly. He suddenly remembered that this guy in front of him had even told him about his own bed matters. An extremely absurd feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and said, "You should have already guessed that my family is very rich, but my father was unlucky and died too early. I was taught from a young age to inherit the family business and to bear those heavy responsibilities. This kind of pressure really makes me feel uneasy. Although I believe in my own ability, I always feel that it's not too fun to think about the things that happened when I was 80 when I just turned 18. After saying this, Tai Yuan frowned slightly. He did not understand why he seemed to trust the other person so much subconsciously. Looking at Su Li's honest face, he said the words that he had always hidden in the depths of his heart. Sulu did not express any shock. He just shrugged. He had already guessed that the other person's family background was not ordinary, so of course he was not surprised. However, at this moment, he could not imagine that the family business that Tai Ziwan said he was going to inherit was a family business that was terrifyingly huge. He only said comfortingly, "Who doesn't have stress in life? I just felt that you were younger than me, but now I know that you're only 18. Why do you have to live so hard? Things like stress, it's better to keep it in your heart. Just live your life as usual." Sulu was lamenting about his own experiences. He was just an ordinary Federation youth who wanted to live a normal life. However, because he met this uncle, the trajectory of his life had been forcefully twisted into a shape that he had never dared to imagine. The Federation's only counterfeit microchip was installed behind his neck. If this secret was discovered by someone, he would definitely know how to write the 4 words living a life worse than death. The pressure he bore was actually also very great, but he faced it all tenaciously and optimistically, and also comforted the other in this way. Tai Ziwan was slightly taken aback. He naturally could not relax, just because of a few words from the other, and his strong self-discipline made it, so that he did not want to relax at all. He looked at Su Lu and said with a smile, "There are some pressures that you have to bear. You can't run away from them. You even have to forcibly magnify them. Only then can you urge us to move forward." Su Lu shook his head. He felt that this kid with the surname Si was the same as Zhang Xiaoming. They both had the potential to be masochistic. He looked at him and said very seriously, "I keep feeling that these words aren't right. No matter how great your future is, it's not worth sacrificing your health. Don't tell me that you still want to be the president?" After being slightly taken aback, Tai Ziwan stared at him with an extremely playful gaze. Then he laughed loudly. In the end, his laughter turned into coughing, and he kept coughing. Crazy, Su Lu thought in his heart. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. He told him his phone number and said, "We've known each other for so many days. You've eaten so much of my food, so we can be considered friends. If there's anything in the future, just give me a call." Tai Ziyuan's laughter stopped. He quietly watched Su Li's back as he walked to the door to clean up the mess on the floor. He thought to himself that he would probably never make this call. "I've already met with Senator Pabre. I didn't let you down. He and his shabby staff have indeed come up with a very attractive and operable political program and reform plan." A woman appeared on the light screen of the small villa. This woman was about 40 years old. From the back, she still looked very attractive. At this time, she was wearing a set of home clothes and drying the sheets on the balcony. The woman was doing very ordinary household chores, but she talked about her meeting with the rising political star of the Federation, Senator Pabre from the Donglin district. Tai Ziwan calmly looked at his mother on the light screen. He didn't open his mouth to ask, because he knew that since his mother had used a secret line to contact him, it definitely wasn't to tell him about the results of the negotiation. She must have something more important to say. Pabre is a middle-aged man who is too idealistic. That woman shook the sheets and continued, "But it's already a good choice. It's just that he's always a bit distrustful and afraid of our family. I made a big concession in order to gain his trust. I've decided to push the management committee to amend the Constitution to allow the president to be re-elected twice during special times." The woman of the Tai family turned around and softly said to the light screen, "If Pabre doesn't make any mistakes, I hope that he can stay in that palace for 15 years. Tai Ziyuan's expression finally changed. He frowned and said, "This is a big move. Even if our family can win the support of those families, it's not likely that we can control the members of the management committee. Not to mention that the people are naturally resistant to this kind of thing. Within 15 years, the empire will definitely start another war." The woman of the Tai family calmly said, "A country that can only resolve the bloody conflicts within the social class by conquering other countries cannot do without war. As long as the war starts, our Pabre, of course, has enough reason to become the first president to be re-elected 3 times." Tai Ziyuan didn't say anything. He respected Senator Pabre very much, so he was very disgusted by his mother saying "our Pabre." 15 years later, "You'll be 33 years old." The woman on the light screen softly said, "It's time for the Federation to have the youngest president in its history." Tai Ziyuan closed his eyes and said sarcastically, "Pabre can be re-elected 3 times. I'm still young, so of course I can be re-elected even more times. Chapter 82. It will be the Double Moon Festival Ball in 2 days. The woman on the screen was obviously not angered by her only son's mocking tone. She smiled and said, "I met your father at that ball. I hope you are as lucky as your father. Child, enjoy it. See you during the winter break." Tai Yuan smiled and replied, "I don't think my father is lucky." This was a joke that could be made as a son. He added in his heart that his life was not that enjoyable. "Although the girl from the Zhou family will definitely not be chosen as your wife, I always thought that with her beauty and your relationship with her in the past, you wouldn't mind developing a relationship with her." The woman on the screen suddenly had a mischievous smile. "Moreover, I always thought that her waist and butt shape were very suitable for bearing children." The screen returned to darkness and then retracted into the ceiling. Tai Ziyuan's expression calmed down. He dipped a piece of paper in water and wiped away the foundation under his eyes. Although he respected his mother more than he loved her, which was completely different from his relationship with his father in the past, he knew in his heart that his mother was doing everything for him. He was a filial son, and he did not want Lady Tai to worry about his body. There were still 2 days before the Double Moon Festival Ball. Tai Ziyuan fell into silence under the autumn afternoon sun. He did not care about the ball. He knew very well why Yuzi had come to Yue University. He was a little tired of appearing in front of those who knew him with a certain appearance, because he did not like to be surrounded by those people in the most central position. According to the tradition of the Double Moon Festival Ball, he should be on the 2nd floor, overlooking the dancing men and women downstairs. He would choose the one he liked the most among the opposite sex in the ball, and then gently invite her, hoping that she would become his close friend for a certain period of time. At the same time, he would end his 18 years of virginity. Yes, according to the tradition of the Tai family, this Double Moon Festival Ball was coincidentally Tai Ziyuan's coming-of-age ceremony. However, only a few people in the Federation knew about it. Perhaps some powerful people had vaguely caught wind of something, but they would never be able to find out the actual details. The Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony was held 2 years earlier than the other big families' coming-of-age ceremonies. They chose to hold it on any day of the year the youngster turned 18, during any ball. What was even more special was that the Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony was a trial of love and romance. No girl could refuse the invitation of a descendant of the Tai family. Even if some people didn't know who he was and didn't know that he represented the history of the most ancient and most respected family in the Federation, they would still sink into the dreamy environment created by unlimited wealth and power in the future. Love was never the main character in this story, or it could be said that love itself could be planned, just like the president who represented the spirit of the Federation and the power of the people. What was strange was that in the past, the descendants of the Tai family didn't know that their coming-of-age ceremony was a test. Many people jumped in like moths, bravely loving like every other child in a normal family. Some people chose to dance with their coming-of-age ceremony and became the woman who would accompany them for the rest of their lives. For example, Tai Ziyuan's father, this could be said to be a happy ending. However, more people found out during this process that those cold beauties who were untouchable in the eyes of young men would become sad and obedient lambs in front of the terrifying power of the Tai family. During this process, they realized that the so-called love wasn't as pure and holy as they thought it was. The ancestor of the Tai family set this strange rule to let his male descendants know that love was something that could be bought with money and power. This way, they wouldn't make irreversible mistakes because of the matters between men and women in the future. Tai Ziyuan was lucky. Maybe it was because he was the only son in 7 generations, or maybe it was because his father and mother were a rare couple who loved each other from their coming-of-age ceremony until the end. When he was very young, Lady Tai had already told him the true meaning of the coming-of-age ceremony. She also told him calmly and seriously that he shouldn't expect to be as lucky as his father. As the descendant of the Tai family, he could and should have love, but it couldn't be during the coming-of-age ceremony. This was what Tai Ziyuan couldn't understand the most. The 7 great families, including the Tai family, had always attached great importance to the rules that had been passed down since ancient times. Even though Lady Tai wasn't a stubborn person, and had even told him the true meaning of the coming-of-age ceremony, she still asked him to use the Double Moon Festival as an opportunity to find a female partner for this year's school life. From Tai Ziwan's point of view, this method was undoubtedly very similar to the saying, "Take off your pants and fart." Tai Ziwan grew up in the society of the Federation. The books he read and the television he watched were all content from this era. Although he grew up in an extremely wealthy environment, and the education he received was completely different from his peers, he was mature and calm beyond his age, and he also had a heart that was brave enough to bear the responsibility of his family. However, in the end, he still couldn't adapt to many details. The glory of the ancient royal family was too far away from him. He didn't understand why his subordinates always treated him like a prince. From his point of view, in a democratic society, there shouldn't be such a way of thinking. Today, Lady Tai's words made Tai Ziwan have a clearer understanding of his own identity and the glorious future he had planned for a long time ago. The pressure that had accompanied him since he was young seemed to have solidified and filled the entire room, making it difficult for him to breathe. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Then, he picked up his personal cell phone and dialed a number. This number was only mentioned once, and Tai Ziwan easily remembered it. He originally thought that he would never dial this number in his life, but he didn't expect that after only half a day, he would change his mind. "Don't bring supper tonight, bring a set of clothes. Also, do you know if there are any quieter brothels in Linhai?" "No need. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Tai Ziwan closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the night and the next day to come. He was a self-disciplined and responsible descendant of an aristocratic family. Although he occasionally rejected the atmosphere around him and his mother's arrangements, he wouldn't choose to childishly escape or resist. But in his heart, he thought that at least things like the coming-of-age ceremony should be arranged by himself, that tea was like a dream, such a short reunion. Sulu stared blankly at the empty table in front of him. There wasn't a single naked girl there. For days had passed, and he felt that he was gradually getting used to living without her. After escaping from the Donglin district, he had become accustomed to being alone and silent. But he still noticed that she wasn't at the table across from him, on the track, on the Rose River, and at night. Students passing by would occasionally notice him, who was in a daze at the table by the window. Those who knew about this would cast mocking and disdainful glances at him. In everyone's eyes, a swan might occasionally look for food with a toad in the pond, but it was impossible for her to really marry a toad. The midday autumn sun shone through the window and fell on Su Li's body. He, who was in a daze, felt a trace of warmth. Then his phone rang, but the thin screen that popped up didn't show the number or area. He doubtfully answered the call, and then heard the voice that he had been hearing recently. Then, he fell into an indescribable state of shock. Why did he want to find a brothel? Sula knew that there was something wrong with the kid surnamed Yu's brain, but he didn't want to stay in Yue University and stay under the mocking gazes of those students. After thinking for a while, he agreed and then seriously suggested, "I don't know much about these things, but I have a friend who should know a lot. Do you want to call him?" "No need?" "Okay then. I'll wait for you in the lounge tonight." "You're welcome. Don't tell me you're planning to run away from home?" Sula looked at Tai Ziwan and asked seriously. He couldn't get used to the fact that a child from a rich family would use the tone of a thesis defense to ask him to help him find a woman. He said, "No matter how much pressure there is at home, your parents are after all looking out for you. Don't mess around." After saying this, Su Lu remembered that Su Li's father had passed away a long time ago, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. However, these few words came from the bottom of his heart. His family members had unfortunately died in that mining accident, and this made Su Lu yearn for that kind of warmth more than anyone else. Tai Ziwan calmly replied, "Don't you often mock me for being a virgin? I just want to find a woman to test out what's going on. What I find strange is that you actually agreed to my request without even blinking your eyes. I can't help but wonder if you do this kind of thing often." Su Lu smiled bitterly and didn't answer. Thinking back to when he was on Clock Tower Street, he had to go to those sanatoriums every month to pay for his boss's prostitutes. He seemed to have gotten used to this kind of request, so he naturally agreed to it over the phone. Li Ziyuan glanced at the green military windbreaker he was wearing and tried to put the rain hat on his head. It was only after he confirmed that the surveillance equipment outside of Area H1 couldn't capture his face that he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you get Silin's military uniform?" "I forgot." Su Lu was very used to lying in front of his friends, and he didn't want to talk about things related to Little Watermelon. He didn't want to have anything to do with the high and mighty Zhong family in this life. Looking at Tai Ziyuan, who was tightly wrapped in the windbreaker, he said doubtfully, "Why do I feel like we're preparing to be thieves?" Tai Ziyuan didn't answer him. Instead, he walked directly out of Area H. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and there was no one in Area H. He and Su Lu talked casually and killed time. They waited until after 6 o'clock in the morning when other students began to come in. They looked at each other and walked outside. Chapter 83. Those diligent students did not know that the two of them came from Area H1. They thought that the two of them had woken up earlier than them and could not help but show expressions of admiration. Amidst such expressions, Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan, who was wearing a green military windbreaker, quietly left Area H of the library and embarked on a road to find a woman. Looks like he really is a thief. It had snowed a few days ago, and the weather was a little cold. Su Lu tied his scarf tighter around his neck. Looking at the silent Tai Ziyuan beside him, endless curiosity grew in his heart. He actually dared to come out in disguise? Was this guy's family that strict? Passing through Yue University in the morning, along the way, countless female students were either having their morning exercise or breakfast. Su Lu rubbed his tired face and said, "The ratio of men to women in Shanglin is the exact opposite of that in Donglin. There are more women than men. If you really want to get rid of your virginity as soon as possible, hurry up and fall in love." Tai Ziyuan's entire face was covered by a rain hat, and only the lower half of his face could be seen. He smiled and sniffed the campus air, looking at the students walking freely in the light autumn wind. He did not answer Su Li's words, but said, "Didn't you just break up with a woman? Why are you willing to accompany me to find a woman? This love is a little too cheap." Su Lu laughed bitterly and replied, "I'm just sympathizing with a poor person like you who is too strict with your family. I have no intention of accompanying you into the water." Tai Ziyuan did not pay attention to his explanation. He just calmly and attentively enjoyed the rare freedom and worldly atmosphere. He left home when he was young. Lady Tai had originally hoped that he could grow up healthily like a normal Federation youth, so she sent him to an ordinary primary school in the Special Capital District. However, not long after, his identity was leaked. For safety and to avoid the flattery and fawning that followed him everywhere, Lady Tai had to give up on this idea. Tai Ziyuan began to transfer schools continuously, including Capital University Preparatory School and Yue University. These were all places that the Tai family could completely control, and he also received the best protection in these schools. It had been many years since he had gone to school like an ordinary person. Tai Ziyuan missed the childhood days when he played with Zhou. The two of them walked through a forest in silence, passing by Yue University's space-styled multi-purpose building. At the same time, they noticed that the multi-purpose building was unusually lively today. Countless heavy vehicles were passing through, and the school staff were nervously setting up the venue. A huge banner was pulled up, and the words on it were covered by a cloth, so they couldn't see it. "Tomorrow's Double Moon Festival Ball looks really grand." Su Li's mood suddenly dropped. Zhang Xiaoming would probably be attending the ball with the councilman's son. Naturally, he would not be going. It's not just a ball. The first military academy is going to visit our school tomorrow. I heard that there will be a mecha show in the comprehensive hall. Tai Yuan calmly looked in the direction of the general gymnasium and told Su Lu. After going around in a circle, Area H1 is actually behind the general gymnasium. He noticed Su Li's silence and said, "The ball is at night. Every student has to attend. Even I can't escape. I'm not going." After a short pause, Su Lu said calmly, "I'm just an auditing student. No one will say anything about me, even if I don't go. Are you worried that you'll see an ex-girlfriend who has moved on?" Tai Yuan smiled warmly and said, I advise you to go. Perhaps there will be some surprise waiting for you. Sulu shook his head. These past few days had already convinced him that Zhang Xiaoming had made up her mind. Although he still felt that there was something strange about this matter, he was still unwilling to give up. However, a woman's heart was an elusive thing to begin with. There could not be any real surprises. He looked at the staff and heavy trucks going in and out of the comprehensive gymnasium and asked curiously, "Why is the first military academy coming to visit our school? Our school doesn't have a mecha piloting specialization. That's a matter for the military, a mecha show. Why is that?" He was somewhat curious about the abilities of the students of the Federation's most advanced military academy in terms of mecha piloting. However, when he thought of his own extremely slow operation, he lost all interest. As for his competitive spirit, it was completely gone. Tai Yuan smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that the first military academy had specially come to Pear Blossom University to perform mecha piloting. Naturally, it was to demonstrate to Pear Blossom University and, at the same time, to prove to the Tai family that if they wanted to learn about mecha piloting, they should still return to the first military academy. Tai Yuan naturally would not explain things to Sulu. He walked past the entrance of the comprehensive gymnasium and headed out of the school. Outside the school, the two of them had a casual breakfast. Tai Yuan was very satisfied with the taste of this small restaurant. He looked at Sulu and said approvingly, "Looks like having you be the tour guide was not a bad choice." "You poor child," Sulu said sympathetically. "Where do you want to go later? I'll treat you. Amusement park or cinema?" Tai Yuan was slightly taken aback. He said seriously, "I just want to find a woman." Sulu scratched his head and said helplessly, "You're really a more persistent person than me. But as far as I know, those places don't open in the morning." While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Sulu called Shi Qinghai. He held the phone and asked, "Old Shi, do you know any places that open in the morning?" "Of course, I'm talking about that kind of place." "What kind?" It's a place where you can find a woman." Shi Qinghai was hugging a young woman on the bed. His sleepiness was instantly swept away, and he praised loudly into the phone, "You're enlightened. Looks like the blow of a boyfriend has really enlightened you. How many times have I told you to go with me, but you don't want to go? Don't worry, as long as you have the money, I can find a place that opens for you even if it's Memorial Day. Are you at the back door of Pear Blossom Garden at this time? Wait for me to come and fetch you." The half-naked young woman in his arms suddenly looked at him bitterly. She wondered why this beautiful man was so insensible. Shi Qinghai felt the gaze of the beautiful woman in his arms. He coughed twice and said awkwardly into the phone, "See you then." Sulu glanced at Tai Yuan beside him. He knew that the other party didn't want to see Shi Qinghai. He said awkwardly into the phone, "Just tell me the address. You don't have to accompany me." Shi Qinghai, on the other end of the phone, was stunned. He thought that Sulu was shy. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, "That's fine too. Just write down the address. By the way, I'm going to buy clothes for the Double Moon Festival tomorrow night. I'll buy a set for you while I'm at it. I'll send it to you tomorrow morning." Sulu wanted to decline and say that he didn't want to go to the ball. Even if he wanted to go, he had already bought the clothes. However, he suddenly remembered that those clothes were bought together with Zhang Xiaoming. His heart suddenly became slightly sour. While he was silent, Shi Qinghai had already hung up the phone. "I didn't expect that I could call the teacher to find a brothel." Tai Yuan frowned slightly and shook his head. Brothels were brothels. It was said that they were called brothels in the empire. No matter which era, region, or country, this industry was always so prosperous. Together with politics, they were two industries that would never decline. In the Federation, the prostitution industry had never been legalized. From the era of imperial power to the era of constitutional law, until the recent Federation, human society had always been debating where this industry should go. The Federation Management Committee had been debating for 600 years to pass the relevant laws. It was expected that the debate would continue in the future. However, this industry already existed and would exist forever. Before the committee could pass the final bill, they could only pass a lot of additional regulations to regulate this industry. for example, the opening hours, the number of medical examinations for employees, the calculation method of tax, disease prevention and control education, and the distance between the business premises, schools, and government departments. In short, the countless additional regulations showed that the Federation government had already recognized the existence of this industry. However, there was no law that explicitly stated that the Federation allowed prostitution. Therefore, those places that provided services were not called brothels, nor were they called brothels. Because of the national sentiment, they couldn't hang the old-fashioned sign of a brothel. In the Donglin district, this kind of place was called a sanatorium. It was Uncle Feng Yu's favorite place to visit. In a rich area like Shanglin, it was called a clubhouse. The first snow had melted in Linhai, making it look especially clean and chilly. A taxi stopped on the side of a quiet street in Linhai. Compared to those private clubs that didn't operate to the public, the Stars Clubhouse was definitely not that great. However, in the field of public clubs, it was undoubtedly the most luxurious place in Linhai. Two young people who looked like students walked into the Stars Clubhouse at around 8 in the morning. The receptionist in charge of reception was shocked. She thought that young people nowadays were really amazing. She hadn't even brushed her teeth yet, and there were already customers. She was a bit puzzled. Did these two young people come to the wrong place? Tai Ziyuan calmly and with great interest scanned the interior of the clubhouse. He was quite satisfied with the taste of this clubhouse, especially the rockery fountain in the middle of the hall. The design was quite elegant. There was no smell in the air, making it seem a bit fresh. No need for introductions. Let me see the package list. Su Lu walked to the front desk, smiled gently at the pretty lady, and said in a practiced manner. The lady was slightly startled. Then, she immediately put on a professional smile on her face and said in a soft and seductive voice, "Okay." However, she felt a bit of disdain in her heart. He was already a regular customer at such a young age. How depraved was that? Sulu obviously didn't know how the lady was looking down on him. He looked at the package list in boredom. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't take it out. He wasn't surprised to find that the cost of living in the capital ring was much higher than in Donglin. He glanced at Tai Ziyuan, who was sitting on the sofa, and couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that this kid could keep his composure. This one, then. Sulu pointed at a line on the list. Then he lowered his voice and sincerely said, "My friend is still that. Help me choose a gentle and experienced one. Also, prepare some food in the room." Sulu was very worried that the Tai family kid, who had been suffering from insomnia for many years, would be too happy to do this kind of thing for the first time. He would toss and turn and faint again, so he carefully added a request. Chapter 84. The receptionist of the Star Clubhouse immediately understood the meaning of Su Li's words and smiled slightly. She had been working in this kind of place for a long time and had seen all kinds of strange things. However, it was rare to see a classmate pick the most expensive clubhouse in Linhai. Thinking of this, the receptionist immediately sensed that the other party might have some financial strength. So she said, "Please don't worry, I'll arrange for an A card, but the price will be a bit more expensive." Su Lu thought that Tai Ziyuan's family must be very rich, so he naturally wouldn't care about this. So he nodded. The receptionist began to arrange in a low voice into the communicator. Su Li's ears were a bit sharp, so he heard what seemed to be a burst of laughter coming from the other end of the communicator, followed by a burst of suppressed exclamation. "I always thought it was so early and you haven't started work yet." Sulu had lived among the orphans since childhood and was at the bottom of society. He didn't have any contempt for women who worked in the clubhouse. He said to the receptionist with a gentle smile, "I didn't expect there to be an A card." The receptionist saw Su Li's sincere smile and his well-practiced performance, so she felt more and more that this young man was not only depraved but also hypocritical. She covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "The A card usually goes home early, but you're lucky today. The most popular sister in the clubhouse happens to be here, and I heard it's a little boy who volunteered to fight." Su Lu let out an ah sound and scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Can Sun's origin take it?" He suddenly thought of the vicious comments that Nightmare Source had made about him in H1. He chuckled, thinking that it wouldn't be bad to let Nightmare Source break his own record in a while. "What's your arrangement?" asked the receptionist. "I don't need it." Sulu, who had been pretending to be an old Taoist since he walked into the clubhouse, finally showed some embarrassment at this moment. He coughed and said, "Give me a cup of tea. I'll wait for him." "Okay." The receptionist was a bit surprised that he would make such a request, so she respectfully led the two of them to the back garden of Clubhouse. They walked through the wooden road covered with expensive carpets and around two small courtyards dotted with bamboo ponds to reach the real place. A cup of tea had been poured countless times. Su Guang took out his phone and looked at the time. Half an hour had passed, but that kid still hadn't come out. He couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated. At this time, he was sitting in a lounge with only 3 sofas, waiting for Tai Ziyuan to be defeated. However, in such an environment, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous. Therefore, he drank his tea very quickly and had already gone to the bathroom once. Because it was still too early, there were not many guests in the large clubhouse. The 2 students were the only guests. As for the ladies who had been busy all night, they were resting in their own dormitories, so the Star Clubhouse was quiet. After some time, Su Lu finally adapted to this feeling. In the silence, he could no longer resist the tiredness accumulated over the past few nights. He leaned on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. What woke him up from his sleep was countless sparrows. Those sparrows kept chirping in his ears. It was very annoying. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and waved his hand to drive those sparrows away. Unexpectedly, his hand touched a piece of smooth and greasy skin. Sulu was shocked. Only then did he realize that a dozen girls had entered the lounge at some point in time. These girls were surrounding him and chattering nonstop. Some of them were even bold enough to sit beside him. They were very close to him and were looking at his face. When he waved his hand subconsciously after waking up, he touched a girl's naked thigh. Sulu quickly sat up and looked at these girls in disbelief. He found that the girl whose thigh he touched didn't look angry at all. Instead, she squinted her eyes and leaned over, asking, "Are you that little awesome's classmate?" Sulu subconsciously thought that Tai Ziyuan's identity as a rich young master was known by these ladies, but then he realized that was not the case. At this time, he couldn't care so much. He said with a wry smile, "What's going on? What time is it?" A girl wearing slippers on the sofa at the door yawned and said, "It's 12 o'clock. The club basically had no business in the morning." Since Su Lu didn't want to wait in the hall, the lady at the front desk arranged for him to go to the lounge with a row of clocks. She thought that the sofa there would be more comfortable. She didn't expect that Su Lu would sleep for 3 hours. He slept until it was time for those ladies to go to work. Those ladies had seen all kinds of people in their lives. When they saw a young man on the sofa, they were a little surprised. They surrounded him and pointed at him. The scene at this time couldn't be said to be erotic. The rules of the club were very strict. Those ladies had to go to work so early, but in fact, no customers would come so early. Therefore, they were still wearing comfortable pajamas with no makeup on their faces. Most of them were still wearing slippers on their feet. They looked as comfortable as they could be. However, the haggard smell between their eyebrows exposed their real jobs. Even so, these ladies could still be said to be delicate and beautiful. The pajamas couldn't hide their graceful figures. Sula glanced at them and felt that his eyes were dazzled. He thought to himself that sure Qinghai was really worthy of being called the divine hand of flowers. The Star Club, he pointed to, was really full of beauties. He just didn't know how beautiful that A card with Tai Ziyuan would be. Thinking of Tai Ziyuan, Su Li's heart thumped. He thought to himself, "That guy couldn't find me and left first, right?" He said to the lady next to him apologetically, "Excuse me, when did my classmate leave? Call me Sister Lulu." The lady was sitting next to him. She was wearing a short skirt that just wrapped around her hips. One of her feet was on the sofa, and she was painting her toenails while hugging her thighs. Sulu glanced over and happened to see the snow-white thighs and the soft breasts that were pressed against the chest. At this time, the lounge was no longer as quiet as before. The delicate voices of those women rose and fell, and the air in the room was full of the unique scent of women. Mixed with the perfume, it was very charming. In addition, he found that the naked thighs of the lady next to him were the ones he had just touched. He couldn't help but feel that his fingers were a little slippery and his mind was in a mess. He quickly pretended to look away naturally and asked sincerely in a low voice, "Sister Lulu, when did my classmate leave?" The girl called Lulu raised her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your classmate didn't leave you behind. He's still in the room." The girl didn't have any makeup on, but there was a natural charm between her eyebrows. She giggled and hugged Su Li's arm, saying, "That little badass is amazing. He added 2 more hours. I say, are you just going to wait like this? Why don't you take care of me? Yeah, let's see if you're that amazing." When Su Li looked away, how could he escape the eyes of these girls who had seen countless people? They immediately knew that even if this guy wasn't a virgin, his skin was very thin. The girls surrounded him again, teasing and seducing him as a pastime before work started. Feeling the soft touch of the upper arm, Su Li's heart was very flustered. Seeing and touching were really different. The girls around him all surrounded him, and those white thighs and breasts flashed past his eyes from time to time. Su Li's mouth suddenly felt a little thirsty, but he still remembered the matter with Tai Ziyuan. He thought with some disbelief. He added 2 more hours, and this was more than 3 hours. From morning to noon? That guy just met someone he wouldn't not know how to restrain himself and end up doing it, right? But Su Lu really didn't have time to care about Tai Ziyuan at this time. He had to find a way to fool the situation in front of him. He said to the girls around him with a sad face, "I think I'd better go out. You're going to start work soon. You have to dress up and change clothes. It's not convenient for me to be here." He stood up as he spoke, but unexpectedly he was pulled down by the girl named Lulu, who whispered in his ear, "What are you afraid of? Those perverts finish drinking at noon and wait until 2 o'clock. Even if they dare to come out in the afternoon, they have to wait until 3 o'clock. It's still a long time. Little brother, what are you going out for? We're going to change clothes. You could just watch from the side." Su Li's ear was blown by the hot breath, and his heart swayed again. His body was soft, and he couldn't walk anymore. He said with a bitter face, "Spare me." Suddenly, he had an idea. He looked at the girls around him who were trembling with laughter and suggested, "Anyway, you have nothing to do. How about playing poker?" As a result, a wonderful scene appeared in the ladies' lounge of the most exclusive club in Linhai. A young male student accompanied the ladies and began to seriously play poker. The girl named Lulu had been half crouching behind Su Lu, giving him advice. But because of the soft shoulder and the fragrance in his ear, Su Lu couldn't keep his usual calm. In less than half an hour, he had lost several games in a row. Fortunately, everyone was playing for fun, so he didn't lose much money. While playing cards and chatting while waiting for Tai Ziyuan, Su Lu suddenly felt that it was quite comfortable to spend the afternoon like this. Through chatting with the ladies, he also indirectly learned some details of the industry. He also knew that Lulu, who was clinging to him behind him, was only 18 years old. She was younger than him. They played cards until 2 o'clock. Gradually, the ladies were called out, but Lulu was still crouching behind Su Lu, shouting and giving orders. From time to time, she secretly pinched Su Li's eye-catching but particularly strong chest. The door opened, and the lady at the front desk poked her head in. Seeing the scene in the lounge, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She didn't expect to see such a happy scene. Embarrassed, she interrupted Su Li's thoughts about the game. "Your companion is waiting for you in the hall." Chapter 85. Su Lu looked at the time and exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect Tai Ziyuan to still be able to stand up. He apologized to the girls around him and walked out. Now that the only entertainment was gone, the atmosphere in the lounge returned to its usual lazy and deathly stillness. A young lady teased Lulu. "You're usually too stubborn and offended so many customers. It's not easy for you to take a fancy to someone today, but others don't like you." The beautiful Lulu snorted and said, "I like honest students." At this moment, the door opened and an extremely tired girl walked in. She said angrily, "How can students be honest these days? I've never seen a monster with 5 extra seconds in my life." The girl who walked in was about 20 years old. She looked pure, but she couldn't be considered a national beauty. She wasn't even as beautiful as the girls in the lounge, such as the beautiful Lulu. The girl was wearing a black suit with a tight skirt that had just been painted. She looked very much like the female employees of the big companies in Lin High. She didn't look like a prostitute at all, but there was a nameplate hanging on her chest that indicated her identity. Especially at this moment, the tiredness and faint lust between her eyebrows from time to time revealed what she had done earlier. When this girl walked in, the girls in the lounge all showed sincere smiles. This was because she was an A-level member of the clubhouse, but she never gave these ordinary girls a hard time like the other A-level members. Instead, she would come to the lounge from time to time to chat with them. Lulu jumped up from the sofa and held the girl's arm. She asked excitedly, "Sister Bai Chi, you're back? Oh my God, it's been almost 6 hours. Can that virgin still walk?" Bai Chi was very famous in the Star Clubhouse. It wasn't because of her looks, but because of her gentleness and understanding, especially her ability in those aspects. However, when she heard Lulu's question today, a rare trace of shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, the girls in the lounge realized that Bai Chi couldn't walk anymore. Everyone couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They all thought to themselves, could that virgin be a pervert and hurt Bai Chi? However, they immediately noticed the shyness and lust in Bai Chi's eyes, and they were extremely shocked. Lulu helped her sit on the sofa in disbelief and hurriedly asked, "Are you tempted?" Of course, Bai Chi refused to admit it. But she had to admit, the thin and weak 17 or 18-year-old male student she received on a whim today, other than the initial awkwardness, had shown such sincere gentleness and unbelievable skills in the end. At certain moments, she wondered if she was going to fall into his gentle embrace and never wake up again. How is that possible? Bai Chi forced a smile. She wanted to erase all her feelings from the past few hours. She said, "That boy is so tender. He didn't dare to do anything once he entered. He made me dance for 2 hours in a row. I almost died from exhaustion." "You've been dancing for 2 hours. What are you going to do in the next few hours?" Lulu mercilessly exposed her lie. She said with a smile, "Is there really such a powerful person who can make you fall for him?" Bai Chi's heart was slightly flustered. She raised her finger and used pride to hide the shyness and lust between her brows. She said, "I don't know whose child he is, but he was too generous. In the end, he gave me a ring. Of course, I have to remember his kindness. Don't tell me it's fake. Do you have any eyesight?" Bai Chi looked at the ruby ring on her finger proudly. Although the design was a little old, this ruby was definitely worth a lot of money. If she wasn't wrong, it was worth at least hundreds of thousands. Although she was an A-grade member of the clubhouse, she had never received such an expensive gift or tip. Girls like to be pretty and love money more. That boy was so gentle and generous. It was normal for Bai Chi to be infatuated with him for a moment. However, she didn't have enough eyesight to notice that this extremely old ruby ring was actually far more expensive than she had imagined. So what? Bai Chi's smile suddenly became slightly bitter. He'll probably do it a few more times. After we get tired of it, our lives will still be the same as before. The atmosphere in the lounge was slightly gloomy, but Lulu's smile didn't change. We rely on this to make money anyway. What's there to be depressed about? How can there be any good men in this world? It's either the kind of young master you met today or the wooden man I met today. These are all considered good. Anyway, when I save enough money, I'll naturally stop doing this. The topic returned to the most familiar life plan. Perhaps soon, they would forget about the strange pair of students who came to visit prostitutes early in the morning. The door of the room was opened again, revealing the slightly nervous face of the receptionist. "Chi-Chi, the clock that Boss Zhao just set for you has been occupied by that student. He's very angry now. Do you want to avoid him first? I'm doing things according to the rules. How can he make things difficult for me?" Bai Chi didn't do anything wrong, so she wasn't afraid of the nightclub boss from Lin High. However, she immediately thought of the student who kept increasing the clock and asked nervously, Are the guests okay?" "I don't know. Boss Zhao won't cause trouble in the club, but it seems that he sent people to stop those 2 students. Out of the 6 hours, you must have spent 5.5 hours talking about life and ideals with her. In the bleak autumn wind, Su Lu and Tai Zuan walked on the quiet streets of Linhai City. Su Lu looked ahead and judged with some reluctance. Tai Zuan smiled. The young man's face was slightly tired after understanding and revelry. He said softly, "We danced for 2 hours." He had received all kinds of education since he was young, including the matters of men and women. Today, he was only putting these theoretical knowledge into practice. Especially once he really tasted the taste of sex, his powerful mind control allowed Tai Zuan to carefully and beautifully enjoy everything. He didn't know how much time had passed. "I'm actually more suspicious that you played cards with those prostitutes for a few hours and didn't do anything," Tai Zuan said gently. "If this is true, then I can only suspect that you really have a big problem in that aspect." What Sulu couldn't get used to the most was that Tai Zuan could always speak to him in an exceptionally mature and steady tone, even if his words were very vicious. He scratched his head and said, "We agreed that I would only accompany you. Aren't you tempted?" Of course, a little, but you know I have a girlfriend. If I were single and you were willing to treat me, I would naturally be happy to do something. I remember that you seem to have fallen out of love." "Fallen out of love? I haven't confirmed it yet." What an honest person on the outside, but a hypocrite on the inside. Tai Zuan, wearing a windbreaker and covering his face with a rain hat, was chatting with Su Lu while waiting for a taxi on the side of the street. His thin lips were exposed outside of the hat, and together with his slightly pale cheeks, they looked particularly well-defined. The corners of his lips suddenly curled up, and there was a trace of gentleness. No matter what kind of education Tai Zuan had received since childhood, and what kind of shrewdness he had, after all, he was just a young man who had just become an adult. He would always reminisce for a moment about his first time making love. It was also because of this that he gradually understood the meaning of this coming-of-age ceremony arranged by his ancestors. Only when a man reached the age of 18 would he have the preliminary ability to control himself and be allowed to touch those wonderful things. Only then would he be able to truly see if he would be defeated by these wonderful and soul-devouring things. Tai Zuan knew that he was not a person who could be defeated by a woman's charm, but this didn't mean that he didn't want to reminisce about the wonderful things that had happened before. Thinking of the woman who had teased him gently like a cat at the beginning, then turned into a little tiger who refused to admit defeat midway, and finally turned back into a soft kitten, he felt happy. What disturbed his happy mood at this moment was a group of people who walked out of the club. Sulu could tell at a glance that those people had bad intentions, especially when he recognized the 2 people at the back of the crowd. He immediately pulled Tai Zuan behind him subconsciously. He thought that these people were here to cause trouble for him, and he always thought that Tai Zuan was a weak and pitiful little boy. It took Boss Zhao 3 seconds to remember who this young student who had reacted extremely quickly and stared at him vigilantly was. He couldn't help but look at the burly man beside him and said, "I wanted to see who is so powerful that even Bai Qi couldn't bear to accompany you. I didn't expect it to be the person you're looking for." Hearing the familiar name of Bai Qi, Tai Zuan, who lowered his head and used a rain hat to cover his face, frowned and the corners of his lips slightly tightened. Sulu didn't notice Tai Zuan's reaction behind him. He only looked nervously at the burly man in front of him and felt a little regretful. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Zhou family here. The burly man was the friend of the Zhou family's siblings, the ruthless soldier Hook. Hook stared at Su Li's plain face and said with a smile, "I know you've been hiding in university for a few months, but your luck isn't very good today. It seems that my senior brother isn't here either." Sulu could tell that Hook wouldn't let him go. He calmed his breathing and said, "My classmate has nothing to do with this. Let him go first." Hook waved his hand indifferently and stared at him as if he was staring at prey. "I'm not the one who wants to kill you. As for whether I'll kill you or cripple you today, I need to make a call." Zoe returned to the 3rd military region and left Hook to accompany his sister. This pair of siblings had never forgotten that someone in Linhai had slapped them in the face, shot their subordinates, and made them leave in a sorry state. For such a person, such a deep humiliation could never be washed away without blood. After a while, Hook put down the phone in his hand and said, "You're in luck. Yuzi said that something big has happened in Linhai recently, so you don't have to die. You only need to break one of your legs. The one in the middle. His tone was very calm, but it was this kind of calmness that made one's heart turn cold. Sula narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Hook's hand. Then, he helplessly realized that Hook was indeed carrying a gun at his waist. Indeed, there was no way to seek equality in a conflict with a soldier. When Tai Ziyuan heard Yuzi's name, he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Chapter 86. Sula knew that the other party was waiting for him to retaliate. No one would be willing to become a eunuch at such a young age. Seeing the military firearms that the other party deliberately showed him, his heart was filled with anger. What was wrong with this world? Why did these powerful people dare to treat the laws of the Federation like a bubble? What happened to the first charter that pervaded the entire Federation? Were these people not afraid of being caught? At this moment, the angry and helpless Su Lu finally remembered something that Uncle Feng Yu once said. The first charter was ultimately still in effect within the framework of human society. These powerful people oppressed ordinary people, but the police would never file a case or investigate. Even if the first charter could accurately determine who was involved in these matters, what could they do? The central computer could only work passively forever. This was something that the first charter had long since stipulated. The atmosphere in the field was somewhat oppressive and tense. Hook narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sulu. He knew that this extremely ordinary-looking kid had powerful close combat abilities, so his hand was already on the handle of the gun at his waist. If the other party really dared to resist, then he would have no choice but to shoot. With the Zhou family's current status in the Federation, it would not be difficult for them to suppress this matter. Today, the Federation Investigation Bureau was not involved in this matter either. At this critical moment, Tai Zuan, who was wearing a windbreaker, naturally took 2 steps back, leaving Su Lu alone in front of the crowd that was eyeing him covetously. Hook did not intend to make things difficult for that guy. He was not a person who liked to be jealous. If Mr. Zhao had not insisted on chasing after him to please him, then perhaps he would not have encountered Su Lu and Tai Ziyuan at all. For people of the Zhou family status, although they were tyrannical and despicable, this kind of tyranny still followed the rules. They just did not want to let Su Lu and Shi Qinghai off the hook. As long as the others did not get involved, they naturally would not pay attention to them. However, in that instant, Hook suddenly felt that the young man in the windbreaker was a little strange. That windbreaker was strangely flipped over, and the corner that was blown up by the wind looked a little familiar. It looked a little like the uniform of the 4th Military Region. Hook smelled something uncomfortable and did not want to waste any more time. He took out the military pistol on his waist and said to Sulu, "I'll help you." A black car drove over from afar. It drove like a ghost in the autumn wind, crushing countless yellow leaves on the ground without making any sound. The people who were confronting each other on the side of the street were all focused on each other and did not notice this at all. In Su Li's eyes, there was only the gun in the person's hand. He narrowed his eyes very much and saw the process of the person pulling out the gun from his waist to lifting it up. He did not miss any minute movements. He pulled back his right hand and was prepared to protect Tai Ziyuan behind him, but he did not expect to grab anything. He could not help but laugh and think to himself, this kid is too unloyal. Su Lu was able to be so relaxed in this tense moment because he suddenly felt that he was very stupid. Since this society was already unfair, why should he be angry over this kind of injustice? Just like those idealists who worked hard in S2, when injustice came in front of them, other than crushing it, what else could they do? Su Lu stared at Hook's hand that was holding the gun. His eyes narrowed into slits. The bottom half of his feet had already left the pavement, and his legs under his pants started to tremble slightly. That familiar warmth started to spread throughout his body. He did not know why, but in his heart, he had boundless confidence that he could knock down the person, even if the person was holding a gun. Hook's hand that was holding the gun was slightly raised, at a 45-degree angle to the ground. This was the best angle for muscles to exert force. Su Li's narrowed eyes flashed. He twisted his body, the tips of his shoes grabbing onto the hard ground, and turned into a wild bull in the autumn wind. With the fastest speed, he silently and terrifyingly charged over. A distance of 3 meters seemed very far, but under Su Li's charge, it was only a blink of an eye. Hook was an expert in the military. When Su Lu started to move, he also moved. His right hand that was holding the gun was indeed as Su Lu had predicted. He could not quickly adjust the angle, but he was still able to valiantly raise the gun a little and aim it at Su Li's abdomen. At this time, Su Lu had already rushed in front of him with a strong wind, and his finger was ready to pull the trigger. At such a close distance, no one could avoid this shot. Su Li's quick-thinking brain also came to the same conclusion. He knew that he had underestimated the reaction speed of a professional soldier. Even such a sudden attack did not have the effect of catching him off guard. He did not know if he would die if he was shot in the abdomen, but that strong sense of danger caused his face to instantly turn pale. All the strength in his body was concentrated in his arms. His left hand was prepared to grab Hook's right wrist, and then he would use the strength of his waist and abdomen to break the cartilage in his opponent's throat with his right fist. Under such circumstances, Su Lu could no longer care about his own secrets. Killing someone was a crime. The middle finger of his right fist had already protruded, and the knuckles were white with a hint of red, looking very much like a peanut. The gunshot did not sound, and Su Lu did not succeed in grabbing Hook's wrist. This was because in the quiet afternoon in Linhai, a clear sound like a bird's whistle rang out. In an instant, Hook's hand that was holding the gun turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Su Lu rushed in front of him, but he did not manage to grab anything. He could not use the strength to twist his body. The direction of his right fist was slightly lower, but it did not slow down in the slightest as it ruthlessly struck Hook's chest. There was a very short period of shock and silence. Su Li's punch landed on Hook. He did not have time to think about what had just happened. He turned around and ran. He grabbed Tai Ziwan's windbreaker and ran to the side of the street. He happened to see the black car that had silently stopped there like a ghost. He opened the car door and pushed Tai Ziwan in as fast as he could. Su Lu followed in and closed the door. He reached into his pocket and took out the metal lighter that Shi Qinghai had given him. He aimed it at the back of the driver's head and shouted, "Drive, or I'll shoot you." The driver obediently started the car and drove away from the scene as fast as he could. Su Lu turned around and glanced at the street through the car window. After confirming that those people had not chased after them, he felt slightly relieved. He looked at the driver with an apologetic gaze, but he did not dare to move the lighter away. Only then did he notice that the driver's hair had already turned white. He was an old man. Tai Ziwan, who had remained silent since the beginning of the conflict, could not help but smile when he saw Su Lu aiming at the back of Butler Jin's head. He admired his friend's quick wit and courage. The autumn wind was still blowing by the side of the street, blowing the withered yellow leaves on the ground. However, it did not blow away the ghastly, severed hand on the ground. Hook stared blankly at the severed hand on the ground. He was so strong that he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he subconsciously judged that the shooter was a sniper and one of the most powerful soldiers. It was only now that he realized that he might have run into someone he couldn't afford to offend today. However, he was still thinking about Sillin and didn't consider the true identity of the silent young man behind Su Lu at all. Everyone was shocked. Mr. Zhao and the other local big shots of Lin Hai looked at the broken hand on the ground in horror. They couldn't say anything for a long time. It's not that they haven't seen guns before, but they've never seen such a scene. It was only then that Hook felt a sharp pain in his chest. He remembered that he had been punched by that brat named Su Lu. Then, the pain started to spread. Even with his strong willpower, he could not bear it. It was even more terrifying than the pain coming from his severed hand. This pain was tearing pain. It was like a spider web had started to spread from his chest. He did not know how many bones had started to crack and were about to break. Hook's vision went black. He fainted on the ground with a loud thud. Then, 7 black cars came over and surrounded the group of people. Mr. Zhao looked at the license plates of these cars in shock. He had completely lost all courage to resist. The black cars turned a corner. Su Lu could no longer see what was happening in front of the Stars clubhouse through the rear window. He also did not see that shocking scene. At this time, he had calmed down and easily determined that before he threw that punch, someone had already shot Hook's hand that was holding the gun. Unless his mind could hurt people, there was no other explanation. "It was my bodyguard," Tai Yuan said calmly without waiting for him to ask. What he said was true. Sneaking out of the small villa to visit prostitutes was not a glorious thing for the heir of the Tai family. He just needed to avoid Butler Jin's nagging and report to his mother, as well as the 12 special task force agents sent by the president. He was not someone who did not know his limits. Not long after entering the clubhouse, he had already informed Butler Jin that the person who fired the gun and the 7 cars that appeared later were all the Tai family's personal bodyguards. Tai Yuan looked quietly at Butler Jin, who was silent in the driver's seat. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his lips. His mother had always said that the family would not specially send people to protect him. Today, it seemed that it was just an excuse. "Your family's bodyguards?" Su Lu repeated subconsciously. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this kid's family background. In a society like the Federation, where guns were strictly controlled, except for the Zhou family siblings, who were children of the military, not many people could hire bodyguards who dared to shoot on the streets. To be more precise, the security companies in the Federation that could get the gun licenses were all backed by the government. They were not something that could be hired by just anyone with money. "I thought you wouldn't care about my family." Tai Yuan smiled and said, "I'll explain to you later. Please take the lighter down first. The driver is Uncle Jin, my personal butler." Butler Jin, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and did not greet Su Lu. Su Li's hand stiffly put away the lighter. He turned around and looked at Tai Yuan in surprise, as if trying to figure out the identity of this weak, rich kid. Chapter 87. Don't look, there are no flowers on my face. There was a saying in the Federation, which roughly meant that the friendship between men was the strongest when they were schoolmates, colleagues, and prostitutes. This meant that they understood each other's most secretive things, such as body size, likes, dislikes, and dislikes. If these 3 relationships were all present, it would be difficult for these 2 men not to be strong. Tai Yuan and Su Lu should be considered schoolmates during those nights in H1. Although they did not go into the water together today, they knew a lot about each other's first time. Perhaps it was because of these reasons that Tai Yuan seemed more relaxed in front of Su Lu than before, and the faint alienation and scrutiny between his eyebrows had lessened a lot. In contrast to Tai Yuan's mood at this time, Su Li's heart was a little heavy. He realized that his friend seemed to have a strong background. Some people might be secretly happy that they had found a shortcut to prosperity, but some people would feel a little disappointed. After all, they were not from the same world, so how could they get along for a long time? "I'm just a little worried," Su Lu said. "Maybe your family has a strong background, but do you know who I've offended? I heard that the father of that pair of siblings is a big shot in the Ministry of Defense. Today, he dragged you in, and your bodyguard even injured an active soldier. I'm afraid this matter will be a little difficult to handle." Tai Yuan smiled and did not answer this question. He said, "I'm in a good mood today, so don't be disturbed by these accidents. Speaking of which, after eating your supper a few days ago and talking to you, my insomnia has improved a lot. However, I've never slept as well as I did today. I slept for 2 whole hours and didn't even dream." When Su Lu heard this, he relaxed a little. He wanted to say that after dancing for 2 hours and sleeping for 2 hours, he was still a normal person. However, when he remembered that the other party's personal butler was also in the car, he changed his words at the last minute. Drinking less coffee and thinking less is better than anything else. There are some things that you still have to think about, Tai Yuan said. The black car stopped at the secluded back door of Yue University. After dropping off Su Lu, the car drove into the depths of the campus in the autumn wind. Su Lu stared blankly at the black shadow of the car without any markings. He suddenly remembered that a few months ago, this car had driven into the pear garden like a ghost and almost hit Zhang Xiaoming. Driving into an inconspicuous forest, the car passed the inspection of the special task force agents hidden in the dark and entered the courtyard in front of the small villa. Tai Yuan didn't get out of the car. He sat calmly in the back seat. After a long silence, he said, "Give Zhou Yu a call." Butler Jean dialed a few numbers on the car phone and connected to the 3rd Military Region switchboard. He said something in a low voice, and after listening for a while, he handed the phone to Tai Ziwan in the back seat. Tai Ziwan listened to Zhou Yu's surprised voice on the other end of the phone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. After a while, he slowly said, "The Federation is a society ruled by law. Shouldn't you and your sister restrain yourself a little?" The surprise on the other end of the phone suddenly turned into a tense silence. It was as if he was trying hard to determine what he had done wrong and what had happened in Linhai. Tai Ziwan didn't give the other party any time to find the truth and try hard to explain. He said calmly, "I still have to study in Linhai for half a year. Don't come to Linhai for the next 6 months. Also, tell Yuzi that I'm a very nostalgic person. Don't use your glorious deeds to erase all the old memories. Don't let that person called Hook appear in front of me in the future." After saying this, Tai Ziwan hung up the phone. Then, he put his hands behind his head and began to daydream. The occasional coming-of-age ceremony made him very happy. This kind of small disturbance wouldn't be able to make his calm and tenacious heart tremble in the slightest. However, when he heard the hooligan surnamed Zhao mention the name by Qi to the soldier on the street, he felt very unhappy. He carefully recalled these emotions that could be called possessiveness and jealousy. He felt more and more that his ancestors back then were really good at grasping the psychological processes of a young person. "Young master, I must report this matter to Madam," Butler Jean reported in a low voice. Tai Ziwan nodded with his eyes closed. He felt a little tired, but the sleepiness made him feel gratified. He smiled and said, "The coming-of-age ceremony is over. No matter how much Mother scolds me, it's impossible to change this fact. A man doesn't have a penis, so naturally, I can't make another one." Hearing the young master's rare vulgar words, Butler Jean frowned slightly. He thought to himself that the student named Su Lu had really infected the young master with a lot of negative habits. However, at the same time, he could tell that the young master was in an unusually good mood today. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Today's coming-of-age ceremony didn't conform to the family's rules." Tai Yuan opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, "How did it not conform to the rules? Any girl at any ball at the age of 18. Haven't the rules been the same for tens of thousands of years?" From the very beginning, the current successor of the Tai family had never thought of playing with love. He clearly understood that the rules of the family's coming-of-age ceremony were to tell the future generations that love was something that could be played with. Since that was the case, there was no need to play with those girls who still believed in love. Why not just go straight to prostitutes? There wasn't a ball. Butler Jean retorted solemnly. "I made that girl dance in front of me for 2 hours." Tai Yuan's smile hid the smugness of his youthful nature. No one has set a rule about how many people dance in order to qualify as a ball. 2 people also counts. In the staff officer's office of the 3rd Military Region surrounded by trees, Zhou Yu, who had been promoted continuously due to his family's connections, was currently in a daze. He didn't know that the young man who had hung up the phone earlier was currently joking around in a good mood. He only felt a chill run down his spine. Many years ago, he had gotten to know his younger sister's classmate. However, at that time, he didn't expect that person to have such a profound impact on his future. Although the Tai family had never expressed their appreciation for his father, those who knew of his family's relationship with the crown prince would always intentionally or unintentionally help his father to block the thorns in his political career. The Zhou family had some foundation in the first place. However, in recent years, they had been able to receive so much respect from people at that level. What exactly did the siblings rely on to be so arrogant in this society? Why was his father, Zhou Yingxing, able to become the head of a department in the Ministry of National Defense and become a true big shot in the eyes of others? The son never needed to speak. The grasslands and living creatures on the ground were proof of his power. To Major Zhou Yu, the friend he hadn't seen in a long time, or rather, the family he hadn't really come into contact with, was the same. However, today's phone call and the words spoken by that voice were like a blizzard that chilled Zhou Yu's heart. He anxiously thought about what he and his younger sister had done to make the other party so unhappy. His younger sister and Hook were in Linhai University City. Could it be that his younger sister's fiery temper had angered the other party? But why did the other party specifically say that they didn't want to see Hook again? According to his younger sister, the other party had only given her a call and hadn't even seen her. How could they have offended her? He didn't know what he had done wrong. Even if he wanted to make up for it, he couldn't. Major Zhou fell into an extremely anxious mood. This mood only turned into rage when he saw Hook being sent home the next day. One of Hook's arms was broken. What was even more terrifying was that more than 10 of his ribs were broken. The broken bones had pierced into his lungs, and he had been coughing up blood nonstop. Even a military hospital couldn't immediately solve this problem. He had to undergo surgery to save his life. Before the surgery, Zhou, who had already learned about the details of yesterday's conflict, stared at Hook on the hospital bed with a gloomy face. He forcefully suppressed his anger and growled, "I don't care about that Su Lu. I only want to ask you one thing. Did you sleep with that prostitute named Bai Chi? Did you sleep with her?" Hook coughed for a long time before he could complete his sentence. No. When Zhou heard this answer, he felt slightly relieved. He had to admit that his analysis of men's psychology was not wrong at all. He looked at Hook with a gloomy face and said, "You're lucky. Otherwise, we might never meet again in this lifetime." This was the first time Hook had seen Zhou lose his composure like this. He vaguely guessed the true identity of the young man who had been silent the whole time yesterday. While he was shocked, he thought of something else. Zhao was also present yesterday. He asked the Crown Prince to let him live. Those people in Linhai were Zhou's collaborators in his plan. However, when he heard this, his calm expression was exceptionally cold. He said calmly, "I can't even enter Linhai now. Why should I care about the life and death of those people? If their deaths can make him feel better, I'll bring a platoon of soldiers to do it myself." Boss Zhao, who ran the largest nightclubs in Linhai, did not die. After he witnessed the shooting incident at noon that day, he was sent to the police station by people who did not know his exact identity. While he was in a state of panic, he found out the bad news that several nightclubs under his company had been raided at the same time that night. It was said that this operation was jointly launched by the Linhai State Police Headquarters and the Customs Narcotics Division. They successfully found a new drug, Sky Blue, in those nightclubs. Tai Ziyuan did not know about this matter. With the status of the Tai family, they would not put too much effort into a mere underground society in Linhai. There were people who specialized in this kind of thing in the small teams led by Butler Jean that specialized in serving the young master. Even a peripheral staff member of the Tai family could easily do this, so Butler Jean did not know the specific process. He only instructed those staff members to do things according to the law. That night, Butler Jean personally came to Star Clubhouse to visit the girl who helped the young man complete his coming-of-age ceremony. At this time, one of the people involved in the great change in Linhai with Su Lu, the clubhouse's Elismus Bai Chi, had no idea what had happened. Chapter 88. Although she was a little worried about the young, gentle, and rich bad boy, Bai Chi didn't know if Boss Xiao had let him go. When they found out about the shooting at the entrance of the clubhouse, the police had already arrived. After the shooting, Star Clubhouse only closed for 3 hours before reopening. It had to be said that the owner behind this clubhouse was a very powerful figure in Linhai. Bai Chi frowned slightly. She thought of the boy who had watched her dance for 2 hours and tormented her until she was at a loss like a young girl. She felt a little uneasy when she thought of his sweet face as he fell asleep in her arms. However, she was only a woman who made a living at the bottom of society. Other than asking around, it was impossible for her to have the intention to help him. She wasn't used to staying in her own lounge. Although it was exclusive to high-class prostitutes like her, she always felt that it was too quiet. It was the lounge where Su Lu had been playing cards all afternoon. Everyone felt a little strange tonight. After the incident in the afternoon, it was expected that the clubhouse's business would be much worse at night. However, it was almost 8 o'clock, and no one had rung Bai Chi's clock yet. "Chi-Chi, come to the general manager's office." A gentle voice came from the communicator. It seemed to be the boss's voice. The girls in the lounge became nervous and glanced at Bai Chi. Bai Chi smiled bitterly. She didn't know what had happened, but she went straight to the third floor. The third floor was reserved for the boss. Bai Chi had only been there once during the signing of the contract. When she came in tonight, she saw an old man with a head of white hair. The boss, who is usually extremely cold, was now pouring tea for the old man in an extremely humble manner. Bai Chi was slightly stunned. Could it be that he wanted her to serve this old man? Butler Jean heard footsteps and turned his head. He looked at Bai Chi from head to toe seriously, as if he was looking at a piece of art. At some point, the boss of the clubhouse quietly left. Only Bai Chi and Butler Jean were left in the room. Bai Chi had been immersed in the entertainment industry for a long time and had seen countless men. However, when faced with this old man's gaze, she began to feel nervous. She felt that under his calm gaze, she wasn't wearing any clothes at all. She was naked like a baby. After a long time, Butler Jean nodded in satisfaction and asked gently, "How long have you been in this business?" "A year and a half. For some reason," Bai Chi answered nervously. "I've seen your medical report. You're a very meticulous girl." Butler Jean smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to see you. Do you remember that young man from this morning?" "I remember." Bai Chi became more and more nervous. "That's my young master." Butler Jean took out an envelope from the pocket of his suit and instructed, "So, from today onwards, you don't have to do this anymore. The address on the envelope is for your accommodation from now on. There's also a check inside. It's a token of our family's gratitude." Bai Chi did not understand the meaning of this sentence and looked at the old man in a daze. Butler Jean paused for a moment before saying with a smile, "I hope you don't misunderstand. We don't want to control your life. You're free to fall in love. If that's the case, please return this key. If you're willing to wait for young master's arrival in that house, please move into that house." Butler Jin's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "However, I hope that you can make a careful and long-term decision. If you decide not to live in that house, please inform me in advance. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. Trust me." After Butler Jean was done with this matter, he looked at her with a gentle smile and said softly, "You're the luckiest girl in the Federation in the past 20 years. His words were very gentle, but it made Bai Chi feel endless pressure and nervousness. She didn't even know when Butler Jean left, nor did she hear his last sentence clearly. She walked back to the lounge in a daze. Looking at the chattering sisters who were asking her questions, she finally remembered to look at the envelope. The first thing she saw was the address on the envelope. She recognized at a glance that this address was the Huayuan district, the most expensive district in Linhai. She couldn't help but gasp. When she opened the envelope, she saw the check. She nervously began to count the zeros behind the number. She counted for a long time until she felt that her eyes must be playing tricks on her. Every zero was like a small hammer of happiness, hitting Bai Chi's numb heart. Her hands trembled as she held the key and the check. When she thought of the virgin man she had received this morning, her eyes went dark and she fainted happily. The problem lay in area H1. Su Lu rested his chin on his hand and leaned against the edge of the Black Mecha's operating cabin. He looked at the high ceiling above his head and thought to himself, it had been so many days. Other than him and Tai Ziwan, no other students had entered, at least at night. This phenomenon had long attracted his attention. Even if it was the most advanced laboratory in Yue University, it was impossible for only him and Tai Ziyuan to have access to it. It seemed that Area H1 was not an ordinary place. That kid surnamed Feng was indeed not an ordinary person. Su Lu subconsciously touched the back of his neck where the chip was planted. Ordinary citizens of the Federation had long treated the chip in their bodies as an organ that accompanied them for the rest of their lives. There was no rejection, no curiosity, and sometimes they couldn't even think about it, let alone touch it. He was different. The back of his neck was planted with a fake chip. Moreover, there were many chips in the metal bracelet on his left hand. Since the fake chip in his body could enter Area H1, which was not an ordinary place, it meant that the chip's creator, Uncle Feng Yu, had written into the chip. That was why Area H1's identification system gave the chip permission to pass through. Su Lu scratched his head with a headache. He did not have a coffee cup in his hand. The operating program of the first charter was completely open and transparent. It was impossible for the chip in the human body to be written into. It could only be identified by the three-layer surveillance network and given different permissions. Sula knew how Uncle Phonyu did all this, but he also thought that since he could even make fake chips, anything that went against the common sense or laws of mankind might not be a big deal in front of Uncle Phonyu. Tonight, Taizuan did not come to Area H1. Sulu waited for a long time, but the voice on the intercom did not ring. Maybe the other party did not know how to answer his question. Sulu frowned and smiled helplessly. He was indeed very curious about the identity of the other party, but in fact, he was more worried. He always thought that his boring conflict with the Zhou siblings had dragged the weak Tai Ziyuan into it. He did not know if the other party's family would be in trouble. After pondering in silence for a long time, Sulu gave up thinking about the chip behind his neck and Area H1. He began to think about these friends he had met in Yue University this year. He did not know why, but he always had a depressing thought, just like when he was with Zhang Xiaoming. Maybe from today onwards, that rich boy who liked to eat deep-fried pancakes would disappear from his life. He comforted himself. After all, they were not from the same world. It was not bad to have been together before. It had to be said that Su Lu, who had grown up in the remote and desolate Donglin district, still had a vague sense of inferiority in his bones. It was especially so after he came to the capital ring. The buildings, the equipment in the laboratories, the people, and the things that happened reminded him that he was actually just a bumpkin. Even though his mechanical engineering practice classes were better than those of the official students, and even though he had few friends, they all seemed to have extraordinary backgrounds. It was because of this inferiority that he was so strong and stubborn in front of Zhang Xiaoming. It was completely uncharacteristic of his sharp tongue. When he thought of Zhang Xiaoming, the lights in Area H1 dimmed a lot in Su Li's eyes. He stared listlessly at the soft white light emitted by the ceiling lights. His hands were quickly assembling something beside him. He did not even look at it. His hands were assembling an antique simulation system. He had spent 1 million Federation coins to order this from the Shell Motor Company. Thanks to the Federation's smooth logistics channels, this antique system was in his hands in only half a day. The manual and schematic were already engraved in his mind. Relying on the metallic sensation from his fingertips, he quickly assembled the parts together. It was as if he was not worried at all that he would make a mistake. 1 million Federation coins was enough to buy a very good apartment in Linhai. When he heard the signal beep 3 times, Su Lun knew that the assembly was a success. However, he was thinking about this sentence in his mind. This 1 million was the money in the 3 Lin United Bank card that the uncle had left him. He had originally planned to save it to buy a house for himself and Zhang Xiaoming in the future. However, it seemed that the female owner of the room had suddenly changed her mind. Therefore, he silently and angrily ordered this system. He was not one of those women. Spending all the money in his hands did not make his gloomy mood any better. Putting aside the simulation system that was as soft as skin but heavier than a wrestler, he opened his backpack and took out the electronic components that he had prepared for several months. He silently began to assemble another tool. This time, Sulu was clearly much more careful. He gently pushed on the metal bracelet. A faint beam of light shot out and projected an extremely detailed and complicated schematic diagram on the smooth inner surface of the mech. He stared at the schematic diagram and seriously assembled the components that were removed from the various Common Federation tools in his hands. He did not even blink. He was very serious. Sulu was in a bad mood. 50% of it was because of Zhang Xiaoming, 30% was because of what happened today and Tai Ziyuan, and the remaining 20% was because of his fear. He didn't know where he was going to go in the future. There was a fire burning in his heart, but he couldn't find a way to vent it. Habit became second nature. He seemed to have returned to the operations room in the Donglin district mine pit. He lowered his head and focused on repairing everything that he could. In that microscopic and quiet world where no one could disturb him, he calmed his emotions. Time gradually passed as he focused on his work. He did not know that the sky outside was almost bright, and he also did not know that in Yue University's gymnasium, which was only a wall away from Area H1. Preparation for the next day's mecha show had already begun. The mecha show by those proud and confident military officers from the Federation's first military academy. Chapter 89. In the beam data stored in the metal bracelet, Uncle Phone, you had not left behind any earth-shattering designs. There was no super strong mecha design that surpassed the M52 by several generations, and there was also no secret manual that would allow Su Lu to become one of the top mecha engineers in the Federation one day. Thus, Su Lu could only start learning from the most basic parts in Yue University. Although he studied very hard, to the point of being very hungry, according to his judgment, he would need at most another half a year to learn everything he wanted to learn. However, the blueprints in the bracelet made Su Lu very happy for a long time. If he could successfully assemble this tool, the blue light would light up again, and he would once again have the shocking ability to isolate himself from the Federation surveillance for half an hour. Su Lu knew where his abilities lay, and he was also used to seeking self-recognition and that heavy sense of accomplishment from these aspects. After a long time, Su Lu turned off the data screen output system on the metal bracelet. After staying in Area H1 for many nights and confirming that there were no surveillance devices here, he dared to use his biggest secret without worry. The coarse, high-energy plastic casing in his hand was densely packed with chipsets and activators. It really did not look like a high-end device. Su Lu carefully checked every metal circuit on the bracelet and nodded with satisfaction. Most of the work had been completed. Perhaps it would not be long before this crude instrument in Su Li's hand would once again light up with blue light. He would once again be able to freely cross that electronic fence and enter those wildlife-protected areas. Under the surveillance of HDD, he would silently carry out his work of slaughtering cows. The only problem was that there were a few restricted components that Su Lu could not find any way to obtain at the moment. Regarding these matters, the black market on the internet would not be able to gain his trust. After working for half the night, he had successfully used up most of his energy. A strong sense of fatigue overwhelmed him, and he no longer had the energy to think about anything related to Zhang Xiaoming. His head rested on the soft and highly resistant outer layer of the mecha's control cabin, and he fell into a deep sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, an extremely strange noise woke him up from those colorful dreams. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little strange. It was early in the morning, so why would someone disturb his peace? Moreover, Area H1 had always been quiet. His gaze swept towards the direction of the noise, and Su Lu was instantly shocked. This was because he saw two long mechanical arms suddenly extend out from the platform wall behind the mecha, grabbing at him. He instinctively tried to escape from the control cabin, but when the soles of his shoes had already stepped on the smooth surface of the mecha, he remembered that his backpack, the antique simulation system that cost him 1 million, and that little blue light instrument that absolutely could not be seen by others were still in the control cabin. Without spending too much time thinking, he pounced back, but then he sadly found that he had misjudged the operating speed of those two long mechanical arms. When he turned back, he saw a black shadow covering the control cabin door, blocking all of his line of sight. There was a loud sound of electric current flowing from the mechanical arm. It was the sound of alloy components colliding. Sula looked in front of him in shock. The originally empty surface of the operation cabin was now equipped with a translucent door armor. Then he heard an unfamiliar electronic voice. "Pilot, please take your position." The seat of the control cabin automatically extended a strap, binding Su Li's body securely to the seat. At this time, he had already shaken off his previous panic and confirmed that he could leave the strap at any time. Slightly relieved, he listened curiously to the electronic synthetic voice. "Request for battle training. Accept." The electronic synthetic voice rang out. Sula was taken aback. Could it be that the origin of chaos had returned? But why wasn't the holographic screen displaying the virtual scene today, and why was the mechanical arms automatically fitted with translucent armor? Could it be that they were going to engage in real-life training? Thinking of this possibility, he suddenly felt a little excited, and the fire that he had been suppressing all this time began to rise. The young fugitive Su Lu had been holding back for a very long time. After experiencing the taste of sex for the first time, he had suffered a major emotional setback. After waiting for Tai Ziyuan for a few more hours in Star's clubhouse, he was almost drunk from all that fragrance, but there was no outlet for the fire in his body to vent. Even if he focused on his work for half a night, there was no way to calm all his emotions. If the Tai family's bodyguard had not made a move, perhaps Su Li's current state of mind would have been much calmer. But there were no ifs. At this time, Su Lu really wanted to operate the giant alloy mecha and have a good fight with anyone. He thought for a while, scratched his head, and then randomly said, "Okay." Following his agreement, the ribbon-like data cables and power cables floating behind the black and prototype mecha all retracted back into the thick wall, and the platform's control panel slowly turned the mecha around. Su Lu stared blankly at the wall that was gradually splitting in two through the translucent protective shield of the mecha's control panel. Only now did he know that behind Area H1 was actually an exit made entirely of alloy. The door opened, and in the bright white light, a lone blue-black mecha was waiting for him in the incomparably spacious battle room. There was no audience, no cheers. Although the blue-black mecha was lonely, it exuded a heart-stopping chill. Moreover, the mecha coldly extended its alloy thumb, arrogantly aimed at the ground. Yue University's comprehensive gymnasium looked very normal from the outside, but the building space inside was exceptionally large. This was a rare place in the entire university town where mecha battle training could take place. The university town belonged to the Federation's education system, so very few schools would be involved in the military. Yue University being able to have such a mecha training area was something that many people could not understand. Today's comprehensive gymnasium was exceptionally lively. Outside the gymnasium, a virtual 3D screen was constantly flashing with greetings to the guests, as well as the flow of this exchange between the two academies. Of course, most of it was an introduction to the first military academy. The main entrance of the comprehensive gymnasium had the words, "Welcome," written on it. Who knew whose idea it was to come up with such a shabby method? At this time, there were no longer any Yue University students who were still watching the introduction to the first military academy on the screen. This was because as long as one was a citizen of the Federation, there was no one who did not know the name of the third academy. Most of the students, including the professors and students of the other academies in the university town, had already taken their seats in the comprehensive gymnasium, excitedly preparing to watch the mecha performance of the first military academy's visiting team. The third academy was the three major military academies jointly managed by the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Education, entrusted by the President's Security Affairs Committee of the Federation. They were located in the three most important administrative districts of the capital ring. Among them, the one with the longest history and the most resounding reputation was naturally the first military academy located on the outskirts of the capital special district of the Federation. During the barbaric era, when the galaxy was being developed, during the bloody war with the Empire, the first military academy had produced countless famous generals and generals. Whether it was in the military or in the Federation society, they all held a high position. Even if this military academy had produced a high-scoring but a moral hoodlum like Shi Qinghai, its image would not be tarnished in the slightest. Shi Qinghai looked at a quiet area in the comprehensive gymnasium and narrowed his eyes slightly. Soldiers armed with live ammunition were protecting two mechas covered in green dust shields. However, the bodies of the two mechas were so huge that anyone could tell what they were at first glance. On paper, there were only around 400 mecha in the entire Federation. Not everyone had the chance to see this war machine, which was known as the most artistic and violent war machine, with their own eyes. The students of Yue University looked at the two mecha covered from head to toe with envy and excitement. If they were not afraid of the soldiers with guns, perhaps they really would have sneaked over to touch them. Shi Qinghai's reason for staring was naturally different from these students. Although he was not a student of the mecha department, he had studied at the first military academy for 4 years, so naturally he had come into contact with mechas. He was only thinking about why the first military academy had chosen to conduct an exchange visit during the Double Moon Festival. UA University was indeed a very good university, but compared to the first military academy, it was really nothing. If the first military academy had chosen to conduct an exchange visit at the capital university, perhaps it would have been more understandable. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and looked at the few familiar faces on the rostrum. Looking at those junior brothers wearing military academy uniforms with stern expressions, he could not help but laugh. He thought to himself that if the purpose of this mecha demonstration was to prove to the Crown Prince that the first military academy was much better than UA University, these juniors' expressions were a little too cocky. The students of the first military academy were naturally proud, and they had the right to be proud. Shi Qinghai fished out a cigarette from his wrinkled suit pocket and lit it. He was a little lost in thought. A few years ago, perhaps his expression was even more cocky than these brats. For today's exchange event, the first military academy had generously used a military transport aircraft to transport 3 mecha from the capital. At this time, 2 of the mecha were still quietly sitting in the dust-proof enclosure, while one of them had already entered the combat room to perform some mecha operations demonstrations. For safety reasons, the combat room in the corner of the multi-purpose hall was designed to be completely enclosed. Everything that happened inside would be transmitted to a large screen for the viewing of the students in the multi-purpose hall. Shi Qinghai raised his head and looked at the blue-black mecha performing elegant, dodging movements on the screen. The corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile. He thought to himself that UA University did not even have a mecha department. This idiot's performance was so flashy, other than attracting scolding. What else could he do? UA University could not possibly ask a bunch of male students to hit him with baseball bats. Chapter 90. For some reason, ever since a long time ago, when the 5-man group had established the foundations of various areas of human society, the design of mecha had always been habitually and naturally drawn closer to the human body. There were very few mecha that mimicked ecology, such as spiders or snakes. Perhaps those types of mecha were too ugly and did not fit the aesthetic standards of human soldiers, or perhaps it was because scientists had finally discovered that more support points would inevitably sacrifice the subjective initiative and mobility of humans when operating them. In any case, as science progressed, mecha began to look more and more like humans. It was just that those seemingly indestructible armor and power systems allowed mecha to display strength that was far more terrifying than a human's body. Mecha operation also had a style. This was reflected in countless details, such as the walking curve of a slide, or the necessary height for a leap, or that glance when a mecha tilted its head. Using the words of a traitorous mecha mechanic from the former Second Military Academy, what the hell was the difference between a pilot who had not developed a mecha operation style and driving a car? The blue-black mecha on the screen clearly had a strong operation style, and that was flirtatious. In the short 45 seconds of mecha operation practice, the blue-black mecha had twisted its waist a total of 8 times, stomped its feet a total of 5 times, and even raised its mechanical arm twice to aim at the sky in between. It had to be said that this first military academy student operating the mecha had very strong controllability. Even with so many lewd little tricks added to the mix, the mecha had still not made a single mistake in the entire set of set movements, perfectly passing the 3rd level of the test. Shi Qinghai stared at the screen, which was split into 2 sections. One section showed the actual movements of the blue-black mecha in the mecha combat room, while the other was a 2D display of the 3rd level mecha test footage. Those little movements of the blue-black mecha all became very real mockery and ridicule in his eyes. However, he was not a student of UA University. Presumably, none of the professors and students of UA University would be able to understand what kind of emotions that flashy mecha was currently displaying in vain. Right then, he was guessing which building on campus that Crown Prince should be watching this mecha performance specially organized for him alone. And after the organization found out that Crown Prince was at UA University, when exactly would they take action, and what kind of action would they take? No matter if it was to find a way to get in contact with the other party, to seek the support of the power behind the other party, or to carry out the anti-government army's plan to kill this person. It should not be today. Today, UA University security could be said to be tight. Right at this moment, a female student from UA University beside Shi Qinghai excitedly muttered to herself, "So cool," as expected of a top student from the 1st Military Academy. This mecha looks like it's alive. The male students beside the female students were also very envious of these war machines that were full of violent beauty. However, after hearing this sentence, their expressions became a little strange. Male animals could praise the same sex with grace, but they were never willing to let the opposite sex beside them praise other males. A trace of sympathy welled up in Shi Qinghai's heart. He said with a smile, "Stretching is considered handsome?" The female student from UA University glared at the guy and said, "What are you talking about? That's the operation of passing the level 3 test. It means that the officer in the mecha is holding back. It's so effortless." Shi Qinghai shrugged and did not argue with her. Instead, it was the male student who came over and asked seriously, "I also feel that there's something wrong with the attitude of that kid in the mecha. He seems to be quite arrogant. What do you see? Gu Haijun has a flag language, but mecha also have a machine language. After all, during battle, if you scold the opponent over the communication device, it would appear tasteless. Moreover, it would be easy for the monitoring instructor to find out. So the 1st Academy's mecha department has always had a tradition of using machine language to scold others." Shi Qinghai recalled his school days and could not help but laugh. Those twisting and swinging movements are all scolding words in the 1st Academy. The stretch at the end is even more vulgar. I heard that the 1st Academy's mecha department tradition has now entered the military. All the mecha warriors in the military know this move. Before every battle, they would scold each other to no end. The male student was stunned. He did not know if this person in a wrinkled suit was telling the truth. His eyes turned a few times, but before he could speak, Shi Qinghai said with a heavy expression, "Many people know this. I believe that some of the professors on the rostrum know this too. Besides, such an arrogant idiot coming to our school to perform a mecha. If this isn't a slap in the face, then what is?" The male student suddenly understood. He smiled meaningfully and patted Shi Qinghai on the shoulder. Then, with a serious expression, he turned around and repeated Shi Qinghai's words to his close friends. At this time, Shi Qinghai had already left his seat. As for why he had exposed the machine language of that blue-black mecha, only he himself knew. The 1st Military Academy's exchange students had actually arrived the day before yesterday. These students all had the status of military officers. They were serious in speech and manner, and their faces were cold and stern. In the eyes of the female students of UA University, this was a handsome and mature expression. But in the eyes of the male students, it was unavoidably a little too arrogant and cold. The male students of the university town all liked mecha, but no one liked someone who was even more arrogant than themselves. Moreover, among those exchange students, there were occasionally 1 or 2 fellows with a face full of smiles. Those smiles were all directed at the female students, obviously harboring no good intentions. Therefore, the male students of UA University had been suppressing their anger for a long time. At this time, they heard that the performing blue-black mecha was using a machine language they did not know to humiliate the students and teachers of UA University. In a campus filled with the hormones of youth, white clothes fluttering in the wind, basically nothing could be tolerated, let alone this kind of bone-deep humiliation. Angry emotions spread along with this rumor. In less than a few minutes, the thousands of people in the stands showed signs of boiling. Suddenly, a male student cursed loudly at the blue-black mecha on the giant screen. Like a spark splashed into a pot of oil, it instantly ignited the anger of all the male students of UA University. Countless profanities covered up the explanation coming from the control system and resounded throughout the entire comprehensive gymnasium. Is what the students said true? The principal of UA University did not know. Hearing the voices coming from all directions, he could not help but frown slightly as he asked Professor Zhou sitting behind him. Professor Zhou came from the military, so he was naturally no stranger to this machine language used by military hooligans. His old face had long since darkened. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, he glared at the middle-aged man in military uniform beside the principal and nodded his head. Unbeknownst to him, the principal took a light breath, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The fingers of his right hand began to lightly tap on the table of the rostrum, revealing his true feelings. A few days ago, when he went to the Ministry of Education for a meeting, he was shocked to find that the ministry had actually arranged for the first military academy to come for an exchange visit. Having been in the education world for more than 20 years, he naturally guessed what the first military academy was preparing to do at the first moment. After sneering, he could only agree. However, he did not expect that those student officers of the first military academy who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth would actually dare to play their little tricks in front of thousands of people. Beside him, the head of the first military academy's maneuver department, Professor Sun, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained in a low voice, "This is a misunderstanding. The first military academy's level was far higher than UA University. For this exchange, the first military academy was led by Professor Sun. His level just so happened to be the same as that of the principal. For the first military academy to arrange it this way, it could be said that they were placing great importance on this exchange. Professor Sun originally did not have the slightest fear towards the principal, but when he thought of the principal's warning to be cautious before coming, he began to break out in cold sweat. Especially when he saw that damned blue-black mech on the screen, still playing with those machine language that he thought no one knew. Professor Sun's mood became even more complicated. Yes, he also did not understand why the principal arranged for this exchange to be held. Like those student officers who had their holidays wasted, he also looked down on UA University. However, at this moment, the general library was filled with curses, giving him a great deal of pressure. Principal Tsong suddenly smiled warmly and said, "The students of the first military academy are indeed a little arrogant. Looks like they are actually not willing to come to Lin High for this exchange. As teachers, it's best for us not to force them, don't you think?" These words had hidden needles in them. Professor Sun frowned slightly, and the inherent arrogance of the first military academy flared up again. He said in a low voice, "This is just a misunderstanding. After all, this is not a battle practice. Student and his mecha operation has always been lacking in some small areas. When we get down later, I will properly educate him." Principal Tsong returned to his silence, ignoring him. He only smiled slightly as he listened to the thousands of vulgarities in the general library, not minding them at all. The vulgarities gradually shifted from the blue-black mecha to the first military academy, extremely vicious. On the rostrum, the expressions of those professors and outstanding student representatives from the first military academy also gradually turned ugly. The young officer who had been standing behind Professor Sun suddenly left the rostrum and came to the side of the two mecha. He turned on his communicator and spoke into the completely sealed-off combat room. "Restrain yourself a little. The students outside know the meaning of your machine language and are already starting to make a ruckus." In the blue-black mecha's control room, that curly-haired soldier was yawning in boredom. This outstanding student from the first military academy was called Anda. He was one of the students with the most outstanding results in the mecha department. This time, he had sacrificed his holiday to come to this kind of lousy place to perform. He was already in an extremely bad mood, always feeling like he was a striptease in a nightclub. When he heard the voice from the communicator, he was momentarily unable to react. He scolded, "What are those idiots making a ruckus about?" Chapter 91. For the third-level test, which had not entered a complete state, was not difficult at all. Passing the mecha was becoming more and more like a performance in that kind of relaxed and boring operation. And the mecha operation that the first military academy was proud of was used to kill the enemy on the battlefield, not to dance for those idiots to see. Thus, Endo was in a terrible mood, very angry, and subconsciously expressed his emotions through the movements of his mecha. This was completely just his personal way of venting, but he had not expected that this would be a great disrespect to the students of the university town who had originally come to watch the first military academy's performance in high spirits. Because, in his opinion, these civilian students who had never even touched the surface of Mecca before were at most some pretty boys who only knew how to read motorsport magazines. How could they know anything about Mecca and the like? Hearing the steady and cold voice from the communicator, and cursed and finally came to his senses. The one speaking was Officer Zhou Yu, the strongest guy in the 1st Military Academy's motorsport faculty, and also his personal boss. Of course, he would not doubt the other's words. Immediately after, he heard those tide-like curses coming from the communicator, and Da was stupefied, not knowing what to do next. On the large screen on the multi-purpose gymnasium's dome, that blue-black Mecca stood stupidly in its original spot. It did not report to its instructor that the performance was over, but it did not leave either. This further incited the university students to curse the other, because in their opinion, this blue-black Mecca stupidity was really asking for a scolding. Twist some more. I'll break your waist and sell you to the empire as a prostitute. Are you a transvestite from Bermuda? A faint light enveloped in Da's face. He listened dumbfoundedly to the endless stream of curses coming from the communicator, his heart filled with shock. The students in the 1st Military Academy were all soldiers. A single word of disagreement was enough to cause them to break out in a fight. Where had he ever heard so many different curses? His face began to flush red, almost unable to control his emotions that were about to explode. When he finally heard the word transvestite, he finally could not hold it in anymore and angrily pressed the button on the main communicator. A bunch of idiots. All you know how to do is talk. What use do the Federation have for trash like you? If you have the guts, get a Mecca and fight me. And Da's angry curses rang out through the communicator from the speakers beside the holographic screen in the multi-purpose gymnasium, echoing throughout the entire spacious building. Although the instructors from UA University and the 1st Military Academy who were in charge of the Mecca performance control in the central control room reacted at the first instance and cut off this brainless fellow's angry curses, they had only managed to cut off the word's last fight. UA University gymnasium instantly fell into a deathly silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the completely sealed Mecca combat room. If the combat room had not been constructed using super strong alloy, it would have long since melted under the fury of the crowd. This was UA University's home ground, yet the exchange student from the 1st Military Academy was so arrogant. Who could tolerate it? Although everyone knew that no one would be able to accept Da's enraged challenge, the university students naturally had their own logic to consider the problem. They thought to themselves, the Federation government fucking sent all these rare Mecca to your 3rd Academy and the Westwoods Military Academy. We won't even be able to touch a single one in our lifetime. And you actually dare to challenge us? This was equivalent to someone with a girlfriend challenging a bachelor to the length of time they could have sex. It was equally intolerable. After an extremely short period of absolute silence, there was a sudden outburst of emotions. Even if there were still many students who had maintained their respect for the 1st Military Academy before, at this moment, that respect had long since disappeared. Furthermore, UA University had always been one of the schools where George Carlinism was most prevalent, so they did not have any good feelings towards the Federation's lackeys from the 3rd Academy. Fuck your mother. This was a very simple and crude reply. Get a Mecca to fuck? Yo, this is the first time I've found out that you can actually have sex while using a Mecca. Is this a tradition in your school? I find it strange. How can you have sex while wearing a Mecca? Are you going to put on a show for us? This was a very sarcastic reply. The problem is, I heard that the 1st Military Academy's Mecca department only has boys. This was an even more vicious heckler. A same-sex Mecca sex performance? That's too fucking rare. The students in the university town could not fight, but when it came to sarcasm, how could those natural-born military officers of the 1st Military Academy be able to resist? Caught in a frenzy, Da was so stifled that his entire face was red. He had completely forgotten that there was no Mecca department in university, much less something like a Mecca. He stubbornly pressed a green button in the system and sent out a battle request to any mecha in UA University's central control network. After doing all this, Enda foolishly waited for someone to accept the challenge, but in the end, after a long time, he found that there was no response. He smugly keyed in a command, and the blue-black mecha extended a thumb towards the sky. He cursed heartily, "A bunch of little brats, scolding to your heart's content. Why is there no one who dares to come out?" The main comm system had already been shut down, so the students watching the battle room through the screen naturally did not know what he was saying. However, the thousands of people had noticed the mecha's action at the same time, that big thumb pointing up at the sky. Outside the battle room, Zhou Yu, who had been paying attention to the commotion inside, laughed bitterly. He thought to himself that every time Enda went crazy, even he could not stop him. This brat was probably still proud that no one from UA University dared to challenge him, but he had completely forgotten that UA University did not have mecha at all. Looking at that upturned metal thumb of the mecha, the cursing in the comprehensive gymnasium gradually subsided. This was not some machine language. This was a very clear hand signal. The students of UA University were not so naive as to think that the idiot from year one would repent after being scolded by these people and give them a thumbs up to praise them. They all knew that something was definitely going to happen later, so they all began to hastily search for weapons under their seats. Sure enough, that smug and extremely annoying blue-black mecha on the screen suddenly changed its aura, becoming incomparably arrogant and cold. It slowly turned its right mechanical arm upside down, its thumb pointing towards the ground. This was also not a machine language, but a very clear hand signal, a hand signal of contempt and contempt. After a moment of silence, the people in the comprehensive gymnasium burst into an uproar. Countless shoes were seen flying towards the screen, towards the mecha battle room set up underground. A male student from a class suddenly discovered a baseball bat placed behind his seat and instantly transformed into a grenade launcher, throwing it down madly. For a moment, the wooden bats fell like rain, landing on the metallic battle room. The clinking sound were like raindrops falling on a lotus leaves, crisp and moving. However, that blue-black mecha on the screen was still smug, its thumb pointing upwards coldly, as if it was continuously slapping the faces of the UA University students. Right at this moment, the angry voices in the comprehensive gymnasium suddenly dwindled, replaced by countless shocked shouts and overjoyed cries. On the rostrum, those professors from the two academies who felt ashamed of themselves looked towards the screen in astonishment. Outside the battle room, those officers from the First Military Academy also looked towards the screen in confusion. On the screen, the alloy wall in the deepest part of the battle room suddenly opened slowly, and a somewhat clumsy-looking black mecha slowly revealed its body. Following the appearance of this black mecha, all the discussions and curses stopped, and the comprehensive gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. That was especially so for the UA University students. They stared at that mecha in disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Professor Chang of the First Military Academy glanced at Principal Tsong beside him in shock. He had no idea that UA University even had mecha. The principal's pupils constricted at first, but a moment later, he revealed a knowing smile. In the eyes of everyone on the rostrum, this smile could not help but appear somewhat enigmatic. When the black mecha on the screen saw the blue-black mecha's thumb pointing downwards, it seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, facing the blue-black mecha, it raised its middle finger. This was not some sort of machine language. This was a common gesture used by both the Federation and the Empire, a gesture that all children above the age of 3 knew. The comprehensive gymnasium was filled with thunderous applause. The UA University students were very gratified. Although some of the more knowledgeable students could see that this black mecha was only an M-series prototype and was no match for the opponent's M37, they were already very happy that it was able to point its finger at someone. Inside the black mecha, Sulu did not know that there were thousands of people watching his every move through the screen. He had just woken up and accepted the battle request, and then saw the hand gesture of the mecha behind the door. The one sitting inside the mecha was not Tai Ziyuan, so it was probably an exchange student from the first military academy. Su Lu very simply came to this conclusion, and then even more simply used his middle finger to reply to the other's insulting hand gesture. This was because he had been in a very bad mood these past few days. Su Lu thought that this was just an enclosed battle space with no spectators, so he acted very naturally. Through the communicator, he gave the other the order to start. This was his first time operating a mecha in a real battle. He thought to himself that with his level 6 skill of over 10 seconds, of course he would not be a match for these geniuses of the military academy. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content, even if he had to suffer a little. The black mecha looked clumsy, but in reality, its path forward was the most standard straight line, without the slightest deviation. In addition, Su Lu was currently in a very bad mood, so the mecha's operation had an inexplicable sense of heroism. The distance of 20 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The black mecha's extremely swift and fierce kick landed directly on the base of the blue-black mecha's mechanical leg. The blue-black mecha fell backwards in disbelief, smashing onto the alloy floor with a loud boom. Inside the black mecha, Su Lu stared thoughtfully at the display on the screen, wondering how the opponent had fallen just like that. Although he was very satisfied with the fury, speed, and accuracy of his kick, it had also confirmed that the M37's balance sensor hidden at the base of the mechanical leg would cause a momentary deviation when struck at a 42-degree angle, thus causing the mecha's balance control system to temporarily malfunction. But why hadn't this blue-black mecha resisted? Su Lu was perplexed, unable to believe that a rookie like himself could knock down a top student of the first military academy. Could it be that the opponent was a rookie among rookies? Chapter 92. For Anda, an outstanding military officer from the first military academy's mecha department. His trip to UA University in year 66 of the constitutional calendar was an unerasable stain on the very beginning of his career as a professional soldier. This stain would follow him throughout his life and would be brought up from time to time. This was because later on, everyone in the Federation knew that the Su Lu in the black mecha opposite him was just a rookie who had participated in a real battle for the first time. At that time, Anda had been operating the blue-black mecha, and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he had even turned his thumbs upside down, smugly, and pretended to be cold as he stared back at the gazes of the tens of thousands of people blocked off by the walls of the battle room. He had even hoped that the gazes of those students from UA University who only knew how to scold others would be as angry as possible, because the other side would not dare to fight anyway, so they would only have the right to be looked down upon by him. At this time, the main comms channel had already been shut down due to his scolding. He did not know that the countless people outside the battle room had already fallen silent. So when he heard the synthetic voice of the system inside his mecha announce that the battle request had been accepted, he was dazed for a moment, and only then did he remember to look at the third vision screen. He saw a black mecha, and also saw that black mecha's middle finger. Thus, Anda began his habitual frenzy and rage, preparing to use his mecha's thick and heavy mechanical arm to make an even more lethal gesture, but in the end, he found that the other had already charged over. Anda's blue-black mecha did not react at all, because in any of the mecha battle practice he had experienced, both sides would always have to exchange a few words out of habit. If they were not on good terms, they might still use machine language to express a few cordial greetings to the other's family, but there had never been anyone who would act like a shrew and immediately start a fight with the other. That black mecha had done just that, and it had done it thoroughly, silently, and heroically pouncing over. While Anda was completely unresponsive, the mecha's leg kicked viciously at the base of the blue-black mecha's mechanical leg. Sneak attack. Shameless sneak attack. Anda cursed loudly in the cockpit, but he was completely unable to stop the powerful vibrations. The ringing in his ears caused him to be unable to control the mecha that was crashing towards the ground due to the momentary malfunction of the balance sensor. The blue-black mecha landed heavily on the hard metal floor with a loud thud. The powerful impact had been mostly neutralized by the ingenious shock-absorbing design of the mecha, and the tough training in the first military academy had also allowed Enda to dispel the dizziness in his head in the shortest amount of time possible. After confirming that his mecha had not received any real damage, he furiously and rapidly keyed in commands. As long as this blue-black mecha in front of him did not continue to act so shamelessly, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. Piloting the black mecha, Sulu was taken aback for a moment. Then he believed that this seemingly cold and arrogant mecha before him was indeed a rookie. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? His fingers swiftly keyed in commands on the touch screen, and the mecha beneath him threw out a heavy punch, smashing viciously at the blue-black mecha's lower abdomen. Still at the position where the balance sensor was hidden, the black mecha's mechanical arm swung its alloy fist, making a strange turn in the air. Following the angle of the first kick, it smashed downwards at a 42-degree angle to the right of the mecha's front. One punch, one punch, one punch. The strong vibrations and the slight deviation of the balance sensor caused student Anda, who was angrily transmitting commands in an attempt to get the mech to retaliate, to be dumbfounded. This was because he found that every time he was about to adjust the parameters of the M37 mech, the opponent's fist would always interrupt the process of resetting the balance parameters. Amidst the crackling of electricity, the blue-black mecha kept trying to grab onto the ground, trying to counterattack, trying to stand up. However, as the black mecha's fist continued to fall, it displayed a tragic scene of cramping. There were many types of mecha duels. Under different backgrounds and environments, duels with different degrees of realism would naturally have different degrees of intensity. Today, the first military academy was visiting Pear Blossom University. Although they had generously shipped 3 mecha over and had also prepared an internal mecha duel performance, the mecha's long-range weapon systems had all been dismantled. The M-series prototype mecha Sulu was currently operating did not have any offensive weapons, so the battle between the two of them was actually the most primitive form of close combat. And it was very obvious that after being taught combat by Uncle Fengyu for 4 years, Sulu was best at this aspect. In the past year or so, he had crammed in his basic knowledge at Pear Blossom University and had found all the mecha blueprints for the first half of the M-series in Area H. Coincidentally, the last series of these blueprints was the M37. With his outstanding mechanical instincts and talent, as well as his rich practical experience, Sulu was incomparably familiar with that M37 mecha. Under his gaze, this blue-black mecha actually did not have those complicated and tough armor on the outside. It was more like a naked object with only an alloy skeleton and a control system. He had already gained the upper hand, successfully finding the M37's weakest link. Under these circumstances, if that blue-black mecha could still stand up, Uncle Feng would probably be so angry that he would be reborn from that beam of white light once more to come out and give Sulu a good beating. Sulu was a sinister person, but he was not born with the temperament of a hooligan. The opponent's perceived sneak attack was a very normal reaction in his eyes. Since the combat training had already begun, what was there to wait for? The blue-black mecha was already on the ground, so he naturally had to continue attacking until the opponent lost all mobility or until the system judged that he had won. Whether it was the Level 6 virtual test in Area H1 or his nightly combat training with Tai Ziwan, he was used to starting silently and ending peacefully. He had never considered the concept of a sneak attack. This was a very sincere, wooden, and stubborn attitude. Coupled with the nameless rage and gloominess he had accumulated over the past few days, it formed the ugly image of the black mecha hammering away at the blue-black mecha's thigh. The black and prototype mecha's power output had already reached 80%. As the instructions entered on the touchscreen screen, it became the mecha's alloy fists that did not know exhaustion, gradually surpassing the sound of the wind. Meanwhile, under the black mecha's fists, the blue-black mecha trembled incessantly. It clearly had not suffered any irreversible damage, but it would never be able to stand up again, only able to be beaten up in agony. With a crisp crack, a small crack finally appeared in the armor at the base of the blue-black mecha's mechanical leg. The mecha's internal balance sensors could no longer withstand the torrential downpour of power, but also the stubborn precision of an old farmer. After a puff of green smoke, they officially stopped working. In the quiet combat room, the system's voice rang out. The Black M prototype mecha was unquestionably the victor. Sulu operated his mecha to retreat 5 meters. He still thought that right now, only he and the blue-black mecha opposite him were in the combat room. He had no idea that everything that had just happened had already fallen into the eyes of countless people. The cheers and whistles in the comprehensive gymnasium were already ringing out like a boiling sea. Only Su Lu was completely unaware of this. The blue-black M37 climbed up pathetically from the metal floor. In the end, it completed the reset of its numerical values, forcibly interrupting the automatic posture adjustment program that the balance sensors were responsible for, changing the mecha's semi-automatic control to full manual control. This blue-black mecha finally stood up, but full manual control was equivalent to half a cripple in close combat. Small, dust-like curly hair floated in the mecha's cockpit, and at the same time, Anda's angry roar drifted in the air. He had never felt so vexed in his entire life. The opponent's operation level was clearly just SOSO. Other than the initial attack speed that had been frighteningly fast, the rest of it was just average. He even looked a little stupid, only knowing how to stupidly let the mecha punch him, not knowing at all that he should attack the more fragile and important parts of the mecha. But it just so happened that he did not know whether the opponent had gotten lucky or not. But the mecha's vibrations would always affect the recalibration of the balance sensors at critical moments, making it impossible for him to carry out any effective operations. Just like that, he lost to a prototype mecha operated by a student from university. At this time, Anda even had suicidal thoughts. He gripped his own curly hair in agony, glaring furiously at that clumsy-looking black mecha. Of course, it's not a coincidence. Although this Black M prototype mecha's operations are not all that great, no matter who is operating this mecha, to be able to attack 147 times in a row, including that initial kick with the mechanical leg, to be able to accurately hit the same spot and all at the exact same angle. That can only mean that this person is very strong, very strong. Outside the mecha combat room, the people from the 1st Military Academy and the teachers from UA University had two completely different expressions on their faces. Zhou narrowed his eyes at the slightly sluggish black mecha on the screen and said to those indignant companions beside him who had accused UA University of launching a sneak attack on that mecha of theirs. We all know where the M37's biggest flaw is, but who would have thought of exploiting this flaw? No one, because the difficulty of operating this way is too high. Although there is no long-range weapon system added in today's battle, making the possibility of the black mecha operating this way much greater, none of US can guarantee that every command we input will be executed accurately by the mecha. This requires confidence in one's own analysis of the brain, and also requires quick judgment of every angle change. A person without confidence would never choose such a stubborn battle method. A confident and strong mecha warrior. I now understand a little why the principal made us sacrifice our holidays to come to UA University to perform. Looks like no matter where we are, there will always be someone worth learning from. The ace student of the 1st Military Academy's mecha department, Zhou Yu, smiled and walked towards the mecha combat room. Behind him, the shouts of the UA University students in the multi-purpose museum were like military orders, urging his footsteps forward. He knew that today's matter was Anda's fault from the very beginning. But as a soldier, in front of so many people, he had to ensure that the 1st Military Academy's glory would not be tarnished in the slightest. Chapter 93. On the screen, the door at the back of the mecha combat room opened, and a Black M prototype mecha appeared. Countless gazes in Pear Blossom University's gymnasium turned towards it. Amidst their shock, the cheers of the students shook the heavens. They were not sure when their own school had mecha, and neither did they know who was inside the black mecha. However, they believed that this black mecha had stood up bravely for the honor of Pear Blossom University. Facing that arrogant idiot from the 1st Military Academy, just this point alone was enough for them to stop thinking about anything else. All they could do was dedicate their cheers and excited footsteps to that black mecha. And when that black mecha used a method no one had expected to kick down the blue-black mecha, followed by a series of clumsy and persistent punches, until finally the system determined the black mecha to be the victor. The atmosphere in the gymnasium reached an even more terrifying level. On the contrary, the cheers were much quieter now, because everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were almost speechless. Stars began to appear in the eyes of the female students, while the male students gaped, staring at the screen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the rostrum was filled with a deathly silence. The representative of the 1st Military Academy's exchange visiting team, Professor Chong, stood up abruptly and stared at the screen with a face full of shock. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and turned to ask the principal of Pear Blossom University beside him, "What's going on?" Other than the military academies, most universities would not have any systematic knowledge related to mecha. Although Pear Blossom University had some reputation in this area, this university did not have a motorized department. So how could they possibly have a mecha? And that student operating the mecha had actually defeated his own student. Although the combat strategy of the black mecha seemed rather underhanded in Professor Cheong's opinion, his doubts and shock made him unable to care about anything else. He stared fixedly at the unknown, wanted to understand how a university in society could have such a problem with mecha. "It's just a prototype." The principal of Pear Blossom University smiled and said this was specially approved by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of National Defense over 20 years ago. "Then, who's the student operating the mecha?" Agitated, Professor Cheong quickly asked. "You should know very well that the Federation's laws clearly state that non-military personnel are not allowed to touch combat mechas." Principal Tsong's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon after, he smiled warmly and said, "Dean Sheen sent you all here to conduct a mecha show. Those military officers probably don't understand the reason, but you should be able to guess one thing. Our Lihua Academy doesn't have a mecha faculty, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a mecha training ground. As for the identity of the person in the black mecha, I think that neither the Ministry of Defense nor the President's Security Committee will have any objections to him touching mecha." Professor Chong was taken aback for a moment, but gradually thought of a possibility. He turned his head in shock to look at the dazed black mecha on the screen and said in a trembling voice, "With his identity, how could he choose to appear in front of so many people? Don't forget, he is now our Lihua's student." The principal of Pear Blossom University continued to smile and said calmly, "Since a student from 1st Academy is here to visit and challenge Lihua Academy, and he is willing to come out and fight for Lihua Academy's reputation, I can't stop him, right?" Professor Cheong was stunned for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. If the person in the black mecha was really that noble young man, then the 1st Military Academy's reputation would really be lost today. It seemed that the madam and the young man didn't like 1st Academy's plan to embarrass Lihua Academy and take back the right to educate the successor of the Tai family. The principal of Pear Blossom University noticed the bitter expression on Professor Cheong's face. He felt as if he had just eaten a piece of wild boar meat, but his face didn't show any expression. He looked at the black mecha on the screen and was secretly grateful to the disciple of his old friend for being willing to fight for Lihua Academy's reputation. Yes, the principal of Pear Blossom University looked mysterious because he thought that the person in the black mecha was Tai Ziyuan. If it was the successor of the Tai family fighting as a student of Lihua Academy, then the 1st Military Academy could only swallow their broken teeth. Principal Tsong naturally didn't have anything to worry about. This principal, who was busy with work, didn't know that Tai Ziyuan wasn't the only one who could enter the H1 area of this university. There's also a small gatekeeper that he had noticed before. The shock in the comprehensive library was replaced by cheers. The members of the 1st Military Academy's visiting team on the rostrum had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, the situation on the screen changed again. The blue-black mecha was lifted up and left, while a silver mecha coldly appeared on the field. The black mecha that was preparing to leave was stunned. Then, it turned around clumsily and faced the opponent. When the students in the comprehensive library saw this scene, They knew that the proud officers of the 1st Military Academy were preparing to issue another challenge. They all held their breaths. Principal Tsong frowned slightly and looked at Professor Cheong. He said, "Is it Zhou? If he injures or enrages the person in the black mecha, do you think it's appropriate?" Professor Cheong looked silently at the screen and suddenly said, "Previously, we were just fighting for his performance. Now, it's the students who want to protect the reputation of the first school. Under this kind of premise, I won't stop it, nor am I willing to stop it. I believe that young man should understand that each school has its own pride." Principal Tsong didn't say anything. He just looked at the black mecha and smiled slightly. Su Lu knew that the principal and the upper echelons of the 1st Military Academy were now treating him as the heir of the incomparably mysterious and noble Tai family. As usual, he silently finished the battle and then prepared to leave. Right now, he didn't feel too happy. He hadn't even completely vented all the negative emotions that had accumulated over the past few days. This young man was very sensitive and cautious at certain moments, but at other moments, he was a little muddle-headed. For example, right now, he kept thinking that he had just taken a short nap in the mecha. Right now, it was at most 4 or 5 in the morning. He kept thinking that this was just a warm-up exercise for the visiting students of the 1st Military Academy, and that there were no bystanders, but he didn't know that right now. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Everything that had happened earlier had been seen by countless pairs of eyes and surveillance equipment. He didn't know that right now, Yue University had already become a sea of surprise because of his appearance. And he didn't know that right now, those excited students were all guessing who would be able to defeat the top student of the 1st Military Academy. He had already become a hero of Yue University and a hero of the lonely and callous type. He didn't know anything about what was going on outside. He only felt that since the blue-black mecha was a rookie who was even worse than him, defeating the other really didn't count as much. He was still that pitiful fellow who could only last for 10 seconds at level 6. He had won by luck. What was there to be happy about? After all, he was just a lovelorn youth whose mood was still gloomy. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the system once again rang out with a synthetic voice. It was very clear, request for battle training. Do you accept? Su Lu turned his head in surprise. The black mecha turned its head around clumsily, and then saw an exceptionally valuable mecha glowing with a silver light appear at the entrance to the combat room. It was still an M37, but there seemed to be some changes in its specific structure. He frowned and looked at the mecha that had issued the battle request through the holographic screen. His mood was very complicated. Could it be that these visiting officer students from the 1st Military Academy also want to play a tag team battle? He was exceptionally clear about his own mecha piloting skills, so clear that he had underestimated them somewhat in frustration. Looking at the steady and smooth trajectory of that silver mecha's advance, he subconsciously thought that he should not be a match for the other. However, whether or not he was a match was not the main point of Su Li's consideration right then. What he was thinking about was how to vent the gloominess in his heart. It didn't seem to matter even if he was beaten up by the other. This was not self-abuse. It was just the subconscious reaction of a young man with an ordinary personality. After accepting the battle request, he operated his black mecha and walked somewhat woodenly towards that silver mecha. That should be Zhou in there. I heard that his younger brother went to the West Woods Military Academy because he couldn't accept his older brother's excellence. Sitting on the sofa in the small villa, Tai Ziyuan's expression was rather strange. He naturally knew that this performance by the 1st Military Academy was meant to be a show for him to see, but he had not expected that things would develop to this point. He took a light sip of the champagne in his thin glass and looked at the image on the holographic screen with a half-smile. He muttered to himself, "Su Lu, you're in for it this time." The heir of the Tai family and Su Lu would battle every night in the virtual system, so he was naturally very clear about Su Li's true strength. In his opinion, Su Lu had been able to defeat that blue-black mecha in large part because of Su Li's trickery and that idiot's underestimation of his opponent. And now, since Zhou Yu was personally piloting the silver mecha into battle, what awaited Su Lu could only be an incomparably tragic end. The mecha battle began. Just as Tai Ziyuan had predicted, the black mecha Su Lu was piloting could not even hold up for an instant before that silver mecha. It was like a weed in a storm, swaying incessantly under the precise attacks, an existence that could fall to the ground at any time. With a muffled sound, the black mecha's translucent cockpit door was accurately struck by an alloy fist. Su Lu was stifled by the powerful shockwaves. He stared somewhat blankly at the data displayed on the holographic screen and found that he had no way of avoiding the opponent's attack. Whether it was in terms of speed or control detail, he was on a completely different level from the opponent. It looks like I can only lose, Su Lu thought with some boredom. His fingers continued to rapidly input commands, allowing the black mecha to avoid some critical damage. His eyes stared at that godlike silver mecha, filled with a sense of defeat and unwillingness. Chapter 94. The seemingly clumsy black mecha suddenly froze in its running path. The silver mecha that had followed it like a shadow did not let go of this opportunity. It slammed into the side of the black mecha, converting all the movement that the high-energy battery had given it into impact force. The collision of the alloy surfaces caused a very loud metallic sound to ring out in the combat room. Following the sound, the black mecha was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the solid wall. Although it did not shatter into pieces like a real kite, the structural fasteners and joints all made a whining sound as they moved, hissing as if they were about to stop working at any moment. The black mecha slid along the wall. Several parts of the alloy surface that had been damaged scraped against the wall, making a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache. At the same time, several fresh marks were left on the wall. In the end, it fell heavily to the ground, powerless. The power of the silver mecha's previous attack was fully displayed in this image. The cheers in Yue University's gymnasium had long since stopped, starting from the moment the mecha battle training started again. Then, following the continuous defeat of the black mecha, even the discussions about who was in the black mecha and the introduction of the most outstanding officer in the first military academy's silver mecha, Zhou, gradually stopped. When the black mecha slammed into the wall and slid down, countless people fell into the most complete silence at the same time. They watched the image on the screen with unusually complicated feelings. At this time, the rostrum had long since quieted down. The professors and officials of the two universities watched the screen quietly. Yue University, who did not know the inside story, had regretful expressions on their faces. They did not know which department this black mecha operator was from, and did not expect him to be able to consecutively defeat two strong people from the same department. However, there was still some hope, and now it became disappointment and worry amidst that disappointment. The expressions of the First Military Academy side were much more relaxed than when Anda had been beaten up, but there was no smug expression on their faces. This was because, in their eyes, Officer Zhou Yu, this young man who even the instructor of the mecha department had not been able to easily win, should have won easily. The principal and Professor Chuang, who thought they knew the inside story, who represented the two universities, had a completely different feeling from the rest. Professor Chuang knew that the honor of the number one hospital had been preserved, but the heir of the Tai family might not agree to transfer back to the number one hospital. Thinking about the dean's instructions, he did not feel happy at all. On the other hand, Principal Tsong was looking at the hologram with a smile. He thought to himself, with that young man's gentle appearance and arrogant personality, he should be able to clearly understand that if it wasn't because the training conditions in the H1 area were not as good as the first academies, he would definitely work very hard this year in Yue University. In the silent general gymnasium, everyone stared at the black mecha that was trying to stand up again on the screen. While the system had yet to announce the victor, this battle that seemed to have a great disparity in strength was not over yet. Everyone knew that the black mecha was no match for the silver mecha, but seeing that the black mecha showed no signs of surrendering, they could not help but be a little moved. No one knew who started it, but a very rhythmic applause suddenly rang out in the general gymnasium. At first, the sound was very soft, but later on, it attracted more people to join in. The applause gradually grew louder and louder until it was as deafening as a thunderstorm. Then it found the same rhythm, and the sound of the rain became the sound of drums. Pa 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 pa. The sound echoed throughout the general gymnasium, cheering for the Black Mecca that represented UA University and even the entire university town. In a corner of the spectator stand, the son of the Linhai State Representative, Haiqing Zhou, was clapping excitedly, his palms already red. Beside him, the naked Zhang Xiaoming was looking at the hologram seriously, guessing the identity of the person in the Black Mecca. Although she was also a little worried for the Black Mecca, she was more calm than anything else. She believed in nonviolence and belonged to the moderate side of the Federation's opposition. However, they were still part of the same system. When she was in S2, she had come into contact with a lot of information about the battles between the Federal Army and the anti-government army. She knew that those mechas had mercilessly torn apart the bodies of those passionate and hot-blooded young anti-government army soldiers. When she saw the mechas, those bloody videos and pictures would appear before her eyes. In her heart, she had an innate disgust towards mecha battles. These emotions only flashed by, and Zhang Xiaoming once again fell into her usual dazed state. Her eyes stared at the hologram, but she didn't know where her thoughts had run off to. Perhaps it was wildflowers, perhaps it was plain porridge, perhaps it was snow, or perhaps it was rain. Who knew? How could this naive and incompetent female spy know that the source of everything she was thinking about right now was actually on the hologram, right in front of her eyes? It was just that it was blocked by the exterior of the mecha. The applause that made people's blood boil like the beating of a drum, and even gave birth to a somewhat tragic feeling, fell into Shi Qinghai's ears. However, it only made the corner of his lips curl up into a mocking curve. He leaned against the wall of the tunnel at the very bottom of the viewing platform, raising his head to look at the hologram on the dome of the comprehensive gymnasium. He thought to himself with slight ridicule. The students were indeed a bunch of idiots with nothing but hot-bloodedness. Even that interesting fellow Su Lu had once displayed such stubbornness at the entrance of the nightclub. The cigarette ash between his fingers fell to the ground. Shi Qinghai closed his eyes, not noticing that the cigarette was about to burn his fingers. He replayed the previous attack from the silver mecha in his mind, confirming that even if the black mecha stood up again with incomparable strength in front of Zhou Yu, it could only fall down once more. The intelligence should be correct. Other than that crown prince, no one else could enter UA University's H1 area, which had never been made public to the public. The person sitting in the black prototype and mecha should be the target. It looked like that crown prince didn't have much talent in this area, but his temperament was still considered upright. Shi Qinghai opened his eyes, somewhat vexed as he thought to himself. If this crown prince was really the successor of the Tai family like the intelligence he had received from the organization a few days ago, why was he also so hot-blooded? The hot-bloodedness of such a big shot in his youth was definitely not good news for the anti-government forces he served. Sitting on the sofa, Tai Ziyuan was holding a cup of coffee. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the Black Mecha's performance. After so many days of interaction, he already knew that Su Lu had this kind of personality, and right now he was the only one who knew who was inside the Black Mecha. He lightly shook his head, knowing that even if Su Lu regained control of the mecha, under the next wave of attacks from the silver mecha, he could only hold on for 6 seconds at most. Because the one sitting in the silver mecha was Zhou Yu, the one who the Tai family had been secretly observing for 4 years, the one who was destined to become one of their staff members in the future. Tai Ziyuan raised his coffee cup to toast Su Li's failure, smiling. The intelligent design of the Federation scientists allowed the operator in the mecha to minimize the impact of external impacts. That was why Su Lu had not fainted in the Black Mecha's cockpit. But right now, he felt terrible. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva to stop himself from vomiting, and his vision finally cleared. He smiled wryly, subconsciously wiping his lips, and then his hands began to operate the mecha again, trying to get the Black Mecha to stand up. The lovelorn youth wanted to use a random battle, or perhaps be abused to vent the frustration in his heart that he had no one to talk to. He had already predicted the outcome of failure and had even vaguely looked forward to being beaten up. However, when he actually began to fail, he found himself like a child in front of that silver mecha, unable to fight back at all. Sulu subconsciously felt resentful. This was due to his personality. Having grown up alone, he possessed the tenacity, optimism, and unwillingness to admit defeat unique to Donglin people. He had never been used to admitting defeat without trying, and was even more unaccustomed to the slightly bitter feeling of defeat in his heart right now. Losing to an outstanding military cadet from the 1st Military Academy was something very easy for Sulu to accept, but he could not accept that he had the thought of admitting defeat after that attack. In non-combat mode, the front end of the mecha's mechanical arms were all fitted with human-like alloy knuckles. When clasped together, they formed a powerful fist. The black mecha's alloy fist had actually been damaged quite severely in the earlier battle when it had knocked down the blue-black mecha. It was this damaged alloy fist that had propped up the floor, supporting the black mecha's balance and allowing it to stand up again. Sulu had done this very naturally, but when it was displayed on the screen, it caused even more enthusiastic applause to ring out in the comprehensive museum. In reality, Sulu had no idea how much applause was ringing out for him. He didn't even know that there were people watching this battle. He did not need applause for anything he did. The antique-level simulation system in the mecha's cockpit suddenly attracted Sulu's gaze. "You're very strong. I still want to learn from you." He opened the internal comms of the combat system and spoke very sincerely to that extremely elegant silver mecha pilot. Inside the silver mecha, the expressionless Zhou Yu finally showed a stunned expression. He glanced reflexively at his communicator and heard the other's sincerity and honesty. A trace of doubt flashed across that heroic face, but it was not because of the attitude the other was displaying right now, but because of the details he had captured from the data analysis in the previous battle. In everyone's eyes, the black mecha had already been utterly defeated in that short period of time. Inside the silver mecha, only Zhou Yu, the young prodigy of machine control, had keenly picked up on a trace of strangeness. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the person operating the black mecha was much slower than him in terms of hand speed and finesse in control. However, the problem was that the black mecha's reaction speed every time it dodged was always a hair faster than he had calculated. Being faster by a hair did not seem to be an important matter, but in the lightning-quick battle between mecha, it was extremely important. Although the black mecha's reaction speed was not fully displayed because it was not at a superb level of control, the problems in the data allowed Zhou Yu to confirm that the other's reaction speed was abnormal, even much faster than his own. He could not understand how the other had done this. Could it be that there really was such a thing as intuition in legends? In the silver mecha, after a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said seriously to the mysterious person in the black mecha who had stood up again, "Learn from each other, please." Chapter 95. The other had said please, so Sulu very naturally followed up with, "Please, wait a moment." It had to be said that even the same type of soup could produce a different taste of cabbage. This was the problem of the ingredients. The students of the 1st Military Academy were all very proud people, but the temperament this pride displayed was completely different. Piloting the blue and black mecha, and Dakoe appeared frivolous and manic, while Zhou Yu appeared rather elegant. Hearing the voice in his ear, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. Looking at the black mecha that was barely maintaining its balance on the monitor screen, he said softly, "Okay." He did not know what the person in the black mecha wanted him to wait for. Perhaps it was to buy some time to rest, or perhaps it was to think of a way to defeat him. Absolute confidence allowed Zhou Yu to calmly and unhurriedly display the demeanor of a student of the 1st Military Academy. Meanwhile, inside the black mecha, Sulu really did seem to be resting. The mecha stood blankly against the wall for a long time, not making any movements at all. The long period of silence and the pause of the battle, as well as the strange atmosphere in the combat room, was displayed on the large screen of the multi-purpose gymnasium. Finally, it was noticed by those students who had been clapping incessantly in the multi-purpose gymnasium, holding their breaths and cheering for the Black Mecha. The applause gradually died down, returning to an incomparable silence. Everyone stared in surprise at the two motionless mecha on the screen, not knowing what had happened. Shi Qinghai was rubbing his scalded fingers together in boredom, his delicate eyebrows furrowed beautifully. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the strange movements in his surroundings. He glanced curiously at the screen, and, after a moment of silent observation, he guessed a bit about the exchange between the two mecha operators in the combat room. He could not help but laugh, thinking that at this moment, Zhou Yu would definitely give the other as much tolerance as possible to show his own demeanor. Sure enough, people from the First Military Academy were all so cocky. But what was that Black Mecha trying to do? The difference in strength was too great. Even if he continued to ponder in silence, the Black Mecha would not be able to defeat the Silver Mecha controlled by Zhou Yu in such a short amount of time. Unless that young master in the Black Mecha suddenly exploded with a mini-universe. In a small villa not too far away from the General Training Center, Tai Ziyuan was also holding a cup of coffee as he watched the silent battle between the two mecha on the screen with great interest. One of the two combatants was a friend he did not know about, while the other was his future subordinate. He was very clear about the strength of both parties and their personalities. He was all smiles as he prepared to watch Su Lu fall and get back up, and then fall again. It was just like those hot-blooded space dramas that Last from Department 23 had acted out. At this moment, the Black Mecha that had been silent for a long time suddenly moved. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes. The people in the multi-purpose museum watched nervously. Tai Ziyuan, who was in the small villa, smiled and drank his coffee. He bent his left thumb on the armrest and counted softly in his heart, only 6 seconds. Tai Ziyuan believed in his judgment. Sulu could only hold on for 6 seconds. In the second. The Black Mecha and the Silver Mecha collided violently once again. However, this time, there was no clear and heavy sound of metal clashing. This was because in that split second where the naked eye could not see, the two damaged mechanical arms of the Black Mecha suddenly moved at a strange angle to seal the front of the Silver Mecha. The Silver Mecha tore through the air like a blade. The right arm that was aiming straight for the Black Mecha's cockpit was blocked by the two damaged mechanical arms of the Black Mecha, which were even faintly emitting sparks. To be more precise, it was not a block, but a block. The angle between the two mechanical arms was particularly strange. They were radially outwards and just so happened to sandwich the Silver Mecha's mechanical arms in between. The Silver Mecha's attack caused the armor of the two mechas' mechanical arms to rub against each other incessantly, making a heart-palpitating, sizzling sound. The tremendous force of impact was all concentrated in this area of close contact, causing the two mecha to tremble at the same time. They were sent flying a distance of more than 10 centimeters from the metal floor. Inside the Silver Mecha, Zhou Yu was rather surprised by the opponent's control precision and speed, but he did not find it particularly strange. This was because he had already noticed earlier that the opponent had a very strange reaction speed. His control should not have been so poor in the first place. The Black Mecha's clumsy movements were successfully captured in that split second. It no longer had to face the Silver Mecha's high-speed operation and nimble mecha footwork, thus concealing its own strengths to the greatest extent. This seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. This was because the metal-powered nature of the mecha meant that the operator was destined to be unable to command the slightest movements of the mecha, as if it were their own body. In mecha battle operations, there had never been such standard movements that resembled human combat. The Black Mecha retreated, using both arms to block. It was completely like a human who had trained in a self-cultivation hall for countless years, not like a cold and emotionless machine at all. The students who were nervously watching the screen in the comprehensive gymnasium did not understand the difficulty hidden behind this simple movement of the Black Mecha. They only found that the Black Mecha, which had been on the verge of collapse, had not only stood up, but had also successfully blocked the Silver Mecha's attack for the first time. This fact allowed them to see a sliver of hope for Li Hua University's victory, and they could not help but erupt into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. However, Zhou Yu understood. Those students from the First Academy's mecha department understood. Sure, Qinghai and Tai Ziyuan also understood. They could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Zhou Yu did not know how the person in the black mecha had been able to make a cold and emotionless machine complete that movement so smoothly like a human. Similarly, he did not know how the opponent could have a reaction speed faster than his own. But despite his surprise, this ace student of the First Military Academy did not feel a trace of worry in his heart. Calmly watching the various data feeds on the monitor screen, his eyes even flashed with a hint of a smile. The 4th second. Another change. The two mecha, which had been locked in a stalemate, suddenly shook violently for a moment. The arm of the silver mecha, which had been firmly blocked by the black mecha, once again reached forward. The alloy fist, gleaming with a cold light, was aimed directly at the most fatal part of the mecha, the cockpit. Of course, in this sort of system-monitored battle, it was impossible to allow true death to occur between the mecha. However, if the silver mecha could really use some kind of power to strike the cockpit, the system would naturally judge the silver mecha as the victor. This was the source of Zhou Yu's calm confidence. Whether the black mecha's strange block had been done subconsciously or if it really had some strange control method, Zhou Yu did not care. The mechanical arms of the two mecha were entangled. The silver mecha had lost its high-speed mobility and seemed to be at a disadvantage. But in reality, this battle was completely a test of both parties' micro-operations in a small space, as well as the power of their own mecha's power system. In these two aspects, Zhou Yu was very confident. The black mecha was not a match for him. When it came to micro-operations, Zhou Yu's standard was far beyond that of the average person. Meanwhile, the silver mecha was an enhanced version of the M37, so its own power output was much higher than the M prototype. Following the full output of the Jingnon type's high-power batteries, the back of the silver mecha emitted an incomparably familiar, incomparably intimate hum. The powerful power output of the M37 allowed the silver mecha to advance once again, seemingly unstoppable. In particular, Zhou Yu's right hand continued to input commands on the touchscreen, causing the silver mecha's mechanical arms to vibrate rapidly in the smallest possible range within 0.01 seconds, colliding endlessly with the black mecha's two mechanical arms. Knock, knock, knock. Like a woodpecker pecking endlessly at a sturdy tree, gradually loosening the tree, or like the hand of an ancient giant, continuously striking at the crevices in the rock, causing the crevices in the rock to grow larger and larger. A mecha's alloy mechanical arms would not tire, but under this sort of extremely small range of vibrations, there was no time to reset them. The black mecha could only watch as the crevice in front of it grew larger and larger, while the silver mecha's mechanical arms drew closer and closer, faster and faster. It had to be admitted that the mecha combat ability of the ace students of the First Military Academy's mecha department was already at a very abnormal level. The 6th second. Tai Ziyuan's coffee cup paused by his lips. All 5 fingers on the sofa were already curled, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the screen. That black mecha was on the verge of defeat, subconsciously feeling that something strange was about to happen. Zhou Yu also felt it, because the opponent's black mecha had not reacted at all in these 2 seconds, as if it had already lost all confidence. All it could do was wait to be hit, and then be judged as a failure by the system. However, Zhou Yu was sure that the person in the black mecha was not someone who would admit defeat so easily. An ominous feeling appeared in Zhou Yu's mind. His expression was calm, but his fingers began to move rapidly across the screen, adjusting the M37's power output to instant strike. At the same time, he made the lower half of the mecha's mechanical leg begin to bend slightly to change into forward mode. The sound of electrical current and the sound of metal components coming together rang out. In the battle room, the trembling bodies of the two giant mecha seemed to freeze at the same time. The silver mecha's mechanical legs began to crouch, about to change into forward mode. Zhou Yu decided not to wait for that ominous possibility. He wanted to use this risky method to obtain more power output and ground grip, in order to succeed in one hit. However, the Black Mecha, which had been silent all this while seemed to have been waiting for this very moment. When the lower half of the Silver Mecha, Area 74C, shifted slightly to the back due to the mode change, the Black Mecha moved. Its thick mechanical legs moved, moving clumsily but decisively, becoming a black arc in the air. At a speed impossible to follow with the naked eye, at a precise 30-degree angle, it slashed viciously towards Area 74C of the lower half of the Silver Mecha. This was a scene that should never appear in a mecha battle. This was definitely a movement example that had never appeared in any mecha tutorial. The Federation's M-Series mecha were all Form 2 mecha. The heavy mechanical legs were mainly used to support the heavy load of the mecha itself, but they could also be changed into forward mode. Through the reassembly of the metal components, the mecha could move swiftly across the plains at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. If required during wartime, tracks could also be temporarily installed to allow the mecha to smoothly cross those complicated swamps. All in all, in the Federation's mecha design and usage philosophy, the mecha's pair of heavy mechanical legs played a rather important role. However, this role was mainly reflected in the aspects of structure and movement. In battle, the mecha's balance was even more important. Only by maintaining the mecha's balance could the mecha's three major systems be guaranteed a stable reference and reaction platform. Because the mecha's requirements for this aspect were too high, whether in design or usage, the people of the Federation had always only installed the weapon systems on the upper half of the mecha. Very few people would have thought that those heavy and clumsy moving mechanical legs could actually also be used as offensive weapons. In the countless thousands of years of history, there must have been scientists or those strong pilots who had come from training halls who had considered whether the mechanical legs could play an important role in mecha battle. However, countless experiments and calculations had long proven that if the stability of the mecha was to be guaranteed, the flexibility of the mechanical legs would have to be sacrificed. After all, a mecha was a machine. No matter how nimble a machine was, it still did not have the body of a human. It could not be like those special forces soldiers or training masters, who could leap through the forest and kick like a human. Perhaps some beginners would enthusiastically attempt this, but what awaited them would definitely be complete failure. This was because a mecha that could not even maintain the most basic stability and balance, no matter how fancy it was to raise its legs, could only be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. In true mecha special operations, it was naturally possible to use the mechanical legs to perform some actions that one would never normally do. However, that would only be done when one was already cornered into a desperate situation, which was why one would use such an extremely risky method. The professors of the three major military academies and the Westwoods Military Academy's mecha faculty had long come to the conclusion that to control a mecha, as if it was one's own body, the mecha pilot would need to have the computing speed and control precision of a computer. A high-grade central control computer might be able to complete these actions, but the computer itself would not be able to possess the natural reaction and judgment abilities of a human. Thus, the federal military's mecha teaching materials had never contained content on this aspect. This was because this was an offensive method that did not pay for itself. This was an offensive method that required countless failures before it could succeed once. In other words, this was a very stupid offensive method. Zhou had seen this type of mecha leg attack before. In the first military academy's mecha faculty, there was a junior who was often whimsical but incredibly stubborn. That junior had once spent half a year's time attempting to make a mecha able to use the mechanical legs to launch an attack off the ground, while at the same time maintaining a quick response method under the opponent's counterattack. However, half a year later, that whimsical and incredibly stubborn junior had finally given up in resentment. Although even Zhou Yu admired that junior's talent, the consensus formed over countless years by the Human Federation was not something that just anyone could overturn. Thus, when Zhou Yu saw that black silhouette of a mechanical leg cleaving towards him with extreme precision and power from the monitor screen, and when the black mecha's main body still maintained its stability, its two arms blocking the silver mechanical arms still in place. Zhou actually subconsciously paused for a tenth of a second, his pupils constricting abruptly. How had the opponent done it? Was it because half of the black mecha's body was leaning against the wall of the combat room? Or was it just a coincidence? Regardless of which it was, Zhou would not actually feel panicked. This was because in countless mecha battles, there would always be some wondrous situations that would occur. And the next time, perhaps that pilot would not be able to use the same effect again. Zhou himself had once unconsciously completed a beautiful roundhouse kick with a silver M37 during a mecha piloting experiment. At that time, he had been immensely excited. However, when he tried to repeat the process in the days after that, he found that out of a total of 14 experiments, he had only succeeded twice. Such a low success rate could not be used in actual combat at all. The cautious Zhou had since then tossed this matter to the back of his mind. This was because he knew that with the controllability of all the pilots in the Federation, they would not be able to make an attack from the lower half of a mecha become an effective method. Thus, Zhou believed that the black mecha had only suddenly erupted in a desperate situation and had been lucky enough to execute this kick, just like his own beautiful roundhouse kick all those years ago. What truly made Zhou feel immense pressure was the black mecha's reaction speed and calmness. The opponent seemed to have predicted all the developments of the battle from the very first second, knowing that the two mecha would definitely be in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the silver M37 would rely on its greater power to gain an irreversible advantage, while Zhou himself would switch his mechanical legs to forward mode at the last moment to deliver the final blow. The black mecha's reaction was too miraculous. In that instant when the silver mecha had switched mode, it had found a loophole in the armor of Area 74C and had immediately attacked that area. The opponent had been silent all this time. Could it be that it had been waiting for this moment? If that was true, this sort of forbearance, this sort of calmness, this sort of observation, and even this sort of gambling style of attack would make Zhou feel an unprecedented pressure. A chill flashed through Zhou's heart, but he did not have time to think further. His narrowed eyes flashed, and the strength of an ace pilot burst forth in that instant. His fingers brushed past the touchscreen so quickly that the naked eye could not see them clearly. His left mechanical arm, which had been left empty all this time due to his elegance, suddenly shot forward. In a close-range battle between mecha without the firepower system, it was actually more like a primitive fight. The only things that were competing were brute force and speed. In other words, the power of the mecha and the pilot's controllability. At this moment, the black mecha's storm-like kick attack surprised Zhou greatly. He needed to compete in speed with the opponent. As long as he could hit the opponent's cockpit faster than the opponent by just a hair, then he would still be the victor in this battle. The 6th second was finally over. Unsurprisingly, this kick of the black mecha's that no one had expected was like a poplar tree that had been uprooted by a strong gust of wind, or like a giant white wave that had struck the dam of Linhai province and then spat it out again. It accurately and heavily struck the lower half of the silver mecha's body, hitting Area 74C. With a loud crack, the clumsy black alloy mechanical leg struck the area where the silver mecha had temporarily lost its defensive capabilities, leaving a shocking wound. Electrical sparks lit up the combat room. On the lower half of the silver mecha's body, countless metal wires and pipes were tragically broken. At the same time, the silver mecha's pair of mechanical arms had successfully broken through the black mecha's defenses, striking viciously at the black mecha's abdomen where the cockpit was located. With a series of crackling sounds, the translucent cockpit door was severely deformed, and web-like cracks began to extend endlessly. White smoke began to fill the combat room, obscuring all vision. After a moment of silence, the system's electronic voice rang out once more. It was a very straightforward and simple judgment. Same. The combat room fell into a strange silence. The two heavily damaged mecha had already left combat mode, facing each other silently. After the silver mecha's left mechanical leg had suffered that powerful blow, its structural system had been completely destroyed. The entire body of the mecha was already half-tilted and had lost all ability to move. A moment later, the silver mecha's cockpit door opened. Zhou Yu stared blankly at the thick smoke in front of him, as if he wanted to see the black mecha that was so close to him clearly. The black mecha's cockpit door had already cracked open inch by inch. However, the smoke-filled room made it impossible to see the pilot's true appearance on the other side of the smoke. Zhou Yu frowned slightly. In combat mode, the maximum attack power output was limited, especially the attack aimed at the cockpit. Why had the opponent's cockpit door been completely shattered? He did not know if the other person was fine. He was somewhat worried, but he did not know that the black mecha's cockpit door was a temporary backup that had been installed today. "Are you okay?" shouted Zhou Yu towards the other side of the smoke. After a long time, a few coughs came from the other side of the smoke, and a voice rang out. "You're really strong. I thought that kick would hit you. You shouldn't have been able to hit me in time." Zhou Yu could hear the sincerity in the other's voice, and could not help but smile slightly. However, his smile was somewhat bitter. He had confirmed that the other was just a beginner, but seemed to have some kind of talent. He looked at the gradually dissipating smoke, frowning as he asked, "You're a student of Yua University? How'd you do that kick just now? Do you want to come to our academy to learn some basic knowledge?" Zhou Yu had only said this subconsciously, but then he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Today, you've already become the hero of Yua University. I think that Principal Tsong will not let a talent like you leave." Their previous conversation and their current shouts through the smoke were all limited to the combat room. The countless people in the comprehensive hall could not hear them at all. The voice on the other side of the smoke suddenly became confused. "What hero? You don't know?" Zhou Yu looked at the gradually dissipating smoke in puzzlement. The air system in the combat room was operating at full capacity, and the smoke instantly thinned by a lot. The alloy ceiling in the sky slowly opened, and ear-splitting cheers could be heard from below. Sitting in the black mecha, Su Lu watched all this in a daze. Suddenly, he cried out, and at the same time, the black mecha also began to move rapidly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Zhou Yu heard the sound of electric current coming from the other side, and was even more puzzled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the other's broken cabin door, wanting to see clearly what this strange fellow looked like. But all he saw was a pair of heavily damaged alloy fists firmly blocking the cabin door. The comprehensive hall was already filled with thunderous cheers. The students of Yua University and the other academies in the university town were all in a state of excitement. They never would have thought that the seemingly dying black mecha would not only stubbornly stand up, but even fight to a draw with the ace student of the first military academy in the end. On the rostrum, Principal Tsong, the professors and lecturers of Yua University were all very gratified. Even the leader of the first military academy, Professor Tsong, was very happy. A draw was the best result. At least they did not have to offend that young man. The ceiling of the combat room slowly opened, and the smoke gradually dispersed. Countless gazes were cast in that direction. Countless people wanted to know which department of Yua University student was sitting in the mysterious black mecha. No matter what kind of person this student was in the past, after today, he would definitely become a legendary figure that countless students would never forget. Principal Tsong smiled as he looked in that direction, thinking that tonight was the Double Moon Festival Ball, and the successor of the Tai family had chosen such an appearance a few hours in advance. Perhaps the heavens had arranged it better. However, what surprised everyone was that when the smoke dispersed, they only saw a heavily damaged silver mecha and a black mecha using its alloy fists to block the cracked cabin door, turning its body around, and running towards the gradually opening door at the back of the combat room. No one could clearly see who was inside the black mecha. Even when the screen was zoomed in to the nearest, there was still no way to see who was inside. This scene was engraved in the memories of many people, because after a soul-stirring mecha battle drill, they had seen the Black M prototype mecha they had hailed as a hero clutching its abdomen and limping away like a shameless thief, fleeing in an incomparably wretched and terrified manner. Because of this scene, the comprehensive gymnasium instantly fell into an incomparable silence. Beside the passageway, Sure, Qinghai opened his mouth wide as he looked at the back of the mecha that was running away like a dog. He suddenly cursed and hurriedly blew on his fingers that had been burned by the cigarette, but on the sofa of the small villa, Tai Ziuan stared blankly at the screen, thinking that if the black mecha were to act, it would definitely become a Nebula Award winner. This scene of running away while holding its stomach was so much like a pitiful person who had eaten something bad. Thinking of this, as someone of noble status, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of coffee and almost laughed out loud in a manner that did not match his status. Chapter 96. Wiping off the coffee stains on his body with a snow-white handkerchief, Tai Ziuan shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. He thought to himself, how many years has it been since I last laughed so happily? He stood up from the sofa and said to Butler Jean beside him, change the records for today. Just say that I was studying in Area H1. Butler Jean lowered his head slightly, immediately understanding the young master's intentions. After a short pause, he said, young master, since Su Lu has access to the chip in Area H1, I believe that his relationship with Professor Jean is definitely not as simple as what is shown in UA University's records. Professor Jean couldn't have changed the central control computer program in Area H1 so casually. It was only because he happened to meet a soldier in the recruit camp. Shouldn't we tell Madam about this? For countless nights, other than Butler Jean, no one else knew that the heir of the Tai family was studying in Area H1 every night. He was not alone, but had a companion. No one knew that Su Lu could also enter Area H1. Butler Jean was slightly worried when he saw the final attack of the black mecha on the screen today, so he once again suggested this to Tai Ziuan. Tai Ziuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Apart from matters such as his coming-of-age ceremony, Butler Jean would definitely not mention any details related to his life to anyone without his permission, not even his mother. Tai Ziuan trusted his own judgment regarding this interesting fellow, Su Lu. It was just a coincidence that they met, and there was no hidden agenda. Don't think too much about it. Life lasts for decades. There are bound to be some unexpected events to make things more interesting. Tai Ziuan said as a long-lost smile appeared on his slightly pale and thin face. Thinking back to all the little details he had shared with Su Lu since they met, he was already sure that the other was a trustworthy person. Yes, then I'll go deal with the records right away. Butler Jean lowered his head slightly. He was actually willing to see the young master, who was destined to be unable to enjoy the normal life of most Federation citizens. Be able to enjoy luxuries, such as friendship. I should be drenched in sweat by now. I should have taken a shower, so I need to change my clothes. Tai Ziuan tossed the white handkerchief in his hand onto the table and said with a smile, I'm sure Principal Tsone will be coming over to discuss tonight's dance with me. Perhaps he also wants to confirm that the black mecha that just walked away with its belly full is me. In the quiet and deep room on the right side of the H1 area, the sound of metal machinery suddenly rang out. The heavy alloy wall at the furthest end of the room had just closed, before the data cable and power cable could be reconnected to the black mech's body. The mech's two deformed alloy fists that had been blocking its abdomen suddenly pulled apart. The pale-faced Su Lu appeared in the severely damaged cockpit like a frightened rat. With the fastest speed he could muster, he took off the almost antique simulation operating system on his body. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, he resisted the hunger in his stomach and once again called upon the mysterious power in his body. With a tremble of his legs, he jumped down from the black mech that was several meters tall like an ape. He turned into a cloud of dust and rushed to the back of the terminal display at the door. After strenuously stacking the simulation operating system and the small tool into his backpack, Su Lu put on his backpack. He did not forget to enter the command for full cleaning on the terminal. Following the input of the command, the self-cleaning equipment came out from all around the H1 area with a beeping sound. Countless dust and spray equipment came out from the ceiling and began to clean the entire room, especially the platform where the black mech was. It was cleaned repeatedly. Presumably, it would not be long before all the fingerprints that Su Lu had left behind in the mech's cockpit and this room were wiped clean. Wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead again, Su Lu silently and steadily put on his backpack. He walked out of the room and came to the tightly shut alloy door. After the chip's scan and the command input were complete, he stood in the corridor between the two doors. Through the gap of the outermost door, he cautiously confirmed that there were no diligent students in the H area outside for the time being. Only then did he leave the H1 area in a flash. Using his hat to cover his face, Sulu lowered his head and walked quickly through the quiet H area of the library. It had to be said that his luck was pretty good. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Usually, there would already be countless excellent students from UA University diligently studying in the H area of the library. They would definitely notice that a student had walked out of the strange H1 area that no one had ever entered before. However, the First Military Academy was visiting today. Most of the people were watching that soul-stirring mecha battle in the comprehensive library. Moreover, tonight was the Double Moon Festival Ball. No matter how nerdy a student was, they would all try their best to tidy themselves up, praying that they would be able to dance a song with the girl they loved that night. Under the witness of those pairs of moons, they would reap a sweet romance. Jogging out of the H area of the library, he passed through the quiet forest. After confirming that no one had discovered that he had come out of the H1 area, Sulu finally relaxed. He let out a long, stuffy breath and slowed down his walking speed. At this time, he had both hands in his trouser pockets and a backpack on his back. He looked like a very normal student. It was not until he had walked for a long time that he met a few students who were excitedly discussing something, but no one had noticed him. Walking along the grassy banks of the Rose River, fine snowflakes gradually drifted down from the sky, landing on the withered yellow grass. Sulu took off his hat and rubbed his slightly wet, messy black hair. Uneasily, he took out his mobile phone to take a look. Only then did he find that it was already 11 o'clock. His lips could not help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. He thought to himself that he was indeed very muddle-headed, actually sleeping for quite a few hours in a mecha. When he had been fighting with those two mecha just now, he had stupidly thought that it was still 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Thinking back to that earlier scene, especially after the opening of the battle room's dome and the countless cheers and gazes in that instant, Su Li's heart could not help but thump wildly. At this time, he had already determined that the H1 area was not a simple place. Furthermore, he had accidentally engaged in a battle with the First Military Academy's mecha pilots, officers, and students, and had fallen into the eyes of so many people. He could not help but feel shocked and terrified. Having escaped from the Eastwood district for a year, Sulu would sometimes subconsciously forget his identity as a fugitive, and thus appear less cautious. But today he had actually operated a mecha in front of so many people, and in the end he had even used the antique simulation system to call on that strange power within his body, although that strange power no longer manifested itself in the typical form of trembling. Sulu was still very worried. Would the Black Mecha's final attack alert some aspect of the Federation? A faint sense of regret welled up in his heart. Stepping on the frozen grass and twigs, he walked towards the iron gates of Pear Garden. Perhaps it was the untimely death of a young man's first love, or perhaps it was the bitter experience of these past few days that had caused him to be so muddle-headed that he had made such a mistake. Kacha! As he walked forward, the regret in his heart grew fainter and fainter. Since it had already become an established fact, there was no point in regretting it anymore. Sulu had always been a straightforward and efficient person. He patted his cheeks and exhaled a mouthful of white mist. Lowering his head, he continued to walk forward, thinking in his heart that if someone really came to investigate the Black Mecha, he would just change his identity and leave Pear Garden University, going somewhere else to live a different life. It was just that he felt a little reluctant to leave. A little reluctant to leave this Pear Garden University's snow-like pear blossoms. Snow-like pear blossoms, as pure and amiable as pear blossoms, but sometimes as cold and unpredictable as snow. That girl, that rogue official friend of Shi Qinghai's, and that frail rich kid who ate supper with him every night. Su Li's hurried footsteps slowed down, and the two knife-like eyebrows under his cap gradually smoothed out. In the end, he stood by the Rose River, and found that his current state of mind was already different from when he had just escaped from Donglin. He had something to worry about. Things like love and friendship were burdens, but they were burdens that he liked very much. Looking at the thin ice floating on the river and the faint mist, Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was smiling. He made up his mind. He was not in a hurry to leave, but wanted to see if there would be any problems with today's scene. If no one could find out that the person in the black mecha was him, then why should he leave? Right at this moment, the faint melody of a violin rang out. Sulu was slightly startled. He fished out his phone from his pocket and put it to his ear. Then, he heard Shi Qinghai's lazy but exceptionally charming voice. "Where are you? I didn't see you in the general library, and I couldn't find you in the gatehouse at this time either. I'm studying by the river." Su Li's voice was slightly hoarse because of his nervousness. "Studying my ass. I ordered 2 sets of clothes from CU for tonight's ball. Come over quickly, I'll go get them for you." Su Li laughed, knowing that the other was worried that a dull fellow like him would not understand the rules of the ball. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth and said, "Thank you. Thank my ass. You're someone with an inheritance, so the money is yours." Su Li was helpless. He had originally wanted to say that he already had clothes, but then he remembered that those clothes were bought by Zhang Xiaoming, and he couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Besides, he really didn't dare to stay on campus at this time, so he said, "I'll be right there." "No, I have something urgent to attend to right now." On the other end of the line, Shi Qinghai's voice suddenly turned calm. "You go by yourself first. I'll come look for you in a bit." Sulu put his phone back into his pocket and pulled his cap down even lower, hiding his slightly furrowed brows. He had heard the sudden change in Shi Qinghai's voice and felt that the other seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't know what it was. Shi Qinghai had always been a mysterious person. Perhaps it was because of his profession. Su Lu walked towards the iron gates of Pear Blossom Garden worriedly. Along the way, he saw many students who had just walked out of the general library. These students were not only from Pear Blossom University. There were also many students wearing the uniforms of other schools in the university city. What was similar was that these students all had traces of excitement on their faces, their eyes shining with pride and excitement. The sounds of discussion were endless, ringing out between the small path in the woods and the teaching buildings in the early winter. These students were all discussing the 2 previous mecha battle drills, especially the final battle between the black mecha and the silver M37. A mysterious student pilot had appeared in Pear Blossom University, operating an M prototype mecha, and actually being able to fight to a draw with an A student of the 1st Military Academy who was operating an M37 mecha. Without question, this made all the students in the university city feel proud and honored. They discussed excitedly, some students even unable to resist swaying their bodies and imitating the black mecha's final kick. Although they all knew that the silver mecha's control level seemed to be higher, and that the final blow to the abdomen had also been exceptionally domineering, their attention was still only on the black mecha. Wearing his cap, Sulu walked briskly past these students. Although he didn't want to deliberately listen, those terms like black mecha still kept pouring into his ears. The more he listened, the more complicated his feelings became. Knowing that the silver mecha he had fought with in the end was indeed an ace student of the 1st Military Academy, he couldn't help but feel somewhat happy. However, when he saw those students laughing loudly while imitating the black mecha clutching its stomach and running away, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At that time, he had only been in a hurry to cover his face and run away. So how could he have cared about the so-called demeanor and image of a pilot? Returning to his own concierge bedroom, Su Lu could finally relax completely. He gulped down a large vat of cold water to replenish the water he had lost earlier and quenched the terrifying hunger in his stomach. Carrying his backpack into the bathroom, he carefully removed the mirror. The tiles behind the mirror had basically been hollowed out by him, enough to fit a backpack inside. After hiding the backpack, Su Lu pondered for a moment, then pried up another tile underneath. He took out the stun baton he had named Flying Dagger and put on his body. He didn't know what would happen the next few days, so it was better to be careful. Last time, when he met Hook and the others outside the clubhouse, If he had had his stun baton with him, he wouldn't have been so helpless under the cold muzzle of that gun and could only take the risk of fighting with his body. Before leaving the room, he subconsciously turned on the hologram on the wall. The constantly flashing and rolling post titles on the campus network appeared on the hologram and reflected in his eyes. His expression became extremely rich, and his body also froze in place. Black Mecha, where are you? We're calling for you. General Library's live post, the Black Mecha's Great Reversal. Why is the mecha so black? It's the same as being a dark horse. We're the legends of UA University trying to hide behind the scenes. A proud academy retreats in defeat. Why are hidden geniuses always among the common folk? These were the few posts that were pinned to the top, and the scrolling post list below was basically dominated by the scene in the General Library today. In the Capitol Ring, where information was incomparably advanced, the mecha duel in the General Library was continuously being broadcasted live on the campus network, attracting the attention of countless people. Especially after the mysterious disappearance of the Black Mecha at the end, countless people began to guess the Black Mecha's true identity amidst their cheers, and countless people launched activities to search for the Black Mecha. How long had it been? And it had already caused such a huge commotion. Sulu was lost in thought as he stared at the words on the hologram in astonishment. When the vault had opened earlier, he had already known that the situation of the mecha duel had fallen into the eyes of countless people. Earlier on, he had also seen many students discussing excitedly, but he really hadn't expected that a mere mecha duel drill would be able to excite the students of the entire university town to this extent. Sulu looked at the hologram and scratched his head, somewhat baffled. His eyes narrowed out of habit, and he raised his arm to click on one of the links to a high-definition video. In an extremely short amount of time, the image on the hologram was transferred to the Federation's largest video website, Tomato. Looking at that clumsy Black Mecha's movements on the screen, looking at that incomparably swift silver stream of light, Su Li's eyes slowly widened, and he stared without stopping for a moment. When he thought of how countless people had been like him earlier, staring at that incomparably large hologram in the General Library while he himself was within the hologram, his mood became somewhat strange. On the screen, the Black Mecha fell, stood up, and then 6 seconds passed in a flash. Under the impossible circumstances, the Black Mecha executed that kick. During the transition of movement mode, in an extremely short amount of time, the 74C armor plate on the lower half of the M37 mecha would show problems. Sulu watched every image, and his mood gradually calmed down. He studied harder than anyone else, memorizing all the M-series mecha blueprints he could find in UA University. Those memorized data, mixed together with the techniques Uncle Fong you had imperceptibly taught him back in the Eastwood region, gave him a natural, intuitive judgment of mecha, which was why he could accurately grasp the fleeting opportunity. This really could only be attributed to intuition, and had nothing to do with the strange power in his body or the information transmission channel. It was just that this sort of intuition could only be attributed to a sea of data and many years of practice, and only then could one have a natural affinity with mechanical components. To know where the only possible loophole of the silver mecha was, one also needed to have the ability to grasp this loophole. Suli's control level was still far from being a match for the A students of the 1st Military Academy, but he had an ability that they definitely could not have, and that was the trembling of his body. The antique control system that had been phased out by the Federation many years ago, combined with the powerful physical control ability in his body, could allow the mecha to perform actions that would never be possible under normal circumstances. 30 degrees, it could only be 30 degrees. Sulu watched the image quietly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He thought of the kick that the fat captain of the Ancient Bell had sent towards him. That kick of the Black Mech on the screen already looked like Captain Tion's kick, Ling Lai's kick. Sulu took a deep breath, and an indescribable feeling began to fill his chest. Perhaps it was confidence, or perhaps it was joy, or something else, but after all, he was just a youth. Every victory and improvement in life would make him happy, even if today's happiness was extremely risky and muddled. He vaguely understood the true use of the power in his body, and also understood how the uncle was able to calmly face an entire team of special mecha from the Federation. In this world, only the uncle and him understood that the human body was the first line of machines, and the mecha was just an extension of this machine. Only the uncle and him could use the powerful power in their bodies, either through methods that have been phased out by the Federation, or through methods as mysterious as the uncle, using the human body to directly control the mecha. Chapter 97. Sulu should have been proud, but he was not. The excitement he should have felt was not as strong as people thought. He looked at the last image of the black mech, leaving in a sorry state on the screen, and just smiled happily. His interest was still in mech repair. Piloting a mech was exhilarating, but it was not his goal in life. The war between the Federation and the Empire had subsided for more than 10 years. In an era where peace was gradually becoming a habit, Sulu did not plan to enlist in the military. Naturally, he did not think that becoming a mech pilot was his future choice. Perhaps it was because of what happened to Uncle Boss in his forced exile, as well as the privileged class like the Zhou siblings, that Sulu did not have much of a good impression and trust of the Federation government. In comparison, he actually had a much better impression of the anti-government faction led by Senator Macklin. Of course, if the Empire once again brazenly invaded the Federation, Sulu would not run far away just because of his dislike of the government. He would definitely do his duty as a citizen of the Federation. In just a moment, Sulu thought of his life many years in the future from the black mech on the screen. This kind of absent-mindedness rarely happened to him, except when he was doing mech repair work. Suddenly, an extremely loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. Sulu looked down with a bitter expression, almost fainting from the strong sense of hunger. The set of strange movements and the mysterious power in his body that Uncle Phone had taught him, other than the obvious trembling, the biggest drawback was probably the hunger after every use of the power. Sulu, who had been in a tense state when he ran out of Area H1, did not feel this. Now that he had truly relaxed, he suddenly understood that the words hungry intestines were indeed very thin and dry. It was like a thin soup without much water, and when written, it would take one's life. The image on the screen returned to the forum of the school's intranet. A post that was marked red by the administrator entered Su Lee's line of sight. He stared blankly at the ID of a girl, who was obviously asking Prince Black G to be her dance partner for the Double Moon Festival dance party with a love-struck tone. The key point was that the girl had attached a picture. Thus, the post was filled with curses, mainly from the girl. As for Sulu, who was in a state of absolute hunger, he hurriedly turned off the light screen, clutched his stomach, and ran out of his bedroom. When he thought of that girl's face, it was as if he was suddenly fooled. In the busiest business district of Linhai, there was a quiet street. Bustle and quietness were not contradictory. The so-called quietness in the bustle was a kind of style, while the quietness in the bustle represented a kind of nobility that exuded the smell of money ink. On this quiet street, that was about 200 meters long, the most famous luxury stores in the Federation were gathered. The decorations were elegant, but they had a noble aura. There weren't many customers, but each of them had a reserved look on their faces, fully displaying the attitude of keeping the poor at 1,000 miles away. It was just past noon. Customers of high status or wealthy families wouldn't choose to shop in the snow. However, the uniformed ladies in the CU brand clothing store still maintained a standard smile. Their hands were clasped in front of their stomachs, and they politely looked at the air outside the store. It was as if a rich man would appear at any time. With a crisp sound, the small bronze bell at the door rang. The female service staff in the fitting uniform became spirited at the same time. Their smiles became more gentle, and they went forward to welcome the visitor. However, when they saw the young man who came in, their smiles could not help but stiffen, and they almost could not maintain the image of etiquette that had always been strictly observed. This was because the young man who came in with the light snow was wearing a student uniform that was commonly seen in the university town. In such cold weather, he was still wearing thin clothes, and his clothes were somewhat old. He really did not look like a rich man. In this world, there were many rich kids who liked to play tricks and pretend to be poor. These young ladies had seen many of them, but they also knew that those rich kids only liked to play. No one liked to deliberately make things difficult for their own bodies in this terrible weather. What made them even more sure that this young man did not have the slightest ability to buy was this young man walked into the store while looking at the price tags on the clothes with a shocked expression. The most unbelievable thing was that in his hand, he was holding 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake that could only be bought at a small stall in the university town. The most unbearable thing for the GU store staff was that these 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake had the same gap. Obviously, this young man was eating all 3 pieces of deep-fried dough cake at the same time and swallowing so many in one gulp. Would such a poor person, who is so hungry, enter the famous GU clothing store to buy things? The expression of the manager on duty changed slightly, but she still smiled politely at the young man. Then, she signaled with her eyes for a female employee to come forward and serve him. Although she was very unwilling to let the smell of deep-fried dough cake on this poor young student ruin the faint smell of incense in the GU store, no one could deprive the poor of their right to shop, and she could not do that either. She could only think of a way to ask this poor young student, who was probably here to avoid the snow, to leave quickly. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" a female employee asked softly. Sulu, who had been staring blankly at the price tags on the GU clothing, suddenly came back to his senses. He suddenly noticed that the delicate and pretty employee's eyes were inconspicuously sliding over the deep-fried dough cake in his hand. Only then did he realize that he was inappropriate. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'm too hungry." The female employee forced a smile and did not reply, but her expression faintly revealed that she did not welcome him. Sulu could not help but sigh in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm here to get some clothes." "Get some clothes?" The female employee was slightly taken aback. She could not believe her ears. The GU store's custom-made clothes were extremely expensive. Was this poor young student sure that he had not come to the wrong place? She subconsciously repeated, "Are you sure?" These 3 words were said very impolitely. Even the good-tempered Sulu frowned slightly. The manager on duty also knew that her subordinate had made a mistake, so she hurried over to them in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. However, Sulu just shook his head and said, "Sure, Qinghai ordered 2 sets of clothes. Take them out and let me have a look." This was the first time he had walked into a place that truly belonged to the rich, especially when he thought about how these 2 sets of clothes would cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Sulu thought about how he only had 300,000 yuan left in his card, he was a little dazed. Hearing the female employee's words, anyone would get angry, but Sulu did not want to care about it. After all, this was not Department 23's TV series. Did he really have to take out his gold card later and buy all the clothes in this clothing store to make these female employees' eyes turn red and feel defeated? Although it felt good to play the pig to eat the tiger, the problem was that he really did not have that much money, Sulu thought with a wry smile. Then he took the 2 sets of clothes and took out his bank card to pay for them. At this time, the manager on duty and the female employee had already apologized multiple times, and the rest of the female employees in the store had successfully gotten rid of the shock on their faces. They just felt that things were getting weirder and weirder in this world. The fitting room is inside. Please follow me. The manager on duty did not take the bank card with a large limit and politely invited Sulu to follow her inside. She glanced discreetly at the 3 deep-fried dough cakes in his hand that had been bitten into crescents and said with a smile, "Can I wrap up your food for you first?" Looking at the energetic young man in front of the full-length mirror, Sulu was quite satisfied with the dark-colored suit. He carefully adjusted the position of the collar, tilted his head, and took a few more looks before the pain in his heart subsided slightly. This faintly glowing dark-colored suit fit him very well. Sulu did not know how the GU store had done it, but he could only admire Shi Qinghai's eyes as a special agent of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. He actually remembered his figure so clearly. The snow outside the window was gradually getting heavier. Sulu looked at it worriedly, wondering what kind of work Shi Qinghai was delayed by. He hoped that it would not be too troublesome. It suits you very well. In order to make up for the lack of staff in the GU store, the female manager who had accompanied them all the way gave a very short and polite comment. It made people feel happy just hearing it. I still need to wait for a friend to try on the suit. Sulu retracted his gaze from outside the window and said to the female manager. The female manager smiled warmly and pointed to a quiet area in the corner of the store. Please wait there for a moment. We have prepared some pastries and coffee for you. You are welcome to try them. Sulu smiled and his mood improved. He walked over there. Of course, he would not object to free food. After all, he was very hungry at this time. The female manager accompanied him in that direction. She was also in a good mood. She did not expect this young man to have such a good temper. He did not take advantage of the impolite mistake made by the staff in the store earlier. What made her mood even better was that although it was snowing lightly in Linhai and the weather was bad, several groups of customers had already appeared in the store just after noon. It seemed that today's performance was not bad. As the manager of the GU store, she obviously knew that tonight was Li Hua University's Double Moon Festival dance party. However, the rich kids among the students had already ordered their outfits. She didn't know why the guests who suddenly appeared today were in such a hurry. It has nothing to do with me whether I'm in a hurry or not. I hope you can do it for me. A cold and proud voice rang out in the GU store. It was a group of young men and women who were choosing their suits. The one who spoke was a young man about 20 years old. His companions were lucky enough to have chosen their suits. He was the only one who had not chosen a suitable ready-made suit. If the GU store wanted to order a suit, it would take a long time in advance. Everyone knew this. However, time was indeed tight, so he was a little anxious. The manager went up to him and explained a little, but she could not get the other party's understanding. She could not help but sigh in her heart. When this group of customers entered the store, she already knew that they were all people whose names were on the GU VIP list. She could not understand why these big shots, who usually only appeared in the Special Capital District or the largest city in S1, would appear in Linhai at the same time. Sulu was sitting on the sofa, eating pastries, drinking coffee, and enjoying the warm spring air. He was leisurely waiting for Shi Qinghai. He did not notice the trouble on the other side, because it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not expect that trouble would find him in the next moment. My friend, your figure seems to be very similar to mine. I really like the suit you're wearing. I have an urgent need for it tonight. Take it off. I'll pay 10 times the price. Sulu raised his head in shock and saw the young man looking down at him. It was Su Li's wish to help others, but he would never stoop so low, especially when this person seemed to speak calmly. But in reality, there was a sense of righteousness and order in his bones. Thus, Sulu lowered his head and treated this man as heir. You're very rude. We're talking to you, but you don't even look at us. Another proud girl who was dressed like a princess frowned and spoke. She looked at Sulu, who was eating and drinking nonstop on the sofa, with disgust. Sulu frowned. He was just thinking that life wasn't a TV series, so why was he always encountering such inexplicable things? He raised his head and looked at the proud girl who was not ugly, even beautiful, and said seriously, Miss, your figure is very similar to my girlfriend's. She should like your suit very much. Also, we have an urgent need for it. Take it off. I'll pay twice the price. That man was willing to pay 10 times the price, but Sulu was only willing to pay twice the price. The same words were stabbed back. This showed that a calm and gentle young man could occasionally be quite lethal when he was mean. Hearing this, the group of young men and women were stunned at the same time. They did not expect that someone would use such a calm and mocking tone to reply to them. The beautiful proud girl was so angry that her eyes were cold. Sulu looked at her and the man beside her gently and said, I know this is a very rude request, so I take it back. His meaning was very clear. What you did was impolite. You can take it back, or you can only become air in your eyes. You're going to the Double Moon Festival Ball tonight. That man coldly looked at Sulu on the sofa and said, We're going to. Maybe we'll meet again. But I'll repeat myself. You're really not willing to take off your suit in exchange for 10 times the price and my forgiveness for your previous disrespect? Sula did not expect that these people would be so impolite. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought of the Zoe siblings he met at the entrance of the nightclub. He thought that these so-called people born with a golden key in their mouths were probably so impolite. They were also going to the Double Moon Festival ball tonight. It was just a routine ball in a university. These people who were obviously not students of UA University wanted to join the fun. You're rich, I'm poor. Sula looked at him and shook his head. You might not see me at the ball. As for disrespect, I forgive your previous disrespect to me. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became even weirder. The group of young and rich men and women quietly looked at Su Lu on the sofa, as if they were looking at Monster. Su Lu was still drinking his coffee with his head lowered. In his heart, he was cursing Shi Qinghai for picking such a place. Why did he have to enter a non-human clothing store and meet a bunch of non-humans? Chapter 98. It was snowing outside the window, and the atmosphere in the bar was very cold. It was just past noon, so there weren't many customers. Shi Qinghai held a cigarette between his thin lips like he was sucking on a lollipop. He stared at the flickering red light on the end of the cigarette. He was bored to death. His beautiful peach blossom eyes moved closer to his nose because of his concentration, which made him look a little funny. The wooden door of the bar was pushed open, and the cold air rushed in. Shi Qinghai put out the cigarette and pulled out the seat beside him. He looked at the white hair on a man's temples and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Alcohol," the director of Linhai's HTD bureau said directly after he sat down. Shi Qinghai frowned. He knew this person very well. He used to be a teacher, but he later became a leader and a superior. He knew that this person had always been cautious and didn't like to drink. But he didn't ask anything. He snapped his fingers and asked the people in the bar to bring him a glass of hard liquor. The Tai family seems to have already contacted Representative Pabre. The director almost choked on the hard liquor. He coughed and said softly, "If Pabre can get the support of the Tai family, his chances of winning in next year's presidential election will increase by a few points." The Tai family has always been very low-key, so low-key that most people in the Federation have forgotten about their existence. Shi Qinghai admitted that before this intelligence gathering, he didn't pay much attention to this former royal family that had been glorious for countless generations. He raised his glass and took a sip. Even if they used to have the entire Federation, it's been more than 60 constitutional years. How much hidden power can they still have? How can they influence the presidential election? Don't underestimate the existence of the 7 great families. This has been proven in the history of the Federation. Although the Tai family is the most secretive of the 7 great families, if our guess is correct, they should also be the most powerful family among the 7 great families. The director lowered his head and said with a slightly worried voice, "They may not be able to make someone directly elected president, but they can easily make someone's opponent lose. Destruction is always easier than construction." I understand that. Shi Qinghai's eyes were calm. However, although I have always despised politicians, I have to admit that Pabre from Donglin is an anomaly among politicians. If the moral standards and practical spirit he has shown all these years are just a disguise, then I can only say that Pabre played the role of a saint very well. You know what I mean? Shi Qinghai continued. If Pabre becomes the president of the Federation, it will be the best choice for the organization. At least if we want to negotiate, we won't have to worry that the Federation government will be as fickle as before. The bureau chief waved his hand and said, "Morality doesn't mean everything." Pabre, in his election platform and political practice over the years, has always been very careful not to reveal his attitude towards the 4 states surrounding S2. As for the relationship between the Federation government and us, no one knows what kind of thoughts he has. If he chooses to take a strong, offensive attitude towards the organization under the influence of the Hawks in the Department of National Defense in the future. Shi Qinghai noticed that the bureau chief's eyebrows were full of worry. The bureau chief sighed and said, "Right now, the 4 states surrounding S2 seem to be enveloped by the joy of the end of the Civil War and the arrival of peace. Senator Medellin has always adhered to the principle of nonviolence. In order to maintain the unity of the comrades, the organization is unable to fully prepare for war. If Pabre chooses to use force to suppress the four states after he is elected president, I am very worried that our comrades will be utterly defeated. The current president is a cowardly and incompetent person, but Pabre is different, the bureau chief said worriedly. A president who came out of a family of miners must have set extremely high ideals at a very young age. This kind of person is very determined and will definitely not allow the existence of anti-government armed forces within the Federation, especially within the capital ring. But these are all pre-existing worries. Shi Qinghai glanced at the bureau chief and said, "Today, you took the risk of meeting me under the pretext of a teacher-student reunion. I don't think that's all you want to say." The bureau chief shook his head and looked at the snowflakes outside the window. Suddenly, he said softly, "I just feel that something's going to happen recently. So, I came to see you. If there is any problem in the future, I will delete your file immediately. Other than me, he is the only one in the organization who knows that Lin Hai's old eagle is you. You know, he never cares about specific matters. Even if you want to leave, the organization will not find out. At that time, you'll be truly free." This sentence was extremely inauspicious. As the two most successful anti-government spies within the Federation, Shi Qinghai and the bureau chief had already mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of death at any time. However, when they suddenly heard this sentence, Shi Qinghai could not help but frown. He looked at his teacher quietly and said slowly, "Freedom is indeed something I like very much, but I don't want to use your death as a condition." He patted his teacher's shoulder and said softly, "These past few years have been very tiring for me. I have been constantly sending back information to the four states around the mountains, but I also have to watch that old bastard Macklin continuously throw flirtatious glances at the Federation. I feel very uncomfortable. But teacher, you should know that the reason I am able to persevere until today is because I agree with the organization's philosophy. This world does indeed need to change, but the organization will never use assassinations and terrorist attacks that may affect civilians as a way of fighting. I only hope that this philosophy can be persevered." Shi Qinghai leaned back on the leather sofa and lit a cigarette. He slowly said in the midst of the smoke, "If one day the organization violates this principle, then I can only leave the organization, even if it may lead to me being killed." "What are you trying to say?" The bureau chief frowned and looked at his proud disciple. "Is it about the Double Moon Festival Ball? What did you discover? I just don't understand why the organization is so concerned about the Crown Prince's coming-of-age ceremony. I can understand why Macklin sent that little girl who doesn't know anything." Shi Qinghai flicked the ash from his cigarette and said calmly, "The 7 major families are the biggest vested interests of the Federation. I don't think the Tai family is likely to cooperate with us. If that's the case, what's the point of spending so much to obtain this information? You think the organization will use this Double Moon Festival Ball to assassinate the Crown Prince?" The bureau chief asked seriously. "Yes, other than this, I can't think of any other possibilities. The organization rarely assassinates public figures of the Federation because it will greatly damage the organization's image." The bureau chief looked at Shi Qinghai sternly and said, "Not to mention, the Double Moon Festival Ball will be held in the university town. There will be too many innocent citizens. Your speculation is disrespectful to the organization's principle. I don't trust anyone except you." Shi Qinghai didn't give up his speculation under his teacher's stern gaze. "And if the organization really does assassinate the successor of the Tai family, you and I will be completely unaware. I can only say that we will be the ones who will be abandoned in the future. You can't convince me because the organization's assassination of the successor of the Tai family is not beneficial to our business at all. Cleaning up the sins of the 7 major families in history is the organization's principle." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes slightly. "And just as you said earlier, the Tai family has already contacted Councilman Pabre. You also analyzed that Councilman Pabre might be leaning towards the Eagle faction. If that's the case, why didn't the organization choose to eliminate Councilman Pabre's greatest support before he becomes the president? The Tai family only has one successor for 7 generations. Shi Qinghai continued his analysis calmly. If we say that this family is the most terrifying existence in the Federation, then from a certain perspective, it is actually the weakest existence. As long as this successor dies, this family will definitely fall apart due to the lack of a successor. The bureau chief was silent for a long time. He suddenly wanted to meet his student, Shi Qinghai, because he had some suspicions about the recent movements of the organization. Whether it was Councilman Medellin or those important figures in the Federation, it was necessary for them to get close to the Tai family and show goodwill to the successor of the Tai family. Only the anti-government forces that had resisted the Federation for decades had no reason to care about the whereabouts of the successor of the Tai family, unless the higher-ups of the organization really had some ideas. After a long silence, the bureau chief slowly opened his mouth and said, "But have you thought about it? In the Federation's capital, Xinglinhai, assassinating the successor of the Tai family is basically an impossible mission. Even if there are some radicals in the organization, I don't think there are too many idiots. I believe in this. Even I spent a few months to confirm the successor's exact location. This is enough to show the opponent's strength and cautiousness." Shi Qinghai shrugged and said, "I just hope that you will be more careful during this period of time and pay more attention to the people and information coming from the other side. What are you going to do?" The bureau chief slowly drank the remaining amber liquid in the cup and asked with a slightly red face, "Tonight is the Double Moon Festival Ball. I will personally go and watch. No matter who the organization sends to carry out this plan, I will make sure that he fails." Shi Qinghai's tone was very calm. "You are going against the organization. I hope that this kind of unpleasant thing won't happen. But if the organization really does this behind our backs without trust, there will only be shameless use and silencing afterwards. I am no longer a member of the organization." The bureau chief sighed and looked at this young official who was usually very lazy but was now as cold as a knife. He said, "Maybe we are thinking too much. Maybe tonight's ball is just a vanity show for the rich kids. Maybe the higher-ups of the organization really just want to change their way of thinking and try to get in touch with the real power in the Federation in order to seek a more peaceful future." Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He raised his cup and said, "If that is the case, then that is for the best. The last intelligence report said that the Tai family's coming-of-age ceremony has a very strange rule. If they just want to get in touch with the successor, we don't have as many female students as Senator Macklin. Although I am still a man after all, am I not?" The bureau chief laughed and said, "We would never sell out women. That is so tasteless." After a while, he calmed down and said with a smile, "The latest order from the higher-ups of the organization is to use all means to get in touch with the successor." "Damn it, you just said that now." Shi Qinghai was stunned for a moment and then cursed. "Looks like tonight's ball won't be a problem. Just be careful." The bureau chief patted him on the shoulder. "Then I'll go first. I have a meeting with a friend. It has been delayed for too long." Shi Qinghai walked in the direction of the GU store on the quiet streets of Linhai. He hadn't walked far when he frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at his wristwatch. He pushed open the top cover and saw a line of words appear on the hidden display below. "Don't worry about the ball, because he is here. The address is..." Shi Qinghai was stunned. The only person who could contact him in this way was his teacher who had just broken up with him, the old guy who was the bureau chief of HDD. Obviously, the old guy had just received this information and was very happy or excited when he forwarded it to him. That was why he spoke so casually. Shi Qinghai looked at the line of words in astonishment. Looking at the word "him" in the second sentence, he suddenly felt that things in the world were incomparably absurd. Earlier, when he was talking with his teacher, he was still talking about him, and now he was here. But why did he come to Linhai? How dare he come? If he really came, it seemed that the organization's attitude toward the Double Moon Festival Ball was really biased toward peace. The organization would never let him take such a risk. Shi Qinghai forgot to brush the snowflakes off his long eyelashes. He looked at the words on his watch in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought about how he was about to meet that big shot. Every spy had their own code name to facilitate one-way communication. Shi Qinghai's code name was Eagle, and his teacher's code name was Liquor. Shi Qinghai also knew some of his colleagues who had unfortunately been arrested by the Federation, such as Swallow and Crow, who had been sacrificed. In human history, there were countless spies who were famous because of their code names. However, in this constitutional era, the most powerful spies were almost all from the anti-government forces in the 4 states surrounding the mountains. This was because at the top of the anti-government forces spy system, there was a person with the code name him. He was the second in command of the anti-government forces and the closest comrade of the anti-government forces leader. In the eyes of Shi Qinghai and the others, he was an amazing professional. The Federation had never obtained enough information about such a high-level leader. The anti-government forces had been resisting in the 4 states of S2 for many years, but no one in the Federation knew what the second in command looked like. This alone proved how terrifying he was. In the thin snow and light wind, Shi Qinghai couldn't help but shiver. He was about to pick up that person and then attend the Double Moon Festival Ball. He came to Linhai to meet the young master of the Tai family. But what could the anti-government forces and the Tai family talk about? Shi Qinghai, who could still maintain a calm heart and a lazy smile on his face even when the seawall collapsed in front of him, couldn't help but feel a little shaken after receiving this information. In the past few years, he had obtained a lot of information about the Federation for the anti-government forces. He helped the people in the 4 states to not only survive the battle, but also helped the moderate faction in the anti-government forces to gain a lot of benefits in the local elections. It could be said that he was one of the most successful spies in the anti-government forces in recent years. But in the face of his direct superior's superior, in the face of that him who no one had ever seen, Shi Qinghai had no confidence at all. He had to ensure his absolute safety in Linhai and arrange for him to meet that young man at the Double Moon Festival Ball. The huge pressure made Shi Qinghai frown in an instant. This pressure made him only notice the abnormal situation and hear the specific details of the conflict when he walked into the GU store. With just a glance, Shi Qinghai guessed the purpose of the group of rich men and women. He narrowed his eyes and walked over directly. He said to Su Lu, who was still drinking coffee, "Let's go." Su Lu treated the group of rich men and women as if they were invisible, but he was also a little annoyed. When he saw that Shi Qinghai had finally come, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He stood up and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you to try on the clothes?" "No need." Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and glanced at those people. His eyes naturally revealed a trace of indifference. "Manager, how many pairs of shoes do you have in the store? I want all of them." The group of proud rich men and women had been in a conflict with Su Lu. When they saw that fellows' companions had come, they were ready to be the first to flip out. However, they didn't expect that Shi Qinghai would flip out before them. The items in the GU store were very expensive. If they wanted to buy all the shoes in the store, how much would it cost? All of the noble people present had the financial ability to do so, but no one would do such a thing as a nouveau riche. The man who had wanted Su Lu to take off his gown looked at Shi Qinghai mockingly and said, "Please continue with your performance." Shi Qinghai ignored him and pulled the beautiful female manager to pay the bill. The female manager had seen strange people who liked to flaunt their wealth, but she still felt that it was a little strange to ask for all the shoes to be packed. Su Lu followed behind him, dumbfounded. He asked, "Where did you get so much money? Don't you have a bank card?" Shi Qinghai said. Su Lu smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I still have more than 100,000 yuan. A pair of shoes here costs a few thousand yuan. How can it be enough to buy all of them?" Shi Qinghai smiled warmly and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't know the limit of your card, right? You can overdraft it, and the limit is very high." Su Lu took out the 3 Lin Alliance bank card that the uncle had given him. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt very distressed when he saw that the card had been swiped successfully. At this moment, All the shoes in the GU store belonged to him alone. The female manager's performance today was really amazing. She looked at Su Lu with a smile, returned the card with both hands, and said, "We look forward to your next visit." Shi Qinghai told the other party to send all the shoes to a certain address tomorrow afternoon. Then he patted Su Lu on the shoulder and proudly walked out of the store under the watchful eyes of the GU store staff. When they walked past the group of rich men, the man sneered and said, "So there are indeed a lot of idiots in Linhai. How could they do such a tasteless thing like burning money?" "Idiot? Who are you talking about?" This time, Shi Qinghai didn't remain silent. He turned around with a smile and looked at the man. "I just want to know, if a bunch of idiots bought goose gowns but can't even get a pair of goose shoes, what kind of happy scene would it be when they attend the ball?" The crowd was stunned for a moment before they became angry. Only now did they realize that this guy in a wrinkled suit was actually so sinister. In the Empire, it was said that the places that ordered the gowns would never make shoes. Also, mixing and matching was a style that was highly praised. However, in the Federation, this was absolutely impossible. "It's getting late." Shi Qinghai looked at his watch and said sincerely, "I hope you guys can get everything ready before the ball. There are many stores on this street. Do you think I'll buy all of their shoes?" Walking in the wind and snow, Sulu couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the rich men's expressions. He didn't know anything about the etiquette of the upper class, but he could guess that Shi Qinghai's move would definitely make the other party suffer. The next moment, the smile on his face turned into helplessness and distress. He looked at Shi Qinghai and said, "So much money. How can I pay it back?" "Idiot, the goods will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Cancel this deal in the morning." Shi Qinghai didn't even look at him and said disdainfully, "I say, you're too honest. You don't even know how to talk back when you're being bullied by that group of people. You don't even know how to use these little tricks. How can you pretend to be something in society?" Su Lu rubbed the back of his head. He wanted to say that he had already said a few harsh words, but he just smiled and said, "I'm used to using my hands, not my mouth." Shi Qinghai was stunned. Thinking of the fight between Su Lu and the Special Forces soldier in the nightclub, he couldn't help but laugh loudly on the quiet and luxurious famous in street in Linhai. "I still have something to do." At a corner of the street, Shi Qinghai stopped and looked at Su Lu with a smile. "I may have something to do at the ball tonight. You can play by yourself. Maybe you can get that Zhang Xiaoming back." The life of a spy was always stressful. When he knew that he was coming, Shi Qinghai was used to being frivolous. He wanted to vent Su Li's anger and relieve his pressure. But since he was here, Shi Qinghai knew that he couldn't accompany Su Lu tonight. Su Lu saw a touch of heaviness in his smile. Thinking of the voice on the phone, he frowned and asked, Are you in trouble?" "Big trouble." Shi Qinghai smiled bitterly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go." After Su Lu left, Shi Qinghai went to deal with his own big trouble. Next to the fountain in the middle of an extremely lively food plaza, he took a sausage and gnawed on it. While waiting for the arrival of the most mysterious intelligence chief, he cursed in his heart that the synthetic meat was not delicious. Should he ask his teacher to get some wild animals from HDD Bureau for a sumptuous meal? At this moment, a person walked up to him and asked, "Is it good?" Shi Qinghai turned around and saw a very wretched middle-aged man staring at the sausage in his hand with shining eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously handed the sausage over. Chapter 99. The wretched middle-aged man seemed to be very hungry. He swallowed the sausage in one gulp and sighed. "Damn, the stowaway spaceship doesn't provide airline meals. How shameless. Young man, where did you go just now? I'm starving to death." Shi Qinghai gasped and said, "I went shopping with a friend." "That little doorman called Sulu?" The middle-aged man's mouth was still stuffed with sausage, so his words were a bit unclear. "Okay, take me to eat first." Shi Qinghai smiled bitterly and led the middle-aged man to the restaurant on the third floor. He didn't need to check the secret code at all. The only person who could find him in a crowd, know that he had a friend called Sulu, and be so wretched and ordinary that no one would want to take a second look at him. It could only be him. In the quiet restaurant, Shi Qinghai stared at the middle-aged man across the table. He had already gotten rid of the shock. Yes, he would never have thought that the second in command of the anti-government forces, the one who gave the FBI and the Special Task Force so much headaches that they could not wait to devour his flesh and chew on his bones, was actually such a person. In the spy business, especially for high-level spies, the more ordinary the better. However, Shi Qinghai always felt that this man was a bit ugly. Shi Qinghai was a proud person. After getting rid of the shock, the first thing he said to his boss was not respectful. "Do you know how many people in the Federation want you dead?" "Not many, only 4 people." The middle-aged man lowered his head and ate the noodles. He said, vaguely, "The President, the Minister of Defense, the Director of the Special Task Force, the Director of the Federation Investigation Bureau. HDD only cares about wild rabbits. If the Bureau of Proclamation cared about me, I would have been dead long ago." Shi Qinghai frowned slightly. After the mysterious aura of the person in front of him disappeared, it was hard for him to get used to it. At this time, he was actually in the mood to joke. It was really hard for him to bear. He couldn't help but say, "Do you know that if a person of your status suddenly appears in Linhai, I'm the one most likely to be killed? You're ranked second." After the middle-aged man finished his noodles, he raised his head with a smile and said, "If you're afraid of death, you'll come. If you're not afraid of death, I'll come with sincerity. Since I've entered this line of work, I can't be afraid of death. Old Eagle, you've done well these past few years. I believe that your arrangements will ensure my safety." Hearing the familiar yet strange codename of Old Eagle, Shi Qinghai's beautiful eyebrows furrowed even more. "I didn't prepare at all. How can I bring you into the dance to meet the Crown Prince?" He looked at this A-rank wanted criminal of the Federation and felt that there was something familiar about that distorted face of his. He stared at the space between the other's brows and the corners of his eyes, saying, "Even if you change your appearance right now, it's still too dangerous." Having his disguise seen through by Shi Qinghai, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and didn't care at all. He knew that the young comrade in front of him had his own pride. After a moment of silence, he said, "I believe that you've already prepared in such a short time." Shi Qinghai sighed helplessly and handed over an invitation card. Like a magic trick, he took out a bag from his side and handed it over. "This is the invitation card and the clothes. The problem is, the field office has always kept a close watch on us employees. If you appear beside me like this and want to follow me into the dance, it'll be hard for others not to be suspicious. How do I introduce you to others?" "You have a second uncle called Shurda." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "From this moment onwards, I am Shurda. He just finished an investigation on the Ore planet in outer space and came back to find you. He'll also go to the dance while he's at it." Shi Qinghai had almost forgotten what his uncle looked like. He asked, "Where's the real Shurda?" "He's still carrying out engineering experiments on the Ore planet. If the information from the kids below is correct, he should be on his way to S3. Coincidentally, we can't control that spaceship." Shi Qinghai wasn't surprised by the man's meticulous arrangements. If the intelligence chief of the anti-government army made such a mistake, he wouldn't have been able to survive so many years under the pursuit of the Federation. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can bring you in, but whether or not you can see the Crown Prince is not up to me. You should know from the return receipt that until now, UA University has protected him very well. Other than the principal, no one has come close to him, not even the Zhou family. Young man, sometimes when you're in contact with certain people, you don't have to beat around the bush. Perhaps the most direct method is also the most effective method." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I'm not a spy like you. I only think about things more directly." Shi Qinghai stared at him blankly. He thought to himself, the most successful spy chief in the 37th Constitution of Human Society actually said that he wasn't a spy. If he hadn't heard it from this legendary figure himself, he would definitely have thought that this was a very bad joke. If you want to meet the heir of the Tai family, you can only use your real identity. After this is over, my identity will definitely be exposed. What does the organization plan to do with me?" When it came to the most crucial part, Shi Qinghai asked directly, "I don't want to face the wrath of the entire Federation Investigation Department. The people in the mountains have never had a channel to meet the people with real power in the Federation. After all, we are not people who can appear in public like Mr. Macklin, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Now, this is an opportunity, and it's worth the risk. If the negotiation with the other party goes well, they will definitely use their family's power in the Federation to help us hide everything. If a negotiation doesn't go well, I don't think it will be possible for me to go back alive. If that's the case, it might not be a bad choice for you to accompany me to meet George Macklin. Sure, Qinghai's expression changed. He didn't expect this leader of the anti-government army to say something like this. However, he immediately sensed something else from the man's words, especially when he referred to Mr. Macklin as Mr. Macklin. Mr. Macklin was the title of the internal organization of the anti-government army. He frowned and asked, "The people in the mountains can't hold on much longer?" The middle-aged man still maintained his smile, but there was a sense of vicissitudes and sorrow in his smile. The elections in the 4 states surrounding the mountains were successful. Mr. Macklin received a lot of support. The people who insisted on having their own armed forces, including me, are all feeling a little lonely. The federal military is still preparing for the attack. If the situation continues to develop like this, I don't know how long the people in the mountains can hold on. Sure, Qinghai was silent for a long time. He was very worried about the safety of his companions in the mountains, but he was more curious about what benefits the organization was trying to get by taking such a huge risk to send him to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the successor of the Tai family. After a while, he gave up the urge to ask about the inside story and said seriously, "Thank you for telling me the truth. I believe in your loyalty to your beliefs. Beliefs don't mean loyalty. I just don't like this federation." Sure, Qinghai said with a smile, "Actually, I've always been very curious about how I should address you other than that too simple code name. You can call me a mountain person," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Sula didn't know that tonight's Double Moon Festival Ball had become a stage for the people with high positions in the Federation to show themselves. It had even gradually evolved into a competition between the two anti-government forces. He also didn't know that the center of this whirlpool was the young man named Tai Ziyuan. How could he have known that his friend was actually a big shot who could influence the entire Federation? The ball was held in a quiet building in Yue University. The green trees around the building were covered with a layer of frost. Under the illumination of the lights, they looked as beautiful as a jade palace. Su Lu was waiting for Sure Qinghai at the entrance, bored to death. He looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds in the sky had long disappeared. Countless stars surrounded the 2 round moons that were gradually approaching. The scenery was so empty that it made people even more worried. Zhang Xiaoming will appear at the ball with that congressman's son, right? Sula looked at the 2 round moons in the sky and thought with narrowed eyes. His heart was filled with an indescribable emptiness. If Sure Qinghai wasn't coming, perhaps he would have preferred to stay in the H1 area and continue the seemingly never-ending Level 6 training. Of course, after what happened in the General Gymnasium today, Sulu wasn't sure if he would have a chance to enter the H1 area again. Someone patted his shoulder. He turned around and was very happy to see Sure Qinghai's face. At the same time, he also noticed that under the other's casual expression, there was a hidden heaviness, and beside him was a middle-aged man. Sure Qinghai didn't want to meet Su Lu tonight, but for some reason, the bold anti-government army leader beside him pointed out Su Li's direction and said he wanted to come over and say hello. "I'm Qinghai's uncle. You're Su Lu, right? I often hear him mention you in his letters." The middle-aged man chuckled and said to Su Lu, "You can also call me uncle." Su Lu was startled. He thought that he had never heard Mr. Sure mention him before, but he still obediently called him uncle. He didn't notice that Sure Qinghai's face was unusually expressive. At this time, Su Li's eyes suddenly became calm because he saw a line of expensive cars slowly driving to the main road in front of the building. The heavy car doors opened one by one, and a line of well-dressed men and women walked over in a reserved manner. The daughter of the Zhou family, who was wearing a red evening gown, walked to the front. The men and women he saw in the GU store in the afternoon were walking side by side with her. They seemed to be of high status as well. Trouble seemed to be coming. Shi Qinghai whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man just smiled and shook his head. Sulu didn't notice any of this. He was staring at the woman in the middle of the group, Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a light blue silk dress and walking towards him like an elf. Chapter 100. This double moon festival ball at Yue University, because of the existence of a certain descendant of an aristocratic family, had an extremely important symbolic meaning. No one knew that the coming-of-age ceremony for the former successor of the royal family had already been arranged by a fellow named Su Lu. Those politicians and famous businessmen who had obtained the inside information through various channels had all sent their own descendants to participate in the ball in hopes of forming a relationship with the crown prince of the Tai family. If their daughters could be chosen by Tai Ziyuan to become his life partner in the future, that would be an incomparably fortunate matter. Of course, the people of the 7 great families, those truly important figures, would definitely not lower themselves to take the initiative to express their goodwill or intentions of forming a marriage alliance. At most, they would come to observe the ceremony. At this time, whether or not those low-key second-generation members of the 7 great families would be present at the ball, no one would know. At this time, the group of people who had gotten off the expensive car and were slowly walking towards the entrance with an imposing manner, although they were not from the 7 great families, their family backgrounds were extremely profound. In the eyes of the ordinary citizens of the Federation, they were naturally from a privileged class. Walking at the front of the group, Zoe was wearing a red strapless evening gown today. Her bare shoulders perfectly displayed a bit of sexiness, but the ingenious design of the gown covered most of the spring scenery in front of her chest, making her appear even more delicate. Compared to the cold indifference at the entrance of the nightclub that day, this Zhou family's eldest daughter's face was filled with calmness. She looked more like a young girl who had just entered puberty, and not an arrogant and proud daughter of the heavens. Zoe immediately recognized the 2 young men on the stairs, especially the beautiful hooligan with a repulsive smile and wearing a black GU suit. Her eyes immediately became cold and fiery. The coldness was due to her mood, and the fiery heat was due to her anger. She had never been hit by anyone in her life. Ever since she met the crown prince, even her parents and brothers were incomparably polite to her. Other than this small official from the Federation Investigation Bureau called Shi Qinghai, who would dare to slap her. She led her companions up the stairs and suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. However, she knew that these people around her were from families with high positions in the Federation. Since they had suddenly come to Linhai to participate in Lihua University's Double Moon Festival dance, they must have some ulterior motives. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not want these people to know that she had been humiliated in Linhai, so she decided to forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. She looked straight ahead and pretended that she did not know the 2 people on the stairs. The rich men and women walked up the stairs, but the 3 people on the stairs didn't seem to have any intention of letting them through. Su Li's eyes were fixated on Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing next to the congressman's son, and he had forgotten to step aside. The middle-aged man beside him, on the other hand, was looking at this scene with a smile on his face, as if he didn't know whether to step aside or not. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, had a lot on his mind. He had been planning his escape after the ball ended, so he didn't have the mood to care about these little kids. The 3 people on the stairs didn't give way, and the 2 parties were about to collide. To Zhou Yu's surprise, although she didn't have any intention of causing trouble, the expressions of the rich men and women around her changed. These people recognized the 2 young people blocking their way. They were the 2 people who had severely humiliated them in the GU store this afternoon. A well-educated dog would never rudely block a person's way. The man who had contemptuously asked Su Lu to give up his clothes in the GU store this afternoon looked coldly at the 3 people on the stairs and said this in a mocking tone. Su Lu didn't even have eyes for him. He only stared at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing in the group opposite him, and said with some difficulty, "You're here?" At this time, the middle-aged man and Shi Qinghai whispered something to each other. It was as if the 3 people on the stairs didn't see the arrogant man at all. The response to the provocation was disregard, and it was the most humiliating type of disregard. The faces of the man and his companions turned even uglier. Hearing Su Li's words, the son of Lin Hai's councilman, Hai Qing-zhou, smiled and lowered his head to look at Zhang Xiaoming with concern. Zhang Xiaoming had already seen the familiar figure on the stairs and subconsciously lowered her head. Her long eyelashes rested on her fair face as she said softly, "Yes, you're here too?" Hearing Zhang Xiaoming's reply, Hai Qingzhou's expression changed slightly. The group of men and women also noticed that there seemed to be some problems between the three of them. A moment later, the man found out about the gossip about Yue University from the people around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He moved closer to Su Li's ear and said, "So you're just a poor student with good luck. Seeing this scene, does your heart hurt? Where did the arrogance from this afternoon go? Oh, right. Miss Zhang isn't someone you can get close to. Wake up, but in the future, if I have the chance to get close to her, I'll definitely tell you what I learned. You know, I haven't played with a girl who came back from the 4 states." The man's voice was very soft, so other than Su Lu and Shi Qinghai beside him, no one heard what he said. When Su Lu saw Zhang Xiaoming walk in with the councilman's son, his mood had already hit rock bottom. When he heard this, he finally reacted and slowly took a step back, as if to avoid the man's bad breath. He looked at the man from the capital and said seriously, "Do you want to fight?" The man laughed out loud, as if he found it amusing to hear such a low-level threat at such an important event. He shook his head and laughed. "I'm not a rude student like you. I won't do things like fighting, but if there's a chance, I'll let you have a taste of being beaten." When he said the last sentence, the expression on his face had become extremely cold. He had already made up his mind that after the ball was over, he would definitely let his bodyguard teach this young student who dared to not give him face the most profound lesson. He thought his words were very appropriate and dignified. However, Sula didn't pay attention to what he said at all. He raised his fist and punched the man's face. With a muffled sound, 2 streams of blood spurted out from the man's nostrils, and one of his front teeth flew out. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight," Su Lu repeated and threw another punch, directly smashing that young master to the ground. When he swung his fist, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated a lot. He was too lazy to care about what kind of trouble he would get into afterwards. Just like what he had said to Shi Qinghai in the afternoon. When faced with other people's unreasonable ridicule and vicious words, this orphan from the Donglin district was only used to using his hands, not his mouth. Under the green trees and bright lights, the entrance to the ball was in an uproar. Countless students and teachers who were attending the ball cast their eyes on the scene. Those who were at the center of the incident couldn't hide the shock on their faces. They only saw young Master Sun go up and say something to the student who blocked his way, and then that student punched young Master Sun to the ground. Was that student crazy? How dare he hit someone in front of so many people? However, what made these rich kids disappointed was that Sula didn't seem to be crazy at all. He just calmly punched the man, and this calmness made them feel even more confused. In the afternoon, the beautiful girl in the GU store screamed and supported the man who was rolling down the stone steps. She pointed at Su Li's nose and scolded him in a sharp voice. "Do you know who we are? How dare you hit my brother?" The son and daughter of Sun Chengsen, a member of the Energy Source Committee of the Federation Management Committee, would never have thought that there would be someone who dared to hit them like a sandbag after leaving the capital and coming to Lin Hai. After hearing the girl's words, Su Lu frowned. He thought to himself, "Of course I don't know who you are. I only know that your brother is asking for a beating." Security? Where's the security? Of course, it wasn't convenient to bring bodyguards into the ball today. The group of rich kids looked angrily at Su Lu on the steps and shouted loudly. At this time, Shi Qinghai had finished whispering with the middle-aged man. He walked in front of Su Lu and welcomed the anger of those people. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed and said, "This world is really interesting. My brother asked you if you wanted to fight. Since you want to fight, then it's normal for you to be hit." He withdrew his smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his calm voice. "Of course I don't know who you are. I think you want to tell me who your parents are, but we never care about this kind of thing. I just think it's funny that you want to ask about family background when you want to fight. You're not kids anymore. Are you going to cry and go home to find your parents when you're hurt? Sure, Qinghai didn't know what had just happened, but he knew that Su Lu, who looked calm at this time, was in a very bad mood. As a friend, he didn't need to be reasonable. He had to stand in front. Of course, because there was that horrible uncle of his at the ball today, he didn't want to stand out, but his uncle gave him an order. He stared at Zhou Yu, who was in front of the crowd, and thought that it was this unruly woman who had caused the current situation. He said calmly, "Miss Zhou, haven't you had enough of those slaps last time? Do you want Director Zhou to drag you back to the capital again before you're satisfied?" Zhou Yu wanted to keep a low profile today because she thought that tonight would be the most important day of her life. But she didn't expect that the rogue official on the steps would say in front of everyone that she felt the most humiliated thing. Her face suddenly became extremely cold. She stared at Shi Qinghai and said, "Shi Qinghai, there's a ball tonight. I don't want you to die now." The people at the entrance of the ball were shocked by the scene of a student beating up the Federation representative's son, but they were immediately attracted by this conversation. They listened in disbelief. Only now did they know that the young miss of the Zhou family had also suffered at the hands of these two young people. These years, the Zhou family siblings were extremely arrogant in that circle. Who could make her suffer? Everyone looked at Su Lu and Shi Qinghai in a different light. They kept guessing who was behind them. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said to her companions, "Today is my home ground. Give me some face." Someone helped the young master of the Sun family, whose face was covered in blood, up. The young master of the Sun family used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his nose. He looked at Su Lu gloomily, thinking that after the ball was over, he would make this young man beg for death. Zhou Yu noticed Su Li's gaze and wanted to warn him, but after thinking about it for a moment, she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked deeply at Su Lu. Because of this poor student, the Crown Prince had crippled Hook and banned Zhou Yu from entering Linhai Province. Even she was a little afraid of such a person. Chapter 101. You did a good job today. I suddenly find myself appreciating you. Shi Qinghai looked at Zhou Yu's red evening gown with a smile. However, those two gentle, affectionate, and pure gazes made Zhou Yu feel as if he was naked and extremely uncomfortable. For some reason, Shi Qinghai, who had a wanted criminal of the anti-government army with him, should have kept a low profile, but at this time he was so arrogant. But you still have to take care of the dogs around you. Of course, Xiaoming is not included. This group of young men and women were not good people, especially after the young master of the Sun family suffered a big loss. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Su Lu to be disabled for life. Their eyes were full of disdain, coldness, and pity. It was only because of Zhou Yu's suppression that they did not immediately settle the score and maintained a little demeanor. At this time, when they heard Shi Qinghai's aggressive and unrestrained words, they almost couldn't bear it anymore. Only dogs understand the etiquette of well-educated dogs. Shi Qinghai looked at these people and said with a smile, "In fact, sometimes I really don't understand you second generations. You can't beat others in scolding or fighting. Besides being born into a good family, what's the use of you in this life? Don't try to threaten me with that kind of look. What Zhou Yu can't do you think you can do? Don't forget that the Federation is a society ruled by law. It is a place that is reasonable. If you really annoy me, I'll let the Federation TV station expose your virtues. I'm sure your family will be very disappointed." Shi Qinghai, that's enough. Hearing this rogue official mention her brother again, Zhou Yu's tender face darkened. She coldly scolded, "If you think you haven't vented your anger, you can make a scene at the ball later. Don't block the door and make a fool of yourself. It's you who are making a fool of yourself. I'm not worried about anything." Shi Qinghai looked at her with a gentle smile, but pulled Su Li's arm to the side to make room for him. "I'll invite you to dance at the ball later. I hope you won't refuse." Zhou Yu's expression changed for a moment. No one knew what she was thinking. She said a few words to her companions. The group of people walked past Su Lu and Shi Qinghai with different expressions, but they didn't use their eyes or actions to provoke them. Speaking of which, The combination of Su Lu and Shi Qinghai was indeed very effective in dealing with these rich second generations. The gatekeeper had a calm personality, but when things came to a head, he would take action without hesitation. Mr. Shi also had a mouth that could make people vomit blood. The so-called well-versed in both pen and sword referred to this pair. The ball had not yet started, but soft music was already coming from the building. Su Lu withdrew his gaze from the light blue gown and looked up at the sky. Shi Qinghai patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "Even if it's a foregone conclusion, there's no need to pretend to be lonely in front of me. It's too mushy." Su Lu smiled bitterly. He had beaten up that person and thought that there would be a fierce conflict. He didn't expect that the other party would force himself to swallow his anger. He shook his head and said, "I found that there's something wrong with my personality. I used to think that I was a very tolerant person, but after coming to Lihua, I found that there are many things that I can't tolerate. Everyone has a bottom line. If the son of Sun Village didn't touch your bottom line, with your honest personality, how could you explode?" Shi Qinghai smiled and said, "After the ball is over, be careful." But his family is different from the Zhou family. They don't have any military background. They don't have a gun. With your skills, you can beat up their bodyguards to vent your anger. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been silently watching the young man's farce with a smile suddenly looked up at the sky. After a while, he sighed and said, "Look at the two moons in the sky. They really look like a pair of beautiful breasts." Su Lu and Shi Qinghai raised their heads in astonishment, only to see two bright, full moons gradually approaching each other in the dark blue night sky, overshadowing the radiance of the stars in the sky. The two bright moons were perfectly round and pure white, and if one really thought about it, it was indeed somewhat similar to that part. During the day, it was still snowing, but at night, it was a good time to admire the moon. It was said that for this ball, Lihua University used extremely powerful connections and mobilized the climate interference team of the federal military to create such a beautiful blue night. With such beautiful scenery in the sky, it seemed that it didn't matter if they spent a little more money. Shi Qinghai looked up at the moon and smacked his lips for a while. As a playboy, he couldn't help but feel that this uncle next to him was a confidant. Thinking of this, the alienation and reverence he had for this person in his heart lessened a lot. Only then did he realize that those gorilla guys in the mountains were not as boring as St. George. Su Lu shook his head and thought, "This uncle next to me is indeed the uncle of the rogue Mr. Shi. He has a lot of knowledge. He can even think of the beautiful scenery of the two moons in the sky as erotic." For a moment, he also classified this uncle as a pervert. But he would never have thought that the person next to him was a terrifying person in the official files of the Federation. Accompanied by the melodious melody of Damon's violin, Lihua University's Double Moon Festival Ball officially began. It hadn't reached the stage of dancing yet. The male students, who had feigned excitement and a sense of novelty on their faces, were wearing formal clothes that were rarely seen. They held glasses of wine and gathered in groups of 5 or 6 like adults, chatting about something. Su Lu and the other two walked into the venue without attracting any attention. They chose a quiet and secluded place. "I really don't know why I came." Su Lu lowered his eyes slightly and took a sip of the champagne in his glass. He thought to himself, "The principal really spent a lot of money for this ball. I really wish he didn't come today." Shi Qinghai suddenly said very seriously. Then he solemnly handed his uncle over to Su Lu to manage. He elegantly held his champagne glass and walked to another quiet and conspicuous place in the party. Su Lu was slightly surprised. He raised his head and noticed that Shi Qinghai was walking in the direction where Zhou Yu, Zhang Xiaoming, and the other rich kids were gathered. He couldn't help but worry and said, "He's going to cause trouble again? I didn't realize he was such a hot-blooded person. Oh, maybe it's because he has his eyes on a girl." The uncle beside him chuckled and said, "Lihua University's Double Moon Festival Ball has a tradition. The boys will use the first dance as a sign of love. But before the invitation, the boys have to make some arrangements beforehand to ensure that they won't be rejected later. You're a student of Lihua University, right? Don't you know about this tradition?" Su Lu watched as Shi Qinghai walked in front of Zhou Yu, who was wearing a red evening gown. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming, who was wearing a blue evening gown beside Zhou Yu, who looked like an orchid. He replied with a slightly bitter voice, "I know about this tradition. I thought I would have a dance partner today, but my dance partner suddenly didn't want me." You have to learn from Qinghai Er's shamelessness in this aspect. Uncle Shi looked over with a smile. On the other side, Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu seemed to be trying to convince each other in a low and murderous voice. Sulu looked over in confusion, wondering if Mr. Shi really had his eyes on that venomous woman. He had to admit that Zhou Yu was a very beautiful woman. However, after the incident at the nightclub, in Suli's eyes, those seductive curves and eyes became illusions. Then, Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu left the ball under the surprised gazes of the rich kids. No one knew where they went. Sulu shook his head, and his gaze fell on the sky-blue evening gown again. The middle-aged man beside him noticed his gaze and suddenly said, "You like her?" Sulu was silent for a moment before saying, "Yes." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Trust me, her dance partner tonight should be you." At this moment, the band suddenly became louder, covering their conversation. As the music stopped, the principal of Yue University, dressed in a solemn suit, appeared in front of the microphone on the second floor. With a smile on his face, he looked at the dense crowd of young students downstairs and felt gratified. He said, "Welcome, everyone." When the principal was giving a speech, Shi Qinghai and Zhou Yu returned to the ball at the same time. Sulu looked at Shi Qinghai next to him and noticed that there was a bloodstain on his lips. He immediately associated it with something unsightly that happened in the back garden. He sighed in surprise and said, "It turns out that the courage of a pervert can really cover the sky. But why did she go out with you?" Shi Qinghai cursed a few words in a low voice and quickly glanced over there. He noticed that Zhou Yu was wiping her lips with a handkerchief with a sorrowful look. It was not something to be proud of to let a girl who dreamed of becoming a princess tonight be utterly defeated in front of a sex scandal file. Although Shi Qinghai was a playboy, he was used to having tender feelings for girls. Looking at the desolation in Zhou Yu's eyes, he could not help but frown. The disgust he had for this proud and cold young lady faded a little. He also did not understand. Even if the crown prince did not choose Zhou Yu as his dance partner tonight, how would it help the organization's mission? Thinking of this, he could not help but look at the uncle next to him with disgust. As the second most important person in the anti-government army, he actually paid attention to a girl's privacy. Although he had to admit that this guy had a terrifying intelligence network, he still could not accept this kind of purposeful way of doing things. No one listened carefully to the principal's speech. All the young students who did not know the inside story of the ball were excitedly waiting for the moment when the dance music started. They wanted to enjoy their youth and love to their heart's content. Perhaps there were a lot of lucky people at the ball tonight, but there were also a lot of losers. But they had tried hard to reach out to their love, which was enough for them to remember for a long time in the future. The potting dance finally started, and it flowed through the ballroom like water. Although there were already quite a lot of people, the ballroom still seemed relatively empty. The beautiful melody soothed people's lonely hearts and urged them to dance to the music. Sulu had been looking at Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside the son of the senator in the distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man next to him suddenly said, "I just said that her dance partner tonight must be you." Sulu smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, but that's impossible. If you take me to the second floor later," the middle-aged man smiled sincerely, "God will definitely satisfy your wish." Chapter 102. Second floor. Only now did Sulu notice that compared to the bustling dance floor below, the second floor was exceptionally quiet. There were a few men wearing dark-colored waiter uniforms on the walkway, and they were vigilantly watching the people approaching. Puzzled, he glanced up and found that other than the principal of Yue University, no one else from the university had appeared, including those highly respected professors. Could it be that there was an important person on the second floor who needed the principal's company? He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and said with a smile, "One look, and I can tell that there must be some distinguished guest to the university upstairs." Even the eldest daughter of the Zhou family and those youngsters know the rules and didn't go up. So how can I? But if I can go up later, I'll bring you along. This had nothing to do with being willing to help others. Sulu purely thought that he was joking. He was only a gatekeeper and auditing student of Yue University. It was already good enough that he could attend the ball today, although he didn't want to attend. He just wanted to see her. But when this joke fell into the middle-aged man's ears, a light flashed through his ugly triangular eyes. He chuckled and patted Su Li's shoulder without saying anything else. Ate tea this time. The ball had become lively. Those thick-skinned upperclassmen pretended to be mature and courteous as they sent out invitations to the female students who were wearing all kinds of gowns. Spurred on by this, the people who were originally a little embarrassed began to move towards the goddesses in their hearts. Fortunately, the gender difference in Area S1 was the opposite of Donglin area, and there was indeed a lot of porridge. In a short time, many couples had succeeded. The young people dancing to the music had happy smiles on their faces, while the girls' faces were somewhat shy. No matter how they looked, at least at this moment, they were the most beautiful. Out of Su Li's expectations, there was actually a girl who was brave enough to take the initiative to invite him to dance. He never thought that he, who had an ordinary appearance, would be able to receive the attention of a girl. Shocked, he somewhat hurriedly rejected, not daring to look at the girl's disappointed expression. He had actually underestimated his reputation in Yue University. He was the student that Professor Zhou admired the most in the mechanical engineering class, and he, who had set a few records in a laboratory building, had long since gained a secret admirer after the story of guarding the beauty in the plum garden. To avoid the awkwardness, Su Lu subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. Coincidentally, he saw Zhang Xiaoming's action of avoiding his gaze. His heart trembled slightly, and he knew that she was looking at him just now. He took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Xiaoming for a long time. He watched as Zhang Xiaoming gently rejected the invitations of many boys. She also did not step onto the dance floor with Hai Qingzhou, the son of the councilman, beside her. His mood improved slightly. He is looking at you. Hai Qingzhou looked at the students who were happily hugging each other on the spacious dance floor and said softly to the girl beside him. Zhang Xiaoming looked straight ahead with a faint smile on her lips. She replied, "I know, but what does this have to do with me?" Hai Qingzhou smiled and said, "But you were also peeking at him just now. It seems that your relationship with him is not like what you said, a relationship between a pursuer and a rejecter." Zhang Xiaoming's eyelashes fluttered. After a moment of silence, she said, "It's all in the past. You're really not going to dance with me? You know that I like you more and more now." In order to hide his sadness, Hai Qingzhou lightly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I know that if you're going to dance with me, it might be because of some other reason. I'm very sorry," Zhang Xiaoming said apologetically. "I made it very clear to you last time that I cannot accept your good intentions." Her expression became somewhat lonely. She glanced at the dance floor and said, "I was very stupid in the past. I have already hurt one person. I don't want to hurt a second person." Hai Qingzhou knew that she was looking at Su Lo. His smile was somewhat awkward. He bitterly smiled and said, "It's a pity that I don't even have the qualifications to be hurt by you." It had to be said that this was a very gentlemanly sentence. It was easy for young people with good family backgrounds to show their gentlemanly demeanor in their own social circle. For example, the children of rich families around the two of them, including the young master of the Sun family who had just finished his treatment, were all very polite as they watched everything on the dance floor. They did not reveal the slightest bit of arrogance. The circle that these young people were in was very different from the lively dance party. It was because they were too quiet. Moreover, from their clothes and temperament, it was obvious that they were not ordinary students from Yue University. None of them went down to dance. Naturally, the students would not come forward to invite the princess-like girls if they did not know Zhang Xiaoming and knew that she was a student of Yue University. Otherwise, they would not have had the courage to invite her. There was only one exception. Mr. Shi, who was wearing a goose suit, smiled again. He ignored the group's murderous gazes and came in front of them. He elegantly bowed to Zhou Yu and said softly, "Can you dance with me?" Zoeyu's expression was unusually cold. She looked at the extremely beautiful and extremely hateful young man in front of her. She knew that the other party was threatening her with the secret. After a moment of silence, she stealthily led Shi Qinghai 2 steps to a quiet place to avoid the ears of her companions. She then said in an extremely low voice, "What do you want to do?" Shi Qinghai slightly lowered his eyes, as if he did not know how to open his mouth. He slowly said, "It's the humble request from before. Please dance with me." "How can you be so shameless?" Zoeyu's eyes were as cold as knives. Together with her fiery red dress, she had a terrifying beauty. "Because of what happened that day, you want to take revenge? You should know what the first dance of the Double Moon Festival Ball represents. Do you think that I will be threatened by you and ruin the life that I have desired for more than 10 years? Shi Qinghai slightly frowned as he looked at the beauty in front of him. He slowly said, "Maybe the future that you have desired for so long is not what you really want. Otherwise, why would you get drunk that night a year ago and then casually give up your virginity?" Su Lun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of people around Zhang Xiaoming. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. A few songs had already passed, but the well-dressed men and women still did not dance. If they were not here to dance, why would they come to Yue University? He keenly observed that those people seemed to be waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, he remembered the conversation he had with Shi Qinghai in the bar that night. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhang Xiaoming worriedly. At this moment, there was the sound of slap. Su Lu was shocked to see that in the far corner, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family had angrily splashed the champagne in her glass on Shi Qinghai's face. At the same time, she gave him a hard slap on the face. He did not know what had happened. As he was about to go over to take a look, he was pulled back by the middle-aged man beside him. Although the music in the ball was soft, the countless sweet nothings added together made it a bit noisy. Other than that group of people and Su Lu who had been staring over there, not many people noticed this small episode. Shi Qinghai's wet hair draped weakly on his forehead. He silently walked back, stared at his uncle, and then stood beside Su Lu. He sighed and said, "A flower with thorns is indeed wonderful." After Zoeyu, who liked to wear red, rejected Shi Qinghai's threat, she walked back to her friends. However, her fingers holding the empty wine glass were slightly trembling, and her face was slightly pale. The middle-aged man standing behind Su Lu and Shi Qinghai suddenly smiled and said, "Qinghai, you can change your name to Lianhua in the future." At this moment, the Double Moon Festival Ball suddenly became quiet. The strings of the cello were gently plucked, making a buzzing sound, reminding everyone present that someone was about to speak. The lights gradually dimmed, and a double round silver-white beam of light shot up to the second floor, just like the 2 moons that could be seen through the transparent dome. In the beam of light, the unknown principal with a head of silver hair stood in front of the microphone. He looked at everyone warmly and said, "Now, please allow me to introduce to everyone a beautiful part of Yue University's history." Applause sounded. Yue University's Double Moon Festival Ball. Who knows how many beautiful love stories have been created? Principal Tsong smiled as he looked at the children downstairs. When he thought of the story from 20 years ago, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He was very grateful that the Tai family was willing to wait until the ball started to pick a dance partner. At least this way, he didn't have to worry about harming those innocent girls who already had a romantic partner. However, he didn't consider that if that person really wanted to pick a girl who already had a dance partner, it was actually just another way to complete the ancestral love trial. Among these love stories, the meeting between Tai Ji, the successor of the Xiao Shu Foundation, who was studying at our school 20 years ago, and his wife, who was by his side for the rest of his life, was the most touching. Principal Tsong smiled and continued to say, "I'm very happy that the fruit of Mr. Tai Ji and his wife's love is also studying at our school today. Moreover, he will complete his coming-of-age ceremony at this ball today. He will invite a lucky lady to be his dance partner. Of course, if my female student chooses to reject him, as the principal, I will only feel proud." The principal chuckled. The Xiao Shu Foundation was the largest private fund in the Federation. although not many people knew the real name of the owner of this fund, who didn't know about this fund. When the principal announced the identity of today's mysterious guest, there was a sudden burst of excited discussion in the ball. The girls in the ball immediately imagined that the male student with the surname Tai, who hadn't shown up yet, was a prince riding a white horse. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The spacious ball was completely dark. Only the 2 full moons in the sky that were about to touch each other spilled silver light through the transparent dome. There were also 2 beams of moonlight that left the principal's seat on the 2nd floor and started to slowly move. Everyone knew that the girl that was enveloped by the 2 beams of moonlight when they finally stopped was the dance partner that the mysterious guest had chosen today. The beams of moonlight gradually moved. No matter if the girls were beautiful or ugly, no matter if they had a dance partner or not, they all became nervous. Even if they weren't greedy people, but in this fairy tale-like scene, how could they suppress the desire in their hearts? Chapter 103. A bright and sorrowful violin tune slowly began to play, and when the tune ended, the movement of the 2 beams of light would stop. When the principal had said that the mysterious guest's surname was Tai, Sulu could not believe his ears. His lips parted slightly in shock, and he immediately guessed the true identity of the person on the 2nd floor. Tai Ziyuan, this poor rich kid who had never even eaten a deep-fried dough cake before, was the main character of today's Double Moon Festival dance party. Sulu took in a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Last night, he had wanted to ask Tai Ziyuan if he wanted to attend the dance party with him today. Who would have thought that the other had already arrived, and was even preparing to pick his dance partner like a monarch looking down from above. The beautiful twin moons spilled clear light over the night sky, and the beams of light in the room moved slowly. As long as the beams shone on the girls, they would find it hard to suppress the nervousness on their faces. Right then, the principal's dampening voice rang out once again, mixing in with the beautiful violin tune. With a smile, he pointed out the true identity of the Black Mecca who had brought glory to Pear Blossom University this morning. Sulu listened, somewhat confused. He thought to himself, it was clearly him in the Mecca, so how did it become Tai Ziyuan? However, he also knew that in this school, the only people who could enter District H1 were probably himself and Tai Ziyuan. If the other was willing to help him hide the truth, he would of course be very happy. This news once again caused a commotion on the dark dance floor. Those girls who had still been somewhat reserved, deliberately avoiding the beams of light, now showed expressions of joy. A young male student with an astounding family background, and a legendary character who could make an ace pilot of an entire academy return in defeat. How could they not be moved? The beams of light continued to move slowly. Those naive female students were filled with excitement and longing, praying that the beams of light would land on them. Meanwhile, those who knew Tai Ziyuan's true identity were abnormally excited. The only one who was not interested in this matter was probably Sulu. Although he was very surprised that Tai Ziyuan's family was more terrifying than he had imagined. What did this have to do with him? In his eyes, the scene in front of him was like an emperor choosing a concubine. In his opinion, this was a great disrespect to women. Even he was a little dissatisfied with the weak, rich man who ate supper and went to the brothel with him. The scene was extremely quiet as countless pairs of eyes followed the 2 beams of light. The male students looked at this scene with envy and slight displeasure, while the female students looked at this scene with reservedness and longing. With the moonlight shining down, it wasn't completely dark. They could faintly see that in the most empty corner of the building, those rich kids who came from afar had tacitly divided into rows, with the girls standing in the front row. Right in the middle was Zoyu, dressed in a red dress. However, the light was dim, so it was impossible to see whether her expression at this moment was calm or something else. She closed her eyes slightly, calmed her breathing, and waited for that moment to come. Many years ago, after she met Tai Ziyuan, her parents, brothers, and the people around her seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally made her feel that in this life, she could only be together with that young man who she had not seen for the past 2 years. However, at this moment that concerned her happiness in life, A detestable and roguish, beautiful face suddenly appeared in her tightly shut eyes. The owner of that beautiful face had an incomparably evil heart, and her heart twitched slightly. Zhang Xiaoming, who was standing beside Zhou Yu, was wearing a little blue dress that was originally not very eye-catching. However, in this gradually darkening environment, the material of the dress began to glow faintly. It was very eye-catching, like a pure little elf that had suddenly appeared in the forest. Who knew how many gazes she had attracted? She lowered her head slightly, and her fists that were naturally hanging by her side subconsciously clenched tightly. She was very nervous. Yes, she had someone she liked. She didn't know what that mysterious crown prince was, but she had to help Senator Macklin build a relationship with him, even if it meant sacrificing her own love and life. According to the recent reports, the federal military's hawkish faction had begun to speed up the pace of their preparations for war, and the senators' lobbying in the capital had not been very effective. For the sake of those amiable and respectable companions and people in the 4 mountainous states, she had to do something. She clenched her fists tightly, controlling her impulse to turn around and leave, or to look for Su Lu in the dark. She didn't know why Senator Macklin trusted her so much. No matter how she looked at it, that crown prince on the 2nd floor shouldn't have chosen her, right? Zhang Xiaoming comforted herself in her heart. Beside them, the girls who had come from afar were also very nervous. Under the sweeping lights, they displayed their slight shyness as they waited. They knew a lot more than the normal girls present, and they knew that the young man on the 2nd floor with the surname C wasn't just the successor of the Xiao Shu Foundation. Although the Xiao Shu Foundation was indeed one of the top private foundations in the Federation, in the face of the Tai family's wealth and power, perhaps it was just a smokescreen that could be casually discarded. In a room shaded by greenery on the 2nd floor, Tai Ziwan, who was holding a cup of coffee, watched the girls' reactions through the holographic screen with a bored expression. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's already the 37th constitutional calendar, and the Federation still has this kind of concubine selection activity. It's really shameful." He didn't have the self-awareness of being the person involved at all, and he expressed his emotions at the scene before him. Beside him, Butler Jean said disapprovingly, "This is a family tradition, and young master should know that there has never been anything involuntary during a coming-of-age ceremony." Tai Ziyuan smiled. When he thought about how the principal had used the words "the product of love" to introduce him, he felt a little strange. He saw Zhou Yu's face on the holographic screen, and his heart sank slightly. He asked, "Yuzi seems to be in a bad mood today. Did she find out something?" "No." Tai Ziyuan nodded. He was just expressing concern for his friends out of habit. Since Butler Jean said that there was no problem, then there naturally wasn't a problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a girl wearing a blue dress. In the darkness, standing beside the red-clothed Zhou Yu, the blue dress was so pure that it instantly made his eyes relax, and he began to feel pity for the girl. Delicate and moving, Tai Ziyuan stared blankly at the girl. After a long silence, he said softly, "It seems that this girl didn't want to come at all, but now she's standing stubbornly by Yuzi's side, this kind of proud and stubborn temperament. I keep feeling that it's somewhat familiar. I like it very much." Butler Jean calmly reminded him. Zhang Xiaoming returned from S2 a year ago and once did voluntary clerical work in Senator Macklin's office. Although the Federation Investigation Bureau has already determined that she is a returnee and no longer monitoring her, I don't think she's a suitable candidate. "You're wrong. If I like a girl, even if she's from the Empire, I won't mind." Tai Ziyuan coughed softly. He looked at the girl in blue on the holographic screen. Although she appeared calm, her tightly clenched hands had already revealed her nervousness and resistance. A trace of gentleness and complexity flashed across his eyes. He said softly, "It's a pity that I met her a little too late." The violin song was coming to an end. Although Su Lu didn't have any musical knowledge, he could still hear the music. He looked at the movement of the beam of light somewhat indifferently. At this time, the beam of light had already politely swept around the hall. It came to the front of the group of rich girls, and the expressions of those girls became even more nervous. Only Zhou Yu and Zhang Xiaoming remained calm. Zoe believed that no one in the hall could compete with her because Lady Tai liked her very much. Zhang Xiaoming's feelings were so complicated that she forgot to be nervous. Everyone watched the movement of the beam of light nervously. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. Thump, 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 thump. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaoming had come to this ball just to wait for this moment, and that those two beams of light were going to fall on her. With his heart beating like a drum, Su Lu finally understood that his heart couldn't let go of this blue and pink girl who wore devil horns, and was sometimes like ice and sometimes like fire. He couldn't accept her being someone else's dance partner at the ball. Just as the violin song was about to end, Su Lu suddenly walked out from the corner and strode in Zhang Xiaoming's direction. However, after taking only 3 steps, Su Li's face was illuminated by a strong beam of light. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and cursed in his heart. He was very worried that Zhang Xiaoming, that muddle-headed woman, would really become the dance partner of that sickly Meng Zhiyuan for something that he didn't know about. After a moment, his vision immediately returned to normal. He narrowed his eyes and looked around, but he realized that he could only see darkness. He could only hear extremely shocked cries. This was because he was currently enveloped by the beam of light. Su Lu looked around in a daze. He lowered his head and glanced at the expensive GU gown he was wearing. It was shining like the moon under the silver light. For a moment, he didn't know where he was or what had happened. However, the surrounding exclamations and discussions had already exploded like an explosion, mixed with occasional exclamations of disbelief. Yes, no one would have thought that at the end of such a fairy tale-like scene, the object that the beam of light shrouded was actually a boy. After being shocked, the crowd was in an uproar. Those rich ladies who originally thought that they had high hopes couldn't believe their eyes. The counselor's daughter even fainted from sadness. The lady from the Sun family covered her mouth and looked at the perplexed male student in the middle of the field enveloped by the beam of light. She stuttered, "Could it be that the crown prince is gay?" Chapter 104. The Federation did not discriminate against homosexuals. In fact, there were already some states in the S3 region that had begun to push for homosexual marriage laws. If the Federation's oldest and most mysterious Tai clan, which had only been passed down for 7 generations, suddenly had a successor with homosexual tendencies, the Federation's president and the other big clans would be so happy that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few nights. However, other than people like Miss Sun who were so shocked that their thoughts were in a mess, no one would think that the heir of the Tai family was really a homosexual. All the shocked and puzzled gazes were cast on Su Lu under the light beam. The exclamations could not be calmed down for a long time. The more people who knew the truth of the ball, the more incredulous they felt. Especially the group of men and women who had come from afar to attend the ball. They could not accept this fact at all. They subconsciously thought that there must be a problem with the lighting control of the central computer. However, the light beam did not move. Su Li's ordinary face was bathed in the silver light, adding a bit of charm to it. Even his puzzled frown looked very attractive. Zoe quietly stared straight at Su Lu in the center of the field. She thought that she was the only one present who knew that Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu knew each other. However, looking at this scene, she knew that although her brother Crown Prince could not be a homosexual, in his eyes, today's ball that she had been preparing for and looking forward to for a long time was just a farce. How could he be so ridiculous? Her brother Crown Prince did not know how to choose a dance partner. Perhaps he already had one. Even if he wanted to choose, he would not choose her. Zoyu's eyes were emotionless. She sadly raised her head and looked in the direction of the second floor. There was no one on the second floor. Her hand that was tightly holding the empty champagne glass trembled. Endless disappointment and exhaustion flooded her heart. The bright red dress on her body was like blood, making her heart palpitate. She felt like she was a big joke. Her fingers suddenly lost strength. The empty champagne glass fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces, never to be put back together again. The back of the crowd. Shi Qinghai frowned. He retracted his gaze from the champagne glass and looked at Su Lu. who was standing in the middle of the field. He couldn't figure out what had happened. Previously, when Su Lu had rushed out, he had been prepared to watch a good show. He wanted to see how his brother would snatch the crown prince's beloved from him. But who would have thought that the strange and mysterious crown prince would actually play such a trick? Could it be that Su Lu knew the crown prince before? Shi Qinghai's frown deepened as a trace of doubt flashed through his clear eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the uncle next to him, wanting to get some information from the intelligence leader. However, he was surprised to find that the man's face did not show the slightest surprise at all. He just looked at Su Lu gently under the light, as if he had already guessed all of this. "What do you know?" Shi Qinghai lowered his voice and asked coldly. "Did you know that Su Lu and the crown prince knew each other? So you want to get to know Su Lu through me?" The second leader of the anti-government army smiled slightly and said softly, "The intelligence only said that Su Lu and the crown prince had once gone a whore together. I thought that they should have a good relationship, but I didn't expect the crown prince to be so playful as to push your friend out." Shi Qinghai's delicate eyebrows trembled. He suddenly thought of the phone call that Su Lu had given him a few days ago. Could it be that Su Lu had gone a whore together with the heir of the Tai family that morning because he was heartbroken? Thinking of this, Shi Qinghai was shocked. The person who was even more shocked than Mr. Shi was, without a doubt, Zhang Xiaoming, who was sitting opposite Su Lu. She covered her mouth tightly and looked at Su Lu, who was bathed in the silver light not far in front of her. She immediately guessed why Su Lu had run to the center of the field just now, but she couldn't understand why the light had enveloped Su Lu. Su Lu didn't understand either, but he knew that the person on the second floor was Tai Ziyuan, so he knew that the light that had lit him up in front of everyone was definitely that guy's doing. He turned his head and was about to find Tai Ziyuan behind the railing on the second floor, so that he could quickly turn off the damn light beam. Growing up, Su Lu was not used to being the center of attention. Furthermore, he was carrying a huge secret on his back. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he did not have wings on his back. How could he float in such a pillar of light? The moment he turned his head, there was another round of exclamations from around the field. He was shocked to find that the dazzling light beam above his head had left him and was floating towards Zhang Xiaoming, who was not far from him. The situation suddenly changed. Looking at the light beam moving, the exclamations rose again. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the light beam moving towards her in disbelief. She subconsciously took a step back with her right foot, wanting to avoid it, but stopped at the last moment. Under the silver light beam, the girl in blue, who was as pure as the sky, instantly occupied everyone's eyes. Su Lu was anxious. He turned around and shouted towards the second floor, "Tai Ziyuan, this is mine." There were already too many surprises at Li Hua University's Double Moon Festival dance party today. However, in the dreamlike scene under the beam of light, this young male student declared his ownership of a certain girl in front of everyone in a loud and resonant voice, and even a little vulgar. It still surprised everyone, especially when some people remembered that he seemed to have directly criticized the name of the heir of the Xioshu Foundation. Tai Zian, who was in front of the screen on the second floor, almost laughed when he heard this loud sentence. However, he restrained his smile and felt a little uncomfortable. He whispered to himself, "Of course I know it's yours." A calm voice that could silence the listeners rang out in the dance party. This voice sounded very normal, but it seemed to have a trace of magic. In an instant, all the exclamations and discussions in the hall were suppressed, leaving the hall silent. That was Tai Ziyuan's gentle and polite voice. After he expressed his apology, he explained softly, "Now, standing in the middle of the dance party, standing under the silver light of the two moons, is a friend of mine and the girl he loves. There have been many beautiful stories at the Double Moon Festival dance party, including those of my parents. I hope that at my coming-of-age ceremony, there will also be a beautiful story that will be passed down for many years to come. Please give him a round of applause and blessings." At this point in the story, the people at the dance party thought that they finally understood what had happened. After a moment of silence, warm applause rang out. A small portion of the applause was to praise the generosity of the successor of the Xioshu Foundation on the second floor. He had turned his coming-of-age ceremony into a scene of a friend's courtship. However, most of the applause was to bless the couple bathed in the silver moonlight. At this time, Su Lu noticed that the light beam above his head did not disappear. The light beam that moved toward Zhang Xiaoming was only one of the two lights. At this time, it was late at night. The applause rang out, and the clear light from the transparent dome spilled down. In the dim dance party, only the two lights fell on top of his and Zhang Xiaoming's heads. It was very eye-catching. Zhang Xiaoming put down the hand that was on her lips in shock. She watched in disbelief as Su Lu, shrouded in the light, walked step by step toward her. In the eyes of the bystanders, following Su Li's footsteps, the light beam above his head moved as well. It gradually merged with the girl in the blue dress under the moonlight. Just like the two moons in the night sky that were gradually merging into one, it was such a beautiful scene. The applause became louder, and there were a few mischievous whistles in between. Su Lu finally walked in front of Zhang Xiaoming. He looked at the cute little blue dress on the girl's shoulders and fell silent. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Yes, this beautiful scene at this time was like a dream. It was enough to intoxicate everyone. Su Lu was deeply grateful that Tai Ziyuan had actually arranged such an unexpected scene for him. However, he was a practical person. He always felt that dreams were just dreams, not real life. Zhang Xiaoming did not say anything. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at him with a trace of stubbornness. In the imagination of every young man and woman for the future and for love, this scene at tonight's dance party was definitely the most beautiful courtship scene. It was not that she had not fantasized about it, but seeing it become reality, her feelings were unusually complicated and strange. She did not know why this dance party suddenly turned out like this. Because of the silence of the male and female leads, the applause gradually subsided. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and said softly, "The person upstairs is called Tai Ziyuan." He did not expect her first sentence to be like this. Su Li's mood was a little down. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everything was just to get close to him?" The two of them spoke very softly. No one could hear them. In the eyes of others, they would probably think that the two of them were whispering sweet words of love. Zhang Xiaoming slowly raised her head. The moonlight shone on her delicate cheeks, illuminating the slightest detail in her ears. Her delicate and pretty eyes blinked. She suppressed the trace of anger in her heart and asked softly, "Are you his friend? You knew that I wanted to get close to him. So, you kept lying to me?" Su Lu frowned and replied, "You kept it from me. I don't know why you wanted to get close to him, and I don't want to know. I just want to know what those days, that night, meant to you." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes dimmed a little. She knew that Su Lu was telling the truth. She used to think that Su Lu was just a poor and honest student. She never thought that her goal of returning to the university would turn out to be his friend. How did the heir of the Tai family become friends with Su Lu? Her emotions were very complicated. After hearing this sentence, her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. It was extremely painful. "I'm sorry." Zhang Xiaoming took a deep breath. She felt that things in the world were too ridiculous. Just like the ice-cold daughter of the Zhou family not far behind her, she felt that this ball, especially herself, was a complete joke. Under the silver light of the two moons, the girl was very sad. For the person she believed in, for the person she was willing to sacrifice. She once gave up her love with great heartache. But at the end of the story, she realized that at that time, she did not need to give up anything. This kind of pain made her feel frustrated and helpless. Chapter 105. Not all stories have happy endings. Not every fairy tale ends with a prince and a princess living happily ever after. Today was the Double Moon Festival. Under the two beams of silver moonlight, the man and woman facing each other in silence were not a prince and a princess. Their story was a bit complicated. God had deliberately created obstacles called misunderstandings and coincidences. Most importantly, there were people walking on different paths in life. At this time, they had completely different ideals and goals in life. "I don't know how to dance." After a moment of silence, Su Lu looked at Zhang Xiaoming's smooth shoulders that were exposed outside of her little dress and stared at the girl's cute collarbone. Suddenly, he thought of the words, locking autumn, and said, I don't know your secret, but if you have an important and necessary purpose for approaching the source of danger, perhaps I can help you convey it. I don't know how to dance either. Zhang Xiaoming's hands were slightly clenched by her waist. Her voice was a bit light. And dancing with me will bring you trouble. Su Lu raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. He said calmly, just like what I said outside the teaching building that day, I always feel that you like me. If that's the case, why can't we be together? I have my own reasons. Zhang Xiaoming raised her face slightly. The faint unwillingness and stubbornness on her face were obvious. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Right now, my heart is in a mess. At this time, if I say anything to you, if I ask anything of you, it will always make me feel like I'm using you, and I don't like this feeling. Su Lu didn't understand this sentence, but his heart naturally felt a bit heavy. After a moment, he said, when you want to tell me your secret, please contact me. I'm always available. Zhang Xiaoming bowed slightly to him and said softly, maybe that day won't come. I'm sorry. You've already said sorry too many times in the past few days. Su Li's eyes narrowed with some annoyance. He said, I don't like to hear it. Okay. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly puffed up her cheeks and laughed, looking very cute. She tilted her head and winked at him, saying, since none of you know how to dance, then I'll leave first. However, Su Lu could see the sadness in the girl's heart from her cute and clean appearance. His heart sank as he watched Zhang Xiaoming turn around and walk towards the exit of the ball. There was another uproar in the ballroom. Everyone's eyes followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. The beam of light also followed Zhang Xiaoming's departure. Everyone thought that this would be another romantic story that would be remembered for many years in the history of Yue University's Double Moon Festival. However, no one expected that the female lead of the story would leave silently. Looking at the girl in blue who was gradually moving away with the beam of light, the people who were watching this scene felt as if they were watching a stage play in the capital's Gothic theater. Naturally, there was an indescribable faint sadness in their hearts. Su Lu silently looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back. After a moment, he decisively turned around and left in the opposite direction. The beam of light above his head was still enveloping him, moving with his lonely back. If the previous beam of light was incomparably romantic, then the current beam of light was particularly glaring. Su Lu was a little depressed. He looked up at the beam of light above his head and suddenly said, it's not like we're filming a tragedy. What's the point of creating an atmosphere? There was something wrong with this sentence. There was a kind of anger hidden under the calm. The beam of light seemed to feel fear and instantly extinguished. The entire ballroom was plunged into darkness. Only the bright full moon that was tens of thousands of kilometers away shone down on them. The lights came back on, and the beautiful dance music started again. Yue University's Double Moon Festival dance continued. The waiters respectfully walked through the ballroom with wine glasses and food. However, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was difficult to return to the lively and happy mood from before. Some people had already left. Zhang Xiaoming left alone. Zhou left with a sad expression. Even the group of rich kids from the capital left the ballroom silently. In their eyes, the behavior of the Tai family's heir was an authentic farce. Of course, he had the right to do so. However, they were not in a good mood, especially when they thought about what happened after they came to Linhai. Before these people left, they coldly looked at Su Li's back. Life still had to go on, especially for the ordinary young people of the Federation. The highlight of the ballroom did not have a happy ending, but their love still had to ferment under the moonlight. Accompanied by the melodious dance music, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Many couples walked onto the dance floor and began to dance. Shi Qinghai, who had disappeared for a moment, returned to his original position. He calmly looked at Su Lu, who was walking towards him, and said in an extremely low voice, the 12 special agents of the Special Task Force are outside the building. The ones inside the building should be the Tai family's own bodyguards. The middle-aged man beside him looked at Su Lu, who was getting closer and closer, and smiled slightly. This spy leader of the anti-government forces trusted Old Eagle's ability and was not worried about his own safety. Instead, he brought up another topic. I suddenly thought of something. If Zhou Yu had succumbed to your threat, and if this hadn't happened so suddenly, would it have been Zhang Xiaoming who went up to the second floor? I'm not used to evaluating the abilities of amateurs. Shi Qinghai looked straight ahead with a calm expression. No, I admire Comrade Medellin's arrangements. The middle-aged man smiled and said, the more amateurish you are, the easier it is to succeed. It's getting harder and harder for professionals like you to survive. Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and did not answer. He patted Su Li's shoulders as a gesture of consolation. The middle-aged man looked at Su Lu and smiled. At this moment, a waiter came in front of the three of them and very politely invited Su L in the doorway of a room on the second floor. Su Lu looked at the middle-aged man beside him in surprise and asked, Uncle, when did you come up? The waiter maintained his calm and politeness. He was only sending out the invitation on behalf of the young master. As for how those ugly middle-aged men came up, that was something that needed to be filtered by the security department. It was not part of his job scope. The middle-aged man smiled and said, No one stopped me. Besides, didn't you just promise me that as long as you went up to the second floor, you would take me with you? These words were obviously not true. The Double Moon Festival Ball seemed to be lax in security, but in reality, to go from the first floor to the second floor, who knew how many steps one had to go through? Although Su Lu was covering for them, this middle-aged man's ability was too frightening. At this moment, the door opened. Su Lu shrugged indifferently. Under the guidance of the waiter, he walked in with this strange uncle beside him. This was a very large suite. The floor was covered with a woolen carpet. The furnishings around were quite ancient. There was not much of a modern electronic style. A curtain, a lamp, they all looked very elegant. In the deepest part of the suite, on a huge sofa, sat a young man with a slightly pale complexion. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a teenager, because every time Su Lu saw him, he always felt that his body was very weak and his figure was somewhat thin. Thank you. Suddenly knowing the real identity of the teenager in front of him, although it was far from his real identity, Su Lu still felt like there was a door between him and Tai Ziyuan. He found it hard to get used to it. His voice was slightly dry as he said, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. Tai Ziyuan obviously guessed Su Li's reaction after seeing him. He smiled slightly, pointed to a chair beside him, and said, Sit. Don't be so reserved. It was very strange. This kind of tone was usually used by a superior to a subordinate, but when it was spoken by Tai Ziyuan, it sounded so natural. Su Lu frowned slightly. He was not used to it and also felt a little uncomfortable, but he still sat on a chair beside the sofa. The room was silent. The two of them did not seem to know what topic to talk about. After all, they used to talk most of the time through the communicator and that piece of paper. Even after they finally met, they did not have much time to talk like ordinary people. Su Lu did not know what the Xiao Shu Foundation was, nor did he know what the Tai family represented in the Federation. He did not know Tai Ziyuan's history, but he felt that the Tai Ziyuan on the sofa at this moment was not the same person as the Tai Ziyuan he usually knew at night. At night, Tai Ziyuan was an ordinary young man who was a little proud, a little cold, and a little bored. But at this moment, Tai Ziyuan was like a monster who was born with a certain kind of aura. In this silence, the only exception was the middle-aged man who followed Su Lu into the room. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back, and like a tourist, he stared at the small decorations in the room with interest. It seemed that he did not want to participate in this conversation at all. Butler Jean, who had been standing silently beside the sofa, stared at the middle-aged man with a complicated expression. He suddenly said, Student Su, who is this? Su Lu was stunned. He smiled embarrassedly and introduced the middle-aged man to Tai Ziyuan and Butler Jean. This is my friend's uncle. He asked me to take him to the second floor. I didn't know you were upstairs at that time, so I just casually agreed. I didn't expect that this old man would actually follow us up. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know. Tai Ziyuan glanced at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, Would you like to sit down and have a chat? You guys chat first. I'm not in a hurry. The second in command of the anti-government forces waved his hand with a smile, completely unaware that he was in danger. Strangely enough, after he said that, Tai Ziwan really did not care about him anymore. He just let the middle-aged man wander around his room. He turned his head and looked at Su Lu with a gentle smile and said, "Let's get to know each other again. Su Lu, I'm Tai Ziwan." The atmosphere in the room finally relaxed. Su Lu said with a smile, "Of course I know. I also guessed that your family must be rich, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. I've heard of the Cultivation Foundation, but I think you definitely don't know my real identity." Tai Ziwan looked at him and said calmly, "The Cultivation Foundation is just something for ordinary people to see. My family and some other rich and idle families gathered together. The people of the Federation gave us a name, something called the Seven Great Families. I think you've heard of it before." Sula listened to this sentence in shock. He suddenly remembered that he had found the surname familiar a long time ago. He asked in disbelief, "Is it the Tai family whose ancestors were emperors?" Not many people still remember things that happened tens of thousands of years ago. "Looks like you're pretty good at history," Tai Ziwan said with a smile. Chapter 106. Since the 37th constitutional era, the Federation had already undergone many political structural reforms. Although there were not many changes in essence, there would always be a distinction between the old and the new. The last major reform in the Federation had occurred over 600 years ago. People were also used to calling the recent Federation the New Federation. However, regardless of whether it was in the history textbooks of the new or old Federation schools, the description of the history of human civilization before the constitutional era was always rather vague. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago and there was no detailed historical information. Perhaps it was because the Federation's educators believed that the citizens, who were bathed in the glory of democracy and freedom, should look more toward the beautiful future and not reminisce about the imperial era that was actually not beautiful due to the aesthetic illusion created by the difference in time. It was precisely because of this reason that, other than those specialized historians, there were not many Federation citizens who still cared about the imperial society from tens of thousands of years ago. Although the history textbooks had taught these things, not many people could remember that the last imperial family had the surname Yun. Therefore, when Su Lu blurted out the origins of the Tai family, Tai Ziwan could not help but be a little surprised. He smiled and praised his historical knowledge. Su Lu was immersed in shock and did not hear the other's praise. He only subconsciously recalled those years in the Donglin region, those days when Uncle Feng had made him soak in the library and read books every day. The history of the imperial court was too long ago. However, the seven great families of the Federation were deeply engraved in the minds of all Federation citizens. Even though Su Lu had been far away in the remote Donglin region back then, he still knew that the Federation had seven extremely influential families. These families' industries were distributed in various areas of the Federation, secretly influencing the entire Federation's energy development, finance, welfare, and employment. No matter how the president of the Federation changed or how the election of members of parliament was repeated, it would not affect the status of these seven great families in the Federation. Just like a certain proverb said, the Federation is the seven great families. Perhaps this sentence was a bit exaggerated, but no one could ignore the shadows of these seven families in the history of the Federation civilization. The most frightening thing was that no one knew how large the shadows of these seven families were. In the early years of the constitutional era, every once in a while, the Federation government would have a president or a powerful management committee that was deeply trusted by the people. These political figures would always try to, with the support of the people and the media, completely separate the Federation from the influence of the seven families. However, no matter what kind of laws and presidential orders those successful presidents and powerful management committees passed, it was still impossible to find out the true strength of the seven families. The Citizens Property Declaration Act, the Corporations Property Transparency Act, the Anti-Monopoly Law, the Anti-Monopoly Law Amendment Bill. Countless laws and regulations did not play their role in the face of the silence of these families. The Federation of that era was equivalent to a battlefield where the government and the seven families fought desperately. 3 presidents were killed by assassinations, and the truth was still not found out. Under the strict control of the government, the 7 families also lost a lot of benefits. It was said that one family almost lost its inheritance and was destroyed. However, apart from the bloodshed, in the eyes of historians, the life-and-death struggles of those years were not necessarily without any benefits. The federal government's control of the 7 major families had, to a large extent, perfected the legal structure of the Federation, and the 7 major families' counteraction against the federal government had also prevented the emergence of an overly powerful government. As the era progressed, the 7 families were part of the Federation and could not fight like this forever. The huge industries hidden in the society of the 7 families could only be sustained in a relatively long-term and stable social structure. They could not openly choose to stand on the opposite side of the government and the people. And those politicians who needed votes also began to realize that if they could obtain the support of the 7 families, then their future political path would be very smooth. Both sides had needs, so under the subtle influence of benefits, the Federation began to develop in a different direction. The politicians began to secretly seek the help of the 7 families, and the 7 families began to choose their own political partners, using the family's own strength to help these partners obtain the votes of the citizens of the Federation. They could only be partners, and the politicians could not completely become the spokespersons of the 7 families. Because the politicians who lost the necessity of their independent existence would inevitably yield to the pressure of the 7 families, and the natural desire of the 7 families' huge wealth would turn these politicians into their tools for profit, which would inevitably violate the rights and interests of the majority of ordinary citizens in the short term. The social unrest that followed was a terrible result that anyone with foresight in the Federation, and even the 7 families themselves, did not want to see. This was an instinctive choice to live together, but to forcibly suppress these collusion within the bottom line that the Federation citizens could bear. And because of the tacit understanding between the Federation government and the 7 families that had never been seen on paper, the 7 families had always maintained a somewhat mysterious and lofty image in the hearts of the Federation citizens. The human heart had always had a natural desire for the strong, and the existence of the 7 families just so happened to satisfy this psychological need of the Federation citizens, just so happened to offset some of the citizens' dissatisfaction with certain unfairness in society. It had to be said that the media played a very important role in this. Whether or not the mysterious and lofty 7 families had done anything that specifically harmed ordinary citizens, no one knew, right? All of this only changed slightly with the appearance of the scholar George Carlin. The anti-government forces that had bitterly held on in the S2 mountains suddenly found a political program that was more suitable for the needs of the Federation citizens. They pointed the spearhead of their struggle at the relationship between the Federation government and the 7 families, and from George Carlin's teachings, they put forward the part that they needed the most. They demanded that the politicians of the Federation and the 7 families that were never willing to appear in front of the Federation citizens return the wealth that had been exploited from the hands of ordinary citizens for countless years. They demanded that the 7 families must pay the true price for the damage they had done to the democracy and freedom of the Federation throughout history. The anti-government forces gradually gave up on the use of force. The moderate faction led by Senator Macklin held the banner of George Carlin and successfully influenced the 4 mountainous regions of the S2 region and set off a huge wave in the hearts of the young Federation citizens. However, this was still not enough to threaten the status of the 7 great families in the Federation. These 7 families were even very happy to see the existence of Senator Macklin. This was because as long as any conflict entered the path of an election, it was a process that could be controlled, influenced, or at least negotiated. As for the thoughts that were prevalent among the young people, the 7 families weren't afraid of them. Young people were always hot-blooded. When they left school and entered society, they entered various companies and government departments. They naturally understood how difficult and unrewarding it was to vainly go against the historical traditions of the Federation. The seven great families had existed coldly and tyrannically every day since the birth of the Federation. Furthermore, they had grown stronger with each passing day. If someone were to say that they had already controlled most of the lifelines of the Federation, it would not be considered an exaggeration. Moreover, it seemed that they would continue to exist until the day the Federation came to an end. This fact couldn't help but shock people. The reason why the seven families were so mysterious was because the lives of the truly important people had never appeared in any news or documentary. They only existed in imagination and on the Federation's television channels, and only existed in Evergreen City's film reels. There was also no scholar or government organization that could truly investigate which family controlled which part of the Federation's industry. There was only one exception, and that was the Zhong family of the Westwoods. Because the Zhong family's 4th military region had guarded the edge of the universe for generations for the Federation, it had long been exposed to the public due to an accident at the beginning of the first constitutional era. It couldn't hide its enormous figure. On the contrary, the names of the seven families weren't much of a secret. Even Su Lu could easily name the inherited surnames of 6 of the families. Among the 7 families, there was only one family that was truly low-key and mysterious, and that was the Tai family. Not many people knew that this Tai family was actually the descendant of the royal family that ruled the entire human society a long time ago. When Su Lu heard Tai Ziwan admit that he was the successor of the Tai family, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. For a long time, he couldn't speak. This identity wasn't the son of a rich family or the son of a politician. Instead, it represented a kind of history, a kind of omnipresent influence. The successor of the 7 families, if placed in ancient times, would at least be considered a king after being in shock for so long. Su Lu slowly came back to his senses. The first thing he thought of was a question. He stared blankly at the pale youth on the sofa and muttered, "Why did you tell me?" Why did Tai Ziyuan tell him his true identity? This was Su Li's first question after he recovered from the shock. If the other party was the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, then he was at most an inconspicuous osmanthus tree by the Rose River. The two of them were not people of the same world. Even if they had gotten along like ordinary friends a few days ago, once the other party's identity was revealed, it was like a gap between the two of them, and no matter what, it was impossible to fill the gap. "You're a very good friend." From a moment Tai Ziyuan revealed his identity, he had been calmly and attentively observing Su Li's expression. He was very satisfied that he didn't see any reaction in Su Li's eyes that he didn't like. He admired this friend of his even more for being able to recover from the shock so quickly and talk to him like a normal person. "I used to have friends, but after they knew my identity, they didn't have the courage to get along with me like friends. They either left quietly or became people like Yuzi. I think if we continue to be friends, one day, you will also face this dilemma." Tai Ziyuan smiled gently and said, "If that's the case, I might as well tell you in advance." The reason why Su Lu recovered so quickly was because of his experience over the years. Chapter 107. You can't blame others for this sort of thing. After hearing Tai Ziyuan sigh, Su Lu was rather disapproving. After a moment of silence, he decided to voice his own opinion. "You are the heir of the 7 great families. Compared to us commoners, you are born from 2 different worlds. Perhaps you yourself have never noticed it. No matter how much you pretend to be gentle, as long as you are in front of others. For example, right now, you will always naturally reveal some sort of aura." Tai Ziyuan looked at him with interest and asked, "What kind of aura?" "I can't say for sure." Su Lu laughed bitterly. "In any case, it's not something I like very much. Perhaps it's a little too calm, as if everything in the world is within your grasp. Perhaps the people around you are already used to you being like this, but when I first met you, you were just an ordinary student with some money, so I'm not used to it." After hearing this, Tai Ziyuan could not help but laugh and say, "I never thought that in your eyes, I would actually be so unbearable." Su Lu explained, "It's not unbearable, it's just not used to it." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, "What you say makes sense. I shouldn't ask for too much. This world has never been fair. Some people are born with more resources and power than others, like me. I won't pretentiously say that this is a kind of distress because, other than me, everyone seems to want to have this kind of distress, but can't. He looked at Su Li's ordinary and amiable face and said calmly, "Let's talk about something else. Did you have fun in the combat room this morning?" Changing the topic to talk about the black mecha walking around with its belly full, Su Li's mood finally relaxed a little, no longer treating the youth on the sofa as some sort of monster. He scratched his head and said sincerely, "Thank you for covering for me. To survive in this society, you need a lot of opportunities. Not everyone can encounter a chance to shine. You saw it this morning, but you ran away like you were scared of ghosts." Tai Yuan shook his head and disagreed. "I don't know why you don't want to be famous. This is really not like a normal young man." Su Lu thought to himself, "I have my troubles, just like you have your troubles. How do I explain this? Am I supposed to tell you that I am a fugitive from the Federation who is assisting traitors?" In order to hide the complicated emotions in his heart, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Naturally, he changed the topic. "I've already thanked you before, and now I want to thank you again. After all, it's your coming-of-age ceremony, and you've helped me so much. Oh, when it comes to matters between men and women, no matter how much I help you, that Miss Xiaoming will ignore you. It's useless." Tai Zuan looked at him with a faint smile and said, "As for the coming-of-age ceremony, you have already taken me there dozens of hours ago. Today, these should be my return gift to you." As he spoke, Tai Yuan took out a red envelope from his pocket and bitterly smiled. "See this? This is the red envelope given to me by the girl in Star Clubhouse." Su Lu saw the red envelope in his hand and forcibly suppressed his laughter. He felt that this matter was extremely ridiculous, but for some reason, he actually felt a little proud. The two heirs of the 7 major families of the Federation. One was raised by him for a few days, and the other was taken by him to lose her virginity. If this were to be made into a TV series, it would probably break Channel 23's ratings record. It had to be said that Tai Ziyuan was a person who was very good at controlling the rhythm of the conversation and the atmosphere. Under this red envelope, the sensitive attitude of the two young people gradually disappeared, and the two people's sitting posture also became much more relaxed. In addition to the clubhouse, I also want to thank you for the pancakes and porridge you brought me these past few nights. Thinking about it this way, as the heir of the Tai family, you seem to be a little too stingy. Sulu was also in the mood to joke. Even more stingy than that A-list girl. At least she gave you a red envelope, but you only gave me 2 lights. As he said this, his gaze became suspicious because he saw Tai Yuan smile and hand him a piece of paper. When he took a look, Su Li's expression changed a little. He looked at Tai Ziyuan in surprise. Jian Shuainer's concert tickets? Why haven't I heard of this before? Next week, Jian Shuaier will release her first solo album. Tai Ziyuan retracted his hand and looked at him with a smile. With her influence in the Federation, she will hold a celebration concert in about a month. And in fact, she has already booked the time and location of the concert. I know you're infatuated with this girl. Is this gift of thanks comparable to those overnight pancakes you bought? Sulu pretended not to hear the mischievous meaning in the other party's words and scratched his head in disbelief. Probably only the heir of one of the 7 major families could get a VIP ticket when Jian Shuaier's concert was still in preparation. For Sulu, Jian Shuaier was not as simple as an idol. To him, the face of the purple-haired girl who appeared on Channel 23 every night represented the company he had all these years, the years he was no longer lonely, the memories he had in Donglin District, the demonstrations on Gulu Street. Looking at the thin ticket in his hand, Su Lu was stunned for a moment, thinking that he would see Jian Shuaier with his own eyes in a month's time. He did not react for a long time. I actually never wanted to see Jian Shuaier. Su Lu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was not a groupie, and Jian Shuaier was a very symbolic figure to him. He would rather keep a distance and watch from afar, but even so, he still carefully put the ticket into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. But thank you anyway. Sulu looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Tai Ziyuan on the sofa and said, "You didn't have to do this." Tai Ziyuan sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee and drinking it tastelessly. After Sulu left, he suddenly felt that there was nothing for him to do. The Double Moon Festival Ball was meaningless to him. He knew very well what he should do and what he should do. That young man named Sulu could not be considered his true friend yet. He had always doubted whether he would ever have a true friend in this lifetime. If Su Li's appearance in his life was an accident, Tai Ziwan did not reject this kind of accident. In fact, he was willing to let this kind of accident exist for a while longer. After meeting this interesting and poor student for the past few days, Tai Ziwan was also very surprised that he could actually get along and talk to him like a normal person. But what would happen after his identity was exposed? Tai Ziwan's eyes were very sharp. From the details of the past few days, he could confirm that Su Lu was a trustworthy and sincere person. It was just that his personality seemed to be a little too stubborn. Moreover, Tai Ziwan increasingly found that Su Lu was actually a very capable person. It was just that this guy always intentionally or unintentionally hid some aspects of his abilities. Tai Ziwan admired Su Li's character and ability. He even had the idea of including this young man in the family, watching him grow up, and recruiting him as a capable subordinate in the future. However, after today's conversation, he keenly noticed Su Li's natural resistance to certain possibilities. Although the two sides did not say it explicitly, it was already revealed in their words and expressions. When Sula left, he asked where you were. I told him that you had already left. Tai Ziyuan stopped thinking about those things and returned to his usual calmness. He looked at the middle-aged man who came out from behind the bookcase and said, "There's no one else here, so I think it's time for me to introduce myself." The middle-aged man who had followed Su Lu to the second floor seemed to have disappeared during the conversation. He walked in front of Tai Ziyuan and, without waiting for instructions from the host, casually sat down on the sofa opposite him. He looked at the young man and said with a smile, "A lot of people are looking for you, but I still beat them to it." Butler Jean handed a cup of coffee to the mysterious middle-aged man and then retreated behind Tai Ziyuan in silence. Tai Ziyuan gently used a silver spoon to stroke the black coffee in his cup and said, "Since I've already revealed my identity, I know that a lot of people are looking for me. But I also know that Su Lu only has 3 friends, and whether it's Zhang Xiaoming or Shi Qinghai's uncle, they shouldn't have appeared at the ball. Even if they did, they wouldn't have snuck up with Su Lu so easily. Of course, I don't have an uncle who's a secret agent. You should know that on the way upstairs, you could die at any time." Tai Ziyuan raised his head and looked calmly at the middle-aged man opposite him. "But you're not afraid at all, and you don't have a weapon on you. So I'm willing to give you, an adventurer, a chance to talk to me. But you have to tell me your name first. After all, I don't want my first negotiation partner to be a guy who's deliberately mystifying." Under that pair of pressurizing eyes, the middle-aged man didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy. He took a sip of his coffee and said, "I'm very grateful that you didn't just kill me earlier. Instead, you gave me a chance to speak. I'm from the mountains." The middle-aged man put down his coffee cup and looked calmly at the teenager on the sofa. "I hope I didn't surprise you." Ing Ziyuan fell silent upon hearing this. Behind him, Butler Jean narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura gradually seeped out of him. The Federation's privileged class had always been at odds with the anti-government forces in the mountains. So this guy was actually from the mountains? After a moment of thought, Tai Ziyuan's lips curled into a smile. He asked, "I think you should know that my mother has already rejected Senator Macklin's request for an audience. The leader of Nanshui shouldn't allow someone who can't promise anything to have this conversation. So, it seems that your position in the mountains isn't bad. Senator Macklin hasn't been in the mountains for many years." The middle-aged man very naturally explained Tai Ziyuan's question. "What's your ranking in the mountains?" Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly as he stared at the middle-aged man's abnormally wretched face. "I directly assist Senator Nanshui in his work," the middle-aged man said seriously. "So, I have the qualifications to act on his behalf." No matter how calm Tai Ziyuan was, after hearing this answer, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Behind him, Butler Jean was even more regretful. If he had known this person's true identity earlier, he definitely wouldn't have let the young master take such a risk to meet with this person. Chapter 108. to be able to meet the heir of the most mysterious and oldest family in the Federation, and to be able to meet such a young heir who is full of courage and judgment. This is my honor. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have the aura of the anti-government forces in the mountains. Instead, he was like a businessman who gently expressed his respect for the Tai family. I didn't expect you anti-government forces to flatter like the politicians in the Federation, Tai Yuan said with slight sarcasm. If it can make you feel better, I don't mind flattering you even louder. Tai Yuan looked at the second-in-command of the anti-government forces not far in front of him. He gradually compared the image with the image in the information, but he found that the two images didn't match. No matter if it's the Federation or your organization, it seems that you only have one code name, and that is him. He gradually calmed down and said, but in a conversation, there's always a need for a name. Child Tai, you can call me a mountain man, the middle-aged man said. Tai Yuan calmly but firmly shook his head. I don't like this kind of literary name. The middle-aged man smiled and said, then you can call me Zhongsai. Okay, Mr. Zhongsai, I don't want to say things like how stupid you are. You should know better than me how many people in the Federation want you dead. Tai Yuan knew that he wasn't facing an ordinary person, but a very troublesome and powerful figure in the Federation. Moreover, this was the first time in his adult life that he truly represented the Tai family in a conversation with the major forces as the heir of the Tai family. Therefore, he was very cautious and said a few more words to buy time for himself to calm down. Please tell me your intention directly. He stared at the middle-aged man's ugly triangular eyes and asked directly. I come with the request of the 70,000 soldiers in the mountains, the hope of the 13 million citizens of the Federation in the mountains, and the trust of Comrade Nanshui. The middle-aged man's tone was very serious at this moment. I come with the intention of peace, and I hope to get a response from the Federation. Peace? This was such a familiar, yet strange word. This was especially true for the conflict between the Federation government and the anti-government army. How many years had it been since the anti-government army fought in the 4 prefectures? Although the military had gradually faded in the past 2 decades, the upper echelons of the Federation knew that the foundation of the anti-government forces was still above their military strength. Both sides have been fighting back for countless years, and countless people have been sacrificed. Blood had dyed every inch of the mountain red. Peace. Tai Yuan's fingers that were stirring the coffee instantly stiffened. A strange expression gradually appeared on his pale face. He had never thought that the second-in-command of the anti-government army would go straight to the point and actually throw out such a heavyweight bomb. The peace negotiations between the Federation government and the anti-government forces had gone through countless rounds and produced countless peace agreements. However, in the end, due to the betrayal of one party or the outbreak of an unexpected incident, the paper agreement would be put to rest. Even though the moderate faction of the anti-government forces had long ascended onto the Federation's political stage and began to seek the support of the voters with a non-violent image, in reality, in those areas outside of the media's reach, the armed conflict between the government and anti-government forces had always continued. If this was a normal peace negotiation, Tai Yuan definitely wouldn't be so shocked. However, since the person in front of him was the second in command of the anti-government forces, a core strength that was deeply trusted by Nanshui, the peace he spoke of was naturally not the peace on paper. It was a real peace that could be implemented. You should contact the President's office or the Ministry of Defense directly. Tai Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the faint excitement in his heart. He calmly said, if you are truly willing to return the Federation to a period of peace without civil war, I will represent the Tai family to express a 120% welcome and immediately provide full support to the 4 prefectures. These words were said beautifully, but in reality, they were equivalent to not saying anything. The peace negotiations between the government and the anti-government forces should have been left to the politicians and professional soldiers to negotiate. Tai Yuan didn't have the urge to participate. He knew that, admittedly, this could bring him abundant political capital and a good reputation among the citizens. However, This was a matter that was destined to be complicated and extremely risky. If he wasn't careful, it could become a black hole that swallowed everything. Young Master Tai must be joking. If I could talk to the president of the Federation or those soldiers, I naturally wouldn't come to find you, the middle-aged man said calmly. The middle-aged man replied calmly, the federal government is used to going back on their word. If we really put down the guns in our hands and stop the roaring of the armored vehicles' engines, perhaps the next day, countless mechas and planes will begin to attack the mountainous area. Then you still shouldn't have come to find me, Tai Yuan said as calmly as he could. I am just a young man who is still studying. You can't expect me to do anything. But everyone in the major factions wants to get in touch with you at this time, because everyone knows that after the coming-of-age ceremony, Lady Tai will gradually return the family business to your hands, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Moreover, Lady Tai is not that easy to meet. I'm not Senator Macklin. I am someone who is still on the Federation's war criminal list. If I dare to reveal my identity and ask to meet her in the capital's special region, I'm sure that after 3 minutes, countless soldiers will begin to hunt me down. That's right. It's always easier to meet a student like me, Tai Yuan said, but the problem is although I just completed the coming-of-age ceremony, according to the family rules, I can't immediately decide all the family affairs. I believe that Lady Tai will gradually transfer the decision-making power to your hands, the middle-aged man said calmly. The mysterious Tai family has kept a low profile for countless years, although they still haven't announced your coming-of-age ceremony this year. Those who have gradually come to Yue University have proven that Lady Tai has no intention of continuing to hide your existence from the public. If my guess is correct, after you finish your studies at Yue University, you will enter the military. Perhaps you will even go to the front lines in the West, woods to accumulate military merits. After that, you will begin to enter the government and begin to work as a government official. About 10 years later, you will begin to enter the political world to prepare for that final goal. Final goal? Tai Yuan's eyes narrowed. He realized once again that this extremely mysterious man in the Federation's files was indeed not someone who could be easily controlled. At the very least, this man had an extremely powerful intelligence system and analytical ability. This ability in itself was enough to shock people, other than the president. When the great Tai family steps out into the open for the first time, what kind of role play on the stage would you be interested in? The middle-aged man said with a smile. But that is a matter for many years to come. What we're talking about now is something that will happen soon. Speaking of what would happen soon, this middle-aged man's tone became much more serious and cautious. The federal military has been preparing for a military invasion of the mountainous region. This has made Comrade Nanshui and I feel an unprecedented pressure. The Federation's successive embargoes and sanctions have caused the resources in the mountainous region to be extremely scarce. Even if the citizens of the Federation who sympathize with you want to continue the secret donation from the past few years, due to the lack of channels, they are unable to send the donations to you. Furthermore, due to the existence of Senator Macklin, your base of support from the people in the 4 states surrounding the mountainous region has been greatly divided. Tai Yuan easily pointed out the predicament that the anti-government forces were in. The people who support you are becoming fewer and fewer. Is that why you have thought of the word peace? The times are stronger than the people. A trace of vicissitudes of life flashed across the middle-aged man's face. That is why I have come with sincerity to seek a response from your family. I still don't understand. Tai Yuan didn't feel the slightest bit uneasy just because the other party had exposed his family's future plans for his political future. He said coldly, even if I am already able to make decisions within the family. But what does this have to do with the peace negotiations between you anti-government forces and the government? I have never denied the family's influence on the Federation's politics, but I have never been arrogant enough to think that I can change the attitude of the entire Federation government. But you could try to change the attitude of the Federation president. The middle-aged man looked at Tai Yuan and said with a smile, next year is the presidential election. I know that Senator Pabre has already met with the madam. Tai Yuan raised his coffee cup, but he didn't drink it. He was deep in thought for a long time. This head of intelligence of the anti-government forces had once again proven to him the valiant power of the intelligence network under his command. The middle-aged man didn't shut up because of Tai Ziyuan's silence. He continued his analysis calmly. So, there are a few reasons why I have to take the risk to come here and talk to you. First, compared to the current Federation president and government, we, the anti-government forces, trust Senator Pabre's moral standards more. Secondly, although Councilman Powab had a good reputation among the middle and lower-class citizens of the Federation for the Capital Ring, and especially for S1, which had the most voters, this lawyer who was born in the family of Donglin miners was still a somewhat unfamiliar face. He needs an explosive news event to help him gain the approval of the majority of S1 voters in the shortest amount of time. Third, Senator Pabre has no military experience. He has never shown the courage and determination to deal with unexpected situations. His ability in the field of national security has always been widely doubted. During the election, this will undoubtedly become a weakness for his election opponents to attack. So, we hope that the Tai family can help us so that we can directly negotiate a grand reconciliation agreement with Senator Pabre. The middle-aged man continued slowly. We trust the Tai family's demeanor and Senator Pabre's political ethics. Once the agreement is reached, Senator Pabre will also gain wonderful political capital from it, thus ensuring his success in next year's presidential election. It had to be said that this intelligence leader of the anti-government forces was also an excellent lobbyist. At this moment, Tai Ziyuan admitted that he was a little tempted, but at the same time, he became more vigilant. This guy from the anti-government forces was actually more experienced than those professional brokers outside of the Capital City Management Committee. This kind of person really couldn't be taken lightly. What kind of conditions do you want? Tai Ziyuan asked calmly. Before Pabre becomes president, we will begin negotiations. During the negotiations, can the federal military gather troops take a break first? At the same time, the Federation government's economic blockade. Can we privately open a gap? The middle-aged man smiled and said, after Senator Pabre becomes president, naturally, everything can be discussed. Chapter 109. The long silence proved that this request made by the anti-government army was an extremely attractive exchange condition for the Tai family, for Tai Ziyuan, and for Representative Pabre, whom he and his mother had already decided to support. Tai Yuan knew very well that if it weren't for the complicated political environment of the four mountainous states, as well as the increasing military pressure of the hawkish figures in the Federation, the anti-government army, led by the leader of Nanshu, definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for peace. However, he had to admit that even so, the anti-government army still had enough bargaining chips to exchange for the corresponding conditions. During the early stages of the election, Representative Pabre cannot influence the internal decisions of the Federation government. Tai Ziyuan broke the silence and reminded the other party. Pabre can't, but public opinion can. The Tai family's secret influence can, the middle-aged man said calmly. If the citizens of the Federation knew that the presidential candidate Representative Pabre is taking a huge political risk to negotiate peace with us, the ruthless anti-government army, and at this time, the Federation government went against the flow and forcefully launched a military attack against us, they will definitely issue the strongest rebuke to the Federation government. I admit that what you said makes sense. This kind of exchange of benefits is indeed very attractive. After a moment of silence, Tai Ziyuan said, but I can't answer your request immediately. Please give me some time. I can't stay in the Federation's core area for too long. You should know that. The middle-aged man smiled and said, although the Bureau of Proclamation won't care about me, I still respect the hounds of the Federation and the spiders of the Federation Bureau of Investigation. If I stay in the Federation for too long, I might be underestimating them. Tai Ziyuan pushed the coffee cup aside and said with a smile, since you've already taken the risk to come here, why can't you take the risk and wait for a few more hours? The reason I dare to take the risk and come here today is because I know that no one in the Federation government would guess that I dared to take such a risk. The middle-aged man said calmly, if you stay too long, it's not a risk, it's a fool. Then how should I contact you? With your ability, it should be easy for you to find out how I came in. When the time comes, I'll ask you to pass on the final decision to that young man." The corners of Tai Ziyuan's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "This way, I still have to guarantee that young man's safety within the Federation's borders. Mr. Boitzai, your considerations have never left anything out." "No, I don't even know how much time I've left to run for my life after going down from the second floor," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Tai Ziyuan quietly stared into his eyes, as if he wanted to discern what the other party had guessed from his words, or if it was just a habitual joke. A moment later, he looked at the other party and said seriously, "Your considerations are not bad. The exchange of benefits is indeed what I value, but what I value even more is the Federation's future. If I have the chance to capture you and kill you, I don't mind informing the federal military. Right now, I haven't informed them because I respect the role of a negotiator." Tai Ziyuan said calmly, "Once you leave the scene of the ball, perhaps I really will have the Federation government do everything in their power to capture you. There has always been a saying that if the anti-government army didn't have you, they would have long become a dish in the hands of the government. This kind of temptation is actually no less than reaching a peace agreement." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. After fighting with the Federation government for so many years, he knew better than anyone how much these privileged people in the Federation wanted to destroy the business in the mountains. These people who truly controlled the Federation were cold and heartless. However, he was sure that the other party wouldn't make a move at this moment at least, because this wasn't in line with the true interests of the other party's family. This time, he was taking a huge risk. He didn't even hesitate to expose his most successful spy within the Federation to meet with the successor of the Tai family. On one hand, it was because the anti-government army situation was indeed very dangerous. On the other hand, there was an even more important personal reason. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person the new leader of the Federation's future was like. This kind of first-hand information was far more important than any kind of intelligence. Seeing Tai Ziyuan, the middle-aged man wasn't disappointed, but he was somewhat disappointed. He wasn't disappointed because he was sure that this successor of the Tai family wasn't a stupid person. However, this was also the reason why he was disappointed. Moreover, he could see that this person didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy or moral support for the anti-government army. Everything that was presented in the conversation was a naked judgment of benefits. As if he could guess what this second-in-command of the anti-government army was thinking, Tai Ziyuan slowly said, "Today, when the Empire is preparing to launch an invasion at any time, the anti-government army is still dividing the hearts of the people of the Federation for those illusory reasons, wasting the Federation's resources and restricting the military strength of the Federation. In my eyes, you should all be considered traitors. The Bureau of Proclamation shouldn't give you legal status." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then said seriously, "You and the family behind you are vested interests in the political structure of the Federation. Your opinion might not necessarily be correct. If the Empire really invades, I believe that in terms of resisting the enemy, the soldiers in the mountains will be more respectable than the people of the 4 major military regions of the Federation. There's no need to judge things that haven't happened yet." Tai Ziyuan said, "No words can change the image of the anti-government army in my heart. We have never cared about how the important figures of the Federation view our cause. Perhaps in the distant future, we are destined to be a pair of natural enemies that can't coexist. But at least for now, we can work together," the middle-aged man said. "The coexistence of a cat and a mouse might be a very interesting thing. I really want to know who is the cat and who is the mouse. The will of the people cannot be resisted. The 7 major families are deformed existences. No matter how strong they are, there will be a day when they will become a street rat that everyone wants to beat down in front of the tide of history," the middle-aged man said calmly. "This is Mr. George Carlin's opinion, and it is to encourage you. I will never deny this," Tai Ziyuan said, "but I always think that you're the big rats of human society. We can still work together if our paths are different, but if we don't agree, there is no need for a deeper conversation." The middle-aged man stood up with a smile and said, If there is any good news, please inform that young man. If there is no good news, I will pour a cup of wine for your friend's friend in the mountains as a memorial. Tai Yuan stood up with a smile, ignoring the psychological attack of the other party. He said, "One last question. Where does your confidence come from? Why didn't the Federation catch you after confirming that you left the ball, just like when you followed Su Lu upstairs to make sure that there was no danger?" Information is the source of all power. The middle-aged man bowed elegantly, which didn't match his vulgar temperament. "And my ability is a secret." Lai Ziyuan was silent for a long time before he said, "After this short cooperation, I will aim to destroy your armed forces for a longer period of time. But I have to say, in the entire universe, I only admire 5 people, and you are one of them. Today, I am able to negotiate with you for the first time since my coming-of-age ceremony. I have benefited greatly. I am very curious about which 5 people. I wonder if young Master C can satisfy this little vanity of mine." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, showing just the right amount of curiosity. "Other than you, there is that ignorant man by the lake, George Carlin, whose fate is unknown. My distant relative from 8 generations ago, the current director of the Bureau of Proclamation, and the Empire's princess, who is said to have reached Mecca level 6 at the age of 12. Tehran said seriously, "In my life, I will work hard for the 5 of you." Oh, human strength is sometimes exhausted. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. For example, in the field of information, I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who is better than me. Of course, this is still my secret. Then there is that old man in Philadelphia. I don't think there is anyone in this world who is stronger than him in terms of individual combat power. Young Master C, don't push yourself too hard. Hard work doesn't necessarily mean that you will achieve it." Tai Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, I only hope that in the future, all the outstanding people in the Federation will become my subordinates." The middle-aged man sighed in admiration. Although the son of an aristocratic family is disgusting, this kind of self-confidence is indeed terrifying. The second in command of the anti-government forces appeared in the core area of the Federation just like that, and then quietly left, not even leaving behind a shadow. He only left a clue for the Tai family to follow. However, if the Tai family was willing to accept the conditions of the anti-government forces, that clue would be a secret that the Tai family had to keep. Tai Yuan raised his wrist to look at the time. After silently counting a few times in his mind, he said to Butler Jean beside him, "Prepare a secret line. I want to talk to my mother." Butler Jean nodded in agreement. They had already given that person enough time to leave. If he really fell into the hands of the federal military, it would only mean that there would come a day when the legend would lose its luster. He used the identity of Uncle Shi Qinghai. After Butler Jean gave the order to his subordinates, he said softly, "Shi Qinghai graduated from University 1 and is a very important young official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Who would have thought that he was actually a spy for the anti-government forces? I'm more curious about why the most successful intelligence chief of the 37th constitutional era deliberately left Shi Qinghai for us." Tai Yuan closed his eyes and said, "Using the life of a spy as a safety valve to test the sincerity of the family doesn't seem to be in line with that person's usual style of doing things. Keep an eye on Su Lu and Shi Qinghai." Tai Yuan's face was expressionless. "Ensure that the former is not harassed. Prepare to contact the latter or arrest him." After leaving the ball, Su Lu didn't know that Uncle Shi and Tai Yuan had a very far-reaching conversation. At this time, he was walking among the snowy trees of the university campus in low spirits. He didn't have the self-awareness of a person involved in history at all. He was just a small figure, but this small figure had indirectly caused a small ripple in the Great Era. Of course, in the current difficult situation, the anti-government forces were willing to temporarily give up the political ideology that they had always believed in. That person even took a huge risk to come to the Federation to negotiate with them personally. Presumably, even if Su Lu didn't exist in this world, they would still do everything they could to find Tai Yuan. But the problem was if Su Lu didn't exist, then at this ball, it was very likely that Senator Macklin's people or some other forces had beaten them to it. They had persuaded the Tai family and the Tai family's chosen partner, Senator Pabre. A thin layer of snow still accumulated on the grass by the Rose River. It glowed faintly under the moonlight. In his suit, Su Lu felt a sliver of cold. He blew on his hands, but wasn't worried that he would catch a cold. Ever since he had started practicing that strange set of movements with the uncle, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to get sick. His gaze shifted from the two moons above his head to the east, and he saw that familiar female apartment building. The plum garden was still there, but Su Li's heart was unusually calm. He knew that Zhang Xiaoming had a secret, but if the other didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't want to investigate further. The inside of his GU suit was filled with cold sweat. After finding out about Tai Ziyuan's shocking identity, Su Li's emotions were very complicated. That conversation from before had made him very nervous. He stubbornly maintained his calm in front of the other just to preserve his little bit of self-esteem. Even if the self-esteem of a small figure was somewhat pitiful in front of a person with special privileges in the Federation. For the time being, he didn't dare to go to Area H1. Although everyone thought that the person inside the Black Mecca was Tai Ziyuan, Su Lu still didn't dare to take the risk. At this time, it was already late at night. He suddenly found that he had nowhere to go, but he didn't want to go back to his room in the Pear Garden. Only now did he understand that after escaping from the Eastwoods district to the capital ring for a year, he was still just a lonely and pitiful fellow. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw that on a remote embankment by the cold Rose River, there was a smear of red that burned like fire in the night. It was flashing incessantly in the cold wind. It was Zhou in her red suit. There was an orphan girl by the night river. Although Su Lu loathed the character of the Zhou siblings, he still couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. He walked quietly in the direction of the embankment, afraid that he would startle the other and cause the other to do something crazy. However, before he could get close to the embankment, he saw a very familiar figure dashing out from the frosty grass outside the embankment and pouncing directly on the red suit. In the distance, the sounds of Zhou struggling, cursing in a low, angry voice, and crying could be heard. Chapter 110. Shi Qinghai was in a terrible mood. Ever since his boss arrived in Linhai, his mood had never improved. As a professional, he had been a spy within the Federation for so many years. He had always carefully hidden his identity and completed many missions assigned by the organization. He did feel very tired, but sometimes when he thought about it, he would feel proud. However, he never thought that after working so hard within the Federation for so long, he would have to face such a dangerous situation because of the organization's sudden idea. Regardless of the outcome of the negotiations between the anti-government forces and the Crown Prince, Shi Qinghai knew that his identity could no longer be hidden. Even if the Federation temporarily ignored him, after this incident, the Tai family would definitely not care about his life. If he was arrested by the Federation, what awaited him would be a life sentence. Shi Qinghai knew that there was no light in front of him. He could only wait and see when the darkness would come. He had thought about leaving, but in the Federation, where could he go? Unless he returned to S2's Huanshan Sizhou. However, the organization did not give him an order to leave. If he returned without an order, it would be no different from betraying the organization. In the anti-government forces' cause, people like him were just pawns that could be sacrificed at any time. No one cared about their safety. This fact made him feel very bad. His handsome face was full of gloomy lines. He sat by the Rose River embankment, waiting for the final judgment to come. In the end, he did not expect to see the scene of a girl in a red dress jumping into the river. He pushed Zhou to the ground. Looking at this woman's cold eyes, beautiful face, and extremely cruel expression towards others and herself, Shi Qinghai did not know why he felt extremely angry. He said in a low voice, "I really don't know if you have a brain. It's just a little boy who didn't choose you to be his bed partner. Do you have to live or die?" Zhou, who was pushed to the ground, stared at Shi Qinghai's hateful face. She suddenly struggled and roared like an angry lioness. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Zhou was not sure if she liked the Crown Prince brother, because in these 2 years, she had only seen him twice. But in these years, everything seemed to convince her that she should like Tai Ziyuan. She had to like Tai Ziyuan. However, today's Double Moon Festival ball made everything disappear. Thinking of the noble lady who had always been generous with her love for her, and thinking of all these years of waiting, she felt cold in her heart. It seemed that there was nothing worth cherishing anymore. So she left her friends, left the ball, and came to the quiet Rose River embankment. Perhaps she just wanted to commemorate her past in the cold moon, but she did not expect to attract a hungry wolf. Sure, Qinghai was a very delicate guy, but he was very strong. Zhou Yu, whose wrist was held by him, could not get up no matter how hard she struggled. Sure, Qinghai felt the soft body under him. At the moment when he was ready to die, he suddenly felt a trace of excitement that he had not felt for a long time. After being a playboy for many years, he seemed to have become numb to women. But today, on the grass, looking at Zhou Yu's helpless and beautiful face, he gradually had a reaction. In the cold night, this pair of hostile men and women, because of their different experiences, had the same feelings of disappointment and sadness. They rolled on the grass and stared at each other fiercely. Zhou Yu found that she was not as strong as this man. After looking at him quietly for a moment, she exerted strength in her waist and abdomen and bit Shi Qinghai's palm. Shi Qinghai's handsome face twisted, and the back of his hand suddenly bled. He was angry and slapped Zhou Yu's head. He scolded, "Do you think I really have tender feelings for women?" Zhou Yu looked at him coldly and said, "Either you kill me today, or you wait to be killed. Once is enough for this kind of threat." Shi Qinghai stared at the fierceness on the woman's face and suddenly felt very excited. He said in a low voice, "Don't forget how I treated you when you threatened me in the garden." The wound on Shi Qinghai's thin lips proved that the scene in the garden after the ball was erotic and intense. The young man and woman on the thin snowy grass seemed to have thought of that scene at the same time. Some strange emotions appeared in their eyes, and almost at the same time, they made the same move and kissed each other fiercely. Sulu stood at the edge of the woods and stared blankly at the scene by the river embankment. He could not understand how the story had developed in such an erotic scene. He thought that Mr. Shi was indeed a hooligan, and that Zhou Yu was indeed a psychopath. He had infinite admiration for them. There was nothing for him to do, and he did not know where to go. He scratched his head and walked to the iron gate of the pear garden. Around 11 o'clock the next day, an automatic alarm rang in a room in an apartment building in Linhai. Shi Qinghai immediately opened his eyes. Although in the hearts of all his colleagues, he was an extremely lazy and depraved playboy, but the good habits of a spy always played a role in certain details. Avoiding the scattered wine bottles under the bed, Shi Qinghai walked into the bathroom. After quickly washing up and dressing up, he made himself a very nutritious breakfast and began to read today's electronic newspaper. After reading the newspaper, he threw the plates into the sink and walked back to the bedroom. He began to stare blankly at the women on the bed who were still in a deep sleep. Outside the window, it was already cold and snowy, but inside the window, it was as warm as spring. The woman on the bed was completely naked. Her red dress was thrown on the corner of the bed, and the thin red silk quilt was carelessly draped over her, revealing her smooth, jade-like back and the shocking curves of her waist and hips. The woman was sleeping with her face facing the window, and only her graceful back was exposed to Shi Qinghai. Her jade-like skin contrasted with the red silk quilt made her look particularly attractive. Half of her plump but was covered, and her slender, smooth thighs were completely covered. Only the faint lines could be seen, which added to her seductiveness. Shi Qinghai had forgotten how much wine he drank last night. He did not know how many one-night stands he had in his life, but quietly looking at the woman on the bed, looking at her full of seductive curves and her naturally wavy hair, there was a strange feeling in his heart. If it were not for the constant fear of being arrested by the Federation, he might never have had sex with such a troublesome person, especially when he was very clear about this woman's background and her coldness. "Don't pretend to be asleep," Shi Qinghai said indifferently. "I have to go to work today." Zhou Yu lazily turned over on the bed, her eyes still closed. The remnants of makeup between her eyebrows were not ugly, but instead gave off a beautiful feeling like a red flower after the rain. She subconsciously pulled up the thin, red quilt to cover her chest, then slowly opened her eyes and asked, "What time is it?" 11 o'clock. Hearing Zoyu's somewhat hoarse voice, Shi Qinghai, the playboy, actually felt a little shaken. He thought of the madness last night, and the woman on the bed who seemed to be lewd, but was actually a little inexperienced. At the beginning, it was hard, but at the end, it was a river. Zoyu sat up on the bed, turned around, and began to put on her clothes. She slightly lowered her head and said indifferently, "Don't let anyone know what happened last night." "I think so too," Shi Qinghai said calmly. Zoyu's back slightly stiffened. After a moment, she said, "Don't say you know me in the future. That's what I think too." Shi Qinghai's reply was still as calm and cold as ever. Zoyu put on her clothes and walked to the door of the apartment. Then, without any warning, she burst into tears. Her tears washed over her face like rainwater, turning the remnants of the makeup into a field of flowers, a field of flowers. Shi Qinghai looked at her quietly. He knew that this woman was not crying because of his attitude. Maybe she was crying because of something that she herself did not fully understand. He knew that Zoe was really crying, heartbreakingly, desperately, crying for the past, crying for the past, crying for herself, crying for others. This rogue official of the Investigation Bureau of the Federation knew women very well. Even when women were crying, they would care very much about whether they looked good or not. Only when they really treated themselves like a broken pot would they grimace with snot bubbles coming out of their noses and contort their facial features in pain, just like Zoyu at this moment. "Don't cry. I'm about to die, but I didn't cry. What do you have to cry for?" Shi Qinghai's expression was particularly gloomy. At this moment, the intercom in the apartment rang. Shi Qinghai picked it up and noticed that the red light was coming from the intercom. This meant that it was a secret call from an unknown line, and that it had gone beyond the legal monitoring of the Investigation Bureau. After a moment of silence, he picked up the phone. Then, he heard a strange voice. "The initial plan has been reached. We need more details." After this sentence, the phone was abruptly cut off. Shi Qinghai's expression became more and more solemn. At this time, he still did not know the details and results of the negotiation between the middle-aged man and the crown prince last night. However, this phone call indicated that the negotiation seemed to have been successful and that he did not have to start running away immediately. The work began. Shi Qinghai put down the phone and took a deep breath. When he turned around, he found that the girl in red had already disappeared. "I'll be very busy these days." Sulu listened to the voice on the other side of the phone quietly. He did not answer, but listened very carefully to Shi Qinghai's words. "You know that I'm an official of the Investigation Bureau, and I often have to carry out some shady missions. So, maybe one day I'll disappear." Shi Qinghai said casually on the other side of the phone, "If one day I really disappear, don't worry too much, and don't try to find me." His voice was relaxed, but Sulu smelled a trace of an inauspicious sign. He wanted to ask, but from his friend's tone, he could tell that it was impossible for him to tell the truth. "The problem now is that my missions are all secret. If I disappear, maybe the Investigation Bureau will investigate you." Shi Qinghai's voice on the other side of the phone became extremely serious. "Just tell the truth. Don't try to hide anything in front of those professionals. You can't hide anything from them. Besides, we're just ordinary friends. They should be able to find out the truth. I don't know how you know Tai Ziyuan, and there's no need to know now. I just want to remind you that if you run into big trouble after I disappear, you could try to mention his name. I believe there shouldn't be too much of a problem." Sulu had been quietly listening to Shi Qinghai's instructions, but at this time, he couldn't help but ask, "No matter how secret a mission is, there will be a day when it's completed. If your disappearance means that you won't come back, I hope you can still let me know. After all, I don't have many friends in the Federation." Shi Qinghai paused for a moment on the other side of the phone, then said, "I'll try my best." Sulu held the phone tightly, squinted his eyes out of habit, and said seriously, "No matter what kind of trouble you're in, I hope you can take care of yourself." After this phone call, Shi Qinghai disappeared from Su Li's life. After a few days, Sulu even went to the Linhai field office to look for him. In the end, the members of the 4 departments said that Section Chief Sure had taken a 2-month-long leave. No one knew where he was going. Sulu couldn't help but worry. But in the situation where he couldn't contact him, there was nothing he could do. The mysterious Tai Ziwan also disappeared with Shurqinghai. Sulu took the risk to enter the H1 area one night, but he didn't find the coffee in the lounge. However, he confirmed that Tai Ziwan should still be on campus, but he seemed to be busy with something. For a moment, Sulu was extremely dissatisfied with his life. It was rare for him to have 2 or 3 friends, but all of them seemed to come and go like ghosts, mysteriously disappearing just like that. He thought to himself in annoyance, could it be that in this world, there was someone more mysterious than him? After the late autumn came the cold winter. Heavy snow piled up on the streets of Linhai University. The biting cold wind made most of the students choose distance learning instead of leaving the apartment to listen to the professor's lectures. Sulu still walked through the pear garden, wearing the green military windbreaker that Mrs. Zhong gave him. He braved the wind and snow, silently studying and silently living his life. The aftermath of the Double Moon Festival dance party had already dissipated, and the students on the road pointed at Sulu had already disappeared. The only interlude was that the son of the Sun family, who had his front teeth knocked out by Sulu, sent a gift to express his intention to reconcile. It was also through this detail that Sulu understood that the heir of the Tai family was indeed an existence that was infinitely revered in certain circles in the Federation. Chapter 111. Suli's hand that was holding the phone froze for a moment. Then he simply said, "Okay." He put the phone away and came back to his senses. It had been more than 20 days since the ball, and he hadn't seen Zhang Xiaoming for more than 20 days. He looked at his class schedule and realized that the next day was the last day of December. Of course, there were no classes. He realized that the peace and solitude had lasted for so long that he had forgotten about the arrival of the new year. At this time, Zhang Xiaoming was in a daze in her single apartment. She glanced at the black-rimmed glasses by her hand, and her delicate face showed a trace of distress and struggle. After the Double Moon Festival ball, Tai Ziwan disappeared again, and she couldn't find any opportunity to get close to that person. The failure of this mission didn't make Senator Macklin unhappy. On the contrary, the fatherly elder comforted her and told her to be careful and hide her identity. At the same time, he secretly pointed out that since the male student named Su Lum met Tai Ziyuan by chance, perhaps there would be a good result if she set out from there. Should she use Su Lu to get close to that person? Zhang Xiaoming's long eyelashes fluttered twice, and she immediately rejected this idea. She didn't want to hurt that man again after hurting him on the last day of the 66th year of the 37th Constitution. The Federation was immersed in the atmosphere of celebrating the new year. Although the Empire, which was light years away and across the galaxy from the West Woods, was still a shadow in the hearts of the Federation citizens, the front lines were too far away, and everyone subconsciously didn't think about that problem. The people of the Federation cast their anxious gazes toward the S2 region. After the election in the S2 region surrounded by the mountains, the Federation government's accusations against the opposition members intensified, accusing them of not really laying down their weapons. The federal military also began to step up its preparations for war. The outbreak of the Civil War once again seemed to be inevitable. Senator Medellin, who was born in the anti-government army, had successfully been elected as a member of the new Federation Management Committee. He had truly entered the core political area of the Federation. However, no matter how loudly he shouted in various meetings in the Capital Special District, he could not really eliminate the danger of civil war. This was because everyone knew that Senator Macklin could influence the people in the 4 states, but he could not influence the anti-government armed forces in the mountains. After years of embargoes and economic sanctions by the Federation, the anti-government forces in the mountains were on the brink of collapse. They could not just wait to be suppressed by the federal army. They would definitely choose some kind of counterattack. Although there were so many worries for the ordinary citizens of the Federation, life had to go on. These questions about politics and life and death could only make them sigh and lament when they read the electronic newspaper. On New Year's Eve, all the famous restaurants were fully booked, and the neon lights of the amusement park began to shine in the daytime, creating a peaceful and happy scene. Family members and lovers who had holidays occupied the large Ferris wheel and the special restaurants in the world of ice and snow. Compared to the liveliness, the towering Iron Tower in Linhai had lost its charm as a tourist attraction and became incomparably quiet. This was because not many people were willing to run to the top of the Iron Tower in such a cold winter. Sulu didn't take the elevator. Instead, he carried his backpack and climbed up the Iron Tower step by step. His face was slightly red, and beads of sweat seeped out from his hair. However, his breathing was still steady, and he didn't feel tired at all. Today, he could already train his nerves and muscles in his daily life, making the mysterious power in his body more and more peaceful, and also more and more powerful. The cold wind whistled on the sightseeing floor of the Iron Tower. The orange-colored lights were pulled into lonely lines, nestled on the cold metal body. There was no one, only a girl in a dark brown windbreaker by the railing in the distance. She was holding her chin and looking at the city scenery of Linhai in a daze. She wore a cute velvet hat and pink gloves. Her long eyelashes blinked in the cold wind, but as if she did not feel the cold, she just quietly looked outside the railing. Sulu was a dozen meters behind her, quietly looking at her, somewhat lost in thought. They had not seen each other for a few days, but when they met again, his state of mind returned to the original situation, incomparably calm and happy. "You're here." Zhang Xiaoming turned around and smiled at him. Sulu walked up and gently smiled. He took off the backpack on his back and threw it at her feet. Standing beside her, he followed her gaze and looked outside the railing. He saw a few clouds floating in the snowless sky, and on the roofs of the buildings in Linhai, there were traces of ice and snow left from this winter. The whole city was in a New Year's atmosphere, but he still felt a little lonely. "The scenery here is not very good." Sulu imagined the girl's mood when she looked here and said, "Why did you want to meet here?" "When I was young, my parents were very busy with work, and I didn't want to sit in those small rooms on the Ferris wheel. So I like to come here to see the scenery by myself." Zhang Xiaoming exhaled a mouthful of fog and stared blankly at the shadow of the Ferris wheel in the distance. She said, "That day at the ball, I refused to dance with you. I hope you don't mind." "I said that day, I don't know how to dance." Sulu still narrowed his eyes and looked at the gray sky. He said, "If you still want to say sorry today, I think it's meaningless. Although I have never been in love, I know there is no right or wrong in this kind of thing. You've changed a bit." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly turned her head to look at him and laughed. "That time in front of the teaching building, you were much more eloquent than you are now." Sulu also thought of that conversation and said with a smile, "Back then, I saw things too simply." He turned his head and quietly looked at the light flowing in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. He noticed that she was not wearing her black-rimmed glasses today. He said softly, "Until today, I still think things are very simple. It's just that, other than me, people in this world always have a habit of making simple things very complicated." Zhang Xiaoming did not expect to hear this. She lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she said softly, "Maybe it's because I'm a very complicated person and you are a very simple person. No, you are a very simple person, but you want to do very complicated things." Su Li's hand was holding the railing, and he felt that the railing was as cold as ice. He withdrew his hand and exhaled. He asked, "What is your secret?" Zhang Xiaoming was silent for a long time. She said, "A year ago, I was doing voluntary support work in the office of Senator Medellin in S2. I know that. There are many young people in the Federation who go to the 4 states to do this kind of work." Su Lu said, "You are back, and the government has determined that you are a returnee. This shouldn't be a problem. The problem is, until today, I am still working for Senator Medellin." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly smiled, but her smile was cold. After hearing Zhang Xiaoming's true identity, Su Lu fell silent. After a long time, he said softly, and then, "Although I have not received professional espionage training, What I do is actually not much different from a spy. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and looked at the heavy backpack by her feet. She said, I came back to Yue University for only one purpose, and that is to get close to Tai Ziyuan and help the senator establish some kind of direct connection with him. And then, Zhang Xiaoming looked at him with slight surprise. She continued, other than the Double Moon Festival Ball, I have no other way to get close to the mysterious heir of the Tai family. Oh, right, you might not know his true identity yet. Sulu shook his head and stopped this question. He asked calmly, and then, no matter what Zhang Xiaoming said, Sulu only replied with 3 words, and then. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him quietly. She took off a pink cotton glove from her hand and put it on his hand. She lowered her head and said softly, You don't seem surprised at all, and you don't seem angry. Actually, the number of strange things I've encountered in my life is more than you can imagine. Sulu put on the glove on his left hand, and his right hand naturally held her hand. He looked at her and said seriously, I just don't understand what these things have to do with what happened between us. I'm a spy. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him seriously. She didn't understand and said, Are you not afraid at all? Sulu muttered a few words in annoyance. He thought to himself, I'm still a fugitive. He sighed and shook his head. He gently parted Zhang Xiaoming's hair under her cap. He looked at her smooth forehead and said with pity, If this is your secret, I guessed a long time ago, but I didn't think that the truth, I guess, was the truth. Zhang Xiaoming laughed bitterly. She turned her head and looked at the sky outside the railings. She said, I know I hurt you, and I shouldn't have said these things. But if I don't explain it to you, I will feel very bad. You wanted to get close to Tai Ziyuan, so you left me. Sulu helped her organize the messy information. After a moment of silence, he said, And now you realize that I know Tai Ziyuan. If you wanted to get close to him, it would have been more convenient for you to stay by my side. You didn't look for me for so many days. It is clear that you don't want to look back. If I were to return to you under these circumstances, it would be an insult to both of us. Zhang Xiaoming let go of his hand and held her face. Her face was full of relief and determination. I won't let myself do such a thing. Su Li's mood was slightly better. You once asked me what I thought of George Carlin's theory and the people in S2. I once said that I sympathized with them and was willing to support them, but I don't understand. Is it because you're willing to sacrifice something? You can sacrifice the love between us? Zhang Xiaoming's nose wrinkled in distress. She sighed and said, Maybe you think it is funny, but it is my belief, and I will definitely return to S2 in the future. Your dream is to be the chief engineer of the Shell Motor Company. The two of us don't have a future to begin with. Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. You are here today. It seems that the people you serve have new requirements for you. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He said mockingly, I respect any belief, but a belief that requires one to sacrifice one's feelings and betray one's feelings, in my opinion, is a disgusting thing. Zhang Xiaoming felt his anger. She silently changed the topic. The pressure on S2 is too great. The soldiers and workers living in the mountains are about to be attacked by the federal military. And the only ones who can change the will of the Federation government are those big families. Tai Ziyuan is the heir of the Tai family, one of the 7 big families. If Senator Macklin can gain his trust, he will be able to help the people in the mountains get through these difficult times. In your opinion, I betrayed the feelings between us for some illusory belief. But in reality, I'm doing this for the sake of those fresh lives. After a long silence, Su Lu said, I haven't seen Tai Ziyuan for many days. I may not be able to help you on your side. I just want to confess everything to you. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him. Her eyes were filled with tears. Su Lu took her into his arms. His hand slipped in her brown windbreaker, sticking close to her soft and warm body. He hugged her tightly and refused to let go. He sniffed the faint fragrance around her neck and said, You are my first woman. Zhang Xiaoming leaned into his arms and said, You are my first man. I like you. I like you too. Are you really going to leave me? Yes. Then what is it between us? What was that night? Was it charity for a poor man like me before he died? Su Li's voice suddenly became angry. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and held his chin like a kitten. She said faintly, "Just think of it as charity for me. Maybe then you won't be so unhappy. Have you ever thought that those big shots who play politics are just using you? Have you ever thought that you're just a girl who doesn't know anything? You're very childish." Su Lu stood up straight, forgetting that she was still a young girl who wasn't even 20 yet. She looked into Zhang Xiaoming's eyes with melancholy. Zhang Xiaoming smiled, but tears began to flash in her eyes. Her nasal voice was very strong. She said with a sniffling voice, "I am still young. I have to be childish while I can." At this moment, Su Lu knew that he couldn't persuade her to leave that strange world. He vaguely understood the philosophy and thoughts of some people in this world. At this moment, he began to understand this girl's stubbornness and began to feel the sadness that came early. Chapter 112. After the fireworks bloomed, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming walked down the Iron Tower. The stairs were so long, but the two of them hoped it would be longer. Just as the New Year bell rang, they warmed each other and held hands like a real couple. They strolled along the bustling streets of Linhai, not thinking or thinking about anything. When they walked in front of the big holographic screen at the intersection of the city center with freshly baked bread in hand, it was the last-minute countdown of the 66th year of the constitutional calendar. There's a sea of people at the intersection of the street. Young people with excited and praying expressions were watching the constantly changing numbers on the holographic screen. Su Lu smiled. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoming in his arms and said, "See? Actually, most people's lives are normal and full like this." The crowd was crowded, and the chill of winter was forced back. Zhang Xiaoming, whose cheeks were slightly red, took off her hat and said, "But we can't always just look at the surface." The two of them were silent in the sea of people, quietly cuddling together. It was strange to say that this young man and woman were used to being silent in front of others. Only when they were together did they seem to have more words and expressions. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the numbers on the huge screen changed, the people in the square at the crossroads began to loudly count down. Their voices became louder and louder, more and more orderly, shaking the two bright moons in the sky. 3, 2, 1. The numbers finally reached 0, and the 66th year of the constitutional era took its last step. The second hand of a new year welcomed the cheers of countless people and ribbons in the square. Happy New Year! Happy New Year 67. People happily waved the scarves and hats in their hands and blew the trumpets to add noise to the New Year's atmosphere. Their companions began to hug each other, and the young men took advantage of the New Year's atmosphere to bravely hug the girls they didn't know. Zhang Xiaoming held back her laughter as she was dragged away by Su Lu away from this noisy and dangerous area. At certain moments, the possessiveness and jealousy displayed by young men would be extremely cute, making a girl's heart feel sweet. However, that trace of sweetness turned into calmness and disappointment in an instant. She looked at Su Lu and said, "My mission has failed, so it's also over. There's no meaning in staying in Yue University anymore. I'll probably return to S2 the day after tomorrow." Su Lu remained silent. He didn't say anything like waiting for her. After this parting, he didn't know when they would meet again. He also didn't try to keep her. The situation in the 4 prefectures was too critical. She had to return to the place she missed and fight with those strangers. "Be careful." He lowered his head and put the glove back on her hand. He gently held it and then gave her a New Year's hug. Suddenly, his gaze moved from Zhang Xiaoming's shoulder to the hologram screen in confusion. This was because he discovered that the face of Jian Shu, who was doing the New Year's greeting on the Federation TV station, had suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a very familiar news anchor. At the same time, Su Lu wasn't the only one who noticed the change in the hologram screen. The people in the square at the end of the street also looked at the hologram screen in confusion. The female news anchor's expression was slightly flustered. She said, "Now we'll broadcast a piece of news that our station has just received." After saying this, the good news anchor immediately calmed down. "A piece of news from a reliable source has confirmed the Federation TV station's news often had a break in breaking news, but on this special occasion of the new year, It was undoubtedly a very important thing to do. The people in the square at the end of the street quieted down. They looked at the huge hologram screen with a trace of uneasiness and listened to the female news anchor's voice in the air. The female news anchor's voice was a bit hurried, but there was an unconcealable joy between her eyebrows. The people in the Federation who were watching this news immediately felt relieved. It seemed that the president was not assassinated, nor was it the Empire taking advantage of the Federation's new year to launch a brazen invasion. Then what kind of good news would make the Federation TV station's director make the decision to break in the broadcast at the first possible moment? Just half an hour ago, the Federation Management Committee member Mr. Pabre's transport plane has landed at the Green Dragon Mountain Airport in Region S2. The Green Dragon Mountain Airport is the only air passage between Green Dragon Mountain and the outside world. Currently, it is still under the control of the anti-government forces. The following is the image that our station has just received. The people in the square at the end of the street looked at the hologram screen in disbelief. They saw a tall man wearing a gray windbreaker under the protection of several aides walking down the gangway of a shabby transport plane. And below the transport plane, several leaders of the anti-government forces greeted him with a serious expression. The tall man's face was a bit dark. The lines of his face were as sharp as a knife, showing this person's resolute character. His lips were a bit thick. He was the rising political star of the Federation in the past 2 years. Member Pabre, who was deeply supported by the majority of the middle and lower class people. In the news image on the hologram screen, Member Pabre's broad right hand and the hand of the leader of the anti-government forces were tightly clasped together. At the same time, the Federation TV station's news anchor's voiceover continued to sound. We don't know when Member Pabre left the Capital Special District and went to the Green Dragon Mountain military area, but according to the press release sent by the member's office, Member Pabre's trip was invited by the anti-government forces leader Nanshui to negotiate a settlement agreement. According to the latest news, the two sides have reached an agreement on the specific details of the agreement. Within the next 48 hours, the anti-government forces will fully withdraw from the 4 states around the mountain, maintaining an effective zone of peace between them and the government forces. Member Pabre's office has publicly called for the government and the military to maintain a restrained attitude before the settlement agreement is signed. At the same time, they said that the specific provisions of the settlement agreement will be sent to the Management Committee and the President's office in the shortest time possible. Member Pabre believes that this settlement agreement will certainly satisfy the dignity and demands of all parties. According to our station's reporters in the 4 states, before 8 o'clock last night, the anti-government forces had already begun to withdraw, but no one expected that this was to welcome Member Pabre's sudden visit. According to analysts, the reason why Member Pabre's office showed such confidence in the press release is because the member has already obtained some kind of promise from the leader of the anti-government forces, Nanshui. The anti-government forces will make great concessions in the negotiations and accept the 3 key conditions put forward by the government. The crowd in the square at the end of the street, who had been quietly listening to the news, finally burst into cheers at this time. Whether it was from the news or from Member Medellin's busy lobbying activities, the people of the Federation guessed that the military operation in Region S2 was about to begin and that a civil war was about to break out. This fact cast a shadow over the new year. However, just after the new year, Member Pabre, who took the risk to travel to the anti-government forces area on a transport plane, brought such a big surprise to the people that they couldn't help but cheer. The president's press release has just responded by welcoming the peaceful intentions shown by the anti-government forces at the arrival of the new year. At the same time, they are grateful to Member Pabre for his tireless efforts for peace, and are grateful to Member Pabre for taking the risk to personally travel to the mountain area. However, the press release also said that Mr. President is temporarily unable to understand the specific contents of the agreement, so he is unable to make a specific evaluation. The Management Committee has temporarily maintained silence. A liaison officer of the member's office, who is willing to be named, expressed doubts about the true purpose of Member Pabre's trip. He also insisted that the action without the authorization of the President and the Management Committee is not legal, and that the legendary reconciliation agreement actually has no legal effect. The crowd in the square let out a series of extremely harsh boos. At this time, if the Federation Management Committee dared to pour cold water on this hard-won peace process, it would only cause the dissatisfaction of all the people of the Federation. The official dared not reveal his identity. It was obvious that he was a member who was unwilling to serve him. In the next election, he would be mercilessly abandoned by the angry people. The news footage on the hologram changed to the image of the withdrawal of the anti-government forces that the television station had just received. The anti-government forces wearing dark military uniforms were methodically sitting in armored vehicles along the rugged mountain road and retreating into the deep mountains and forests. Immediately after, the news anchor's voice sounded again. The Ministry of Defense still has not officially responded. According to analysts, the federal military has been preparing for the spring offensive for as long as 2 years. It is impossible for them to slow down the pace of preparation for war because of the reconciliation agreement reached by Member Pabre alone with the anti-government forces. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense, citing that today is a public holiday, rejected our request for an interview. When she said this, the female anchor's expression was very serious, but her voice deliberately paused. It was obvious that she wanted to use the ridiculous excuse of the Ministry of Defense to be booed by all the people of the Federation. General Zhou Yingxing, the Deputy Director of Logistics of the Ministry of Defense, said in his personal capacity during an interview with our station, "As a loyal soldier of the Federation, he will firmly carry out every order of Mr. President and the Management Committee. However, he is more willing to let the mechas and bullets of the Federal Army pour down on the land of the Empire people. He is very optimistic about the future prospects of this reconciliation agreement. All the signs show that Senator Prabble's adventure has already borne a lot of fruit. Peace may come, but civil war may not start." The female anchor on the hologram looked at the camera and said with a smile, "Without a doubt, this is the best New Year's gift that Member Pabre has given to all the people of the Federation in the 67th year of the constitutional calendar." Hearing the cheers around him and hearing the voice of Member Pabre, Su Lu retracted his gaze from the hologram. He couldn't believe his ears and laughed happily. He looked at Zhang Xiaoming beside him and said, "It looks like you don't have to rush back." Zhang Xiaoming looked at the images on the hologram in disbelief. She asked in surprise and doubt, "Why wasn't there any news beforehand?" The member of parliament doesn't seem to know either. Right at this moment, Su Li's phone rang. A familiar voice that he hadn't heard for a long time came from the other end of the phone. That voice was full of fatigue and faint satisfaction. "My work is done. Where are you? Have a drink with me." Chapter 113. The bar was full of people celebrating the new year. Stimulated by the alcohol and the good news that had just been broadcasted on the news, people were talking loudly about something and toasting people they didn't know. Sulu struggled to walk to a quiet corner of the bar. When he saw the 2 empty bottles of hard liquor in front of Shi Qinghai, he couldn't help but shake his head. Shi Qinghai was still wearing his wrinkled suit, and his whole body was emitting a sour smell. There was nothing on the table except for a few bottles of amber hard liquor, 2 wine glasses, and a bucket of ice. "Zhang Xiaoming didn't come with you?" Shi Qinghai lazily opened his eyes. Although he had already downed 2 bottles of hard liquor, the eyes of this yuppie-looking official from the Bureau of Investigation were still clear and bright, without a trace of drunkenness. Sulu admired Shi Qinghai's alcohol tolerance the most. He sighed and poured himself a thin layer of alcohol, but added 7 ice cubes. He replied, "She had a party at home today, so she went back first." In fact, Zhang Xiaoming didn't want to go back to that stale home where she only knew how to socialize in high society. However, she had confessed to Su Lu that she was a spy, so naturally, Su Lu wouldn't bring her to meet Shi Qinghai. After all, Shi Qinghai was an official from the Bureau of Investigation of the Federation. Thinking of Zhang Xiaoming, Su Li's expression gradually froze. He couldn't completely understand what was on a girl's mind. "We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why did that woman come back to you?" Shi Qinghai saw his expression and frowned. When he found out that Zhang Xiaoming and Su Lu were together over the phone, he immediately guessed that it was related to Senator Macklin. Thinking that the female student might want to get close to Tai Ziyuan by returning to Su Lu, he couldn't hide the disgust in his heart. He said coldly, "Did you forget what happened before the ball?" Su Lu smiled honestly. Although he couldn't guess what Shi Qinghai was worried about, he could tell that he was concerned about him. He avoided the question and said, "Let's talk about you. What kind of secret mission made you leave for so long? I went to the 4th Department to look for you, but even your staff members didn't know where you were." "Well, since it's a secret mission, of course those little bastards wouldn't know." Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Nominally, I just took a 2-month leave and went to the tropical south for a vacation." "Since that's the case, of course, you can't tell me about the mission," Su Lu said. Shi Qinghai shrugged and silently agreed. He lay on the sofa comfortably and drank while watching the TV in the bar. The TV screen was still repeating the breaking news. On the screen, Counselor Pavel looked very calm as he walked up the gangway. The wind in the S2 Green Dragon Mountain area made his windbreaker flutter in the wind. Shi Qinghai looked at the screen and pursed his thin lips. He narrowed his eyes and fell in a deep thought. In the past few days, he had been very busy. The communication between the Tai family and the anti-government army was all done by him alone. He had to negotiate the conditions, send the information back and forth, and clash of wills. It was very tiring for him. The second in command of the anti-government army had left Linhai a long time ago, so he had to do everything by himself. He used a secret channel and devoted himself to this shocking behind-the-scenes deal. Not only did he have to avoid the attention of the Federation government, but he also had to avoid the surveillance of the Tai family. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe, and he didn't even have time to take a shower. Now that everything was over, and both parties had reached an agreement, the past few days of hard work and tension seemed to have exchanged for a good result. Looking at Senator Pabre, whose face was as dark as iron, on the screen, he suddenly felt a little exhausted. "Did you know? This guy who looks like a rock on the screen will become our president next year." Shi Qinghai put down his wine glass and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and sighed in satisfaction. He bitterly added in his heart, "At least before this guy is officially elected president, I should be safe in the Federation." Looking at Senator Pabre shaking hands with the leader of the anti-government army on the screen, Shi Qinghai was amazed by the influence of the Tai family in the Federation. Choosing to make Pabre appear in front of all the Federation citizens during the new year in the form of a breaking news event, it had to be said that this was a way to maximize the benefits. But the key was that the Tai family had to have this kind of control over the media, as well as the ability to judge the countless factions within the Federation government. Only then could this news event catch everyone off guard. If the citizens of the Federation could really get rid of the shadow of the Civil War, then they would definitely remember for a very long time that when everyone was celebrating the new year, a distinguished senator of the Federation took a great risk and secretly went to the mountainous area controlled by the anti-government army and reached a peace agreement with the anti-government army. From today onwards, it will be very difficult for people to forget the moment when Senator Pabre, wearing a trench coat, walked down the gangway of the transport aircraft with a calm expression. "It's this year." Su Lu reminded Shi Qinghai that it was already past 12 o'clock. He shook his head and said, "Although I also like Senator Pabre very much, the political aspect is too far away from us. I don't know if he can successfully get elected. Trust me, he is already the president." Shi Qinghai smiled a little tiredly. He thought to himself that if Senator Pabre still couldn't grasp this opportunity under such a wave of public opinion, then it could only mean that the higher-ups in the organization and the Tai family had all misjudged him at the same time. At the same time, he also thought that the ordinary citizens of the Federation only saw this scene on the news today, but they didn't know that in order for this to happen on time on the new year, the two parties involved in this incident had secretly negotiated many times. In the end, they were able to sign the agreement in the end. The ordinary citizens also didn't know how much inside information was hidden behind this seemingly legendary senator's journey of reconciliation. Sure, Qinghai knew all of these inside information because he was the person involved. He quietly looked at Su Lu and thought about the conversation at the Double Moon Festival ball. He thought about how his good friend in front of him would probably never know about the important role he played in this incident, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. After stuffing out the cigarette, Shi Qinghai raised his wine glass and said to Su, "To the peace of the Federation." Su Lu raised his wine glass and replied with a smile, "To our future president." Shi Qinghai downed the strong wine in one gulp, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Yes, to our president." The busy workers had already left, and the light screen connected by the optical fiber had also been dismantled and was ready to be transported away. Tai Yuan stood on the second floor and looked down at the empty hall, but it was as if he could still see the computer light screen that displayed the important information of the major forces of the Federation, and the workers who were responsible for determining the specific links and analyzing the reactions of all parties after the incident. This was a villa on the outskirts of Linhai, and it was the property of the Tai family. In the past few days, this villa had become a temporary decision-making room, specifically responsible for dealing with the negotiations with the S2 anti-government army. In the past few days, the light screen was always on, and the workers were always busy, walking as if they were running. Tai Yuan's lips slightly curved, and he smiled. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he finally had full authority. For the first time, he truly began to independently handle a major event that could affect the entire Federation. Under the close supervision of Lady Tai, with the help of countless workers from the family, and after many days of exhaustion, he was finally satisfied to see that his work had a good result. He only saw the news on a light screen once, but he saw the news 4 minutes before anyone in the Federation, and even the president. This was because this piece of news had passed his review and was sent to the news department of the Federal Television Station. The Federation TV station was the national TV station, and no company, no tycoon, not even the legendary 7 families had the ability to completely control it. But countless forces would try to reach out their hands in the Federation TV station. And the Tai family, who had always been low-key and steady, was the most important news department of the Federation TV station and had the most powerful influence. Tai Yuan held the railing with both hands and recalled the scene in his mind. He was very satisfied with Mr. Pabre's performance in front of the camera. He believed that in the near future, Mr. Pabre's campaign office would definitely choose that scene as the most important poster cover and paste it all over the Federation streets to win him countless votes. Thinking about this, the youth couldn't help but smile, and he was very satisfied with his work these past few days. The negotiations with the anti-government forces were exceptionally difficult because the other party was still unwilling to give in to the 3 most important conditions proposed by the Federation government. And if Tai Yuan couldn't convince the other party to give in, then even if he reluctantly signed the agreement, he was afraid that in front of the president and the management committee, he wouldn't be able to get a shred of approval. The negotiations continued until the last moment. At that time, Mr. Pabre had secretly boarded the Tai family's private spaceship and arrived at the mountainous 4 states of Region S2. That inconspicuous transport aircraft was already full of fuel, and the old-fashioned engine was already roaring, but the 2 parties in charge of the negotiations still hadn't reached an agreement. Reaching an agreement was very important, but the timing of reaching an agreement was actually even more important. Both parties knew very well what it meant for Mr. Pabre to choose the time of the new year, so the anti-government forces kept delaying it, inevitably because they wanted to use the time to exchange for benefits. In the end, it was Mr. Pabre himself who spoke from under the transport aircraft. If the anti-government forces still insisted, then he would rather take the risk of becoming a laughingstock in the political world after the matter was exposed and return to the capital directly on the spaceship. It was precisely through this small interlude that Tai Yuan once again confirmed that his opinion of Mr. Pabre was correct. This Mr. Pabre did indeed have a sincerity and persistence that was rarely seen in the Federation's political circles. Tai Yuan was very willing to see such a person become the president of the Federation. "Young master, we should be leaving." Butler Jean walked up behind him, and quietly looked at his side profile, smiling slightly. He knew very well what kind of satisfaction and tiredness a young man would feel after completing such a political operation on his own for the first time. Yeah, I can finally relax. Tai Yuan sighed and said, "What's my schedule for tomorrow?" Chapter 114. Does anyone know my itinerary for the next day? No. Tai Yuan looked at Steward Jean and said with a smile, "If that's the case, where's the danger coming from?" According to the internal analysis of the Federation Investigation Bureau, under the current circumstances, the families supporting the presidential candidates should be angry enough with the young master. It's all just speculation, Tai Yuan said. In a few months' time, I'll be leaving Yue University and heading to the West Woods for military service. Don't tell me you still expect me to be surrounded by bodyguards from my family while I'm in the military camp? On the first day of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, the snowstorm in Linhai University town raged as usual, covering the entire large city group in snow and ice. Families celebrating the new year were happily shopping on the streets, while students who lived alone in other places were more used to hiding under the warm blankets of their apartments and playing games. However, this habit was broken by a concert this year. All the major campuses were quiet, but the comprehensive gymnasium by the Rose River in the northwest corner of the university town was bustling with noise and excitement. Su Lu brushed off the snow on his body and took a deep breath. He raised his head and looked at the huge hologram above the gymnasium. Looking at the familiar purple-haired girl's radiant face on the hologram, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Back in the Donglin region, orphans like them could only stare at the Jianshuier on the TV screen and shout unrealistic slogans. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, there would be a day when they could see Jianshuier with their own eyes on the capital ring? Jianshuier was a superstar in the Federation. Perhaps using the term superstar was a bit inappropriate, because there were as many stars in the Federation as there were stars in the sky. But stars like Jianshuier were extremely rare. It should be said that this purple-haired girl, who was not yet 18 years old, had quickly occupied the hearts of all the Federation citizens from the day she appeared on Channel 23 of the Federation. Whether it was her sometimes playful and sometimes soft purple hair, her large eyes that seemed to speak, or the warship commander uniform she wore in the TV series for various historical periods, she had become the favorite topic of conversation among the Federation citizens in the past few years. Whenever Su Lu thought of Jianshuier, he also felt that this girl was a true legend. It was said that Jianshuiyer's parents died when she was young, and because of a coincidence, she walked onto the Federation's television screen. At that time, she was only playing the role of an adopted orphan in a long-lived family comedy. At that time, Jianshuier was not yet 12 years old. Her pair of watery eyes revealed the pitiful expression of a little rabbit, and that youthful and adorable face would flash a cheerful smile from time to time. In just one night, she had defeated all the Federation citizens who were born with a natural tendency to pity the weak. This long-lived family comedy ended after 6 years. Although Jianshuier only participated in the last 1.5 years, the character she played, who was sometimes weak and sometimes strong like an adult, became the most popular character in this comedy. Channel 23 of the Federation television station very cleverly grasped the public's preferences. 1.5 months later, they released the intergalactic TV series Full Metal Rush, which had been running until today. This TV series depicted the entire course of a female Federation warship commander, from her entrance into the military academy, to her internship, and finally her participation in the war against the Empire. The scriptwriter's skill was extraordinary, successfully portraying a female lead who had the wisdom and composure of an adult, but at the same time also had the charm of a young girl. This female lead was naturally played by Jianshuier. As soon as this TV series was released, it immediately received an unprecedented response. It successfully broke the viewership ratings record of all the Federation television stations, except for the news channel. And the little girl who dyed her hair purple became one of the Federation's leading idols. At present, the plot of this TV series had just reached the point where the Enterprise led by Colonel Jianshar had broken through the debris flow and was about to arrive at the Great District of Silin. If this trend continued, perhaps they would really have to film according to Jianshir's age until she had gone through her entire adolescence and stepped into true adulthood. The TV station chief was not in a hurry, and the audience of the Federation was not in a hurry either. They watched the birth of a legend in the history of television, and there was only joy in their hearts. A star who starred in a TV series at the age of 11 and a half, who became famous throughout the universe at the age of 14, and who began to bear the pressure of advertising on the Federation television station, could definitely be called a legend. What was even more legendary was the incident that happened in the 64th year of the constitutional era. The Angry Children's Rights Protection Fund, after failing to negotiate with the TV station, sued the Federation television station, as well as the department in charge of the TV station, the Radio Management Committee of the President's Office, to the court. The Foundation believed that the Federation television station, as a public property, had ignored the rights of children and continuously squeezed Jian Shui'er's rest and learning time. This was unacceptable, and Jian Shui'er's popularity in the Federation would bring about a very bad trend, which would make the Federation government neglect the protection of children's rights. This lawsuit caused a stir in the Federation for a while, and the matter became more and more serious. It went from the court of first instance to the local circuit court, and finally to the Supreme Court. The two sides of the lawsuit were still arguing nonstop. Public opinion remained silent on this matter, because the public of the Federation could not stand firm on this matter. Those who were busy with work during the day were most used to watching the incomparably cute little girl on the holographic screen when they returned home, and their pity for Jian Shui'er came from the bottom of their hearts. They did not want this little girl to be so busy filming every day that she did not have her own life. The lawsuit became more and more serious, and the Children's Rights Protection Fund, which had a strong background, kept expanding the list of defendants. The Federation television station, the satellite service provider, and even the BD Zhuang Chun viewership survey agency were all defendants in this lawsuit. In the end, the Foundation even sued two members of the Federation who were in charge of reviewing the content of the TV station. The director of the president's office, who publicly said that Jian Shui'er should be allowed to choose her own content, was naturally not spared. The climax of this dispute in the Supreme Court was in the autumn of the 64th year of the constitutional calendar, when Jianshi personally appeared in court to defend herself. In the solemn court, Jianshi, who was dressed in plain clothes, adorably rubbed her fluffy purple hair and said to the live broadcast camera, "I am very grateful for the efforts that the Foundation has made for me. I also understand that the Foundation is worried that the rights of minors will not be fully protected, even without any preconditions. But I just want to say that all the decisions that I have made are my own, and I like them." The three words, "I like them," seemed simple, but it expressed the attitude of the number one star of the Federation. The Children's Rights Protection Fund still did not give up. They requested that the agreement be ruled invalid on the grounds that Jian Shui'er was not yet 14 years old when she signed the contract with the Federation television station, and that there was no legal guardian's signature on the agreement. At this time, the chief judge of the Federation, who was already 79 years old and had a head of white hair, glared fiercely at the lawyer representing the Foundation. He waved the thin pieces of paper in his hand and said, "In my hand is Jian Shui'er's report card for this year. All of them are A+. I also have countless materials that can prove that acting in the TV series did not affect her studies. I know the results of Jian Shui'er's IQ test, but I will not tell you." The chief judge of the Federation looked like an old child. He smiled and looked at the cameras in the court and the stunned lawyers. "I just want to say that a child like her, no matter what career she chooses in the future, will make great contributions to the Federation. But since she has chosen to fill the spiritual life of the people of the Federation as an old man, I can only show respect." The lawyer of the Foundation raised his hand to signal for him to speak. Chief Judge Ying waved his hand in annoyance and said, "She is not yet 14 years old, so the legal documents she signed are indeed useless. But this legal document, I recognize its usefulness because she is Jian Shui'er. The long-lasting and influential lawsuit became the best news material for the Federation television station news channel, except for the Civil War. The final result of the lawsuit, especially the last sentence of the chief judge of the Federation, made Jian Shui'er's position in the hearts of the Federation's citizens even higher. At that time, there was a very interesting phenomenon. The two channels with the highest ratings in the entire Federation were broadcasting Jian Shui'er. It was just that Channel 23 was broadcasting the TV series she acted in, while the news channel was broadcasting the strange lawsuit about her. The two channels relied on Jian Shui'er and kept fighting in the ring, which was considered interesting for a while. But who can say that the lawsuit was not more exciting than the TV series? Today was the release of Jian Shui'er's new song, as well as her first solo concert. Except for the ending song of the TV series, Jian Shui'er had never sung a song. Today's new song release was not in the Capital Special District, nor in the largest city in S1. Instead, it was in Linhai University City. This made the officials and people of Linhai feel extremely proud. Just by looking at the expensive transportation outside the hall, one would know that many state legislators came with their families to watch today. Sulu took out the ticket in his pocket and walked into the hall. His expression was calm, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. For the people of Donglin, the superstar of the Federation, Jian Shui'er, was definitely not as simple as an idol. After the industrial decline, the citizens of Donglin, who relied on the welfare of the Federation to barely survive, were used to seeing Jian Shui'er's face every day in their boring lives. After a long period of companionship, the people of Donglin felt that Jian Shui'er was not a distant and unreachable star, but more like their little sister next door. Day after day, she accompanied them at dinner time, their coffee time, their drunken time. Habit was a very powerful force that subtly conquered the lives of the people of Donglin. Habit was a kind of love. Perhaps it was not the kind of love between a man and a woman, but it was still love. Chapter 115. According to the symbol on the ticket, Su Lu came to a special passage. The passage was very quiet, which made him feel slightly uneasy. The beautiful lady who checked the ticket scanned the barcode of his ticket and then checked the first layer of his microchip identity. Her face showed a trace of surprise, and then she smiled and welcomed him in. This location is better than the mayor's and Councilman High's box. I wonder who he is. He must be a weirdo. He's dressed so shabbily. Who can tell he's a big shot? Sulu had been cultivating the power in his body for the past few years, so his hearing was better than the average person. Even after walking for more than 10 meters, he could still hear the discussion of the girls who checked the tickets behind him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was snowing and windy today, but he was still wearing that old military trench coat and holding a VIP ticket in his hand. It was indeed a bit strange. He immediately remembered that this ticket was given to him by Tai Ziyuan. When he thought about how he had somehow gotten to know the successor of a big family, his feelings became more and more complicated. Outside the best individual box above the main stage of the stadium, Su Lu was stopped by the agents in black suits. They carefully checked him, and after confirming that there were no problems, they let him in. Su Lu didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He knew that if he were to enter the box and stay with that kid, he would definitely be constantly checked. The only thing that puzzled him was that he clearly had that exquisite stun baton hidden in his boots. Why did the agent check his feet unintentionally miss it? Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the private room, a light floral fragrance wafted out. It wasn't cloying at all. Su Li's spirits were lifted as he looked at the large pot of 1,000 star flowers by the floor-to-ceiling window. He saw a skinny youth with a slightly pale complexion standing beside the flower tree that was about as tall as a person. That's right. Although Sulu already knew about Meng Zhiyuan's family background and knew that he was one of the people standing at the top of the Federation, which had a population of tens of billions, when they met again after a few days, Sulu still subconsciously thought of Meng Zhiyuan as that pitiful guy who had fainted in his arms and used indifference and calmness to hide his fondness for commoner food. I was wondering if you would come. Tai Zhiyuan turned around, smiled at Sulu, and said, "This ticket is my thank you gift. If you don't accept it, I will be disappointed. Since you gave it to me, of course I will come. Also, I said through the communication device that I have liked Jian Shui'er since I was young. Sulu walked over to him and raised his knife-like eyebrows. He knew very well that this young man in front of him was not an ordinary person and would not interact with him like a normal friend. This was because in front of others, the other would always naturally reveal that kind of aura. However, he tried to treat the other like a normal person because he believed that this was how friends should interact if the two of them could become true friends in the future. Tai Ziyuan was not surprised to hear Sulu answer him like this, because he knew what kind of person Sulu was. The corners of his lips curled up, and he quite admired how the other was still so stubborn in front of him. He smiled and said, Jian Shui'er is younger than you. If she heard what you said, she would definitely be so sad that she would not be able to eat. Sulu walked to his side, sniffing the fragrance of the 1,000-star flowers. He looked at the empty stage not far below the floor-to-ceiling glass and suddenly thought of something. He asked hesitantly, Do you know Jian Shui'er? Although Jian Shui'er was the most popular star in the Federation, with Tai Ziyuan's status as the heir of one of the 7 great families, it should not be difficult for him to get to know her. Tai Ziyuan shook his head. I've been transferring schools all these years since she debuted. So how could I know her? But I've seen a few of her TV shows, and she really is a very cute little girl. For him, there were no stars in the world that were worth being infatuated with. In his position, he would look at everything with an appreciative gaze, but he would never be as emotionally invested as Sulu. Perhaps this in itself was a kind of tragedy. Sulu smiled and said, That's good. I was quite worried that I would hear the bloody and teary history of these stars from the mouths of big shots like you. You can't imagine how big of a blow it is to people like us when our idols are disillusioned. You think too much. Tai Ziyuan could hear the hidden meaning in Su Li's words. He laughed and said, We're not crocodiles that eat people without spitting out the bones. You don't have to always think of us in the dark. Of course, I won't deny that some people like to use celebrities as a symbol of their strength. But those people don't include me. He added in his heart. Moreover, no one would dare to use Jian Shui'er as a symbol of their strength, unless those rich young masters were really tired of living. After Butler Jean arranged the food and drinks, he bowed to the two of them and left the luxurious private room. At this time, only the 2 young people were left in the private room. The atmosphere of the conversation suddenly became much more relaxed, and it was more like they were back in the H1 lounge. However, the conversation did not start for long before it came to an abrupt end. This was because Su Li's eyes suddenly froze, and it was as if the wind and snow outside the gymnasium had frozen into 2 icicles. He did not blink and did not move as he stared blankly below the floor-to-ceiling window. The gymnasium was dark. There was only a stage, and there was only one person on the stage. A purple-haired girl under the age of 18 walked out of the darkness and bathed in the light. The music started. This luxurious private room was directly facing the large holographic screen of the gymnasium. It was not far from the stage. It was the best position to watch the concert. There is no need for binoculars to clearly see the beautiful and cute face of the purple-haired girl on the holographic screen. The voice input alone made it so that the room could hear the most vivid voice of Jian Shui'er. However, Su Lu still stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze, looking at the distant figure on the stage. He watched as she changed into her costume, watched as she introduced her new song with some difficulty, and watched as she, who should have only existed in his imagination, appeared in front of his eyes. Far away on the horizon, but right in front of his eyes. He did not know how long he had been standing there. Who knew how many times those melodious songs had been played? But Su Li's posture did not change at all. Tai Ziyuan had long lost his patience to keep him company. He sat back down on the comfortable sofa, picked up a glass of low-alcohol wine, and sipped slowly. His gaze would occasionally glance at Jian Shui'er's face on the holographic screen outside the window, and occasionally close his eyes to listen carefully to the first sounds of this most popular celebrity of the Federation. However, most of the time, his gaze would fall thoughtfully on Su Lu, who was standing by the window. He believed that he knew very well what kind of person Su Lu was. He was calm, passionate, sincere, and upright. He was not greedy for vanity, and had an innate aversion to seeking connections with the rich and powerful. He was a fellow who was quite lucky to have caught the eye of Professor Jean. This fellow had a talent in Mecca that Tai Ziyuan still could not understand, but he was exceptionally low-key. However, at this moment, as he stared at Su Li's back, Tai Ziyuan suddenly found that he could not quite see through this fellow. Why would a young man who had to work so hard to maintain his dignity and composure in front of him lose his composure like this in front of a female celebrity that only young men and women would be madly infatuated with? No, this was not losing his composure. This was a state where he was completely immersed in the performance, forgetting everything else around him. Tai Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, especially when his sharp eyes noticed that Su Li's eyes seemed to be a little bright in the reflection of the full-length window, as if they were wet. He could no longer control his surprise. He stood up and walked over to the window. Su Li stared silently at that incomparably familiar, yet incomparably unfamiliar purple-haired girl on the stage below the window. Watching her release her charms like a goddess under the lights, he felt his entire body stiffen. His fingers resting on the full-length window were somewhat numb, and his heart was beating much faster. In the instant that Jian Shui'er had appeared on the stage, Su Li had thought of a proverb from the Federation. When a dream becomes reality and appears before people, people will always treat this reality as a dream. At first glance, Su Li had felt that the purple-haired girl on the stage was not real at all, that she was someone who only existed in his dreams. He felt that everything that was happening now was just a dream. He thought that his disobedient, stiff body and slightly numb fingers were all because of this reason that he could not wake up. However, following the sound of the song, Su Li woke up. He knew that he was in the luxurious box of the Capital Ring Stadium, not outside the coffee shop on Donglin's Bell Tower Street, and not at the top of an abandoned mine. As the song progressed, Su Li gradually calmed down, but he still stared blankly at Jian Shui'er on the stage, his eyes unblinking. He didn't know how many songs she sang, or what song she sang, but he just quietly listened and quietly watched until his eyes gradually became moist. A few years ago, under the green tree in the suburbs of Hushi Province's capital, he had once cried to Jian Shui'er on the hologram screen, saying that he would take her as his wife. But he knew that the tears at that time were only caused by the fatigue of the muscles in his eyes from staring at the components for a long time in the mine's operation room. But now, he really felt very sour in his heart and had the urge to cry. He finally understood why he had always liked Jian Shui'er so much. Even after escaping to S1 Linhai University town, he still did not stop loving that purple-haired girl. It turned out that it was not as simple as liking her. Outside the coffee shop on Bell Tower Street, he, Li Wei, and the group of orphans were laughing and joking as they watched her. On the street, orphans wearing tattered black clothes were laughing and shouting slogans that they wanted to see her. Above the mine, under the dusky twilight of Donglin, he and the uncle held a glass of red wine and silently watched her. To him, Jian Shui'er was not a character that only existed on the hologram screen. She was an idol that was popular throughout the Federation. More than that, she was his memories. Those monotonous but fulfilling memories of his time in Donglin. And now, he was a fugitive from the Federation. He was a completely different person. The days in Donglin could never go back. At this moment, Su Li thought of Uncle Feng Yu, thought of Li Wei and Chang Zi, whose whereabouts were unknown, thought of the people in Hushi Province. His heart was calm and incomparably sour. "What's wrong?" Tai Ziyuan walked to his side and asked with a frown. Chapter 116. The moment he saw Jian Shi, Su Li's heart, which had been heavy for the past year, gradually opened a door. He naturally thought of everything that had happened in the Donglin district and realized that he had never forgotten. That was his past. No matter whose identity the chip behind his neck was impersonating, he was still Su Li. A smile appeared on his ordinary face, and he quietly looked at the purple-haired girl who was singing the last song. "I have to live well in the future," he said. Tai Ziyuan frowned slightly and looked at him. I never realized that someone as honest as you actually had the potential to be a philosopher. You only saw your idol, but you actually managed to connect it with how to live. That's because people like you don't know how difficult it is to live. Sulu smiled. His pair of thick eyebrows, which were raised like throwing knives, began to emit a youthful vigor. The cheers in the stadium were cut off by the wide floor-to-ceiling glass, reducing the frenzied atmosphere by quite a bit. Jian Shui'er, who had already returned backstage, had no intention of returning. Under the soothing accompaniment of the closing song and the soft lighting, the citizens of Linhai City began to reluctantly leave the stadium. Sulu looked at the venue that retreated like a tide under the window. He was calm and silent. Although he didn't really see Jian Shui'er and didn't have close contact with her, he was already very satisfied. He subconsciously took a deep breath, as if he wanted to firmly engrave the memories of today in his mind, so that he could tell Uncle and Li Wei in his dreams. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the 1,000-star flower tree, which was as tall as a person, gently accompanying the youth. The soil in the flower tree was covered with a layer of small white stones. Right at this moment, the door to the luxurious private room opened. Ing Ziyuan placed the wine glass in his hand by the window and was about to put on his coat and leave when a trace of doubt suddenly appeared between his brows. This was because he noticed that Butler Jean, who had pushed open the door and entered, had an ugly expression on his face. This loyal subordinate who had followed his family for many years had always been calm and collected, and he rarely displayed such emotions. What happened? The staff of the Federation Investigation Bureau's Linhai Field Office Station at the Radio Management Committee found an abnormal current wave near the stadium. Butler Jean looked at Tai Ziyuan and said softly. Sulu had already turned around, but he didn't understand what had happened. The Radio Management Committee was responsible for monitoring the television broadcast. What did the abnormal current wave have to do with people like him? Butler Jean quickly continued, it should be some kind of heat current emitted by some large equipment, but it was hidden in the signal band of the satellite, so it wasn't easy to find. At that moment, the door of the luxury box was pushed open again, and the group of black-clad agents from the Special Task Force entered in a line with vigilant expressions. The leader of the agents said in a deep voice, the Special Task Force has received news that there are some problems in Linhai today. After saying this, the leader of the agents, who was about 40 years old, tilted his head and listened carefully to the voice in his earpiece. He then looked up and said directly, we must evacuate immediately. A tense atmosphere suddenly filled the entire luxury box. The agents of the Special Task Force began to contact their colleagues outside the stadium and began to file a report. Their hands were already on the holsters at their waists. The two agents at the door poked their heads out and looked around vigilantly. Sulu was shocked. He didn't expect to be involved in such an incident right after watching Jian Shui'er's concert. Then his eyebrows twitched slightly because he noticed a strange phenomenon in the room. His right hand, which was hanging by his side, slowly lowered and touched the edge of the flower tree. Hearing the leader of the agents, Tai Ziyuan didn't move. He put his jacket on his left arm and looked at Butler Jean quietly. Last night, Butler Jean had already warned him that some forces were starting to become restless. However, he thought that in the Federation Society, which was ruled by law, those families wouldn't have the guts to carry out an assassination in broad daylight. Moreover, he had always had good security around him, and not many people knew that he was going to watch the concert today. Therefore, he followed the scheduled schedule and came. It's possible that hot start noise that we heard could be from a military mecca. Butler Jean glanced at Tai Ziyuan worriedly. This judgment immediately increased the tension in the luxury box. Federation Mecca were strictly controlled by the military. If someone wanted to harm Tai Ziyuan and actually used a military Mecca, it could only mean that the other party's power was unfathomable. More importantly, this was an extremely rare violent method in the strange political history of the Federation, which meant that the other party was crazy. Sulu stood silently behind Tai Ziyuan. After hearing this news, a heavy weight weighed down on his heart. He looked at Tai Ziyuan quietly, not knowing what this friend of his had done to make some people want to assassinate him at all costs. Fortunately, the Thai family's security measures were airtight, and with the cooperation of the Federation government, they were able to monitor the situation in advance. The capital had also given a clear warning. At this time, the people in the box reacted in advance and should be able to leave in time. The two agents at the door of the box held guns in both hands and walked out of the heavy door calmly with their bodies slightly lowered. They began to confirm the safety of the corridor. In the box, a few Special Task Force agents in black suits had already taken out their standard handguns from their holsters and started to push the safety pins with the thumbs of their right hands. At this moment, more than a dozen extremely shrill sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. More than a dozen hard white stones all smashed into the face of one of the agents. With a loud bang, the agent's face was covered in blood. Blood splattered everywhere. With a muffled grunt, the agent opened fire with a handgun in his hand. He opened fire at Tai Ziyuan. Bang, 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 bang. A series of rapid and crisp gunshots rang out in the luxurious box. The gunshots of the agents, which had been processed, were crisp but not loud. It was more like the sound of soybeans being fried. After the crackling sound stopped, the box returned to silence. Only the low sound of gunshots still produced a faint echo in the room. The faint smell of gunfire filled the air. The agent's body lay on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot at least 4 times. His face was badly mangled by the stones, and one of his eyeballs had burst open. The 40-year-old Special Task Force leader lowered the muzzle of his gun and looked around the room. He confirmed that the last shot that the agent had fired had only grazed Tai Ziyuan's body and shot into the wall. Only one of his team members had been hit in the thigh by a stray bullet. It was not fatal. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The Special Task Force agents reacted quickly when they were suddenly attacked by a mole. They killed that person in the shortest amount of time. However, the Special Task Force leader stared blankly at the body in the pool of blood. He could not believe his eyes. He asked softly, "Balmer, this? Why?" The Special Task Force agents were all vetted countless times to confirm their absolute loyalty to the Federation and the law. Only then were they qualified to be personal bodyguards. Why this agent named Balmer shot at Tai Ziyuan and when he was bribed to become an assassin had become a mystery. Even if he was still alive, there was no way he could answer these questions. Under the glory of the First Charter, he had assassinated the heir of the Thai family. His fate had long been sealed. Therefore, the Special Task Force leader could not understand how his team member had become a criminal. "We need to evacuate immediately." The Special Task Force leader reported the incident in the private room to his team members through the intercom. At the same time, he changed the evacuation plan. He looked at Tai Ziyuan and said in a heavy tone, "There is a mole, and the evacuation route is no longer a secret." The Special Task Force leader reported the news of Balmer's betrayal to the Special Task Force officers as quickly as possible. Then, he raised his head and looked deeply at the young man by the window. He should have been grateful to the young man for not letting Tai Ziyuan die and not letting his team of agents become criminals of the Federation. However, his feelings were very complicated and strange. This was because the young man had discovered Balmer's problem earlier than him and the other professionals. Furthermore, he had only used a handful of stones to interfere with Balmer's shooting. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Li's chest kept rising and falling. He was still in a state of nervousness and fear. There were a few white stones scattered around his feet. He thought that if his reaction had been slightly slower, Tai Ziyuan would have been a dead man by now. From the moment the special agent named Balmer entered the private room, Su Lu had noticed his abnormality. This was because this was the special agent who had checked on him outside the private room at the beginning. This special agent actually did not find the stun baton he had hidden in his boots. It was either the special agent's professionalism was extremely poor, or he had something very important on his mind at the time and missed this part of it. Special Task Force agents were responsible for protecting the president and some important political figures. How could they have such poor professionalism? However, what really made Su Lu wary was this agent's reaction after he had entered the private room. When Butler Jean had mentioned that a military mecha might have already been activated in the vicinity of the gymnasium, this agent had remained as calm as the other agents. However, he appeared to be too calm, so calm that not a trace of doubt or shock could be seen in his eyes. Uncle Feng, you had once exclaimed that Su Lu had the gift of being able to read people's minds. Throughout his years as a mechanic, he had developed a pair of keen and observational eyes. In the shortest amount of time, he could notice even the slightest changes around him. Therefore, when he saw the special agents take out their pistols and start to push the safety pins, his eyes began to narrow nervously. When he noticed the special agent, named Balmer, push the safety pin with his thumb, the muzzle of the gun started to move in an extremely inconspicuous manner. When he secretly aimed it at Tai Ziyuan, he moved. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he had to move. His right hand, which was hanging by the side of the flower pot, grabbed a handful of small white stones. The burning sensation in his body and behind his waist surged and turned into a powerful, trembling force. It traveled from his skin to his palm, and he threw it out with all his might. The white stones were mixed with the mysterious power in his body. At that moment, they became as sharp as bullets. Thus, there was an additional corpse on the floor of the private room. Its eyes were split open, and its face was mangled. Chapter 117. Did you see that? My life isn't easy, either. Tai Ziyuan didn't look at the corpse on the ground. A person who couldn't speak wasn't worth paying attention to. He smiled as he spoke to Su Lu. This sentence was obviously directed at Su Lu, who said that people like him didn't know how hard it was to live. Su Lu tilted his head and didn't say anything. In fact, he hadn't completely recovered from the shock of what happened earlier. Although he was the first to notice the abnormality of the agent, the gunfight in front of him made the originally spacious, luxurious private room seem extremely small. The gunshots ended too quickly, so quickly that he didn't even have time to be afraid of stray bullets. Tai Ziyuan didn't say anything like thank you for saving his life again. He couldn't use his own life to repay the favor of saving his life, so it was fine as long as they both kept it in mind. We should go. The middle-aged leader of the agents saw that the young master of the Tai family was still chatting with Su Lu as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but frown and urge them again. At this time, Butler Jean, who had been on the phone all this time, walked over and said calmly, I've already spoken to the director of the Special Task Force. You guys stay in this room for the time being and don't go out. The leader of the agent was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood the meaning of the old butler's words. There was a traitor in his team, and the Tai family no longer trusted them. At least under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to choose not to trust them. He was silent for a moment and decided that this was the only thing he could do at the moment, so he nodded. Butler Jean looked at Tai Ziyuan's side profile and said, The personnel of the security team have entered this area of the stadium and are currently exchanging fire. They should be able to clear this area in 3 minutes. Since that phone call, Tai Ziyuan's security had been transferred from the Special Task Force to the Tai family's own security team. Since the enemy could even infiltrate the Special Task Force and possibly use mechas, then the road leading out of the stadium would definitely be filled with assassins responsible for sniping. At this moment, the members of the Tai family security team had already started exchanging fire with these people. Since Butler Jean had given them 3 minutes, he must have been very confident in his subordinates. Tai Fan listened quietly and then suddenly said, Can you find the location of the military mecha in 3 minutes? No. Butler Jean watched from the corner of his eye as the Special Task Force agents began to make their way to the room beside the private room. He replied softly, It's precisely because we can't that we need to leave as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Tai Ziyuan shook his head. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the stadium below, he said softly, There are over 30,000 spectators. Even if they were to evacuate urgently, it would still take more than 10 minutes. I'll be out in 3 minutes. If that military mecha had chosen to attack at that time, how many people would have died? I don't want innocent citizens to be my meat shield. When Su Lu heard this, a sincere and appreciative smile appeared on his face. Tai Ziyuan looked at him and smiled. He calmly sat back down on the sofa and said to Butler Jean calmly, The enemy must have taken your reaction time into consideration. If we were to leave now, they might be waiting for this moment. If that's the case, why don't we wait? After all, They should be more anxious than us. Butler Jean was silent for a long time. Then, he turned around and left. The phone in his hand was connected again. He continuously issued orders in a low voice, asking for support from the family. At this moment, his phone call represented the will of the Tai family. Every order would be carried out effectively. Every message delivered would cause an unquenchable shock within the Federation. You surprised me. Su Lu sat on the other side of the sofa. He held a glass of wine and took big gulps to suppress the anxiety and nervousness in his heart. Other than when his uncle was being hunted down by the Federal Army, he had never experienced such a big scene in his life. You don't have to praise me. I know that I'm in a privileged class with a strong sense of morality. Tai Yuan took a sip of wine and said with a self-deprecating smile, Actually, you surprised me more. Not to mention your reaction earlier. At least you still have the guts to stay here and drink with me. That's really something. I don't know if I'll be turned into a hornet's nest once I leave the room. Since that's the case, I might as well stay here with you. I think it's safer here. Su Lu smiled bitterly and said honestly, Actually, I'm very nervous. At this time, the members of the Tai family security team had completely taken over the work of the agents. The top floor of the stadium had been confirmed to be safe. However, there were still occasional sounds of gunfire coming from outside the VIP room. The people who were slowly leaving the stadium definitely didn't notice these sounds. However, the two young men in the VIP room knew very well that these sounds were the sounds of special guns firing nonstop. 2 minutes had already passed. The Tai family security team was gradually clearing out the path of retreat. However, no one felt relaxed. According to the reports of those team members, the people on the other side seemed to be a group of well-trained professional soldiers. Then they thought about the military mecca that had been running hot for more than 10 minutes and still hadn't found its exact location. Everyone was very nervous. Sulu was also the same. Although he had experienced some things before, such as personally witnessing a hair-raising mecha battle in the valley in the suburbs of Hushi State Capital, and even having a black gun barrel pointed at his temples several times, he was still very nervous right now. After all, he was just an ordinary young man who had lived a normal life since he was young. This kind of invisible danger was like some kind of chemical fog, making the air in the VIP room seem heavy, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'm very sorry to have dragged you into this. Tai Zuan looked at Su Lu quietly, but there was a hint of meaning in his smile. He said with a smile, Right now, your face seems to be even paler than mine. That's because I'm hungry. Su Lu wasn't lying. Earlier, when he used that mysterious power in his body, his stomach instantly felt hungry. He ate a few snacks and drank a few glasses of wine, but his face still didn't have much of a red flush. However, he didn't know that the sight of him casually eating and drinking on the sofa was in the eyes of Tai Yuan and Butler Jean, a sign that he had a clear mind and was not afraid of external things. It seems that important people like you live a very dangerous life. Sulu shook his head and said, But are you really not afraid at all? Tai Yuan was silent for a long time. He smiled and raised his left hand that had been resting on the sofa's armrest. That hand, which was as thin as a woman's, trembled slightly in the air. Of course I'm afraid. Because I'm still young. I'm destined to do many great things in this life. I can't bear to die, so I'm afraid of death. But I can't let others know that I'm afraid. He paused for a moment, then said with a smile, To be honest, I don't have many such incidents in my life. For me, being assassinated is a very strange experience. Not even once in the past. Sulu asked curiously, as if he wanted to use the conversation to ease the tension in his heart. When I was young, I hid my identity and studied in a primary school in the capital. At the time, I was in the same class as Zhou. Tai Yuan's eyes suddenly became blank. He recalled, then, one day in the 6th grade of primary school, I was preparing to get on the bus when a heavy truck suddenly rushed over from the other end of the street. The truck rushed all the way over. I thought that I was going to die, but unexpectedly, the last tire of the truck suddenly burst. The truck forcibly changed direction about 10 meters in front of me and crashed into a large tree. It wasn't a traffic accident. Later, the police determined that the nature of the accident was a hit and run. The truck crashed into 4 cars on the street, including our school bus. Just looking at the scene, It did look like a car accident. Tai Ziyuan's eyes suddenly became cold. A total of 17 people died. Only 2 students from our class died. When the truck finally changed direction, it was shot by the security personnel of my family who were hiding across the school with an anti-material gun. Tai Ziyuan's brows flashed with a trace of gloom. From that day onwards, I transferred schools. Other than the occasional contact with Zhou Yu, I never returned to that school. I also never went to school with the normal people in the Federation again. My life has only been in danger once. Tai Ziyuan's expression calmed down, and he said, "Our family has only one son for 7 generations, so we have always been very careful about these things. Today is the second time. The first time, my luck was not bad, so I hope that today's luck is not bad." Sulu looked at Tai Ziyuan's slightly pale and thin face, and his heart suddenly sympathized with the other person. He felt that the other person's life yesterday was not much better than his own life as an orphan and fugitive. Thinking about that night in the H1 area, when the person in front of him who was younger than him fainted and helpless in his arms, his heart surged with the urge to protect the other person. "Don't worry, you'll be fine today," Sula said very seriously. "The passage is clear. There is no crowd. We can pass through." In the communication device, someone used a fast and steady voice to report. Wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu walked out of the VIP room under the protection of more than 10 fully armed security personnel and walked out of the gymnasium. There were 2 corpses lying in the elevator reserved for VIPs. The doors of the elevator opened and closed repeatedly, repeating the same process for eternity. There was a series of hurried footsteps on the empty stairs. Su Lu, who was following behind Tai Ziyuan, saw the bullet marks on the wall and the blood around the corner through the glass mask. He listened to his own hurried breathing and quickly followed the group down the stairs. He wondered in his heart how many of the Tai family security personnel had died here today. The gymnasium had already been cleared by the security personnel to ensure that it was safe. The service personnel who were lucky enough to survive the gunfight were gathered in a room. When a group of people walked past the room, Sula could not help but take a look inside. He saw the frightened expressions on the faces of the girls, and he felt slightly perplexed. The stairs led directly to the underground parking lot. The group of people opened the door and saw a black car without any logo. The back door of the black car was already open, and Butler Jean was sitting in the driver's seat. Chapter 118. Seeing this black car without any logo, security personnel wearing dark combat suits rushed out in the shortest time possible and spread out around the car. Although these bodyguards, who were obviously from the military, still maintained vigilance on their faces, the anxiety in their eyes lessened a lot. Sula noticed that Tai Ziyuan in front of him, the muscles on his back that had been tight all this time also relaxed at this moment. The danger was not over. The people present were either well-trained professionals or people like Tai Ziyuan, who had a calmness that was not in line with his age. The only reason for their sudden relaxation was that black car. Su Lu judged that his companions seemed to have infinite confidence in this black car. However, even if his black car was specially made and could be bulletproof, could it withstand the attack of a military mecha? A trace of confusion flashed through Su Li's mind. At the same time, his eyes passed over the black car ceiling that reflected the parking lot lights and fell on the concrete wall directly facing the door. In the luxury box, he was able to discover the mole earlier than the Special Task Force agents because he was an outsider. Secondly, he had extremely keen eyesight and hearing. Thirdly, it was because of his experience in the past year. Since escaping from Donglin, he had been carefully observing and guarding everything around him. He was always worried that one day the police or special forces of the Federation would come and deal with him. Therefore, when he did not feel absolutely safe, he would look at everyone with a suspicious gaze. In all the unusual places, gradually, this seemed to have become an instinct of his. His eyes fell on the concrete wall and found that it was a little wet. At the same time, he faintly heard a sizzling sound, and his heart trembled. This observation and thinking did not take long. At this moment, Tai Ziyuan was under the protection of a bodyguard, using the fastest speed to get into the back of the black car. Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and he used his strength at will. The burning heat broke out again behind his waist, causing him to stomp his feet on the concrete floor. Like a fierce tiger, he pushed Taizu onto the ground and shouted, "Be careful." His reaction was still a moment too slow. A black metal tip suddenly grew out of the slightly wet cement wall opposite the door. It hummed and rotated, and in a very short time, it pierced through the entire cement wall. It was very easy, like a knife piercing through a thin piece of paper. The cement wall couldn't withstand the force of the metal drill and instantly fell apart, scattering into countless pieces of cement and flying in all directions of the underground parking lot. A black mech about 5 meters tall slowly walked out from behind the broken cement wall. This scene was extremely shocking. It looked like a god of death had come out from the netherworld. The mech with a metallic luster was faintly discernible in the dust, as if it was going to reap the lives of everyone in the field. The black mecha's left mechanical arm was still spinning at high speed, while the right mechanical arm's Darlin's standard rotary gun began to spray bullets at the black cars and the surrounding Thai family security personnel. Darlin's rotary gun spewed out 6 brilliant blue flames, and countless metal bullets began to dance in the air. Sulu only had enough time to push Taizu onto the ground. He only had enough time to shout that one word before the black mech's firepower reverberated throughout the entire underground space. The bodyguard who had been following Tai Ziyuan all this time was instantly pierced through by those high-speed bullets. He was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood that enveloped the side of the black car. The black mecha's gunshots were very strange and dull, as if countless balloons were exploding. Puff, 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 puff. It wasn't that terrifying, but the bullets dancing in the air in the underground parking lot were abnormally terrifying. The military mecha's frightening speed of firing made the bullets cover the entire area like raindrops. Loud whistling sounds, the sound of bullets piercing through the air. The sound was terrifying. The black mecha's right mechanical arm spat out endless gunfire, cutting through the air and making ear-piercing screeching sounds. The bullets carried enormous kinetic energy and lethality, and in an instant, the cement walls of the parking lot were smashed into pieces. Countless sharp cement shards fell off and flew in an irregular pattern, shooting in all directions. The Federation's technology combined with the military's killing machine, at this moment, fully displayed its infinite power. No matter how well-trained a soldier was, in front of this black mecha that walked out from the dust, they would only feel their own insignificance and endless despair. As for the elite security personnel of the Thai family, they didn't even have the time to feel despair. Within the first second after the black mecha broke through the cement walls, they were all shot into countless pieces by the black mecha's gunfire. The Thai family security personnel had already carried out full control of the underground parking lot. They also knew that in the surrounding areas of the gymnasium, there might be a mecha that had already completed its warm-up activation. However, no one would have thought that this standard military mecha had actually been hiding under the gymnasium all this time, just waiting behind that slightly wet cement wall. That cement wall was obviously newly built. It was even possible that after the other party found out about Tai Ziyuan's whereabouts, they built it overnight last night. If the Thai family had more time to react, more time to prepare, they might not have made such a mistake. If the Federation's Rapid Response Department had more time, perhaps they would have already found out where the mecha was hiding. However, there were no ifs in this world. A mecha that had wandered out of the control of the military was in itself an inconceivable matter. Who would be able to fully understand the layers and layers of inside information behind this? And the faction that planned today's operation against Taiziyuan was actually able to come up with such a meticulous plan in such a short amount of time. They even had the ability to secretly transport a 5-meter-tall mecha to Linhai and into the underground parking lot of the gymnasium right before Jian Shui'er's concert. All these signs indicated that the person who planned and executed this assassination plan was not only as crazy as Tai Ziyuan had described, but also had a kind of genius or idiotic imagination. The appearance of this standard black military mecha had undoubtedly hit the weak spot of all the countermeasures of the Thai family. The most crucial part was the timing and location of its appearance. In just 1 second, That black mecha had eliminated all the enemies. Its strength was really enough to make people despair. Only those who were still alive could feel despair, such as Sulu, who was lying in a pool of blood from the security personnel. However, Tai Ziwan did not seem to be in despair. Cold sweat had begun to form on his pale face, but his eyes were still fixed on the door of the black car, not far in front of him. It was as if he was certain that as long as he could enter that black car, even if the opponent was a military mecha, he would still be able to survive. In the first second of the mech's attacks, this black car had indeed displayed an inconceivable ability to withstand attacks. It was unknown what special material the body and tires of this car were made of, but under the frenzied barrage of the black mech Darren's revolver, countless deep metallic glints appeared on the body of the car. Some of the edges of the car had already been pierced through, ripping open powerlessly. However, the body of the black car did not suffer any irreversible damage. Although those extremely tragic-looking large bullet holes glowed with a pitiful metallic glow, not a single bullet hole was able to pierce through the interior of the car. In what should have been a quiet underground car park, the sound of electric current crackling and the strange sound of alloy tracks grinding against the concrete floor rang out. The atmosphere was particularly gloomy and somber. Amidst the noise, amidst the dust, amidst the bloody fog in the air, that black mecha approached the black car. On its right mechanical arm, Darren's rotating gun barrel was still wildly firing bullets, not stopping for even a moment. The black car was continuously hit by the bullets, miserably bouncing off the ground and then falling heavily once again. The tires slid on the concrete floor. The black mecha's gunfire was like an invisible hand, pushing it in the direction of the main entrance. In front of the enormous firepower, the black car, without any insignia, was like a small boat in a storm. At any time, it could be overturned by those dazzling waves of gunfire, and then be torn into countless pieces, sinking to the bottom of the sea, never to rise again. And in the only angle that the black car could cover, Su Lu and Tai Ziwan, who were in the pool of blood, could not even lift their heads under the flying metal shards and concrete. They were even more unable to retreat into the interior of the stadium, and could only wait for the metal shells to tear them into pieces. M52, it's an M52. Su Lu lay in the pool of blood, mumbling incessantly. Looking through the bottom of the black car, he saw that the mecha tracks had already entered advanced mode. He anxiously and angrily discovered the model of this powerful mecha. Boundless fear made Su Li's face abnormally pale, but also made his mind abnormally clear at this moment. The secretion of adrenaline allowed this young man to finally show that his nerves were stronger than anyone else's in this desperate situation. In this moment, he was a rock of Donglin. Under the attacks of the black mecha, a rock would also shatter like tofu, but until the moment it truly shattered, the rock would always be able to maintain a terrifying calmness, just like Su Lu at this moment. He narrowed his eyes, his entire body cold as he recalled all the blueprints of the M-type mecha in his mind. He recalled the firing speed of Garland's rotating gun barrel, recalled the loading capacity of the M52's chain magazine, and calculated the time. 4 seconds after the appearance of the black mecha, Su Lu and Tai Ziwan were the only 2 living people left in the underground car park. Su Lu and Tai Ziwan. Under the impact of this level of power, Su Lu knew very well whether or not Butler Jean in the black car had been jolted to death. He only knew that he only had time to calculate for 2 seconds. It was at this moment that his ears, which were already buzzing from the vibrations, caught a sound. That extremely soft sound was like the friction between a piece of paper and another piece of paper. The scientists of the Federation had never been able to solve the problem caused by the inherent structure of the M-series mecha, the 0. 2-second pause when the chain magazine reloaded. Although Su Lu was a genius in mechanical engineering, he did not have the ability to solve this problem. However, he knew this problem, knew that he only had 0. 2 seconds, and he had been preparing for this 0. 2 second. Chapter 119. A pause of 0. 2 seconds. If a human was not able to focus, they would not be able to notice it at all. Even if they did notice this pause, they would not be able to react unless this person's reflexes and the ability of the body to achieve this speed were different from the rest. Coincidentally, Su Lu was such a person who was different from the rest. In that instant, the muscle fibers in his body twisted and stretched, exploding with terrifying strength. This strength was converted into speed, and like a gray shadow, he shot up slightly from the ground, grabbed Taizuan by the back of his neck, and threw him into the car. The unique muffled sound of Darren's gun barrel rang out once more, and the dense stream of bullets slammed heavily into the already tattered body of the black car, sending it flying off the ground once more. Su Li's good luck came to an end at this moment. Taizuan had already been thrown into the back seat of the car, but because the car had suddenly shot up, his body slammed heavily into the bottom of the heavy back door of the car. Unable to enter, with a muffled thud, Su Lu painfully collided with metal and fell to the ground. At the same time his body hit the ground, the four wheels of the black car that had been sent flying by the mecha's firepower also landed heavily on the ground at almost the same time. In the instant before the black car landed on the ground, its tires had already begun to spin rapidly while still in the air. Butler Jean, who had been sitting in the front row without knowing whether he was alive or dead, reacted at some point. In that split second, he made preparations to escape. Screech, screech. The tires rubbed against the ground, producing a sharp sound. Smoke rose, and there were even sparks. With a screech, the moment the black car landed, it gripped the ground in a decisive manner and shot forward. In just an instant, it had become a plume of dust that rushed towards the underground parking lot. Its speed was truly astounding. Several streaks of blood had just appeared on Su Li's face, but before they could flow down, he stared dumbfoundedly as the black car, carrying Taizuan, sped away, leaving him in the parking lot filled with flesh and blood and the smell of gunfire. And at this time, without the black car as a cover, he stood next to the enormous and powerful black military M-52 mecha, looking very lonely and small. After Su Lu threw Taizuan into the car, he realized that when he was still outside the car, he didn't yell at Butler Jean, "Start the car," like those righteous protagonists in movies. Don't mind me, because he didn't have time to shout, and he didn't want to be left behind. Although he knew full well that the black car had to seize the opportunity to escape, he was certain that this was not Taizuan's intention. Instead, it was the most logical choice that Butler Jean had made. If he had been able to react in time, perhaps he would have subconsciously asked Taizuan to escape first and not bother about him. However, he still felt extremely frustrated. Everyone had either died or escaped, leaving him alone to face that black M-52 mech. Su Lu half-crouched on the blood-soaked concrete floor. His pupils constricted nervously as he stared at the black mech that was turning around not too far away from him. That black metallic military mecha didn't pay any attention to the unarmed young man beside it. Its target was the black car that was currently speeding away from the underground parking lot, because it knew very well that the heir of the Tai family was in that car. And in its opinion, no matter how well-trained a human was, he would not be able to pose any threat to its powerful mecha, not to mention that the human did not have any heavy weapons in his hands. And so, the black M-52 mecha turned around silently. Amidst a series of static noises, the lower half of the mecha began to enter full movement mode. Meanwhile, on the right mechanical arm of the mecha, a metal barrel-like component had already protruded, aiming at the black car that was already 50 meters away and was about to reach the underground parking lot. Su Li's entire body was in intense pain. He stared in disbelief at the movements of the black mecha in front of him. In an instant, he recognized the component protruding from the mecha's right mechanical arm. It was the main cannon. Taiwan awkwardly squeezed into the car, but was immediately jolted up by the violent vibrations. Then he saw that Butler Jean, who had been in the driver's seat, had raised his head at some point. He was looking ahead silently, and the battle scene around the car window was instantly cast behind him. His face was pale, and he immediately noticed that Su Lu was not in the car. He abruptly turned his head, and through the cracked rear window that was still intact, he looked back. Then, his expression became abnormally complex, because he saw a scene that he could not accept. Far away in the underground parking lot, That huge black mecha was turning around amidst the sound of static. Meanwhile, his friend Sulu was half-kneeling in a pool of blood beside the mecha's mechanical leg. He looked like an ant that could be trampled to death at any moment. Meanwhile, behind the completely collapsed concrete wall, several fully armed killers were forcing their way through the area the mecha had opened up. A pained expression appeared on Shi Ziyuan's handsome face, and his usually calm eyes were filled with boundless anger and grief. He knew that no matter whether it was a random move from that military mecha or those mecha squad soldiers hiding behind a concrete wall, they could easily kill Su Lo. His thin lips were tightly pressed together. His hands gripped the back seat of the car so hard that his fingertips dug deep into it, but he did not say a word. Sulu had saved his life once again, but he could only watch as his benefactor died. This was because he knew that even if he stopped the car and drove back now, he would not be able to save the other's life. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Butler Jean would definitely not listen to his orders. Tai Ziyuan's emotions were very complicated. Mecha's main cannon firing. Defense probability, 40%. The car's central control computer began to beep urgently and began to issue a stern warning. The seatbelts automatically popped out and strapped the bodies of the people in the car tightly to their seats. Like Sulu, Tai Ziyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the spiderweb-like glass, he looked at the black mecha's raised right mechanical arm in the distance. He looked at the incomparably tiny Sulu beside the black mecha. As though he had not heard the warning at all, Sulu half knelt in the pool of blood. He looked at the huge mecha not far in front of him and slowly, but terrifyingly used its right mechanical arm to aim at the fleeing black car in the distance. Since he was young, he had been constantly learning about mecha mechanics. After a year of absorbing information at UA University, he could easily determine that this M52's main cannon, which had the highest output power, would hit the fleeing black car in 3 seconds. The black car had already demonstrated its powerful defensive capabilities in a previous attack. However, Sulu did not think that the black car would be able to survive the attack of this mecha's main cannon. Even if it was the Empire's armored mecha, under the close-range attack of an M52's main cannon, it would only end up with a hole in the middle. The black M52 mecha let out a sizzling sound. The powerful firepower prepared for the attack caused this huge and heavy mecha's body to begin to tremble slightly. Kneeling beside the mecha, Su Li's face was pale, and his body began to tremble violently. His eyes stared coldly at the M52 mecha in front of him, at the alloy hydraulic pipe that was exposed to him in attack mode. Although that black car had left him almost heartlessly, other than anger, Sulu did not have time to develop too many negative emotions. Just as he had always emphasized to Shi Qinghai, he was a person who only knew how to use his hands and not his mouth. He was a very direct person. The reason Su Lu had fallen into such a hopeless situation was because he wanted to save Tai Ziyuan. At this time, the black mecha was about to kill Tai Ziyuan. If he were to say that he had died because of Tai Ziyuan, and Tai Ziyuan had still died in the end, this would be an extremely unreconciled and infuriating matter. It was a bit of a mouthful, but in Su Li's mind, it was only a fleeting thought. Unreconciled, not worth it. A wave of stubborn viciousness quickly took over his entire body. The corpses lying in the pool of blood around him, as well as the innocent victims he had seen in the gymnasium earlier, stimulated his long-hidden bloodthirst. How could he stop the black mecha's main cannon from firing? Sula had no choice. Although he was not an ordinary person, he was not a god either. He could only stare fixedly at the hydraulic pipe behind the mecha's right mechanical leg. Then, a familiar image appeared before his eyes. It was a verdant valley, and behind a big tree was a black M52 mech. That uncle with a familiar face smashed into the tree like a cannonball, breaking the hydraulic pipe with a single punch. Oil shot out like a waterfall, and the M52, which had lost its balance, immediately toppled over. Sula had only seen the blueprints of the mecha before the M37 series, so he did not know which aspects of the current military's most advanced M52 mecha had flaws. However, Uncle Feng Yu's ferocious figure in battle with the mecha had already given him the most profound lesson. The military mecha that was locked onto the black car's trajectory coldly ignored the ant-like Sulu. How could it have known that the ant had already reached out with its little pincers, trying to take a bite out of the elephant's leg? The posture of this black M52 mech before Su Li's eyes was too cool. It just so happened that the hydraulic pipe was exposed right in front of Su Li's eyes. The position and angle of the hydraulic pipe closest to Su Lu were all perfect. It was like a slut sticking up her butt and telling others to come and kick her. Come and kick her. Su, who had already been blinded by viciousness and bloodthirst, was moved at this moment. His heart was itching, and there was not a part of his body that was not itching. So his whole body trembled, his face pale, his eyes extremely bright. Like a madman, he charged out, aiming at the hydraulic pipe on the black mecha's right mechanical leg, and viciously kicked it. Chapter 120. He was an orphan who lost both his parents and his younger sister. He was a sincere and kind young man who liked to help his neighbors and help old ladies cross the road. He was a genius in mechanical engineering. He was an auditing student who had set many records in UA University. He was a small character who was sincere to others and honest to himself. He was a capable, virtuous, and responsible youth. However, he was also a youth who grew up in the darkness of the mines and underground tunnels. He was a fugitive from the Federation who possessed a mysterious power within his body. Sometimes, even he himself forgot that many years ago, he was already a silent youth who dared to kill. On that deep and weeping night, the 10-year-old Su Lu used the tip of an abandoned mechanical suit's elbow hydraulic pipe he found in the junkyard to kill a Hushi prefecture mafia boss. In the underground parking lot filled with the stench of blood and an oppressive atmosphere, the not yet 20-year-old Su Lu leapt up from the ground like a leopard. Like a streak of black smoke, he rushed to the bottom of the military mecha. Without thinking, his entire body trembled as he viciously kicked that conspicuous hydraulic pipe that deserved to be kicked. In his life, perhaps he really did have a lot of affinity with this type of hydraulic pipe. Every time he would be able to witness his most fearful, most ruthless moments, and no matter how the Federation scientists used their imaginations, for such a large mechanical body like a mecha, the most critical linkage of the control system and structural system was still the same as it had been countless years ago, all of them the most primitive type of hydraulic system. There had been scientists who had proposed other designs before, but the cold and merciless battlefield experience had long since proven that only the most primitive type was the most reliable and sturdy. The mechanical legs of the M52 mecha had at least 7 hydraulic pipes of different thicknesses and different uses. Most of them were hidden under the armor, some deep within the alloy structure, while the exposed hydraulic pipe was all formed from alloy in one go. It was thicker than a human's thigh, strong enough to withstand concentrated fire, so the designers had never thought of installing any anti-strike device on this hydraulic pipe. This was because a monster like the mechanic foam should not exist in this world. Su Li's body trembled violently. The enormous power in his body instantly passed through the countless pathways in his body, and all of it was delivered to his thighs, his joints, and his feet. The foot that carried with it a fierce, whistling sound ruthlessly kicked the cold and sturdy alloy hydraulic pipe, making a loud, muffled sound. The moment the pair of leather boots came into contact with the hydraulic pipe, they began to deform and tear apart. In a very short period of time, they bloomed into countless pieces, fluttering and struggling around Su Li's feet like butterflies, but they did not have time to fly away. The power that came from behind his waist passed from the soles of his feet to the hydraulic pipe. The metallic luster of the hydraulic pipe dimmed a little, and then it trembled slightly, and then it returned to normal. The cold metal didn't have the slightest ripple. The hydraulic pipe did not break, and it did not collapse like the mecha that had been hit by Fengyu in the outskirts of Hushi province a year ago, bathed in oil like a waterfall and collapsed. That black mecha did not move at all. It coldly aimed at the black car that was about to escape from the underground parking lot and fired its main cannon. In that instant, Su Lu felt as if his foot had kicked a metal plate. No, he had kicked an iron pillar that had taken root in the ground. A wave of pain that was enough to make a person faint traveled from the soles of his feet to his ankles, then to his knees, and finally to the base of his thighs. He could even feel countless cracks beginning to extend from his toes. Countless muscle fibers began to tear, and even his leg bones began to crack. An unarmed and defenseless human using his own flesh and blood to launch an attack against a massive metal mecha. This was a crazy move. Furthermore, the incomparably large recoil from that mecha's metal body further proved that this kind of challenge was too tragic to be effective. Sulu was sent flying by the recoil. The power he had been using to control his body had long been reduced to nothingness by the mecha's recoil. His body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string. Before the immense pain could fully occupy his mind, his leg bones were already completely shattered, hanging limply in the air. He felt as if all his bones had been shattered, and a sweet feeling began to accumulate in his chest and abdomen. Sulu, who had been sent flying, danced in the air, his eyes watching the black mecha in front of him from the corner of his eye. He knew that he was not Uncle Fengyu and did not have the ability to subdue a mecha single-handedly. He himself also did not have such extravagant hopes, so he was not disappointed, much less despairing. Instead, an incomparable flame of elation burned in his eyes, because he knew this kick had definitely been effective. It was just that where the effect was, no one knew. The hydraulic tube by the black mecha's mechanical leg only trembled slightly under his foot, then returned to normal. However, in a place that neither the naked eye nor the mecha's monitoring system could detect, within the absolutely sealed fluid flowing within the tube, between the inductive component circuits that the mecha's control system relied on, a tremor began to spread. It was just like the pain and bone fractures that were spreading through Su Li's body at this moment. That tremor was very similar to Su Li's earlier tremors. Sulu ended his journey of being sent flying. His head tilted back, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he landed heavily on the ground. At the same time he landed, the black mecha had also finished firing its main cannon. There was a saying in the Federation: if you deviated 1 centimeter from the correct direction at the beginning of your journey, by the time you finish your journey, you would find yourself 1,000 kilometers away from your destination. Su Li's foot kicked the hydraulic tube, transmitting all the tremors in his body to it, causing the sealed fluid within the hydraulic tube to distort slightly. This was an error that the mecha's program would never allow, but this error happened in that instant. A vibration of about 0.01 millimeters was transmitted into the body of the massive mecha along with the ripples of the fluid. It gradually spread, passing through those electrical components and circuits, passing through those electrical and data channels, spreading, and was gradually magnified. In that instant, the right half of the black M52 mecha's body began to tremble slightly to an extent that was not visible to the naked eye. By the time the vibration of 0.01 millimeters reached the right mechanical arm of the black mecha, it had already become an error of 1 millimeter. A loud boom rang out. The main cannon of the military mecha had already exceeded the concept of normal speed. A vortex suddenly appeared in the air within the underground car park, and right in the middle of the vortex was an incomparably empty space. An empty space. Right in the path of the main cannon's aim. 3 holes the size of basketballs appeared almost simultaneously on the 3 thick concrete walls of the underground car park. The 3 holes were cut neatly in a straight line, and on the other side of the holes was the black car that was currently speeding away. However, due to the error of less than a millimeter, this terrifying blast brushed past the roof of the black car and directly pierced through 2 more concrete walls, landing somewhere unknown. An instant later, a terrifying explosion rang out from a room in the gymnasium's basement, and the entire ground began to shake, directly piercing through 5 concrete walls and finally triggering such a violent explosion. The power of the military M52 mecha's main cannon was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine. If this blast had landed directly on the black car, Tai Zuan and Butler Jean in the car would have died a horrible death. Sulu, who had landed in a pool of blood on the concrete floor, was once again bounced up from the ground by this blast. There was not a single part of his body that did not ache. However, his eyes, reddened by the blood, watched as the black car in the distance finally left the underground car park. He could not help but break into a grin, revealing his white teeth amidst the smoke as he laughed out loud. At the same time, his right hand found a cold gun by the side of the half-broken corpse beside him. That huge black mecha clearly did not expect its main cannon attack to actually miss its target. Although the pilot in the mecha's cockpit had felt a trace of surprise when that human had kicked the mecha in a frenzy earlier, his strong nerve control, logical judgment, and the instinct of a soldier to obey orders allowed him to completely ignore the kick that the lunatic had launched with his frail body. He simply aimed at the car and fired the main cannon. At this time, the pilot in M52 mecha finally noticed that the fellow in the green military trench coat lying under the mecha's feet seemed to be a little unusual. However, he did not have the time to find out what was so unusual about this fellow's body. Just as the black car disappeared from the underground car park, this mecha warrior used his communicator to issue orders to the soldiers accompanying him. At the same time, his hands moved like the wind as he entered 17 data commands on the touch-sensitive holographic screen. Amidst the loud roar of the motor, this huge mecha began to move abruptly. Like an ice skater relying on the caterpillar equipment on its alloy legs, it started to move rapidly in the cramped underground car park. In an instant, it increased its speed. The black metal mecha glided beautifully forward as it chased after the human toward the exit of the underground car park, leaving behind only the piercing sound of air vibrations. The black M52 mecha chased after the human so resolutely, so decisively, so coldly. It did not even spare a glance at Sulu, who had piqued its interest immensely. Sulu, who had used a human's body to successfully cause his main cannon to miss. Other than the special class ace pilots of the federal military, who else could make such swift reactions and control so beautifully? The huge and terrifying black mecha chased after the car Taizuan was in. Accompanied by the sound of dust and air vibrations, it disappeared from the exit. At this moment, Su Lu was in a state of shock, but he could not worry about Taizuan's survival at all. This was because right now, he could only worry about his own survival. In the quiet underground parking lot, the smell of burnt flesh and blood filled the air. The surrounding concrete walls that had been flattened by the mecha's firepower still continued to fall with pieces of concrete and steel. There were 5 shocking round bullet holes in the concrete wall that separated the parking lot. Smoke was rising from them. The lights in the car park had all been extinguished long ago. This was because the automatic fire extinguishing system in response to explosions and high temperatures kept spraying water as if it was raining. This scene was extremely similar to that rainy night when Su Lu had killed for the first time. Chapter 121. In the darkness, water splashed everywhere. The gun that Su Lu had picked up instantly spat out a flame, illuminating the mist in front of the gun muzzle. It created a beautiful refracted ray of light that was as beautiful as a rainbow. He raised his right arm high and waved it quickly. The flame and the beautiful ray of light in the surroundings quickly dispersed, as if a red fan had suddenly opened up. A few muffled sounds rang out. It was unknown how many bullets had hit the militants and how many bullets had hit the hard concrete walls. In the darkness, only the vague silhouettes of 6 or 7 militants could be seen. One of the silhouettes let out a muffled groan, his neck snapped, and he fell to the ground. Sulu had never been in the military before. He had only memorized countless battle regulations and battle formations for the Ministry of Defense's Mecha Operator exam. Actually, this knowledge was not very useful for his exam, but Uncle Feng Yu had asked him to learn, so he had obediently learned. He had never thought that it would be useful at this moment. The bullets that he had randomly scattered in his nervousness had actually successfully hit a target. This should be the first time he had fired a gun. The heavy feeling on his wrist and the slightly numb recoil made his body, which was lying in the puddle of water, feel a little uncomfortable. This standard repeating gun should have belonged to one of the Tai family security guards. However, That security guard had already died in the ambush of that military mecha. His corpse had been torn into countless pieces. Luckily, the safety of this gun had been switched off, allowing Su Lu to complete his shot in the first instant. Su Li's reaction was very fast. What was even more admirable was his unyielding, silent, and determined personality. After being sent flying to the ground by the mecha, his subconscious action was to search for a weapon on the ground. He wanted to continue fighting for his life, even if it was just a struggle. In the darkness, in order to not expose himself, Su Li's right arm was raised extremely high. Even so, that group of well-trained militants could still accurately determine his position. A rapid rain of bullets rang out, and the sharp sound of bullets breaking through the air rang out. Countless splashes of water and concrete were sent flying everywhere. He had only been bitten by a mosquito. Su Lu leaned against the back door and breathed rapidly. His chest heaved up and down as he felt the pain in his right arm. He knew that he had been shot by the militants before he slipped through the door. However, in the darkness, he did not know where he was shot. He only knew that there was a bullet wound on his right arm. Blood was flowing out, and the pain was destroying his nerves. He was only bitten by a mosquito. In the darkness, his face was pale, but no one could see it. His eyes were bright to a terrifying degree. He breathed heavily, not caring whether the militants could hear him or not. He kept repeating the words about mosquitoes, convincing himself not to care about his injuries, convincing himself that he could still survive in such a difficult time. What was more serious than the gunshot wound was the injury to his right leg. Earlier, in order to shake that large and heavy mecha, he had focused all the strength in his body on his leg and kicked out. Although he had successfully destroyed the attack of the mecha's main cannon, the recoil from that huge force had directly destroyed his right leg. Right now, his right leg was twisted in a horrible position. The broken bone inside was cutting into his red and swollen leg muscles. It was very painful, but the pain was numbing. Su Lu couldn't feel it all. The rainwater in the underground parking lot was still spraying out. The smell of blood was slightly lighter than before, but the burnt smell was getting stronger. It was unknown whether the room that had been hit by the mecha's main cannon was currently burning with a raging fire. Su Lu lay on the ground, silently gripping that unfamiliar metal gun. On the other side of the door were several militants who had participated in the assassination. These militants clearly had a military background and were used to following mecha in group operations. However, they were also no strangers to individual combat. This silent and tense standoff didn't last long. At least, it didn't last as long as Su Lu felt. The group of militants didn't have much time to waste with him. They needed to retreat before the Federation's powerful forces could react. However, under the light of the First Charter, even if they retreated, it would probably be difficult for them to leave the Federation. The sound of gunfire rang out again. Countless bullets struck that heavy door, sending sparks and fragments flying. If this door in the underground parking lot wasn't made of metal, it was likely that Su Lu, who was behind the door, would already have been turned into a hornet's nest by now. Behind the door, Su Lu shrunk his body as much as possible to avoid being hit by the stray bullets flying in all directions. He didn't dare to raise his head at all, and he didn't dare to move. However, that gun was consciously raised by him and aimed at a certain angle beside him. This was completely based on his intuition. The gunshots had just stopped when a fierce figure pounced in. Su Li's index finger flicked lightly, and a bullet sprayed out from the barrel of the gun in his hand, knocking down that figure directly. However, after he flicked his finger, he found that he was wrong. This wasn't one of the militants, but the corpse of a security personnel whose body had been sliced in half by the mecha's shrapnel. Su Li's pupils contracted. He knew that he had reached the moment between life and death. In his originally empty body, a new surge of strength had unknowingly surged up. With a muffled grunt, he used his only intact left leg to push against the back of the door, forcefully sliding half a meter to the side on the ground. Just as he slid, a black gun barrel quietly poked out from behind the door and hit the spot where he was originally standing, setting off a series of sparks. After narrowly dodging the shot, Su Li's slightly narrowed eyes emitted an extremely bright light. He suddenly lunged to the side and fired the gun in his hand again. The militant who rushed in with the submachine gun in both hands was immediately enveloped in a rain of bullets. The bullets hit the man's bulletproof vest and made a muffled sound. He directly slammed into the door, making a loud noise. Su Lu raised the muzzle slightly and directly shot the man's head into a watermelon that fell to the ground in the dark environment. The half-open door was like the mouth of a legendary monster, as if it was going to swallow all life. The militants on the other side of the door should be thinking this, and Su Lu behind the door was even more thinking this. He struggled to half squat against the wall, not knowing how many bullets were left in the gun in his hand. He should have picked up the dead militant's submachine gun, but he just carefully moved over there, hiding his body behind the dead body. His right hand slowly lowered, touching the side of his boots. At this time, in the quiet and dark tunnel behind Su Lu, there was suddenly a series of footsteps. The footsteps were very light. If it was not a child, then it should be a very light woman. The footsteps should not be a person. In such a tense moment, there were still people in the stadium that did not evacuate. Su Li's eyes were filled with deep worry. If those innocent people were to come here, then only death would await them. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Su Li's face was expressionless as he cursed. No one knew what these curses meant to him, but his pair of always smiling, seemingly incomparably sincere eyes became brighter and brighter, more and more determined. Don't come over, he shouted to the owner of the footsteps behind the darkness. Following his voice, the gunshots outside the door once again sounded. The gunfire cut through the space in front of Su Lu, making him unable to do anything. He could only watch as the two militants rushed over and entered the door. Fuck your mother, Su Lu softly cursed, and then rushed toward the two figures. The two militants clearly did not expect him to be so fearless as to hide so close to the door. They also did not expect him to react so quickly. At this moment, Su Li's movements were extremely fast. At the moment of life and death, he erupted with all the strength in his body. The trembling began to squeeze his already exhausted body, as if it wanted to squeeze out every drop of strength from his muscle fibers. He was like a gray shadow, pouncing forward. In an extremely short distance, he pulled the trigger and shot down the militant who was slightly further away. He instantly threw away the gun in his hand, and at the same time the gun left his hand, his body suddenly crashed into the other militant. Suddenly, his elbow struck the cartilage of the opponent's throat. Using the hard bone of his waist, he fiercely struck the vital point of the opponent's crotch. Extending his fingertips fiercely pierced the opponent's eye socket. From the time he started training in the mine to the time he became a janitor in Yue University, he did not slack off for a single day. The arduous training made the 10 postures that Uncle Feng Yu taught Su Lu become an instinct of his body. At this moment, his strength completely erupted, vividly displaying it. That comfortable and ruthless feeling made him forget that he was dragging a crippled leg and had been shot several times. They were all strange and heroic body techniques. His throat was broken, his mouth was shattered, his eyeballs were split open, and his blood and juices were splattered everywhere. The militant did not even make a sound as he fell in front of Su Lu. However, at this moment, his body was already exposed at the door. Su Lu did not stop in the slightest. Carrying the militant's corpse, he silently and bravely rushed out. The sound of gunshots rang out. A metal tool suddenly appeared in Su Li's right elbow. With a press of his finger, a faint blue electric arc suddenly illuminated the corner of the underground parking lot. A militant on the side was struck by the electric arc, his body twitching as he fell. The submachine gun in his hand was still firing, but it hit the thigh of one of his companions. Su Lu rushed over, the tip of the stun baton in his hand already reaching out, directly stabbing at the fellow who was kneeling on the ground. However, these militants were worthy of being called elite soldiers of the army. Although Su Li's sudden appearance had inexplicably killed several of their companions, This fellow who was accidentally injured by his companions still displayed the outstanding individual qualities of the Federation's soldiers at this crucial moment. Chapter 122. The stun baton that Su Lu had named Flying Dagger had been cleverly modified into a multi-purpose tool. The electric shock effect at the front was still intact, but the back of the handle was designed with a retractable dagger tip. Earlier, he had electrocuted one of the militants unconscious. With a swipe of his right elbow, he held the dagger tightly between his thumb and index finger and stabbed toward the throat of the last militant. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the militant actually turned the submachine gun in his hand into a cold weapon and directly blocked his wrist. As a soldier who had undergone many years of cruel training, his body possessed great strength, especially when he was holding a gun, while Su Lu was only holding a small dagger. When the two were compared, Su Lu felt a strong vibration coming from his wrist in an instant. It made Su Lu feel that something was wrong. At this time, he, who was heavily injured, had no strength to use. Those strange postures that he had trained hard for many years were like water without a source. Also, he was burdened by his injury and could not use any strength. In the faint light, looking at the cold and bloodthirsty eyes of the person close by, Su Lu felt his whole body go cold. It was as if he was exposed to the wind and snow of Linhai province outside the stadium. At this critical moment, a strength of unknown origin once again emerged from behind his waist and quickly surged towards his upper body. It directly passed through a certain area behind his neck and transmitted to both of his arms. Su Lu did not have time to enjoy this dramatic change. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A burst of intense and bone-deep pain exploded at the back of his neck. The explosion caused his eyes to turn red and his pupils to constrict. His lips trembled incessantly. The skin exposed to the outside was painful, as if it was about to split open, and his brain felt as if there were countless needles piercing endlessly. Su Lu, who had been silent all this time, was used to being silent. Even when he thought that he was going to die, he would only curse softly or in his heart. Under this unbearable and immense pain, he finally cried out. Following this mournful howl, he placed his left hand on his right wrist and pushed forward along the pain. With a puffed eye in front of the heavy and incomparably sturdy mecha, Su Lu was just an ordinary person. No matter how strong his strength was, he could only make the mecha tremble slightly. Compared to ordinary people, he, who had been taught by Feng Yu for many years, was actually more like a machine than those soldiers who were made of iron. He was not a cold-killing machine, but rather his body. The muscle fibers, nerve bundles, and even every cell in his body were constantly advancing in the direction of the first order of machines. In front of machines, no matter how strong a soldier was, how could they resist? The sharp tip of the dagger that protruded from the back of the handle easily pierced through like a thin piece of paper. In an instant, the militant's arm was shaken off, and the submachine gun was sent flying. Su Lu, in a state of incomparable pain, subconsciously stabbed for the last time, making that small dagger give birth to a feeling of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Blood spurted out as the dagger easily and casually pierced the militant's throat. Su Li's whole body went limp. His eyes turned slightly black as he collapsed to the ground. At this time, he could not find the slightest bit of strength in his body. That intense pain was still constantly emitting waves from the back of his neck. 10,000 needles, 100 million needles pierced and pulled out from his brain, making him completely forget about his crippled leg and those gunshot wounds. In the moment before he fell to the ground, from the corner of his eyes, he saw with incomparable pain that the militant that he had electrocuted earlier was currently trying to get up from the ground. It seemed that the combat suits worn by these soldiers also had a certain degree of resistance to electric current. Su Lu knew that he was about to faint and would not be able to wake up again. This was because other than fainting, there was no other way for his body to withstand the pain at the back of his neck. This was a natural instinctive reaction of a human body in order to protect the brain. If that militant got up and faced him while he was unconscious, then Su Lu would definitely die. In the instant before he fainted, he somewhat helplessly thought of his incomparably tragic end. At this time, at this place, there was no one who could save him. He would definitely die. In the instant before he died, many people's images flashed through Su Li's mind. He thought of many things, just like in a movie, but he sorrowfully confirmed that this was not a movie. It doesn't matter. Everything doesn't matter. I've seen Jian Shui'er, and I've also had a woman. Even if I die, this life can be considered complete. Don't people live to do the right thing? Death, not because of Tai Ziyuan, not because of the political strife for the black screen that I don't know about, but because those people are doing wrong, so I should stop them. But, I'm still so young. Sulu was influenced by Shi Qinghai. Using the title of Little Master, he quickly told himself his last words in his mind. Then, he fell heavily on the cement floor full of dirty water. His eyes turned black, and he fainted. That ordinary face that had fallen into a coma still had a trace of a bitter smile. The bustling university town of Linhai became a lot more deserted because of the cold winter and the snowstorm. But today, Jian Shui'er's first concert in the Federation brought prosperity and liveliness back to this large city group. After watching the concert, people left the stadium still in high spirits. Along the developed road and rail network, people dispersed to various campuses or cities in Linhai. In the northeast direction of the stadium, there was a highway that was particularly deserted compared to other places because this highway directly led to another state in the Federation. It required about 12 hours of travel between the ice fields and the mountains to reach it. In such cold weather, no one would choose to go through this highway. Not to mention, because of the continuous snowstorm, this highway was basically in a half-closed state. However, at this time, on this half-closed highway, there was a black car without any logo driving at full speed. Because it was in a half-closed state, the Federation's Traffic Management Committee turned off the automatic heating and snow removal function of this highway, so the snow on the road was very thick. This car ran over the thick snow and ice chips all the way, but its battered body didn't move at all. It still maintained its balance and stability. The black car didn't see a single car along the way. Tai Ziyuan had unknowingly sat in the co-driver's seat. The two-way seat belt tightly fastened his body. His expression was very cold. His eyes were indifferently looking out the window at the ice and snow wilderness that flashed by from time to time. The target is approaching again. It will enter the attack zone in 7 seconds. The central control computer of the black car issued a warning once again. The car that the Tai family prepared for their heir was extremely powerful no matter how one looked at it. The intelligent judgment program of the central control computer of the car was faintly similar to the central control computer of a spaceship. The moment the computer's voice faded away, a thrilling image appeared on the rear view screen of the black car. Not far behind the highway, a black military-grade M52 mecha could be seen advancing rapidly in an unstoppable manner. That mecha had already completely switched to forward mode. Accompanied by the vibrations of the huge mecha breaking through the air, the alloy tracks of the mecha continued to crush snow and ice, crushing the concrete blocks on the highway. Its momentum was truly astonishing. Inside the black car, Tai Ziyuan and Butler Jin's expressions didn't change at all. After coming out of the underground parking lot of the stadium, Butler Jin consciously chose the northeast highway without Tai Ziyuan's order. Although this might bring some convenience to the pursuit of the military mecha, at least it could ensure that the attack of the military mecha wouldn't cause too much panic among the Federation citizens. The scene of the black military mecha charging out of the stadium and chasing after the black car naturally fell into the eyes of some Federation citizens. However, as long as the war didn't happen in a densely populated area, it could always be covered up in the future. Once the heavy military mecha's horsepower was at full power, it could easily overtake tanks or armored vehicles on open plains. Even on a civilian highway, it wouldn't be hard to believe that it could catch up to the expensive sports cars of the Federation. However, the black car that the Tai family security personnel used as a source of confidence was, of course, a specially made product. It shouldn't only be able to reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Perhaps because the black car had been attacked too harshly in the underground parking lot. Its power equipment had been damaged, so it couldn't reach its maximum speed. The black mecha had been chasing after the black car for 2 minutes now. The black car had entered a desolate area with few buildings. The black mecha behind them was getting closer and closer. Seeing that it was about to enter the attack range of the onboard weapons, Butler Jin's expression was still calm. He said softly, "It's not safe. Should we shake it off?" It seemed that it wasn't that the black car of the Tai family couldn't shake off the black mecha behind it, but that it had been holding back for some reason. No. Tai Yuan's eyes stared at the snow outside the window. His heart was even colder than the snow. His hand gripped the handrail of the car window tightly. His knuckles were slightly white. Just a moment ago, his heart suddenly trembled and ached. It was as if something had happened in the stadium that he didn't want to imagine. People from the military are involved in the assassination of civilians. This is equivalent to treason. Tai Yuan's pale face was expressionless. Under the light of the first charter, they are prepared to die at any time. They won't give up any information. If that's the case, don't give them a chance to escape to the Great Triangle. Let them all die, especially this mecha. Butler Jean was silent for a moment, then nodded. Right at this moment, a few strange chirps came from the horizon. It seemed that some kind of flying object was rapidly approaching. Moreover, it was flying a low altitude. That was why the air was buzzing and the snow on both sides of the road was trembling. Butler Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He said softly, "They're here." As he spoke, 7 black dots on the horizon at the end of the snowy road were rapidly approaching. They rapidly expanded in their field of vision, revealing their true identities. With a buzz, the snow on both sides of the road shattered. 7 of the most advanced fighter jets of the Federation flew at high speed in a low-altitude combat mode. They flew towards the black car and the valiant black M52 mecha behind it. Chapter 123. The black M52 mecha drove out of the stadium's underground parking lot at high speed and chased after the black car all the way to the snow-covered highway. The pilot who was piloting this mech had always maintained an absolute calm and a strong determination to complete the mission, but his mentality had already undergone some subtle changes. The pilot in the black mecha was called NATO. He was the model of the Federation's military, the most outstanding elite, and the winner of 4 Purple Star medals. The mecha under his control did not make any unnecessary movements. Every move was simple, clear, and deadly. 10 years ago, he had personally piloted the mecha and destroyed 14 Empire mechas on the grassland on a planet controlled by the Empire during the Federation Army's counterattack through the space portal. The black mecha he piloted appeared for the first time. Like a demon, it broke through the thick concrete wall and appeared abruptly from the concrete blocks and smoke. In just 1 second, it had eliminated all the Tai family security personnel except for the area around the black car. The black mech perfectly controlled the angle of its fan-shaped shooting, trying its best to maximize the lethality of each bullet. With his ability, he should not have given the opponent any chance to escape after lurking for an entire night and using a mecha to ambush a Federation citizen. However, there were 2 accidents during the assassination. These 2 accidents were out of his control and were not his responsibility. The first accident was the black car. NATO, the major in the black mecha, had never imagined that the Federation would have such a sturdy car. Although he knew very well who his target was and how powerful the family behind that young man was, it was still a black car, not a mecha. How was this possible? Even after using up the chain magazine of the M52, such terrifying firepower had only left behind those ugly, deep metal craters on the car's body, and had not penetrated the car's body. It was because of the black car's terrifying defensive capabilities that Butler Jean had survived. It had also given Su Lu and Tai Yuan, who had reacted quickly, a chance to survive. For Na Duo, the second surprise of the day was the young man in the West Woods uniform. This excellent pilot did not know why a soldier from the West Woods would suddenly appear beside his target, but he did not care about the non-target at first, until the other party valiantly and crazily kicked his mech's mechanical leg. The situation at that time was very much like a Federation proverb. On the highway, a poor insect is holding up its armored arm, trying to show off, trying to stop a speeding vehicle. However, this seemingly crazy and foolish action had successfully interfered with the Black Mecha's main cannon. Naduo did not understand why the mecha in his hands, which had always been incomparably stable, would suddenly tremble slightly in that instant. Regardless of whether it was the automatic balancer or his own manual control, neither of them could complete the final calibration. As a result, the first shot from Jia Gong's main cannon had actually deviated from its target. This was a strange thing that Na Duo had never encountered in his 20 years of military service. How much force did that young soldier from the West Woods need to be able to shake the multi-ton body of the M52? And how did the force of that kick interfere with the internal control system of the mecha? Even at this time, driving at high speed on the snowy road, Na Duo still felt that the M52 mecha, which had always been like his own body, seemed to have some sort of wave interference. This caused his control of the mecha to not be particularly smooth, so he kept following the black car, but was unable to quickly close in. Most of the citizens of the Federation were materialists, especially the citizens of the 3 administrative planets of the capital ring. Na Duo felt that there was a small problem with his mecha, but he would never have guessed that the young soldier from the West Woods was still affecting it. His instincts told him that the black car of the Tai family in front of him was using some sort of interference device. It had been some time since the pursuit began in the underground parking lot. The black mecha seemed to be in a fierce pursuit, but was always unable to reach the effective range of its attack. The mecha still had plenty of power, but it did not have much ammunition left. Na Duo treasured every shot he fired and did not want to waste it. Although the half of his face that was exposed outside of the black helmet was still cold and calm, a very bad feeling had begun to form in his heart. The confidence of this elite soldier of the Federation was slowly fading. He felt a trace of panic and a faint sense of despair. Although this pursuit happened on the deserted highway, it was still in the core area of the Federation, Area S1. The response of the powerful departments of the government would arrive soon. His mission today could only end in failure. Right at this time, thunder seemed to roar in the distant sky. Na Duo stared at the 7 light marks that appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. He confirmed that these were the fighter jets of the Federation. He confirmed that these 7 advanced fighter jets had flown at low altitude and avoided the surveillance radar equipment of the mecha that covered a radius of 20 kilometers. The internal warning of the mecha rang, reminding him that the fighter jets had locked onto his body and could be attacked at any time. These were the K-12 fighter jets that the Federation was most equipped with. They could carry a maximum of 9 air-to-ground missiles. 7 fighters meant that there would be 63 missiles. In just an instant, this number appeared in Na Duo's mind. However, at this time, he instead calmed down. Even if he failed today, it would not be the fault of the battle. Instead, it would be those strange accidents and fate that were interfering with his work. At this moment, the resolute lines of the soldier's face became as sharp as a knife. Countless movement commands were inputted into the touch-sensitive holographic screen. Meanwhile, the mecha, which had been maintaining full speed all this while, also began to rapidly change form amidst the loud electrical noise. The tracks on the bottom left their tracks, and the mechanical legs reached out once more, carving deep marks into the concrete ground. Amidst the whooshing sounds, more than 10 gray lines shot over at high speed from the horizon. These were the standard Oxtail air-to-ground missiles that the Federation fighter jets were equipped with. These missiles brushed past the edge of the black car in front, shooting towards the black mecha that was rapidly moving in a strange posture behind it. Right at this moment, the black mecha's mechanical legs abruptly stomped on the ground. The entire mecha suddenly leaned forward at high speed, as if it was about to fall to the ground. However, the body of the mecha relied on inertia to flip around in the air, performing a beautiful movement similar to a fighter jet's wing. Amidst the dense barrage of missiles, the mecha found the only path and glided forward, actually dodging all of them. Those terrifying missiles brushed past the black mecha's massive body and struck the surface of the highway, exploding. Who knew how much snow and concrete were sent flying into the air, sending a cloud of dust into the air? However, one of the missiles had landed between the black car and the mecha. Although the mecha had successfully saved its life in that extremely dangerous moment, it could not avoid the missile that had exploded on the concrete ground in front of it. The missile exploded 20 meters in front of the mech. At the last moment, the black mecha still displayed its powerful combat power. Its power output instantly exceeded its peak value. Taking the risk of losing control of the mecha, Duo controlled the mecha to perform a jaw-dropping leap on the ground. It avoided the shockwave caused by the missile and flew directly into the sky. However, what was terrifying was that after the missile exploded, it rose even faster than the smoke and dust. Amidst a series of strange and sharp whistling sounds, countless thread-like substances that contrasted with the snowy light suddenly burst out of the missile. The black M52 mech managed to avoid the shockwave and shrapnel from the front, but in the air, it was completely unable to avoid those strands of reflective substance that flew everywhere like catkins. Pist, 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 pist. Those fine lines seemed to have a magnetic force, quickly sticking to the smooth and firm surface of the black mech. Those were some dark-colored things that looked like graphite bundles. Electromagnetic beam bomb. Inside the mecha, Duo felt a chill in his heart and gave up all hope. The Federation's rescue department had actually, in such a short period of time, installed an electromagnetic beam bomb specifically designed to target mecha. He no longer had any hope of escaping. The sizzling sound of electricity rang out. Those dark-colored metal wires sticking to the surface of the black mecha began to flash violently with blue electric arcs. At this time, the M52 mecha was still gliding valiantly through the air due to inertia. In an instant, it was enveloped by the blue electric arcs, appearing extremely strange. The blue electric arcs disappeared instantly, but the M52 seemed to have lost all power. Its movements in the air abruptly froze, and like a puppet whose strings had been cut, it fell heavily to the ground. Then, it rolled forward stiffly, smashing a large crater in the concrete ground, leaving a perfectly straight trail behind it. After the missiles, the fighter jet finally arrived. Several muffled sounds rang out at almost the same time. The projectiles fired by the ground-to-air cannons plowed several deep trenches in the ground. Cement splattered everywhere, and smoke and dust flew all over the place, heading straight for the mecha that had already lost its ability to operate. Countless muffled sounds rang out from the surface of the black mecha at the same time. Those sturdy alloy armor of the mecha began to deform, begin to be penetrated, begin to be damaged, begin to become an existence akin to trash, without the sound of sirens. The Special Forces team of the Federation's 1st Military Region approached the black mecha in the middle of the road in silence and vigilance. Behind them, the armored vehicles with full firepower reserves were ready. This black mecha's control system had been destroyed by the electromagnetic beam bomb of the fighter jet, and had also been mercilessly raked by the ground-to-air cannons. The entire body of the mecha had become extremely tattered, lying miserably on the road. It looked like it no longer had any combat ability. However, in the eyes of the Federation soldiers, mecha were the most powerful and also the most unpredictable combat machines. They did not know whether or not any accidents would happen. The cabin door of the black M52 slowly opened. On the road below the mecha, the soldiers raised the muzzles in their hands. The sound of metal clanging against metal rang out one after another behind the mecha. Taking off his helmet, Duo wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He glanced coldly at the soldiers closing in on the mecha. Listening to those vague voices ordering him to abandon the mecha and surrender, he slowly shook his head. When he had faced those 7 Federation planes earlier, he had actually been confident that he could at least shoot down one of the planes that had taken the risk of flying at a low altitude. Even though the mecha's automatic control system had been destroyed, he still believed that he could control the mecha and make those soldiers below pay a heavy price. However, Since the mission had already failed, he did not want to make a move against those soldiers. As fellow soldiers, they should have fought together on the battlefield. They should not have become enemies in the first place. The soldier-not duo looked at the black car at the corner in the distance and narrowed his eyes. He lightly patted the slightly hot metal body beneath him, took out a handgun, and aimed it at his temple. He silently pulled the trigger. Chapter 124. Slay the Dimples, and says cutely, "I'm still writing the next chapter, but the content is more critical, so I'm writing it too slowly. It might be a bit late. Everyone has leaders who need to sleep early, so sleep early. You can come and read it tomorrow, but please leave your monthly ticket. But this pig of mine doesn't seem to have dimples, so I'll slay the fat face." The crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the ears of the nervous soldiers moving forward, reverberating on the quiet highway in the northern suburbs of the university town, reverberating between the snow-covered sky and earth. Tai Ziyuan retracted his gaze from the screen and tightened his coat around him. He looked at the heavily damaged black mecha in the distance and frowned, not saying a word for a long time. He didn't know the name of that dead soldier, but he figured that he would find out soon enough. This soldier was clearly an ace pilot of the Federal Army. From the initial ambush in the gymnasium to the subsequent operation on the highway, it all showed this person's incomparable military prowess. Tai Ziyuan looked at the other side of the highway, a trace of heaviness flashing across his slightly pale face that didn't match his age. Today, he had almost died under the attack of the mecha. Now that he had confirmed that he was safe, he felt a trace of fear, but he didn't show it. Only the hands exposed outside his sleeves trembled slightly. The faint sound of a helicopter came from the end of the highway. The blood on Butler Jin's forehead had already dried up. He put down the phone beside his ear and came to Tai Ziyuan's side. He lowered his voice and said, "The soldier in the mecha is Major NATO, a recipient of 4 Purple Star medals. He is a war hero and belongs to the 2nd Military Region's Special Mecha Brigade. He is the deputy commander. He was supposed to be in the Special Capital Region today to participate in a training session hosted by the Ministry of National Defense." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment, then asked, "The 2nd Military Region. The Ministry of National Defense's spring offensive should be using the 2nd Military Region as the main force. If my guess is correct, this Major NATO must have had many comrades who died in the encirclement of the anti-government forces. Yes, this training session in the Special Capital Region is for the upcoming spring offensive against the anti-government forces base in the Green Dragon Mountain region." Butler Jean glanced at the young master's side profile. Yesterday, Councilman Pabre reached a preliminary agreement with the anti-government forces. Today, there's an assassination attempt against you. It seems that the Eagle faction is very angry about the family's interference this time. Don't be in a hurry to find out who the suspect is. The investigation and trial after the incident is the responsibility of the Federation government. Although I'm angry, I can't go above the law and declare someone guilty. Tai Ziyuan's eyes were as calm as ever. If this matter is related to the reconciliation agreement, there should be many people who don't want the government to reach a reconciliation agreement with the anti-government army. Butler Jean nodded. Although the two of them didn't say it out loud, they both knew that this was the most shocking assassination attempt in the Federation in the past 20 years. The mastermind behind it was definitely not that simple. Councilman Pabre had already taken the most solid step on his path to becoming the president of the Federation. The families and economic tycoons in the Federation all had their own partners among the candidates for the presidency. If this assassination attempt was to eliminate Councilman Pabre's greatest support in the Federation, then the shadows of those families might also be involved. At this time, the simple phone in Butler Jin's hand rang again. He picked up the call and listened in silence for a long time. Then, he said to Tai Ziyuan in a soft and apologetic voice, "The police and the Federation Investigation Bureau have already sealed off the stadium's underground parking lot. The family representatives have also entered, but for the time being, they haven't found the whereabouts of your friend." Haven't found him? Previously, when they were still being pursued, Tai Ziyuan had already asked Butler Jean to follow the government's handling of the stadium. He wanted to know whether Su Lu could actually survive such a desperate situation. Hearing the words, "haven't found him," Taifun raised his voice slightly and said angrily, "We can see him when he's alive, and we can see his body when he's dead. What do you mean by haven't found him?" The firepower of the military use mecha was too strong. The body left behind is basically incomplete. Butler Jean glanced worriedly at Tai Ziwan as he adjusted his tone. The government personnel are currently cleaning up the scene, so it's normal that they haven't found anything in a short time. According to the reports from the other side, based on the situation at the scene, even if the chip identifies the body, it will still take a long time. Therefore, they may use the biomarker identification program, but that will take 2 weeks. Tai Ziwan's usually calm eyes suddenly dimmed. Thinking that Su Le might have already become several pieces of broken flesh in the dark underground space, his stomach began to churn. If Su Le had been lucky enough to survive, he should still be in the stadium's underground parking lot right now. If he unfortunately died, he forced himself to calm down and turned to look at Butler Jean. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, I can't wait that long for news. Think of a way to ask that elder from the Bureau of Proclamation for help. The easiest way to confirm the death of a Federation citizen was naturally through the Bureau of Proclamation's central computer. However, the Bureau of Proclamation's computer was responsible for the entire Federation's electronic surveillance network. It was very rare for it to specifically confirm the death of a specific target, unless it was under special circumstances. The current director of the Bureau of Proclamation was a distant relative of the Tai family. Although he was 8 generations removed from Tai Zuan, in the 7 generations of the Tai family, he was the only relative of the Tai family in this world. If the Bureau of Proclamation confirms that Su Lu is still alive, ask them to help find Su Li's whereabouts. Tai Zuan walked towards the tattered black car, leaving behind his last words. Butler Jin's white hair fluttered in the cold wind. He looked at the young master's back with a complicated expression. Although he knew that this was the first time the young master had experienced the death of a friend in his life, he still didn't expect that the young master's usual calm would soon be unable to hide the emotions in his heart. Sulu was naturally dead. Asking the Bureau of Proclamation for help was really not a wise decision. It will take at least 2 days to send an application to the Bureau of Proclamation through the government department and get it approved, Butler Jean said behind him. Tai Ziwan didn't turn around. He used silence to indicate that this matter had to be done as soon as possible. Mission failed. Federation S1 Capital Special District, in a room in an apartment on a quiet street. The room's windows were covered with a layer of light filtering film, which could prevent surveillance and even military thermal imaging systems from snooping. In a slightly dark room, a soldier in his 30s put down the phone and looked at his business partner across the table with a serious expression. His business partner was very mysterious, but provided enough information to their side. The news that Tai Ziyuan was going to watch the concert today was confirmed last night. The soldier stood up from the table and began to organize the documents on the table. He lowered his head and said, "Although I still don't know who the person behind you is, and the cooperation this time was not successful, I hope that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." The ordinary person across the table wearing a gray synthetic sweater smiled. He didn't stand up, but he didn't rush to leave either. He looked at the soldier and said, "Who said that our cooperation was not successful? Although the young master of the Tai family escaped with his life, I think that the people behind you have already achieved more than half of their goal." After a moment of silence, the soldier smiled. "We're all small fries that are put on the table. Who knows what the people we serve want to do? But I'm curious how you know that I don't belong to those hot-blooded officers of the 2nd Military Region. Because you are too calm." The soldier fixed the slightly wrinkled synthetic sweater on his body, walked to the window, and carefully looked at the imposing and sturdy building across from him. He said softly, "We are all bystanders. The person who really did it is still in an office in the Ministry of National Defense." The soldier had already organized his belongings and walked behind the soldier. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Federation's Ministry of National Defense building. He sighed and said, "As a soldier, I actually admire these comrades who are brave enough to ignore the law for the fate of the Federation." but you caused them to go to jail. The soldier's eyes shrunk. He looked at the dozens of military vehicles on the street rushing into the training center next to the Ministry of National Defense building and said, I don't know how many of the officers in the 2nd Military Region will be eliminated this time. I didn't expect the government and the Thai family to react so quickly. The soldier slowly stood up straight and said with a hint of fear, the assassination over there just ended, and they were able to find the training center. Her son almost died. Anyone can imagine how angry that madam must be. And in a sense, even the president has to show some mercy in front of that madam's anger. I have to go. The soldier simply turned around and left the dark room. He walked up the stairs of this welfare apartment that belonged to the Ministry of National Defense, took out the phone in his pocket, and began to report to his superior. Mr. Representative, mission failed. In the dark room, the soldier in the synthetic sweater also made a call. After he calmed down, he said softly, Mr. Representative, mission failed. After a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, an old voice sounded, throw out the bait. I don't want to become the victim of the Thai family's anger. I think you don't want to either. The soldier's expression suddenly became very shocked. He didn't expect that the senator would be so afraid of the Thai family. He didn't even hesitate to cut off his biggest supporter in the Federation government. The soldier and the soldier in the synthetic sweater were just like what they said. They were just insignificant people in the Federation. But the people they served were the people with the most power and influence in the Federation. They didn't know each other's names and identities. They only worked together temporarily for a common goal. They reached an agreement with some important people in the federal military and started to carry out the most unbelievable assassination in the Federation in the past 20 years. Now that the mission was confirmed to have failed, they both smiled at each other and comforted themselves that they could still get some political benefits from the follow-up. But they knew that a failure was a failure, and it was a complete failure. Chapter 125. The assassination in the gymnasium was successfully covered up by the Federation government. On the first day of the new year, if a huge scandal of the military participating in the assassination of civilians broke out, from the president to the Minister of Defense, from the Federation Bureau of Investigation to the Linhai State Governor, no one would have a good year. Although they knew very well that the target of the assassination was not a real civilian, and the cold tone of the madam on the phone made them even more clear that the Federation government had to thoroughly investigate this matter and not randomly find a scapegoat like the countless political incidents in history. However, the government still needed to hide the truth of the matter from the public, because the government, in the last year of its term, could not withstand any more storms. Fortunately, the madam tacitly agreed with the government's attitude, and even used her family's influence to help the government seal the mouths of most of the media. That night and the next day's television news, as well as the various authoritative print and electronic newspapers, there were no reports of the assassination in the gymnasium in Linhai State's university town. On the contrary, the entertainment and lifestyle section focused on the grand scene of Miss Jian Shuayer's first concert in her life. The media reporters, which the government did not want to face the most, were collectively silent in front of this incident. On one hand, they were under pressure from all sides, and on the other hand, they were keenly aware of a certain atmosphere within the Federation. They were waiting to see if the government would give the media and the public some sort of explanation. However, some of the citizens who dispersed later had personally witnessed a black mecha break through the walls of the gymnasium in the wind and snow, charging onto the highway in the northeast direction. These people could not erase their own memories. They were puzzled and did not see any answers in the newspapers, so they could only let these memories become some rumors circulating on internet message boards, as well as shocking headlines in the usually extremely unpopular tabloids that on the day of the assassination, the investigation of the powerful departments of the Federation had already begun with great urgency. Because the officers of various departments and bureaus had all received calls from the president's office or some important members of the management committee to personally investigate. The enormous national machinery of the Federation government began to operate, and in the shortest amount of time, they found even more information from the pilot named NATO. How did a Federation war hero, the recipient of 4 Purple Star medals, become a shameful assassin? This required historical critics and writers to develop their ideas. The investigators of the Federation government did not pay attention to this. Instead, they directly investigated the Capital Special District. Shortly after the assassination, Special Task Force agents and officials from the Federation Investigation Department, under the protection of the military police headquarters of the Ministry of National Defense, rode in a dozen military vehicles and rushed into the training center next to the Ministry of National Defense building. Under the shocked gazes of countless Federation soldiers, they arrested a total of 93 officers of various ranks from the 2nd Military Region who had come from the front lines of Region S2. The interrogation began quickly that night. There was no interrogation by torture or electric shock. There were only bright lights, surveillance equipment everywhere, and interrogators and recorders who were as cold as metal. The interrogation did not yield any results. The officers who had returned from the front lines and sacrificed their youth and sweat for the Federation coldly stared at the officials in front of them. Their eyes were filled with anger and disdain. The officers who felt that they had been insulted began to curse. After a stalemate for half a night, the interrogators gathered the officers together. The director of the 4th Department of the Federation Investigation Department, who was in charge of the investigation of the assassination, looked coldly at the arrogant and fearless officers in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, "As a soldier of the Federation, there is a reasonable way to express your wishes. No one disrespects what you have done for the Federation. However, as a soldier, you should respect the law. Some of you know, and some of you may not know. But what I want to say is that the Bureau of Proclamation has marked this incident in the Linhai State Gymnasium as a first-order incident. You should know very well how first-order incidents are dealt with." The high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Department narrowed his eyes. The coldness in his eyes grew. "Do not try to cover up or quibble for your crimes. That will only make your families suffer more humiliation." These officers were escorted back to the training center by the fully armed military police. However, at this time, their identities had become criminal suspects, and they were no longer pillars of the Federation with a bright future ahead of them. Just as these people left the temporary interrogation center, an official walked to the side of the director of the 4th Department and said in a low voice, "The central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation has marked it as a third-order incident. Besides, even if it is a first-order incident, it won't be of much help to this case. Those old ancestors of the Bureau of Proclamation are the best at playing mysterious." The director of the 4th Department lowered his head slightly and said, "How would these officers know anything about this sequence of incidents? I'm just giving them some time to think, to be afraid." In the early hours of the next day, perhaps it was because they instinctively had endless respect for the glory of the First Order, or perhaps it was because these officers had a clearer understanding of the majesty of the law. But in any case, the trick of this high-ranking official of the Federation Investigation Department was clearly effective. No one turned themselves in, and no one gave an account of who had organized this assassination, how the Black M52 mecha belonging to the 1st Military Region had ended up in the hands of Major NATO, and what kind of orders the small military team sent to the gymnasium had received. 7 officers committed suicide in their own rooms, and no one could be saved. They used this simple method to express their respect for the First Order and the law, to protect their superiors and the ideals that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for. That night, the official residence of the president was hosting a dinner party for the president and the Nebula Award winners. After the dinner party, there was a routine dance party. However, the aging scholars clearly had no desire to dance. They only politely and reservedly watched the dance partners on the dance floor. The applause did not stop. Everything was so lively and joyous. Mr. President Sieg was ending his 2nd term this year. It seemed that he was still a little reluctant to leave the official residence dance party. The people around him had sincere smiles on their faces as they watched the president and the First Lady slowly spinning around. However, in their hearts, they gave disdainful comments. This president was without a doubt the most unforgettable president in the history of the Federation. This was because during his time in office, there was nothing worth writing about. His temperament was cowardly and violent, completely unlike the style he had in the military. If the voters 10 years ago were misled by the false image created by the media, then what about 5 years ago? However, President Sieg was also, without a doubt, the luckiest president in the history of the Federation. During his 10 years as president, there was no incident that could lead to criminal proceedings. The war between the Federation and the Empire had already ended after he was elected. The anti-government forces in S2 had been in the Federation's territory for many years, so no one would blame him for not solving this problem. It must be said that President Sieg was at least cautious enough, and this is actually an excellent quality. A young and handsome official silently looked at the president he had accompanied for 5 years and gave a different evaluation in his heart. Then, his expression changed slightly. He walked out of the crowd and came to a quiet corridor in the western part of the official residence. This official, named Boog, was the deputy director of the office of the president's official residence. He was responsible for handling a lot of administrative work, so even in such a beautiful dance party, his phone would still be connected. However, when he heard the unique vibration pattern of the phone in his inner pocket, he knew who was calling, so his expression became serious. "You should have heard about what happened this morning." A woman's calm voice came from the other side of the phone. "Yes, madam." Boog lowered his voice and smiled at the office worker who walked in front of him. "I don't want something like this to happen again, because I don't want my son to become the target of hatred of the entire federal military in the end." The woman's voice was calm and irresistible. No one thought that those officers would choose this method. After a moment of silence, Boog said, "I'm worried that as the investigation deepens, more people will choose to commit suicide or be killed. The investigation must be carried to the end. I need those real murderers to pay the price for such a shameless assassination. I don't want to criticize the work of the government, but I just want to say that there are enough clues to be found in this case. Please don't just focus on the officers of the 2nd Military Region. As a citizen of the Federation, and as the mother of the victim, I feel that this method is a bit difficult to accept." Boog hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. He knew what Lady Ty's call meant, and since it was like this, he could only criticize the work of the government himself. And according to the information reported by the investigation team, it seemed that the direction of the investigation was really going to touch on the aspects that made the government uneasy. He was a government official, but he was an administrative official. However, no one knew that in reality, he was an official cultivated by the Tai family. At the same time, late at night, Tai Ziwan also received a call from his mother. He knew that the Federation government's investigation of the crime, after changing the direction, had successfully approached the core area. When he heard the name of that high-ranking official, even someone as calm as him couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Startled awake by the phone call and waking up from a nightmare, Tai Ziwan couldn't sleep anymore. He put on his pajamas and sat beside the orange lamp on the sofa for a long time in silence. He kind of missed the pancakes and porridge that he used to eat at night.